Chapter 1. Young people should not be so hot-tempered. Yinzhou, an ancient city, is witnessing an astonishing and inexplicable assault on the Zhou Group, a conglomerate valued at billions. Despite its imposing stature, the Zhou Group finds itself utterly defenseless against the mysterious adversary, sinking deeper into an inescapable quagmire. The rapid decline of its stock prices has turned Chairman Zhou Xiong's once jet-black hair to a near-white overnight. The Zhou Group represents decades of Zhou Xiong's dedication, a true testament to his rise from humble beginnings. His beloved wife, who stood by him through thick and thin, has long passed, leaving behind a cherished daughter whom he dotes on excessively. Zhou Xiong is practically living at the company, reaching out to every acquaintance for assistance. Yet, it seems that every contact has been forewarned, offering various excuses to remain uninvolved, paralyzed by fear of repercussions. Even the major local banks remain indifferent, refusing to extend a helping hand, unmoved by the substantial profits Zhou Xiong is willing to offer. Zhou Xiong realizes he has offended someone far beyond their reach. A powerful figure whose identity remains a mystery, he feels an ominous presence looming over the Zhou Group, and as thoughts of impending collapse flood his mind, despair envelopes him. With hope extinguished, his complexion pales, and he is consumed by a sense of helplessness. What kind of towering figure could wield such influence in this ancient city, to the extent that he cannot summon any allies, even as banks remain mute witnesses? Typically, Zhou Xiong exercises caution in his dealings, mindful of the sensitivities of others, yet he finds himself ensnared in an unavoidable predicament. Chairman Zhou Xiong seems a bit lost. A voice interjects, in his moment of despair. The office door swings open, revealing a young dandy, Li Tianhua, who strides in with a mischievous grin. Zhou Xiong's secretary silently shakes her head, torn between her duty to protect her employer and the precariousness of their situation. Li Xiao, your presence is an unexpected honor, Zhou Xiong manages to say, forcing a smile despite his pallor. Li Tianhua, the most notorious playboy in the city, is accompanied by a representative from Huancheng Entertainment, a colossal entity valued in the hundreds of billions. In ordinary circumstances, Zhou Xiong would hesitate to offend such a figure, let alone now that in Yinzhou, Li Tianhua is indeed a person of considerable influence, the heir to a powerful entertainment empire capable of shaking the entire industry with a mere stomp. Though their business interests do not intersect, many would gladly extend a favor to Huancheng Entertainment. Li Tianhua surveys Zhou Xiong with a glimmer of schadenfreude, then nonchalantly seats himself in the chairman's chair, casually propping his feet on the desk, exuding an air of arrogance that leaves Zhou Xiong seething in silence. I've heard the Zhou Group is facing dire straits. I can't help but wonder how much longer it can hold out, he drawls. Zhou Xiong, filled with indignation, suspects that this frivolous young man is here to impose conditions for his assistance. With a tone of desperation, he pleads for mercy. I implore you, Li Xiao, spare the Zhou Group. If we have offended you in any way, I will make amends until you are satisfied. However, Li Tianhua merely shakes his head, a mocking smile on his lips as he gestures upward. You have not angered me, but rather a figure of true power. The mere thought of being at odds with someone of such stature leaves Zhou Xiong dizzy. How could he, who has always tread carefully, have offended someone of such caliber? Seeing Zhou Xiong's astonishment, Li Tianhua can hardly contain his amusement. He is merely a pawn in the game, serving a higher authority, much like Zhou Xiong himself. Yet, being tasked by such a figure as Zhao Xiao is no small honor, indicating that he possesses some merit. After a brief exchange, Zhou Xiong transitions from shock to concern, realizing the truth. His daughter has caught the eye of the enigmatic Zhao Xiao. The absurdity of this revelation, this peculiar reason for the Zhou Group's turmoil, leaves him reeling. His daughter is his lifeblood, and he would never allow her to be a pawn in this game, regardless of the cost to the Zhou Group. In matters concerning his daughter, Zhou Xiong sheds his previous demeanor, adopting a resolute stance. If it means sacrificing the Zhou Group to protect her from Zhao Xiao, so be it. Li Tianhua, taken aback by Zhou Xiong's stubbornness, erupts in anger, slamming his hand on the table. Do not be foolish, Zhao Xiao is not someone you can afford to provoke. Zhou Xiong closes his eyes, resolute as iron. I must insist, Li Xiao, you should leave. Li Tianhua, incredulous, laughs derisively. You will soon learn the meaning of despair. As he departs the Zhou group, he instructs his bodyguard to drive him away, dialing Zhao Xiao's number with a tone markedly more deferential than before. "Zhao Xiao, I apologize I have failed." That old man is utterly unyielding. On the other end, a languid voice responds with a hint of mockery. "Well then, handle it as you see fit." The call ends, leaving Li Tianhua scratching his head in confusion. Zhao Xiao does not seem as enraged as he anticipated. Rather, he appears to have foreseen this outcome. Could it be that the young model he sent the previous night had already won Zhao Xiao's favor? At the luxurious suite on the 19th floor of the Moyu Hotel, Zhao Yunhai hangs up the phone, his gaze piercing as he looks out the floor-to-ceiling windows. Only those who have faced adversity can truly appreciate its weight. As he inherits the legacy of his predecessor, he feels an insatiable fire igniting within him, glancing at the woman beside him. Young people often possess a passionate intensity. Surely, she can comprehend the sentiment. Chapter 2. The protagonist, like wild grass, cannot be burned away. Zhao Yunhai gazed down at her from his elevated position, his commanding gaze instilling a sense of submission in her. "Good girl," he murmured, caressing her hair. She obediently returned his gaze, striving to win his favor through her actions, as her employer had instructed her to diligently attend to this powerful man. Failure to comply would result in dire consequences upon her return. Zhao Yunhai chuckled lightly, his attention drifting to the view beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. From his lofty perch, he surveyed the bustling metropolis below, a realm of indulgence and beauty, a playground for the affluent. Yet, this was merely the joy of the wealthy, while the less fortunate languished in obscurity. He had traversed into this world just the previous night, awakening in a bed with a stunning model beside him. Startled, he had acted instinctively, and as he engaged with her, he absorbed the memories of his predecessor, unraveling the extraordinary identity that lay within. Ostensibly, he was the son of the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces, but only a select few were privy to the truly terrifying depths of his hidden background. In his former life, he had envied the powerful and affluent. Now, having ascended to such heights, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. The sensation was exhilarating, though the legacy he inherited was fraught with complications. For instance, there was the recent phone call regarding his predecessor's encounter with Zhou wanting at a gathering in the ancient city of Yinzhou. Despite several attempts at courtship, she had consistently rebuffed his advances, even resorting to harsh words. It was then that Li Tianhua suggested employing pressure to coerce her father, Zhou Xiong, into submission, thereby delivering his daughter to him. The predecessor had been infatuated, believing he had encountered true love, which hindered him from resorting to forceful tactics. Yet, he was not without temper, and eventually acquiesced to Li Tianhua's plan, merely needing to nod in agreement while others executed the necessary actions on his behalf. From Zhao Yunhai's perspective, his predecessor had been a fool, enamored by a misguided notion of love. In his past life, he had never believed in such sentiments, conducting himself with an iron fist, but lacking the assurance that a formidable background could provide. Now, however, he possessed that very support. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Yunhai inhaled deeply, retrieving a bank card from his bedside and tossing it to her. The password was inscribed on the reverse, and the card held 200,000 yuan, an amount that was mere pocket change to him, but could represent a lifetime's fortune for an ordinary person. "Thank you, young Master Zhao," the model exclaimed, hastily accepting the card, as her purpose in accompanying him was to earn money. Zhao Yunhai, uninterested, waved her off, signaling her to depart promptly. The model, understanding her place, quickly donned her clothing and left without hesitation. Their interaction was consensual, devoid of any transactional undertones. The monetary compensation given by Zhao Yunhai was merely an attempt to mend the emotional wounds he had inflicted upon her when he had just awakened. Draping a white bathrobe over himself, he approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the bustling skyline filled with towering edifices. With an impulsive motion, Zhao Yunhai extended his palm and clenched it tightly, as if at that moment the entire metropolis lay within his grasp, awaiting his command. In the next instant, his vision seemed to warp, revealing a strikingly vivid virtual template before him. Encounter with the protagonist super doubling template. Template owner, Zhao Yunhai, age, 20. Interests, wealth, women, power, strength, doubling ability. None. Zhao Yunhai stared blankly at the template, rendered speechless. He had not anticipated that he possessed such a remarkable advantage. The template itself was elegantly simple, its purpose immediately discernible. The very name of this template conveyed a profound malice from the world towards him. The existence of a protagonist in this realm was a startling revelation, reflecting on his own identity and the previous actions of his former self. He could not help but wonder if he was destined to become a notorious urban villain. Did this imply that he would mindlessly offer experience points, continually presenting his face to the protagonist for blows, ultimately ending up as a stepping stone in the protagonist's journey, leading to his own ruin? Absolutely not. He resolutely shook his head in denial. In truth, protagonists in novels often rendered their adversaries mindless. Yet, having arrived in this world, he was determined not to devolve into the same kind of foolish antagonist found in fiction. He had come to understand the essence of this template. Upon encountering the protagonist, he could directly acquire the protagonist's strength and gain a super doubling opportunity. This could manifest as twofold, fourfold, or even sixfold, entirely dependent on his luck. Regarding his luck, Zhao Yunhai harbored serious doubts about how much remained. Settling back onto the sofa, he poured himself a cup of tea and instinctively closed the template. He then called out toward the door, "Ada." Upon hearing Yin Xiao's summons, the bodyguard Ada stationed outside promptly entered. Zhao Yunhai took a quiet sip of tea, watching Ada as he spoke slowly. "Please investigate the identity of the bodyguard accompanying the young lady, Zhou, Wanting of the Zhou family. Be thorough." Understood. Ada was accustomed to carrying out his duties without question, diligently handling inquiries with a practiced ease. After signaling for Ada to leave, Zhao Yunhai narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flickering within them. If he was indeed the villain, then Zhou Wanting, whom his former self had pursued, was undoubtedly a suspect as the female lead. He recalled the young bodyguard by her side, whose appearance was rather unremarkable. Yet he felt an instinctual sense that this individual was the protagonist. Zhao Yunhai had never been one to act recklessly. He would never place himself in jeopardy, especially given his unique background. Whenever he spoke, countless individuals would rally to his cause, charging forth on his behalf. With this thought in mind, he felt an undeniable advantage on his side. Thus, Zhao Yunhai was convinced that defeat was not a possibility, especially considering his invincible advantages. As the protagonist, he resolved to eliminate one adversary to gauge the depths of the challenge before him. To eradicate a creature of the protagonist's caliber, decisive action was imperative, lest he be outmaneuvered by the protagonist's cunning. While the foe remained unprepared, it was essential to strike with full force to vanquish him. Otherwise, the protagonist would persist like the resilient weeds that thrive despite adversity. After all, one cannot extinguish wildfires entirely. They may ignite anew with the arrival of spring. In truth, Zhao Yunhai was curious to discover whether the protagonist truly possessed the extraordinary abilities depicted in novels, consistently escaping perilous situations. This was not a reckless endeavor. Rather, it was driven by his desire to ascertain if the protagonist embodied the indomitable spirit of a cockroach. Thus, he pondered whether he could exploit the protagonist to fulfill his own clandestine ambitions. At this moment, Zhao Yunhai had entered a state of contemplation, frequently stifling yawns, which made him acutely aware of his own physical fatigue. Chapter 3. The protagonist harbors no secrets before me in a matter of minutes. Zhao Yunhai succumbed to the comfort of the air-conditioned sofa and drifted into slumber. Outside, Ada had just concluded a phone call, rallying Air and Asan, the three of them maintaining a vigilant demeanor. Their sole mission was to ensure the safety of young Master Yunhai at any cost. Ada and his companions were bodyguards personally appointed by Zhao Yunhai's grandfather, having begun their service when Zhao Yunhai was merely 6 years old. They had remained by his side as he grew into a young man of 21, freshly graduated from university. 15 fleeting years had passed, and Ada and his companions had reached the age of 30, a time when physical prowess typically wanes. Yet, they had never been replaced by Zhao Yunhai's grandfather. Their lifelong proximity had forged a bond. They were not merely bodyguards, but also Zhao Yunhai's most trusted confidants. Their exceptional capabilities and unwavering loyalty had enabled him to navigate numerous perils over the past 15 years with little more than a scare. Upon awakening, Zhao Yunhai found information regarding Zhou Wanting's bodyguard laid before him, not merely due to Ada's adeptness, but rather because of the formidable intelligence network of the Zhao family. The Zhao clan was his greatest pillar of support, with their status as the wealthiest family in the realm merely hinting at their true power. As Zhao Yunhai perused the dossier, he couldn't resist sipping on a chilled cola, entirely unsurprised by the revelations. Indeed, this individual was nothing short of a wild child from the mountains. Initially, he had perceived Yi Fan as merely a competent bodyguard, but upon reviewing the information, Zhao Yunhai had all but confirmed Yi Fan's status as the protagonist. Target character, Yi Fan gender, male age, 22 background, an orphan abandoned at the foot of Qingwan Mountain, adopted by the reclusive martial artist and healer Wu Guofeng, who raised him as his own and educated him with great care. 2 months prior, he arrived in Yunzhou ancient city at the behest of his master to protect Zhou Wanting, the heiress of the Zhou group. Strength, currently unknown, verification in progress. How long will verification take? Zhao Yunhai's gaze shifted from the dossier to Ada. Absolutely no more than a day. Ada replied candidly. Zhao Yunhai withdrew his gaze from the documents, plunging into contemplation. His previous incarnation appeared to harbor an aversion to martial arts, resulting in a lack of attention towards this discipline. To him, having someone to protect him sufficed. The arduous path of martial training was best left to those who desired it. Given his former identity, there was little necessity for him to toil in mastering martial arts. He could simply expend wealth to command countless warriors to serve him, not to mention the fighters personally nurtured by the Zhao family. In this era, aspiring to practice martial arts without achieving financial independence was a futile endeavor. The costs of rare, medicinal herbs required for cultivation alone could bankrupt a middle-class family. Wealthy individuals seek security, while martial artists crave resources for training, a synergy that dictates the terms of service rendered. The amount you offer determines the extent of my assistance. Although Zhao Yunhai agreed with this sentiment, acknowledging that wealth indeed grants one the liberty to act as they please, this did not diminish his intrigue towards martial arts. After all, true strength lies in personal power. With an advantageous twist of fate, he could bypass the rigors of training and directly acquire martial prowess, which was the most enticing prospect. Once the verification of Yi Fan's strength was confirmed, Zhao Yunhai intended to mobilize his resources to activate his own extraordinary abilities. Being the primary protagonist, Zhao Yunhai felt it imperative to accord this matter the seriousness it deserved. Young Master Yun, shall I go and fetch him? Ada, observing Zhao Yunhai's keen interest in the bodyguard, gestured towards his neck. Do not presume to be clever, Zhao Yunhai replied coolly, casting a brief glance at him. I have my own course of action. Sending you would merely equate to gifting experience points to the protagonist. Do I appear to be a mindless villain offering on my head? Understood, young master. With Zhao Yunhai's assertion of control, Ada refrained from further interference, departing the room with the documents in hand. The verification of Yi Fan's strength was currently underway, and Zhao Yunhai was disinterested in inquiring who was responsible for this task. He was well aware of his own affairs. The so-called wealthiest individual in the 9 provinces was merely the tip of the iceberg for the Zhao family, whose influence spanned the globe. With a legacy extending over millennia, the Zhao lineage has been woven into the tapestry of recorded history since the dawn of the 9 provinces. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, the focal point of verification, encountered an ambush as a mysterious assailant launched a surprise attack in the underground parking lot. Surprisingly, the target was not Zhou Wanting, but rather himself, which instantly heightened Yi Fan's alertness. Had he not displayed his full strength and evaded the attack with utmost effort, he might have found himself in a critical condition by now. However, after the initial strike failed, the assailant chose not to linger, decisively retreating. This left Yi Fan perplexed. Did the attacker harbor malicious intent, or was it merely a test of his abilities? Who could be so idly curious? Task target Yi Fan. Strength verified at the peak of Mingjing. Verification complete. After the mysterious assailant vacated the scene, he placed a phone call shortly thereafter receiving a notification of payment received. Upon learning of Yi Fan's true capabilities, Zhao Yunhai promptly set out with a air and a sand towards the Zhou group. At the pinnacle of his prowess, Zhao Yunhai inquired whether the three, Ada and his companions, could manage the peak of Mingjin. They all nodded, their eyes reflecting an indifference towards this level of achievement. Clearly, the strength of Ada and his companions surpassed the peak of Mingjin, as they were entrusted by his grandfather to protect him. They could hardly be deemed weak. Upon learning that young Master Zhao intended to visit the Zhou group, Li Tianhua hastily rushed over, eager not to arrive after Zhao. Outside the Zhou group, Li Tianhua patiently awaited with Zhou Xiong. Father, what if the other party is the son of the wealthiest man in Zhouzhou? Surely, there are laws to abide by. One cannot resort to coercion, Zhou Wanting declared, emboldened by the knowledge of Zhao Yunhai's impending arrival, fearing her father might be wronged. It seems your daughter is well protected, Li Tianhua chuckled, glancing at Zhou Xiong. You're hardly a paragon yourself, Zhou Wanting retorted sharply, recognizing him as a local elite. Huh, I hope you maintain your sharp tongue later, Li Tianhua jested, unfazed by her words. After all, she was a woman coveted by young Master Zhao. Granting her some leeway was of little consequence. Yi Fan, standing beside Zhou Wanting, harbored a deep disdain for these privileged youths. In his eyes, they were parasites of society, indulging in excess and mischief. However, as long as they did not provoke him, he resolved to remain uninvolved. Before long, Zhao Yunhai arrived at the Zhou group, and Li Tianhua jogged toward him, having waited eagerly at the entrance. He opened the car door, placing his hand above the frame, embodying the role of a devoted subordinate. Take your time, young Master Zhao. I am not so old as to require assistance, Zhao Yunhai replied with a smile, gently pushing Li Tianhua's hand aside. While Air and Sin took their positions outside, vigilant. Master Zhao certainly has a sense of humor, Li Tianhua remarked, unperturbed, merely retracting his hand with a grin. Zhao Yunhai's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he glanced at the three men behind Li Tianhua. His demeanor exuded a natural nobility, a quality that evoked a sense of inferiority in those who beheld him. Zhao Yunhai was quite pleased with his appearance, which could be aptly described as exquisitely handsome. With such a visage, he could hardly refrain from being a playboy. His striking looks were enough to draw countless women, and beyond his good looks, he was amiable and affluent. Zhou Wanting was indeed attractive. Compared to the captivating women he had known, she could easily claim the top spot. Yet, no matter how beautiful a woman might be, if she was disobedient, Zhao Yunhai held no affection for her. This principle held true both in his past life and in the present. He would not indulge any woman. Master Zhao, Zhou Xiong, despite his inner turmoil, had to present himself as a compliant dog before Zhao Yunhai. Father, why do you bow so low before him? Is wealth all that matters? Zhou Wanting exclaimed, her indignation flaring as she supported her father, glaring fiercely at Zhao Yunhai. Yi Fan positioned himself directly in front of Zhou Wanting, a hint of pride flickering across his otherwise ordinary visage. In his estimation, while Zhao Yunhai's bodyguards possessed some level of skill, they were undoubtedly no match for him. Should a confrontation arise, he could effortlessly dispatch the three guardians. This was indeed the sensation of a protagonist facing off against an antagonist. A chill swept across Zhao Yunhai's countenance. The protagonist's expression was one of derision, which incited an involuntary ire within him. However, he did not allow the protagonist's scornful demeanor to cloud his judgment. Before him, an invisible template materialized. A golden box, adorned with a shimmering question mark, began to shake violently. The brilliance of the gold intensified until, in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire template. A colossal spoon wirklich. Its 6 faces devoid of any numbers, until it finally halted, revealing a blank face now marked with a numeral, 6. This indicated that Zhao Yunhai had not only acquired Yi Fan's abilities, but had also executed a super double, multiplying his original power 6-fold. This meant he could now effortlessly control Yi Fan, perceiving every move he made and easily countering his attacks. The force behind Zhao Yunhai's punch would thus be 6 times greater than that of Yi Fan. with the supercharged abilities seamlessly assimilated into his being. Zhao Yunhai felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through him, devoid of any adverse effects. He instinctively harnessed this newfound power, wielding it with an innate grace. Yi Fan, being the protagonist, possessed a sense of perception sharper than a houndess. He immediately detected an unusual shift within Zhao Yunhai's physique. Such formidable power ignited a spark of excitement in Zhao Yunhai's eyes, urging him to engage Yi Fan in combat and test the strength he had just acquired. "What do you intend to do?" Yi Fan warned sternly as Zhao Yunhai approached, his tone laced with authority. Should his adversary dare to advance further, he would not hesitate to retaliate, regardless of Zhao's affluent lineage. Ada and his companion stood at Zhao Yunhai's side, ready to subdue Yi Fan the moment he made a move. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, Zhao Yunhai's hand landed on Yi Fan's shoulder. Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically as he glared fiercely at Zhao Yunhai, unable to discern when the latter had made his move. He felt the oppressive force of Zhao's grip, akin to a shackle binding his right shoulder, rendering him powerless. Zhao Yunhai leaned in, coldly threatening, "Young man, remember that some individuals are not to be trifled with, including your reclusive master, Wu Guofeng." The invocation of his master ignited a furious blaze within Yi Fan. His face flushed with rage as he glared at Zhao Yunhai, as if ready to devour him whole. "Very well, indeed," he seethed. "There is nothing I loathe more than those who threaten me using the people I hold dear." Zhao Yunhai looked at Yi Fan's furious expression and, instead of feeling anger, he chuckled. His cold laughter sent shivers down the spines of those present. In his eyes, Yi Fan was already a dead man, merely awaiting the inevitable. However, he would not eliminate him in such a public setting. That would be arrogance bordering on foolishness. Zhao Yunhai disregarded the approaching Zhou Wanting and brushed past her, raising two fingers to signal those behind him to follow. Ada and the others trailed closely behind Zhao Yunhai, while Li Tianhua hurried to catch up, casting a glance at Zhou Xiong to urge him to follow suit. Zhou Xiong, his face etched with worry, kept pace, aware that while he might appear elevated in the eyes of ordinary people, he was no different from them in the presence of figures like Li Xiao and Zhao Xiao, merely a pawn to be manipulated. Zhou Wanting, taken aback by Zhao Yunhai's blatant disregard, found it hard to process. After all, he had always gone out of his way to amuse her, seizing every opportunity to win her favor. Why had he suddenly changed? "Let us hurry after them, lest Uncle Zhou be bullied," Yi Fan urged, prompting the indignant Zhou Wanting to act. "I refuse to believe they can do anything to me," she retorted, her prideful demeanor surfacing. Such a haughty disposition was indicative of someone untouched by the harsh realities of life. Yi Fan followed her with a resigned smile, recognizing her naivete. The unscrupulous tactics of the wealthy elite were beyond her comprehension. At this moment, Zhou Xiong's office had been usurped, with Li Tianhua dutifully serving as Zhao Yunhai's sycophant. Zhao Yunhai sat in Zhou Xiong's chair, aimlessly toying with the items on the desk, enveloping the room in a peculiar silence that left Zhou Xiong feeling increasingly uneasy. It was clear that the visitor harbored ill intentions, yet even if he were to relinquish the Zhou group, he would never offer his daughter as a bargaining chip. "Why are you silent?" Zhao Yunhai's voice broke the tension. "The Zhou group does not require your mercy. I understand your attempts to coerce me into submission, but I implore you to abandon such thoughts. You are unworthy." Zhou Wanting, seeing Zhao Yunhai's silence as an invitation to escalate, became even more fervent. The trio beside her frowned, bound by their previous admiration for Yun Xiao, and thus refrained from intervening. As Zhao Yunhai emerged from his reverie, Zhou Wanting's incessant chatter became unbearable, inciting his disdain. "How tiresome! She knows not of what she speaks. Someone silence her." Chapter 5. Do you wish to kill me? Yun Xiao's words astonished Ada and his companions. Never before had he displayed such impatience towards this woman. However, Yun Xiao's commands were absolute, and the trio, like a slumbering beast roused from its slumber, sprang into action. Aer swiftly incapacitated the defenseless Zhou Wanting with a precise strike, causing her to roll her eyes and collapse. In Aer's worldview, there was no room for pity. Finally, silence reigned. Upon seeing Zhou wanting subdued, Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but twist his neck and probe his ears, letting out a light chuckle. At the same time, Zhou Xiong was also knocked unconscious by San, and it was only fair that the father and daughter received equal treatment. Meanwhile, Ada had already engaged in combat with Yifan. Although Yifan had reached the pinnacle of the Mingjing stage, Ada's strength far surpassed his own, residing at the peak of the Anjing stage, a considerable echelon above Yifan. Ada possessed exceptional martial arts talent and had been meticulously nurtured by the Zhao family, which led Zhao Yunhai's grandfather to select him as Zhao Yunhai's bodyguard. In Ada's eyes, Yifan, at the mere pinnacle of the Mingjing stage, was not even worthy of being his opponent. Yifan immediately sensed the threat posed by Ada. The ferocity of his explosive punches caught Yifan off guard, resulting in a direct hit. With just one punch, Yifan was forced to stagger back several steps, as if he could hear the cracking of bones at his shoulder, with pain radiating throughout his right arm. He had not anticipated that his adversary would be a master martial artist, and one whose power undoubtedly surpassed that of the peak Mingjing stage, being a practitioner of the Anjing stage. With a powerful gust, Ada's punch bore down on him, and Yifan could hardly spare a thought for Zhou Xiong and his daughter. Retreat was not an option. Yifan's gaze turned fierce as he grinned coldly. Launching his own fist forward, the two punches collided with astonishing speed, their strengths clashing directly. Given the confined space, neither could make significant movements. Yifan's martial art style was remarkably peculiar, allowing him to exchange blows with Ada. At that moment, Ada's punch suddenly revealed a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan sneered, advancing rather than retreating in a display of relentless aggression. Ada, feeling a sudden numbness in his arm, realized that it had lost all sensation in mere seconds, rendering it unresponsive. Yifan, well-versed in the healing arts, understood the implications but was unaware of when he had been struck, as he had been on guard the entire time. With Ada temporarily incapacitated in one arm, his combat effectiveness diminished significantly, and in this lapse of attention, he was struck by several of Yifan's punches. Air and San attempted to intervene, but were promptly halted by Zhao Yunhai. Yifan's master had taught him that martial arts and medicine were intertwined. Utilizing medical skills to launch surprise attacks during combat was not deemed despicable, as medicine was indeed a facet of martial arts. With a barrage of fierce attacks, Ada found himself at a distinct disadvantage. However, Ada's heightened focus prevented Yifan from having a second opportunity to strike stealthily. Yifan's punches were astonishing, their trajectories so intricate that evasion became impossible. The characteristics of his martial arts were marked by ferocity and decisiveness, with accuracy being the paramount aspect of mastering such techniques. Yifan had already grasped both the characteristics and significance of his martial arts. In this moment, Yifan resembled an enraged young beast, unleashing his primal instincts. With a thunderous roar and veins bulging, he seemed to transform into a ferocious tiger pouncing forward. Ada retreated, only to find a figure emerging from behind him, swiftly addressing the issue with his arm. Upon seeing the individual, Ada was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Yunhai's punch surged forth like a roaring tiger, ferocious and formidable, while Yifan's strike appeared almost feeble, akin to a kitten's paw. As their fists collided, a sharp crack echoed, the sound emanating from Yifan's knuckles. In an instant, taking advantage of Yifan's moment of astonishment, Zhao Yunhai deftly seized his wrist. With a skillful twist of his body, Zhao Yunhai harnessed the power of his shoulder to deliver a forceful thrust, executing a technique that sent Yifan crashing against the wall. With a casual smirk gracing his lips, Zhao Yunhai approached Yifan. Suddenly, an almost imperceptible glint of silver surged from Yifan's fingertips towards him. Just as Yifan believed he had the upper hand, an unnerving scene unfolded. The very Hua Yang needle, his greatest source of confidence, was effortlessly pinched between Zhao Yunhai's fingers. Despite the evident disparity in their capabilities, it was inconceivable that someone could so easily intercept his Hua Yang needle. The Hua Yang needle, a unique acupuncture technique developed by Wu Guofeng, possesses the ability to dissipate a person's internal energy. Zhao Yunhai, with 2 fingers grasping the needle, casually articulated its name and function. The Huayang needle is indeed a formidable technique, capable of neutralizing internal energy, and Wu Guofeng is its esteemed originator. Zhao Yunhai's gaze flitted curiously between Yi Fan and the needle, as if contemplating whether to test its effects. Yi Fan felt a surge of wariness. This seemingly frivolous scion concealed depths far beyond his initial assessment, and he realized he could not afford to underestimate his opponent. Though he harbored doubts about Zhao Yunhai's proficiency with the Huayang technique, the mere fact that Zhao Yunhai could articulate its function implied a profound understanding of it. The Huayang needle's effects were dreadfully potent, and given Yi Fan's limitations, he could only wield it a limited number of times in a day. With this newfound awareness, the prospect of successfully employing it against such a vigilant adversary seemed increasingly daunting. Meanwhile, Ada and his companions were taken aback by Yi Fan's sudden assault, rushing forward to restrain him, effectively binding his limbs. "Release me." Yi Fan struggled desperately, but his limbs were firmly ensnared, leaving him no chance to escape. Ada and his associates were astonished by the formidable prowess of young Master Yun. They had been aware of him since he was 6, and their knowledge of his martial training surpassed even that of his parents. "Young Master, are you unharmed?" Ada commanded the others to maintain their grip on Yi Fan, while he approached Zhao Yunhai to assess his condition, deeply concerned about any potential mishaps. "I am fine, but he seems to be in trouble," Zhao Yunhai replied, just as the Huayang needle descended onto Yi Fan's dantian. Yi Fan had no means of evading it. He could only watch helplessly as the needle pierced his dantian, his face paling. The internal energy, already concentrated in his dantian, began to dissipate through the newly formed vulnerabilities, like smoke evaporating into the air. With a pained roar, Yi Fan's face flushed crimson as his internal energy hissed outwards like steam. He never anticipated that the Huayang needle would one day be used against him. The agony of his dissipating internal energy was unimaginable. What troubled him further was the question of why his opponent would employ the Huayang technique. The Huayang needle technique is a unique martial art of his master, and the manner in which the opponent employs it feels eerily familiar, as if he were gazing upon a reflection of himself. Meanwhile, Li Tianhua, the sole observer, cowers in a corner, wishing to embed himself within the wall to avoid any unintended harm. Although he is aware of the existence of martial artists in the world, he is taken aback to discover that Zhao Xiao is also one. He knows all too well the arduous path of a warrior, and he wonders how Zhao Xiao endures. Shouldn't individuals like them, the affluent second generation, be indulging in pleasure and leisure? As for martial artists, they could simply hire several formidable ones for protection, given their wealth. As per the old customs, one must leave no trace. Zhao Yunhai clapped his hands and issued a command to Ada, who immediately grasped his intent. The so-called old customs entail sending unwanted individuals to a place where no one can find them. Yi Fan, utterly exhausted and in pain, feels drained of strength. However, he does not fret over becoming a mere shell of a man, for the Huayang needle can restore his dantian, allowing his internal energy to coalesce once more. Yet, the realization that his opponent harbors murderous intentions sends a chill through him, and he silently marks Zhao Yunhai for death in his heart. Once he regains his power, he is determined to eliminate Zhao Yunhai covertly, ensuring that no harm befalls those dear to him. "Do you intend to kill me?" Yi Fan slowly raises his head, a hint of resoluteness gracing his pale visage, as if unperturbed by the specter of death. Chapter 6. Killing you is not difficult. I prefer to root out the problem. Zhao Yunhai, with his back turned to Yi Fan, toys with the jade Buddha on the table. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, he cannot help but chuckle. Is it really difficult to kill you? Individuals like you do not regard human life with any seriousness. As Yi Fan lowers his gaze, a sardonic grin spreads across his lips, echoing with derision. No, no, no. Human life is paramount, and the law must be strictly upheld. Zhao Yunhai, upon hearing this, smiles mockingly, turning to face Yi Fan, who lies vulnerable before him, shaking his finger in a taunting manner. But you and I have never regarded you as a person. Zhao Yunhai harbors no shred of compassion for Yi Fan. After all, he is the villain of this narrative, with a grand family and enterprise. And the protagonist is bound to oppose him in some manner. Li Tianhua, trembling in silence, realizes that a life might be lost here and resolves to remain tight-lipped, lest he be silenced by Zhao Xiao. He listens as Zhao Xiao speaks without a care for his presence, and it feels as though a door to a new world has swung open. Li Tianhua, a mirabastrel, had never caused a life to be lost in his past misdeeds, relying instead on power or wealth to resolve conflicts. After all, in the expansive entertainment industry of Jiuzhou, he is akin to a young prince, capable of resolving issues with money. Yet, he now feels like a docile lamb compared to Zhao Xiao. A premonition stirs within him. This is an opportunity he must seize. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Xiong is roused from his slumber by San, awakening in a daze. His first sight is of his daughter lying on the ground, her fate uncertain. "What have you done to my daughter?" Zhou Xiong's heart raced with fear as he witnessed the scene before him. His eyes reddened with anguish, his voice trembling with a cry of despair. Sen seized him by the collar, his gaze fierce as he threatened, "Silence. She has merely fainted. Comply with my instructions, or you shall bear the consequences." "Sen, do not frighten Chairman Zhou," Zhao Yunhai interjected, his presence rendering Sen's menacing demeanor ineffective. "We are civilized individuals. Must we not display a modicum of politeness?" "Yes." Young Master Yun. Sen's ferocity dissipated instantly upon being addressed by Zhao Yunhai. He then retrieved a phone from Zhou Xiong and, with a softened tone, instructed, "Have the employees of Zhou Corporation leave early today." "Oh, of course," Zhou Xiong stammered, too intimidated to refuse. The earlier ferocity in Sen's eyes had shattered his resolve, and now, this calm demeanor was even more unnerving. "Young Master Zhao, I have arranged an evening banquet." Li Tianhua cautiously approached Zhao Yunhai, speaking in hushed tones. "I have several acquaintances eager to meet you. May I invite them?" As he spoke, he attentively observed Zhao Yunhai's expressions, for despite being a second-generation rich kid, he had encountered a myriad of individuals, making the art of reading people second nature to him. "Make the arrangements. We shall take our leave," Zhao Yunhai replied without objection, considering that he would likely remain in the ancient city for some time. The local underworld figures were at his disposal, providing him with advantages rather than detriments, and the likelihood of encountering the protagonist increased significantly. The broader the net, the greater the catch. With this thought, Zhao Yunhai languidly stretched. Were it not for the necessity of activating his extraordinary abilities, he would not have graced this place with his presence. A true antagonist must embody the essence of one. Aside from the moments of directly confronting the protagonist, his mere utterance would compel countless individuals to serve him. Upon receiving Zhao Yunhai's consent, Li Tianhua's face lit up with joy, and he quickly acknowledged the directive. He then followed Zhao Yunhai, eagerly messaging his friends with the good news. Zhao Yunhai bore no disdain for Li Tianhua, recognizing him as someone who stood at the pinnacle of his privileged class. After Zhao Yunhai departed from Zhou Corporation, a group of unremarkable individuals entered without hindrance, as security measures were rendered meaningless for them. The surveillance systems of Zhou Corporation had failed just before these individuals appeared on the monitors. They were summoned by Ada to deal with Yifan and were part of the sanitary crew nurtured by the Zhao family, specifically tasked with cleanliness. Meanwhile, Asan stood guard over Yifan, who remained eerily calm, as if it were not his life that hung in the balance. This caught Asan's attention. In truth, had Zhao Yunhai intended to deal with Yifan, he would have done so himself rather than delegate the task, allowing Yifan an opportunity to escape. If Yifan's associates were not dealt with, his demise would only lead to their concealment, causing future disturbances that would be troublesome to manage. In undertaking tasks, one must eradicate the root of the problem. Zhao Yunhai has always been meticulous in ensuring that no potential hazards remain. This principle is enshrined in the Zhao clan's ancestral code, which has been unwaveringly observed by the Zhao lineage for millennia. Presently, Yifan serves as bait, cast out by Zhao Yunhai, awaiting the moment when the true fish will take the hook. This is Zhao Yunhai's inaugural encounter with a protagonist, and lacking experience, he aims to approach the situation with a degree of prudence. It is imperative to leave no traces behind. After the individuals tasked with handling the aftermath arrived, Asan offered a brief directive before departing the scene. Upon seeing these individuals, Yi Fan's immediate reaction was to question Zhao Yunhai's identity. Zhao Yun, the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces, has only risen to prominence in the last 2 decades. Yet the people before him are all peak-level martial artists of the Mingjing stage. While it is true that the wealthy can afford to employ martial artists, these individuals seem to have been nurtured from a young age, rather than recruited on a whim. Yi Fan is no fool. He recognizes that astonishing secrets lie in wait for him to uncover. Zhao Yunhai returned to the luxurious MOU hotel. Relaxing on the couch, he signaled for Ada to connect the video feed to the room's television, uncorking an exquisite bottle of red wine to pour himself a glass. The screen revealed a bound Yi Fan being taken to a secluded lakeside. As he was unceremoniously tossed into the water, a sense of urgency washed over him. The lake's water rushed into his ears and nose as he sank swiftly, weighed down by stones. Unbeknownst to Yi Fan, a tracking signal was embedded on him, allowing his location to be monitored continuously. The group did not vacate the scene immediately. Instead, they dispersed and concealed themselves to prevent any rescue attempts. Young Master, we have set up wireless surveillance in advance. As soon as Yi Fan makes any movement, we will receive immediate updates on his location, Ada stated. Standing beside Zhao Yunhai, Zhao Yunhai responded with a casual acknowledgement, comfortably reclining on the sofa, sipping his red wine, his gaze fixed on the surveillance footage of the lake's surface. He was confident that Yi Fan, blessed with the protagonist's aura, would evade certain death. He even pondered whether anyone would come to rescue him. After all, being the protagonist, anything is possible, especially since the Huayang needle technique could reverse the depletion of his martial prowess within a day, a fact Zhao Yunhai was well aware of. However, as 10 minutes elapsed, even a martial artist of the Mingjing stage could not hold their breath at the lake's bottom for so long. 10 minutes had passed. It seemed likely that Yi Fan had perished. Observing the unchanging signal on the monitor, Ada concluded that the opponent had indeed succumbed. Yet, Zhao Yunhai knew the protagonist's aura was extraordinary. Just as he spoke, he noticed the red signal at the lake's bottom suddenly begin to move rapidly. Astonishingly, there was an exit allowing the individual to escape from the depths. Watching the signal flicker and shift, a cold smile crept across Zhao Yunhai's lips. The extent of the protagonist's aura was indeed remarkable, leading Zhao Yunhai to a newfound understanding. Chapter 7. Proceeding according to plan, it is evident that the protagonist's halo is rather unkind to the antagonists. Following the predetermined course of action, Zhao Yunhai snapped his fingers. However, everything unfolded precisely as Zhao Yunhai had anticipated. From the moment Yi Fan was cast into the lake, his fate had already been sealed in Zhao Yunhai's hands. Ada promptly acknowledged the command and picked up his phone to make a call. Once connected, Ada swiftly directed, proceed according to the original plan, and ensure there are no mistakes. The person on the other end immediately complied, intending to personally execute the forthcoming strategy. After all, this was a matter concerning young Master Yun, and those in sanitation needed to cultivate good relations with the higher-ups. Gaining young Master Yun's favor could potentially elevate one's position to work closely by his side, a veritable leap to success. Nevertheless, one curious thought lingered in his mind. How could someone escape while bound with stones, even managing to untie themselves? It was truly bewildering. Having been in this profession for so long, he had never encountered such an extraordinary occurrence. He retrieved a locator from his clothing, and indeed, the red was constantly shifting, desperately attempting to erase its tracks. Brothers, it's time to get to work, Si Jinyin called out to his comrades surrounding him. Meanwhile, the fleeing Yi Fan chose not to head towards the Zhou group. Aware that Zhou Xiong and Zhou Wanting were safe for the moment, as they had remained at the Zhou group when he was taken away, Yi Fan returned to his residence and retrieved a backup phone, intending to contact his master, who might possess some insights. Suddenly, a series of muffled gunshots rang out. The source of the firepower situated outside the door, with the entrance riddled with bullet holes in an instant. The sound came from a silenced-type 9.52 submachine gun, which had minimized the decibel level of the gunfire to its lowest. Yi Fan quickly crouched low and dashed towards the bedroom. The window there opened directly onto the street. allowing for a potential leap from the third floor, as the assailants would undoubtedly hesitate to act. Bullets ravaged the sparse furniture, leaving behind a trail of scars. The door was forcefully pushed open by the intruders, their faces obscured by skull masks, each wielding a silent submachine gun. Si Jinyin gestured for those behind him to advance. One who could survive such an encounter ought to exercise caution. If one's life was lost, how could they serve young Master Yin? Over a dozen individuals entered the room in an orderly fashion, bullets nearly saturating the bedroom door, which had become a mere wreck. The residents of the building had already been evacuated by Si Jinyin's men. The cacophony of honking cars outside masked the sound of gunfire. Yi Fan, his expression grim, pressed himself against the wall and retrieved a short dagger from beside his pillow. Should they step into the bedroom, he would unleash a massacre today. Observing that the window had been fortified with iron sheets, it became clear that the assailants had made ample preparations against him, rendering any attempts to break through futile. Seeing that there was no movement within, Si Jinyin signaled his subordinates to cease fire. Meanwhile, one of his men, positioned nearby, steadily held a camera, broadcasting the entire scene live. Zhao Yunhai observed the scene from a distance within the Fish Hotel. Si Jinyin was well aware that young Master Yin was watching, prompting him to showcase his capabilities as much as possible. "Come out, boy, you cannot escape now." Leaning against the wall in the same position as Yi Fan, they were merely separated by a thin partition. "Huh, you are nothing but dogs raised by Zhao Yunhai. Do you think you are worthy of conversing with me? If Zhao Yunhai has the ability, he should not hide in the shadows. Let him come out and speak to me face to face." Yi Fan had already raised his weapon, poised to strike at the first opportunity. Upon hearing this, Si Jinyin let out a sinister laugh, the gun's chamber clicking ominously as his eyes fixated on the door that could be easily pushed open. "Are you even worthy?" he scoffed, tossing a flashbang into the doorway. Despite the laughter that masked the sound, Yi Fan discerned the faint noise of a pin being pulled. His expression shifted dramatically. Assuming the adversary was deranged enough to throw a grenade, he rolled beneath the bed. Bang! In an instant, the flashbang detonated within a room, enveloping everything in a blinding light, accompanied by the deafening noise that followed. At that moment, one of Si Jinyin's subordinates forcefully kicked open the door. Si Jinyin did not rush in immediately. Instead, he hurled another flashbang into the room. With flash goggles donned, his gaze turned steely as he charged inside, his subordinates fanning out in all directions. The room appeared empty, the only places to hide being the wardrobe and beneath the bed. "Playing hide and seek with me, are we?" Si Jinyin signaled for his subordinates to check the wardrobe while he halted half a meter from the bed. Beneath the bed, Yi Fan noticed the feet had stopped and instinctively held his breath, gathering strength to launch a surprise attack. Without uttering a word, Si Jinyin drew another flashbang, mentally counting down, and in the final second, threw it under the bed. Instant flash. Yi Fan had no time to react to the blinding light, his senses overwhelmed by the piercing sound. Realizing that if he did not escape now, he might never get the chance, he surged upward in a fit of rage, propelling the bed forward. However, Si Jinyin's subordinates were no slouches. 4 of them swiftly blocked his path, thwarting Yi Fan's attempt to charge through with the bed. Tot. Si Jinyin unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the bed without hesitation, blood splattering against the wooden frame. Yi Fan collapsed into a pool of blood, the bed unceremoniously kicked aside by Si Jinyin. Placing his finger on Yi Fan's pulsating wrist, Si Jinyin pulled the trigger twice directly into the opponent's heart. Beep, beep, beep. Si Jinyin pressed a button on his earpiece and calmly stated, "Report. Situation has changed. Withdraw immediately." An urgent voice crackled through the earpiece. "Captain, young Master Yin has ordered us to retreat, leaving the bodies behind. He also mentioned you performed admirably this time." One of the communication officers reported promptly. A smile crept onto Si Jinyin's lips beneath his mask. He undertook this task precisely to earn a word of praise from young Master Yin. Next time young Master Yin needed assistance, he would surely think of him first. "Let us depart." Si Jinyin did not forget the locator on Yi Fan, and after removing it, he prepared to leave the crime scene with his subordinates. At that moment, the sound of alarms blared from the street outside, and hurried footsteps ascended the staircase. The chaotic sounds indicated a considerable number of individuals approaching. Remaining composed under pressure, Si Jinyan immediately pointed to two of his subordinates. "You two, disarm and hold them off. We will escape from the rooftop." "Understood," the two subordinates replied promptly, shedding their gear. They disguised themselves as ordinary civilians and descended the stairs to delay the approaching individuals, while Si Jinyan and the rest rushed to the top floor. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunhai, situated far away at the MY Hotel, observed the scene with a cigar clenched between his teeth. "What is that person's name?" Zhao Yunhai inquired abruptly. Ada, understanding Yun Xiao's interest, quickly introduced, "Yun Xiao. This man is named Si Jinyan. Si Jinyan, inform the family that he will be under my wing from now on." Zhao Yunhai declared casually, decisively determining Si Jinyan's fate. "Understood." Ada immediately picked up his phone to make arrangements. Yi Fan, having survived, lay in the intensive care unit. His bodily functions were recovering at an astonishing rate, and he regained consciousness within just an hour. In a final act of feigned death, his heart, unusually positioned on the right, remained intact. Approximately 10 bullets had been extracted from his body. "Are you able to answer my questions now?" A poised female officer, holding a voice recorder and notebook, regarded him with a stern expression. "Go ahead," Yi Fan replied, glancing at the phone beside his pillow, relieved that it remained there for him to contact his master. The female officer proceeded to ask a series of detailed questions, with the final inquiry requiring Yi Fan to identify the individuals who had obstructed their path in the hallway. Due to the absence of surveillance cameras in that building, they could only rely on Yi Fan, the victim, for identification. "Be honest." Two men, handcuffed with their hands behind their backs, were brought in by several officers. Yi Fan did not recognize either of them, but their expressions revealed their involvement in the assassination attempt against him. Regrettably, he lacked concrete evidence, and simply shook his head, stating they were wearing masks. "I couldn't see their faces." "Very well. Focus on your recovery." Officer Huang Qianjia could only momentarily concede, advising him before departing the ward. Although there was no evidence, the actions of the two men already raised significant suspicions. This was a major case, and the higher-ups were taking it very seriously. Huang Qianjia was eager to uncover results swiftly and demonstrate her competence, proving she was not merely a decorative figure. Yi Fan sensed the weakness coursing through his body and sighed inwardly. Zhao Yunhai was indeed ruthless, resorting to firearms to eliminate him. He had been careless. Subsequently, Yi Fan reached out to his master. The Huayang acupuncture technique, a unique skill of his master, should theoretically be impossible to be learned by others. Only he and his master possessed this art. After a prolonged conversation, Yi Fan ended the call, having gleaned some information about the Zhao family. Even his master had only scratched the surface of the Zhao family secrets. No wonder Yi Fan sensed something amiss. It turned out that Zhao Yunhai was backed by the Zhao family. Yi Fan had heard his master mention the Zhao family before. It was indeed their actions that compelled his master to retreat into the mountains. Had it not been for the intervention of someone who risked their life for his master, and the Zhao family owing that person a favor, his master would likely have been slain by them long ago. However, over the years, his master had refrained from venturing out, knowing that the Zhao family would undoubtedly strike with lethal intent should he do so. The Zhao family, with a legacy spanning a millennium, possessed an unfathomable depth. Their presence could be traced back to the Shang dynasty, and it was said that the royal lineage of the Qin dynasty was a branch of the Zhao family. The sheer terror evoked by the Zhao family cast a shadow over Yi Fan's heart. Merely contemplating even the tip of the iceberg that was the Zhao family sent shivers down his spine. Nonetheless, this revelation did not deter Yi Fan from his intention to eliminate Zhao Yunhai. Rather, it strengthened his resolve. Given Zhao Yunhai's ruthless actions against him, he could not have remained oblivious to the fact that Yi Fan was still alive. The next assault from Zhao Yunhai would undoubtedly be more ferocious, and Yi Fan could no longer afford to remain passive. He must take the initiative. "Yi Fan, something has happened." A female voice, tinged with tears, reached him over the phone. "Speak slowly, don't rush. What has transpired?" Yi Fan recognized the identity of the caller and quickly sought to stabilize her emotions. As if his presence alone could quell her distress, the woman on the other end gradually calmed down, relaying the situation bit by bit. I understand. Leave this matter to me, Yi Fan said, taking a deep breath before hanging up. Meanwhile, two lawyers arrived on Huang Qianjia's side, identifying themselves and stating their purpose of securing the release of two individuals. In the absence of concrete evidence, Huang Qianjia found herself at a disadvantage. The two lawyers, sharp-tongued and adept at wielding the law, ultimately succeeded in securing their release. Huang Qianjia wore a face of discontent, and the consolation from her colleagues did little to alleviate her inner turmoil. She still had a potential breakthrough, and that was Yi Fan. He must know something. Having evaded the watchful eyes outside, Yi Fan left the hospital and made a mysterious phone call. It was time to utilize the connections his master had left him. In the ancient city, there existed a private dining establishment that was nearly impossible for the average person to book. Only those of exceptional status could secure a reservation. As the scion of the ancient city's entertainment circle, Li Tianhua wielded considerable influence, having monopolized this private dining venue, effectively postponing all other reservations. "Young Master Zhao, please." The gathered guests eagerly awaited the arrival of Zhao Yunhai. After welcoming Zhao Yunhai inside, Li Tianhua maintained a beaming smile, personally opening the door and inviting him in. Zhao Yunhai regarded Li Tianhua favorably, giving a slight nod. After all, this fellow was the first person he encountered upon arriving in this world, marking a distinction from his previous social circle. Inside, the crowd consisted primarily of the affluent second generation of the ancient city, all part of Li Tianhua's inner circle. Naturally, he would not freely offer the opportunity to shine in front of Zhao Yunhai to those outside his circle. As soon as Zhao Yunhai arrived, everyone promptly rose to greet him, their female companions visibly anxious as they stood. These companions are predominantly well-known figures from television, yet in the face of wealth, they are reduced to smiles and subservience. Zhao Yunhai, perhaps due to his role as the antagonist, revels in such lively scenes. The hint of rebelliousness that occasionally graces his countenance captivates even numerous starlets, who find themselves stealing glances at this dashing young man. "Please, everyone, take a seat." Zhao Yunhai gestures, urging the crowd to settle. He casually lifts his wine glass, and Li Tianhua promptly refills it as Zhao begins to speak. "Your warm welcome has truly conveyed the hospitality of the ancient city." With these words, he instantly bridges the gap among the guests, who raise their glasses in laughter, finding Zhao to be quite the humorist. "Wait outside, you two. I will accompany young Master Yun inside." Ada instructs a heir and Asan before closing the door behind him. Upon entering, the atmosphere is already ablaze with excitement. The young elites, full of vigor, engage in conversations laced with innuendos. Notably, Zhao Yunhai is the only one lacking a female companion, leaving one to wonder if Li Tianhua had intentionally overlooked this detail. At this moment, Li Tianhua leans in conspiratorially. "Young Master Zhao, I have prepared the finest gift for your enjoyment." "What gift?" Zhao Yunhai inquires, taking a sip of his drink, curiosity flickering in his narrowed eyes. "I assure you, it will delight you," Li Tianhua promises, thumping his chest for emphasis. He retrieves his phone and makes a brief call, and moments later, the door to the private room swings open, revealing a reluctant woman clad in dark sunglasses. Being ushered in, even with her shades, her tall stature and familiar features are unmistakable. After all, who in the entertainment industry does not recognize her? Isn't this the little songstress, Su Xiaoro? Don't think we 1T recognize you just because you're wearing sunglasses, the crowd jeers, their mocking tones igniting Su Xiaoro's anger. She swiftly removes her sunglasses, revealing a face that stirs fervor among the men present, while the women seethe with jealousy, wishing to tear her apart. Su Xiaoro has been coerced by her agency to attend. Failure to comply would result in her being blacklisted in the industry. As she arrives, she repeatedly reassures herself that it is merely a simple dinner. Upon seeing Su Xiaoro's full visage, Zhao Yunhai's expression shifts to one of astonishment. With Zhao's approval, Li Tianhua feels relieved. Originally, Su Xiaoro was meant for his enjoyment, but now she must yield to Zhao. She appears somewhat reluctant. Could it be that she is being forced into an undesirable situation? Zhao Yunhai lounges casually, inviting her to sit beside him, Yet her averted gaze and slight nod evoke a sense of amusement in him. Having arrived, she continues to deceive herself, caught between wanting to indulge and maintaining a fade of propriety. Suddenly, the sound of a text notification pierces the air. Zhao Yunhai picks up his phone, and upon reading a message from Si Jinyin, his eyes narrow, glinting with a cold intensity. Chapter 8. Not every leading lady deserves my attention. From the moment Zhao Yunhai laid eyes on her, he recognized that this woman was undoubtedly one of the leading ladies. After all, her beauty was a rare gem in this world, with allure hidden within the contours of her face and tenderness seemingly etched into her very being. Her innocent gaze stirred an undeniable desire, not feigned but innate. It was inconceivable that she was not a leading lady. Yet, he remained uncertain whether her leading man was still Yi Fan. However, upon glancing at Yi Fan's location on his phone, he discerned that the protagonist of this narrative was indeed Yi Fan once more. Nonetheless, this mattered little. No one could thwart his pursuit of the woman he desired. The daughter of a wealthy family, a celebrated songstress, there would always be women surrounding the protagonist. Allow Yi Fan to enter. Execute the next plan. After sending the message, Zhao Yunhai placed his phone on the table, relishing the sensation of having everything firmly within his grasp. Yi Fan was merely a plaything in his eyes. Meanwhile, Li Tianhua wore a rather grim expression as he observed the situation. If young Master Yun was dissatisfied, he would find himself in a precarious predicament. His gaze seemed to question the man before him, demanding to know how he could fail at such a minor task. Li Tianhua's subordinate stood at a loss. This was beyond his control. The proud and stubborn Su Xiaoro had already reached her limit by being coerced to this place. Should he resort to overly extreme measures, the repercussions could be disastrous if the situation were to come to light. Su Xiaoro harbored no fondness for the exceptionally handsome man before her. His predatory gaze and lewd remarks filled her with revulsion. These signs of wealth indulged in a life of excess, never matching the sincerity and honesty that Yi Fan provided, which instilled her with a sense of security. Slap! Su Xiaoro, in disbelief, covered her face, her eyes clouded with shock, unable to comprehend that he would resort to violence. You actually hit me? Su Xiaoro's eyes brimmed with tears, her sense of injustice palpable. Zhao Yunhai casually wiped his right hand with a tissue and remarked nonchalantly, I dislike your gaze. It is exceedingly impolite. He never coddled women. Those deserving of reprimand were subject to his judgment, regardless of their identity or status. Being struck by young Master Zhao is a stroke of luck. Truly, one who finds themselves in fortune yet remains oblivious to it. Li Tianhua observed the unfolding drama, while his female companion, who harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards Su Xiaoro, couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Oh, Su Xiaoro, how utterly aggrieved you must be, she taunted, as tears involuntarily streamed down Su Xiaoro's cheeks. Cognizant of the need to tread lightly, this female companion wisely refrained from overstepping, yet couldn't suppress a smirk at Su Xiaoro's plight. Well said, Zhao Yunhai applauded. You shall be the leading lady in the next film. Li, ensure everything is arranged perfectly. Absolutely, I will take care of it, Li Tianhua promptly replied, raising his glass. Do not forget to express your gratitude to young Master Zhao. The sudden turn of events brought a delightful surprise. The female companion giggled, her excitement palpable as she stood, exclaiming, I thank you for your grace, young Master Zhao. Her voice was enchanting, her beguiling gaze seemingly beckoning Zhao Yunhai, urging him to partake in her allure. Zhao Yunhai smiled subtly, raising his glass in response, choosing to overlook her insinuations as they did not align with his tastes. The remaining women present gazed enviously at the companion. Had they anticipated such a fortunate occurrence, they would have eagerly vied for attention. However, those in their company were also affluent, equally deserving of their devotion. The room was filled with charming women, a vibrant spring ambience that stirred sympathy, a gathering of unscrupulous individuals. Su Xiaoro, unaccustomed to such scenes, found these women utterly shameless and the men disgustingly vile. As a rising star in the entertainment industry, she boasted millions of devoted fans, with her followers exceeding 100 million. Should these individuals dare to impose upon her, She would undoubtedly expose their sordid dealings, revealing the dark underbelly of the entertainment world and making their admirers aware of the debauchery of the goddesses they idolized. Come here. Zhao Yunhai, having indulged in considerable drink, emanated a slight scent of alcohol. Su Xiaoro, feeling a surge of fear, instinctively stepped back, unaware that Li Tianhua's subordinate had given her a push. Like a fateful embrace, she stumbled into Zhao Yunhai's arms. Li Tianhua, maintaining his composure, cast an approving glance at his subordinate, signaling them to wait outside. Eager to offer yourself to me? Zhao Yunhai spread his arms, a wicked grin on his face as he gazed at Su Xiaoro, who had fallen into his embrace. Su Xiaoro's face flushed with indignation, just as she attempted to rise. Zhao Yunhai forcefully pulled her back into his hold, eliciting a gasp from her. You. Furious, she tried to lift her head, only to be firmly pressed against his shoulder. A slight sting in her nose. If you move again, I cannot guarantee what I might do next. Zhao Yunhai leaned closer, teasingly whispering in her ear. Instantly, Su Xiaoro became compliant, her body tense and immovable. I beg you, let me go. I promise not to speak of this. Little did she know, her pleas only ignited a flicker of excitement in Zhao Yunhai, his voice deep and resonant. Do you truly believe anyone would believe you if you spoke out? Or is it your phone recording that gives you confidence? He swiftly extracted her phone, noting it was unlocked, a careless habit. Seeing her phone taken, Su Xiaoro's expression changed, all her courage dissipating. She had been secretly recording, believing it to be her evidence. Although lacking legal weight, she thought that exposure would ruin them. Just then, Yifan called her phone. It seems someone is concerned for your safety. Zhao Yunhai chuckled, realizing that the protagonist would invariably appear when the heroine was in peril. Promptly answering the call. As for the recording on the phone, it was in his possession. Even if there was evidence, he was unconcerned about its exposure. Xiaoro, are you all right? Are you safe? Yifan's anxious voice resonated from the other end. Zhao Yunhai glanced at Su Xiaoro in his arms, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. She should be fine. Just as Su Xiaoro prepared to speak and clarify, Zhao Yunhai's dangerously intense gaze silenced her, compelling her to swallow her words. I warned you. Zhao Yunhai, if anything happens to Xiaoro, I will surely kill you. I mean what I say. Upon hearing that Zhao Yunhai was on the line, Yifan's heart twisted with anxiety. He could scarcely bear to contemplate Xiaoro's current predicament. Oh, kill me, you say? I hope you can follow through on that. Zhao Yunhai retorted, refusing to end the call as he seized Su Xiaoro's hair, eliciting pained cries from her. Yet, there was not a shred of compassion in his gaze. A man ought to prioritize significant matters, and sentimental attachments are to be discarded. What are you doing? Let her go. Yifan shouted futilely from the other end of the line. His only recourse was to hasten to her side, for there was nothing else he could do. I find it curious why I should heed your words. Zhao Yunhai smirked, tossing the phone onto the table and directing his gaze towards her. In the next instant, Yifan heard a heart-wrenching declaration from the other end. I will kill you. Yifan's anguished roar pierced through the phone. No. The line went dead. Oh dear. Has he misunderstood us? Zhao Yunhai chuckled maliciously, wiping the blood that had just trickled from his lips. I'll bite you. Su Xiaoro, having never endured such crude treatment, sank her teeth into his shoulder. A little kitten with claws, Zhao Yunhai teased the onlookers. I like your spirit. Congratulations, young Master Zhao, on acquiring such a beauty. Li Tianhua whistled, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Haha, as expected of young Master Zhao, winning the heart of a little singer so swiftly, remarked a rotund young man, clapping his hands with approval, his chubby fingers draped around a woman a decade his senior. Zhao Yunhai's gaze faltered, finding the taste rather peculiar, reminiscent of a treacherous rogue. The expressions of the female celebrities were rife with concealed schadenfreude, eager to see her humiliation. Aren't you the self-righteous one? Don't you look down on us? Soon, you will find yourself just like us, and they will surely humiliate you before her. Zhao Yunhai had no intention of indulging such a woman. Su Xiaoro's bite felt merely like a gentle tickle to him. With a swift motion, he seized her arm, her porcelain skin practically begging to be bitten. The delicate, well-maintained figure, with a waist so slender it was a struggle to relinquish. The onlookers, recognizing the unspoken understanding, averted their gazes, each engaged with their own companions, all men, devoid of any embarrassment. For them, these women were mere diversions. Who would dare develop feelings, lest they face their father's wrath at home? Observing Yinsha being bitten by a woman, Ada hesitated to speak, especially since Yinsha showed no signs of intervening, causing him some distress. Release her. Zhao Yunhai's voice carried a chilling command, prompting Su Xiaoro to comply immediately. Expecting him to save you? If he comes, it will be his demise. Here, take this knife. Find an opportunity to kill Yi Fan. Zhao Yunhai gestured for Ada to hand a knife to Su Xiaoro, who, upon receiving it, was momentarily at a loss for how to hold it. No, I cannot kill. Su Xiaoro was terrified, her complexion pale and her eyes filled with panic. The knife in her hand felt scalding. If you do not act, not only will your career be irretrievably lost, but your parents, along with your friends and relatives, will also face dire consequences. Do you wish for all that has yet to happen to transform into a grim reality because of you? You should be able to discern that I am capable of executing my threats. The men surrounding her were all scions of wealthy families, and the man issuing the threats was even more formidable than they. He would undoubtedly follow through on his words. A tremor coursed through Su Xiaoro's heart, her pitiful and helpless gaze evoking sympathy from those present, excluding Zhao Yunhai. She suddenly realized that the singer title she once took pride in held no weight. No matter how many fans she had, in the presence of these individuals, she remained a mere insignificant figure. Zhao Yunhai chuckled, feeling increasingly like a quintessential villain. Or perhaps it was his true nature to embody such a role. This type of woman was easily manipulated. A woman who held herself in high regard, yet could not find her place, must be brought down from her pedestal through such forceful means. Su Xiaoro was engulfed in despair, an overwhelming suffocation of hopelessness causing a single tear to slide down her cheek. Gently, she pressed her finger against the tear that had fallen, and Zhao Yunhai, observing the droplet on her fingertip, smeared it onto her forehead. They say tears are salty, yet I shall never taste my own, he mused, his gaze fixed upon her like a predator, cold and calculating, watching a helpless lamb. Su Xiaoro, frightened, dared not meet his eyes, biting her lip and gripping the dagger tightly. The image of Yi Fan flashed in her mind. If he were here, he would surely protect her. He must be on his way now. If she could just hold on until Yi Fan arrived, she would be safe. These men were no match for him. Zhao Yunhai, noticing the sudden relaxation in her expression, understood her thoughts. Waiting for Yi Fan would only seal Yi Fan's fate. The support behind Yi Fan was his master, and now it seemed that his master's time was drawing near as well. Once the opponent emerged from shadows, the Zhao family would not be in violation of their previous promises. The Zhao family had survived to this day, not only by eliminating threats, but also by upholding their commitments, never breaching a promise. In this world, there was certainly more than one female protagonist, and the same went for the leading characters. He possessed a unique advantage that amplified his encounters with protagonists, and he was prepared for a world teeming with them. There were some female leads he did not favor. For instance, he found Zhou wanting unappealing and would not even consider her. However, Su Xiaoro fit his aesthetic perfectly. The female leads captivated Zhao Yunhai far more than ordinary beautiful women, as they exuded an invisible aura. Do you truly believe that once he comes to rescue you, your parents and friends will remain unscathed? Zhao Yunhai's words struck Su Xiaoro like a bolt from the blue, causing her last flicker of hope to vanish in an instant. Resigned, she closed her eyes, tears flowing uncontrollably. Yifan, sorry. I too find myself reluctant, compelled by circumstances beyond my control. Please do not cast blame upon me. Outside, the cacophony of a violent altercation erupted, and with a resounding crash, the door to the private room was forcefully flung open. Yi Fan stormed in, his visage aflame with fury, only to behold Su Xiaoro, her face awash with tears. The echoes of the earlier phone conversation reverberated in his mind, darkening his gaze. His fists clenched with an ominous crack, teetering on the brink of eruption. Ah Air and Ah San, who had feigned obstruction moments before, now stood obediently beside Zhao Yunhai. Release her. Yi Fan's expression was as frigid as ice, his gaze a mere harbinger of death. With a swift motion, he drew a dagger from his waist, its delicate, curved blade glinting ominously in the light, casting a reflection upon Zhao Yunhai's face. Ado was about to intervene when Zhao Yunhai halted him, dismissing Yi Fan as merely a triviality. It was precisely the opportune moment to flaunt his newfound power. He had yet to fully indulge in its thrill. You think you can simply demand her release? Who do you think you are? Li Tianhua sneered, recognizing him. A mere bodyguard, neglecting your duty to protect your employer while gallivanting about. What a disgrace to your profession. The remaining attendees, upon witnessing the blade, hastily rose and sought refuge behind Li Tianhua, apprehensive of the knife in hand, yet feeling secure in their trust of him. As none of the bodyguards were armed, only Li Xiao and Zhao Xiao had such protection. Yi Fan lunged forward. As Yi Fan's dagger surged towards him, Zhao Yunhai shoved Su Xiao aside. In a fluid motion, his fingers akin to a serpent deftly maneuvered past the blade's edge, and in that fleeting instant, he struck the acupoint on Yi Fan's wrist with pinpoint precision. Release. The dagger fell from Yi Fan's grasp. Chapter 9. I want you dead tonight. Not even Jesus can save you. Yi Fan was taken aback by how effortlessly his assault had been neutralized. Yet, as the dagger plummeted, he astutely employed it with his foot, launching it upward. The dagger soared like a razor-sharp arrow, forcibly separating the two. In the blink of an eye, the dagger descended from above. Zhao Yunhai smirked derisively at Yi Fan, his reflexes vastly superior. With agile grace, he leapt into the air. Though Yi Fan attempted to replicate the motion, he was a fraction too late, testament to the overwhelming prowess bestowed by his recent amplification. A single misstep had placed him perpetually behind. To Zhao Yunhai, Yi Fan's movements appeared sluggish. The dagger was effortlessly kicked away, altering its trajectory to lunge directly at Yi Fan. At that moment, evasion was an impossibility, for he had no leverage to exploit midair. With a resolute determination, Yi Fan bit down hard, knowing hesitation was a luxury he could not afford. Zhao Yunhai watched as Yi Fan thrust his palm forward, the dagger showing no mercy as it pierced through his hand. Blood instantly stained his palm, dripping down in crimson droplets. Had Yi Fan refrained from using his hand as a shield, the blade would have struck his body, a decisive sacrifice to protect himself. Zhao Yunhai would not afford the protagonist any opportunity for theatrics. As Yi Fan landed, Zhao Yunhai, bending slightly, pounced like a fierce tiger, closing in. With a duality of offense and defense, the attacking maneuvers employed by Zhao Yunhai struck a profoundly familiar chord within Yi Fan. Internally, Yi Fan sated, finding the very essence of Zhao Yunhai's technique utterly repulsive. Is it not evident that my own martial arts style resonates deeply with you? Zhao Yunhai relentlessly pressed forward, driving Yi Fan into a corner, leaving him with no avenue for retreat. You have audaciously pilfered my techniques. How despicably cunning of you. Finally, the realization dawned upon Yi Fan. It was indeed his own martial arts being mirrored before him. Yet, the means by which his style had been appropriated remained an enigma. This time next year will be your day of reckoning, Zhao Yunhai remarked with a chilling smirk, having thoroughly enjoyed the confrontation. His fighting style morphed, becoming even more ferocious. As the wind from his punches whipped through the air, Yi Fan fell silent, feeling the weight of pressure mount as Zhao Yunhai intensified his assault. He found himself in a state of perpetual defense, struggling to withstand the onslaught. It felt as though he were confronting a version of himself, one that possessed far superior prowess. I have you now. Zhao Yunhai suddenly seized Yi Fan's injured hand, a sinister grin illuminating his face as he exerted pressure. The searing pain radiating from his palm elicited a cry of anguish from Yi Fan, startling Su Xiao, who trembled in the corner, prompting her to scream. Silence, Ada admonished in a low voice. Despite the admiration Zhao Yunhai had previously shown towards the woman, he could not allow her to disrupt the battle. Even if it meant facing Zhao Yunhai's wrath later, Ada was willing to accept the consequences. The menacing Ada frightened Su Xiao into covering her mouth, swallowing her fear, which caused her to hiccup incessantly. With a swift motion, Zhao Yunhai twisted Yi Fan's wrist, not merely dislocating it but breaking it outright. Yi Fan's face contorted in agony. Zhao Yunhai's assault was far from over. His strikes were merciless, determined to eliminate his opponent without reservation. This evening, Yi Fan would undoubtedly meet his demise at Zhao Yunhai's hands. No divine intervention could save him. Zhao Yunhai raised his knee and struck Yi Fan in the abdomen, forcing him against the wall. Yi Fan doubled over, nearly regurgitating last year's New Year's feast. "Weren't you so bold when you barged in?" Zhao Yunhai's fist crashed against Yi Fan's temple, producing a jarring sound that reverberated in his mind. "Do you still dare to play the hero?" Zhao Yunhai's eyes narrowed with a glint of malice as he landed another punch, this time breaking Yi Fan's nose. The impact sent him staggering back, his head colliding with the wall, leaving him dazed, his mind buzzing and blood gushing from his nostrils, utterly unable to mount any defense. What a delightful sound! Zhao Yunhai inhaled deeply, relishing the moment as he savored the exquisite cacophony. Would you not agree? He suddenly cast a glance at the onlookers, particularly at Li Tianhua, his gaze imbued with a chilling intensity. Indeed, Zhao Xiao speaks the truth. That sound is truly enchanting, akin to a celestial melody. Li Tianhua, quicker to react than the others, applauded enthusiastically, his eyes shimmering with admiration and respect. In contrast, the performances of the others appeared somewhat contrived in Zhao Yunhai's eyes. Seeming excessively feigned, he discerned only fear and trepidation within their gazes. Gradually, Zhao Yunhai withdrew his smile, his expression turning icy as he regarded Yi Fan. Yi Fan, his mind in a daze, met Zhao Yunhai's gaze with unwavering determination. As long as he drew breath, he vowed to take revenge on Zhao Yunhai in the future. How could the protagonist Yi Fan ever capitulate? He spat the blood from his mouth directly at Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai deftly sidestepped the attack, his gaze growing ever colder. It seemed that the injuries inflicted were not sufficiently grievous. With relentless fury, Zhao Yunhai unleashed a barrage of punches, his fists drenched in Yi Fan's blood, leaving the latter's visage a gruesome mess. The brutal scene rendered the female companions speechless, covering their mouths in shock. Such sights were foreign to them. Meanwhile, the wealthy young scions were nearly paralyzed with anxiety, their hearts racing in their throats. How could Zhao Yunhai be so ferocious? Their usual bravado paled in comparison to his ferocity. Li Tianhua was different. An impulse to take matters into his own hands surged within him. Typically, he would delegate such tasks to his subordinates, but now he felt the palpable brutality firsthand, the perpetrator being none other than Zhao Yunhai. This experience shattered his worldview far more than anything he had witnessed within the confines of the Wu family corporation. Yi Fan's face, marred and bloodied, hung limply as he remained resolute, leaning against the corner and defiantly proclaiming that Zhao Yunhai should kill him if he could. Yi Fan had a backup plan. If he could just bide his time a little longer, salvation would soon arrive. Excellent, Zhao Yunhai chuckled, gripping Yi Fan by the hair and dragging him towards the center table. Go on, keep shouting. Today, I shall play the benevolent host and ensure you are well fed before your journey to the afterlife. He forcefully pinned Yi Fan to the dining table and gestured for Li Tianhua to approach. Zhao Xiao, Li Tianhua rushed over eagerly. Let him perish as a glutton on his way to the underworld. Zhao Yunhai handed Yi Fan over to Li Tianhua, who, stealthily pressing down on Yi Fan's head, couldn't he help but chuckle. Everyone has their first time. The rest are merely repetitions. Shao, adab proashid, oferting wetu vipis. Just then, a loud knock echoed from outside the door. Open up quickly. Upon hearing the knocking, Yi Fan felt a flicker of hope. Though Li Tianhua force-fed him rice and various meats, the spark of life ignited within him. Eat up, become a well-fed ghost on your journey. Li Tianhua, exhilarated by this novel experience, incessantly stuffed food into Yi Fan's mouth. Zhao Yunhai, unfazed, wiped the blood from his hands and signaled to San to open the door. No one could deter his resolve to eliminate Yi Fan tonight. Chapter 10. The Zhao clan is ubiquitous. Zhao, Xinji. Might you grant this old man a modicum of favor and spare young Yi this time? An elderly gentleman, leaning on a cane, stood at the door, flanked by two robust bodyguards clad in black. Old Qin, I never anticipated that your lifeline would be Yi Fan. Zhao Yunhai found himself quite taken aback. Yi Fan's unexpected trump card turned out to be the venerable Elder Qin. The reason Wu Guofeng, Yi Fan's master, had not met his demise all those years ago was due to the intervention of such a significant figure. It was astonishing that Yi Fan had managed to enlist Elder Qin's support, indicating that the relationship between Wu Guofeng and Elder Qin was far more intricate than his family had ever comprehended. Elder Qin, originally known as Qin Shufeng, was a prominent figure who had recently retired from his esteemed position in Yanjing. "Give me a reason," Zhao Yunhai declared as he settled into his chair, crossing his legs with a nonchalant demeanor. Elder Qin, leaning on his cane, cast a worried gaze upon Yi Fan. Upon confirming that Yi Fan was momentarily free from peril, he let out a sigh of relief. Yi Fan was the carefully nurtured disciple of Wu Guofeng, someone whom he believed could one day challenge the formidable Zhao clan. The Zhao family had long been a colossal entity in Jiuzhou, having absorbed the lifeblood of the region for centuries to fortify their own power, a situation that was far from desirable in the eyes of many. "What you desire lies within this platter. What is the life of a young friend Yi in exchange?" Elder Qin remarked, his attachment to the platter evident. Many lives have been sacrificed for the sake of this information, which also contained incriminating evidence against the Zhao clan. While this evidence might not suffice to topple the Zhao dynasty entirely, it could indeed shake its very foundations, ridding the populace of a pestilence. The young man before him was no ordinary Zhao clan member. He was the sole heir to the current patriarch, Zhao Hongwen, and the future head of the Zhao family. Ostensibly, Zhao Yunhai was accompanied by 3 bodyguards, but it was well known that the protection he received was akin to that afforded to Zhao Hongwen himself. Zhao Yunhai casually observed the platter in Elder Qin's hands, suddenly breaking into laughter. "I never imagined you would go to such lengths for someone as insignificant as Yi Fan." He gestured for Li Tianhua to cease his actions, fixing his gaze intently on Qin Shufeng. "But how can I ascertain the authenticity of this? Do you have other backups?" A hint of a smile appeared on Qin Shufeng's aged face. It seemed the deal was progressing. The Zhao clan has never failed to honor its commitments. Conversely, we are not to be trifled with. I am well aware of your clan's methods of retribution, and at my age, I cannot withstand your wrath." Zhao Yunhai snorted derisively. He had heard of this platter before. It was rumored that certain members of the Zhao clan had been careless and had been caught in their misdeeds. To protect those errant relatives, the Zhao clan had adopted a less aggressive stance. In their eyes, Qin Shufeng would not dare to expose this information unless he wished for mutual destruction. Nonetheless, retrieving the platter was preferable. So Zhao Yunhai instructed Ada to escort Yi Fan for the exchange. "You wouldn't dare to back out. It's a deal, goods for lives, all debts clear between us." In his mind, Zhao Yunhai mused that Yi Fan would meet his end that night, but at least it would serve a purpose, making the platter a worthwhile exchange. Elder Qin handed the platter to a nearby bodyguard clad in black, instructing him to proceed with the transaction in his stead. The remaining individuals present dared not utter a single breath. After all, Elder Qin was a titan they had only ever seen on television, an entity to which their forebears could only aspire. What manner of identity and background did young Master Zhao possess that even someone of Elder Qin's stature would acquiesce to a transaction? The influence of young Master Zhao was indeed formidable. Particularly, Li Tianhua found himself engulfed in profound admiration for Zhao, for his human nature to revere the strong. Once the transaction was successfully concluded, Qin Shufeng wasted no time and promptly departed with Yi Fan. Before leaving, Yi Fan took with him the contemplative Su Xiaoro, while Zhao Yunhai bestowed upon her a glance laden with significance. Li Tianhua also dismissed his companions, suggesting they reconvene at a later date, and he repeatedly cautioned that if today's events were to be revealed, none would escape unscathed. Such individuals dared not expose the truth, particularly the female celebrities, for even the desire for fame would not compel them to recklessly unveil such matters. Was that not akin to lighting a flame in a restroom, courting disaster? Young Master Yun, might I suggest an ambush on their way? Ada, noticing that young Master Yun was fixated on the plate in his hands, quietly proposed, thinking Yun harbored some unfulfilled resentment. Instruct our people to alert Su Xiaoro. Without my command, no one is permitted to take action. Zhao Yunhai instructed Ada, then promptly dialed his father's number. Xiao Hai, if you require assistance, do not hesitate to express it, came the voice of Zhao Hongwan from the other end. I have procured the plate from Qin Shufeng. I will arrange for it to be delivered to you. Zhao Yunhai sighed inwardly. Indeed, his disposition had been shaped by the indulgence of his parents. He then straightforwardly addressed the matter at hand. How could he bear to part with the plate? Have you discovered his Achilles heel? Zhao Hongwen inquired, visibly surprised. Although the Zhao family currently placed little value on the plate, reclaiming it, especially through his son, was an unexpected delight. Typically, his son sought him out solely for assistance. Now, he had accomplished something of substance, which brought Zhao Hongwen a modicum of solace, realizing that his son had finally matured. Unaware of his father's intricate thoughts, Zhao Yunhai proceeded to disclose matters concerning Yifan. This individual possesses certain issues. Should I intervene? Zhao Hongwen, the astute head of the Zhao family, quickly discerned Yifan's uniqueness. If Yifan were not exceptional, how could he possibly warrant such regard from Qin Shufeng? Even to the extent of exchanging the plate? No need. I will manage this myself. Thus, I shall terminate the call. Zhao Yunhai concluded decisively, ending the conversation. That lad. Zhao Hongwen chuckled softly at the dial tone that followed, amused by the only person in the world audacious enough to hang up on him being his own son. After Su Xiaoro departed with Yifan, who was gravely injured, Elder Qin escorted him to a villa and arranged for a private doctor to attend to his wounds. In the stillness of the night, Su Xiaoro lingered in Yifan's room, proactively offering to care for him. Old Qin departed, leaving the two young individuals unbothered by his presence. It was evident to him that Yifan held a profound trust in Su Xiaoro. Observing the slumbering Yifan, the determination that Su Xiaoro had repeatedly mustered was shattered by the memory of Yifan leading her away. The door to the room was gently pushed open by a servant, who entered with a cup of coffee. Miss Su, here is the coffee you requested. I did not ask for coffee, Su Xiaoro replied, somewhat bewildered as she cradled the cup in her hands. Young master, Zhao asked me to convey a message. Do not forget the agreement between us. The maid whispered as she bent to hand over the coffee. At these words, Su Xiaoro's eyes widened, and she looked up, only to find that the maid had already exited the room. To her astonishment, it appeared that Zhao Yunhai's influence extended even here. His presence was truly ubiquitous. Her heart raced, pounding so fiercely it felt as though it might leap from her throat. Chapter 11. The night grows deep, the hour of killing individuals like Qin Shufeng, who held a unique status in the 9 provinces. Or those who caught the attention of the Zhao clan were often surveilled by the Zhao family, who would typically place operatives near such individuals. The cultivation of these operatives required a decade or two of dedicated effort, necessitating extensive experience, considerable energy, and substantial financial resources. This was not a task that could be completed in just a generation or two. Families like the Zhao have been honing their craft of nurturing spies for over a millennium. Yifan, you won't blame me, will you? I had no choice. Su Xiaoro wept uncontrollably, carefully approaching the bedside table where a bloody dagger lay. Yifan remained oblivious to the impending danger, unaware that the woman he trusted most, the one for whom he had risked life and limb, was contemplating his demise. Upon learning of Yifan's perilous condition, his master, Wu Guofeng, immediately sought confirmation from Qin Shufeng regarding the matter. Times had changed. Sometimes, a dial number might be correct, yet the person who answered was not necessarily the one sought. Si Jinyan had been assigned to work alongside young Master Yin, and his team had undergone a complete overhaul, with various talents being placed in his squad by higher-ups. Disrupting a phone communication was exceedingly simple for the members of Si Jinyan's team. Such discrepancies in information signified that those who failed to adapt to the times were destined for obsolescence. Once confirmed, Wu Guofeng's doubts were dispelled, for he placed his trust in Qin Shufeng. Their relationship was not as simplistic as outsiders presumed. Without regard for his own life, Wu Guofeng emerged from seclusion. Yifan represented his second life, the entirety of his aspirations resting on Yifan's shoulders. Even in death, he could not permit harm to befall him. Most crucially, Wu Guofeng had never married, nor did he have children, He had taken Yi Fan, whom he found abandoned, as his own son. The reason Yi Fan did not bear his surname was that the cloth enveloping him at the time of his discovery bore the character for leaf. Regrettably, Wu Guofeng did not reach Yi Fan in time. Having just left Qingwan Mountain, he now lay on the ground, riddled with bullets, blood surging from his mouth as his body convulsed intermittently. Armed with an array of elite equipment, Si Jinyan emerged slowly from the thicket, a silent submachine gun in hand. As figures began to materialize around him, the once formidable martial healer, Wu Guofeng, now appeared rather insignificant. Doning Askulmask, Si Jinyan Aimid Akamra Guofeng, determined to obtain evidence of his demise. After all, he needed something to justify his actions upon returning. He had anticipated Wu Guofeng's passage through this very spot and had lain in wait from the early hours. Once Wu Guofeng appeared, ensnared within the web of overwhelming firepower, there would be but one fate awaiting him. No matter how powerful Wu Guofeng might be as a martial artist, he remained immortal, and against the relentless, frigid bullets, he would ultimately meet his end. I never imagined I would perish at the hands of the Zhao family. Yet, I am confident that the Zhao family will eventually fall to Yi Fan of my clan. Lying on the ground, Wu Guofeng gazed up at the star-studded night sky with a sigh, lamenting that he would not witness that day. The light in his eyes gradually faded until it vanished completely. Let us confirm whether the target is truly dead. After all, he is a martial healer. What if he is still alive and we risk being counterattacked? Si Jinyan approached this, the first mission assigned by young Master Yun, with utmost seriousness and caution. One of the team members directly fired at the lifeless Wu Guofeng. The gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat, until Wu Guofeng's body resembled a honeycomb. The team expending 2 full magazines in the process. With the team leader's confirmation, the target had been eliminated. The somewhat naive rookie team member, after reloading his weapon, faced Si Jinyan to report the situation earnestly. Slap! Si Jinyan struck the back of the young man's head with a sharp reprimand. Is this how you confirm a target's death? Didn't your drill instructor teach you how to ascertain a target's demise? Report, Captain. The instructor taught us that the safest method to confirm a target's death is crucial to avoid being countered, the rookie replied. Slap! You dare to retort? I don't need your input. Si Jinyan pointed at Wu Guofeng's mutilated corpse, exasperated. Look at the state he is in. His face is unrecognizable. What if young Master Yin wants to see his face? Sorry, Captain, the rookie said, his head bowed in shame. Si Jinyan shook his head and approached the newcomer, placing a hand on his shoulder. Forget it. I am your captain after all. If there are consequences, I shall bear the responsibility. He then commanded the group. Clean up the scene and take the body back. We need to report. Si Jinyan and his team boarded a private helicopter, all properly authorized. Qingwan Mountain was not far from the ancient city, a mere 10-minute journey that would swiftly bring them back. Su Xiaoro stood before Yi Fan, a bloody dagger in hand. Hesitating, she had never taken a life before, and the thought of doing so weighed heavily on her conscience. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Yunhai was observing everything closely. The surveillance had just been installed, with wireless monitoring transmitting constantly, and there was no need for Zhao Yunhai to worry about signal issues. His subordinates would manage that well. I had given her a chance. Zhao Yunhai plunged the fruit knife into the apple, contemplating whether to eliminate Yi Fan or to abandon his civility. What of the female protagonist? The death of 1 or 2 meant little to him. She was merely a woman, after all. He was not a man who could not survive without a woman by his side. Should Su Xiaoro take Yi Fan's life, only then would she merit the title of his woman. He had no need for a woman whose heart harbored another. Young Master Yin, Si Jinyan has returned with his men, Ada quickly reported, glancing at the message on his phone. Have someone divert Qin Shufeng. We shall proceed now and have Si Jinyan's team converge with us. Zhao Yunhai rose, securing a pistol at his waist. In the villa, Qin Shufeng was about to rest when he received a call. His expression grew grave as he departed with 2 bodyguards. He arranged for Yi Fan and Su Xiaoro to be relocated to the villa's basement. Qin Shufeng sensed something amiss, yet felt powerless, even in retirement. As long as he remained in this world, he was still part of the circle. To him, the basement seemed exceedingly secure, ensuring the safety of Yi Fan and Su Xiaoro. After Qin Shufeng's departure, Si Jinyan's team infiltrated the villa's security system. Although Qin Shufeng had secretly acquired the system, he could never have anticipated that its manufacturing company was under Zhao's covert control. Once Si Jinyan's squad neutralized the villa's security personnel, a vehicle halted outside the villa. Zhao Yunhai disembarked and strode toward the interior, while Si Jinyan and two team members stood at the entrance to greet him. "Young master, we have gathered the location of the basement from our sources, and the entrance is secured," Si Jinyan reported, deliberately lagging a step behind Zhao Yunhai, bowing slightly as he spoke hurriedly. Chapter 12. You are indeed slow. I've waited long for you. It seemed that the old fox, Qin Shufeng, still possessed a modicum of vigilance. What a pity. Zhao Yunhai drew the pistol from his waist, elegantly chambering around. Observing his intent to take matters into his own hands, Si Jinyan quickly cautioned, "Young master, leave such matters to me. It would be unseemly to soil your hands." Such tasks were inherently grim, and it was his duty to undertake them. Should the higher-ups learn that young master was personally involved, he would surely suffer consequences. "This matter is mine to resolve," Zhao Yunhai asserted, believing that if anyone but himself were to confront the protagonist, unforeseen complications would arise. Si Jinyan wished to offer further advice, but was silenced by San's gesture, promptly falling quiet. Young master was the master. They were mere servants. How could a servant presume to sway the master's decisions? Such overstepping was unbecoming. Realizing his transgression, Si Jinyan swiftly chastised himself. Zhao Yunhai patted his shoulder. Speaking earnestly, "Do your best here, and lead the way." "Yes, young master." After being patted on the shoulder by young Master Yin, Si Jinyan felt a sense of being valued, his steps light and buoyant. Within the Zhao family, the hierarchy was distinctly defined. Each member diligently fulfilled their roles while upholding the family's traditions. "Young Master Yin, allow me to go in first. Your safety is paramount. A heir and a san. Be vigilant in protecting young Master Yin. Si Jinyan, take two of your subordinates and clear the path ahead." Upon reaching the entrance to the basement, just as Zhao Yunhai intended to enter, he was intercepted by Ada, who stepped in front of him. "Be cautious. Yi Fan is exceedingly cunning." Zhao Yunhai refrained from asserting himself in front of his subordinates, recognizing that such was Ada's responsibility. Moreover, should any misfortune befall him, even if he ultimately safeguarded Ada and the others, they would face repercussions from the family in his stead. The basement door was an iron gate secured with a 12-digit dual code, yet posed no challenge for Si Jinyan's team, who had effortlessly cracked it with precision instruments long before young Master Yun's arrival. Within lay 13 steps leading to an expansive 3-person wide corridor, replete with numerous twists and turns, indicating the basement's considerable depth. To his astonishment, Zhao Yunhai realized that the old Qin Shufeng had excavated such a profound space beneath his own villa. The echoing footsteps within the passage made him aware of its seemingly vast emptiness. The absence of mechanical traps suggested a solid structural integrity throughout. Among the two leading team members, one employed a device to meticulously examine the walls, concluding that this was likely a retreat left by Qin Shufeng, serving not only as a refuge, but also as a secure passage to the outside world. Zhao Yunhai rapped on the thick walls, pressing his ear against them, his eyes narrowing into a knowing smile. "Our presence has likely alerted them. Yi Fan may attempt to escape through this exit." Suddenly halting, he directed Si Jinyan, "Have your men closely monitor the street intersections within a 10-kilometer radius and dispatch someone to follow any leads immediately." Understood. Si Jinyan promptly notified the personnel outside. "Young master, shall we proceed?" Ada turned to inquire. There's no need to enter. Let us return. There is nothing of value inside." Zhao Yunhai's voice seemed intentionally amplified, as if meant for someone's ears, designed to lower their guard. He beckoned the subordinate with the backpack to approach quietly. Then, rummaging through the bag, he produced 2 remote-controlled explosives, affixing them to either side of the walls. Subsequently, he led everyone out of the basement. Standing before the villa, Zhao Yunhai retrieved the remote, pressing the red button with his thumb. Instantly, the ground trembled violently as the explosives detonated simultaneously, resonating like a muffled thunderclap. "Ada, air!" and Hassan stood protectively by Zhao Yunhai's side as he gazed at the villa, a cold smile creeping upon his lips. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. Yifan, oh Yifan, you truly underestimate me. As for why I did not directly confront you before, it is because as the protagonist, you are aware of the impending danger, yet choose to face it rather than flee. Surely, traps await you within. Knowing it is a trap, why would Zhao Yunhai recklessly enter? Is it merely to humiliate the protagonist? Moreover, could it be that the underground chamber, specifically constructed by Qin Shufeng, lacks weaponry? Zhao Yunhai is the first to doubt. Given Qin Shufeng's status, acquiring such items would be exceedingly simple. The reason for detonating the entrance was to compel you to exit through an alternate route. Outside the villa, several black cars stealthily departed. Inside the underground chamber, Yifan found himself in discomfort. Although he possessed the medical skills to render his hearing null, the sudden explosion left him no time to execute his plan. The two were perilously close to the blast site, each sustaining different injuries. Yifan wished to shut the door behind him to thwart any pursuers, yet Su Xiaoro, filled with concern, followed closely. She had divulged everything to him, and ultimately, being the protagonist, she could not bring herself to act against him. This is the halo of the protagonist. Even in the face of parental danger, one would still choose to protect the protagonist. Yifan was already aware of Zhao Yunhai's despicable nature, but he was taken aback to learn that Zhao had resorted to threatening Su Xiaoro's parents, deepening his understanding of Zhao's unscrupulousness. Alas, you have still underestimated Xiaoro's loyalty to me, Yifan thought coldly. The path ahead was completely blocked, and the only escape lay through the safety passage at the back, leading outside. It was imperative to leave, otherwise Su Xiaoro's parents would be in peril. With the power of the Zhao family, even notifying Su Xiaoro's parents now would be futile. Rest assured, once we are outside, you will be with your parents. After I deal with Zhao Yunhai, I will return for you. I have already arranged for Old Qin to ensure your parents' safety. Yifan and Su Xiaoro raced towards the exit, and upon hearing his words, she silently affirmed her faith in him. As they departed, Yifan took 2 grenades and a pistol from the small weapons cache in the underground chamber, anticipating unforeseen circumstances. The exit of the underground chamber led to a secluded area on the outskirts, where numerous large warehouses were constructed to store supplies, one of which served as the exit. Yifan pushed aside the ceiling above him and shone his phone's flashlight outward, discovering that aside from some goods, there were no signs of an open door. Once he deemed it safe, Yifan ascended first and then pulled Su Xiaoro up. Old Qin will send someone to assist us. You need not worry. Just as Yifan was reassuring Su Xiaoro, the roll-up door was suddenly lifted from the outside. His vigilance heightened. He positioned himself in front of Su Xiaoro and hurled a grenade. Boom! Yet the outside was eerily empty, the explosion echoing into silence. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. You are rather slow, came a voice, and at that moment, a handgun was pressed against the back of Yifan's head, sending a chill down his spine. Bang! Chapter 13. Personally resolving the protagonist. Ah! A piercing scream from a woman echoed through the warehouse, only to be abruptly silenced the next moment. Zhao Yunhai gazed at Su Xiaoro, who lay unconscious as a result of his actions, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his eyes. I offered you a chance. Do not blame me for my heartlessness if you fail to cherish it. After all, opportunities are fleeting, and once missed, they are lost forever. Individuals concealed in the various corners of the warehouse emerged, revealing themselves. Ada and the others gathered beside young Master Yun, contemplating the demise of Yifan, who had fallen to the ground after being shot in the head with a sense of relief. After all, Yifan was the most elusive target among those they had attempted to kill. Bring me his head, Zhao Yunhai declared, determined not to leave things to chance. This was no mystical realm. A severed head would surely ensure the authenticity of the opponent's demise. Bang! 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 Zhao Yunhai aimed directly at Yifan's right ventricle and fired, the spent shells clattering to the ground with a series of sharp sounds. Just then, the wail of police sirens pierced the air. Young master, we must leave. After severing Yifan's head, Si Jinyan handed it to a team member for safekeeping and immediately provided cover for young Master Yun's escape. Take her with us, Zhao Yunhai instructed Hassan. Indicating sucioro. He was a man of his word. He had promised a family united, and he intended to keep that promise. Si Jinyan, along with several subordinates, made their final exit, and as they boarded their vehicle, the warehouse erupted in flames, towering fire reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters, reducing the entire structure to rubble. The malevolence that had transpired within the warehouse was thoroughly consumed by the inferno. Lest apart, Zhao Yunhai, seated in a nearby vehicle, observed the flashing police lights in the distance. As the car window slowly ascended, they left the scene behind. Damn it! Huang Qianjiao was dismayed to find herself arriving too late. The warehouse was ablaze, and the individuals she had been sent to protect were likely in peril. After the fire trucks arrived to extinguish the flames, all that remained was a heap of charred goods and debris. We have arrived too late. We did not see Yifan. He may have been killed or taken away, Huang Qianjiao remarked, her expression grim as she inhaled deeply and dialed a number. As she spoke, the person on the other end berated her mercilessly. Retrieve the surveillance footage. Every crime leaves a trace. Hanging up, Huang Qianjiao surveyed the surroundings and addressed her colleagues. Rather than returning to the fish hotel, Zhao Yunhai opted to return to his former residence in the ancient city. As the son of the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces, he possessed private properties throughout the region. The Zhou family conglomerate had declared bankruptcy and was undergoing financial liquidation by the bank, a matter that had not garnered much of their attention. During the stock market attack on the Zhou family group, their team had profited a staggering $3 billion, with the funds already transferred to young Master Yun's account. Standing on the grass, Zhao Yunhai took a swing at the golf ball lying on the ground, sending it soaring in a beautiful parabolic arc until it vanished from sight. Ada, having completed his report, stood quietly by, watching young Master play golf. To be frank, this pastime was hardly entertaining. Zhao Yunhai casually discarded his golf club onto the ground. Dressed in a white casual outfit complemented by a white baseball cap, his spirits buoyant after dealing with the protagonist. There was no need to concern himself with Zhou Xiong and his daughter Zhou Wanting from the Zhou group. He regarded them with disdain. Even though Zhou Wanting was once the heroine, that was a thing of the past. With the demise of Yi Fan, the male lead, her status as the heroine had also dissipated. Very well, Ada replied. Young Master Yun, a female police officer, is seeking you. Asan approached in a golf cart. A female police officer? A flicker of curiosity crossed Zhao Yunhai's eyes as he promptly boarded the vehicle. Take me to her. The unexpected visit from a female officer piqued his interest. Could it be that a new heroine had emerged? Or perhaps the old one had yet to resurface after he had eliminated the male lead, and now sought to confront him? Upon meeting the female officer, he was struck by her striking presence and competence. I wonder what brings her to me. If she cannot provide a valid reason, there's a chance news might circulate regarding the son of the richest man in the 9 provinces being implicated in some wrongdoing. Serve the officer some tea. Zhao Yunhai instructed a servant as he returned to the villa's reception room, observing the officer seated on the sofa. There's no need, Huang Qianjiao replied decisively. I primarily wish to understand the conflict between you and Yi Fan. If there are no issues, I will clarify matters to ensure your reputation remains intact. I kindly ask for your cooperation. Huang Qianjiao stood up and fixed her gaze on Zhao Yunhai, saying, Do you know? Yi Fan was attacked and has gone missing. Recently, Zhao Yunhai was the only one with significant grievances against Yi Fan, and the higher-ups had restricted her investigation. Yet they indicated that Zhao Yunhai was likely involved. She firmly believed that evil could never triumph over good, as history has shown. Those who commit crimes must be held accountable, and she would not tolerate any criminal evading justice. Thus, she had come to confront Zhao Yunhai, the son of the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces. Missing, you say? How delightful. Zhao Yunhai chuckled lightly, his mood elevated as he savored a sip of tea, remarking, Excellent tea. You don't seem surprised by Yi Fan's disappearance. Do you know where he is? Huang Qianjiao observed Zhao Yunhai's change in expression and pressed him further. Zhao Yunhai regarded her with an air of bewilderment. Why would I mourn for someone I found quite insufferable, now that he has vanished? With a mock display of sorrow, he feigned crying, covering his face. But laughter escaped him, bringing tears to his eyes. My apologies, I couldn't contain myself. May I ask your name, officer? I am Huang Qianjiao. You may address me as Officer Huang, she replied with a serious demeanor. May I inquire where you were last night? Or is there anyone who can attest to your whereabouts and activities? Huang Qianjia had found no anomalies in the surveillance footage. Zhao Yunhai's subordinates had already ensured everything was in order. Xi Jinyan's team specialized in managing such matters, and the Zhao family's long-standing presence meant they had undoubtedly engaged in many undisclosed activities, all of which had been handled with meticulous precision to avoid exposure. Officer Huang, I am not your suspect. I detest the interrogative tone you are employing. Zhao Yunhai scoffed lightly, speaking with an air of indifference. I kindly ask for your cooperation, as I suspect you are connected to the disappearance of Yi Fan. Huang Qianjia's demeanor was equally resolute, exuding an imposing presence without raising her voice, especially considering that the renowned star Su Xiaoro has also vanished alongside Yi Fan. Any inquiries should be directed to my lawyer. I currently refuse to respond to your questions. Zhao Yunhai could easily summon numerous witnesses to attest to his presence at home, yet he was irked by the interrogative manner of his interlocutor. Chapter 14. A new protagonist emerges. Huang Qianjia inhaled deeply, suppressing her anger, her gaze fixed on Zhao Yunhai with palpable intensity. All you need to do is reveal Yi Fan's whereabouts, for I possess ample evidence to substantiate my claims. At this moment, I am merely extending an opportunity to you, a chance for leniency if you confess. What a terrifying prospect. Zhao Yunhai mockingly patted his chest, feigning fear as he approached her. Coming to a halt before Huang Qianjia, he noted her fleeting vulnerability and smirked, leaning slightly closer to whisper in her ear, "But you cannot find the evidence. So what can you do to me?" "Ha ha ha, Officer Huang, do take your time in departing." Seeing Huang Qianjia's expression darken instantaneously, Zhao Yunhai burst into laughter and turned to leave, gesturing for Ada to see her out. "Officer Huang, I kindly request your departure." Ada, Istanging Beziji Huang Qianjia, exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. "Zhao Yunhai, do not revel in your triumph. I assure you, even if you were the son of the wealthiest man in the land, I will unearth the evidence necessary to bring you to justice." Huang Qianjia defiantly called out to Zhao Yunhai's retreating figure. "That remains to be seen," he replied, turning back to her with a cryptic smile. Huang Qianjia was escorted away by Ada, her mind lingering on Zhao Yunhai's final words. The notion that she might never witness the day of reckoning left her unsettled. Could it be that he intended to take action against her? However, upon returning to the precinct, the true implication of his words became clear. Staring at the termination notice in her hands, Huang Qianjia was astonished to discover that he had orchestrated her dismissal. The rationale cited was her unauthorized engagement in discussions without proper credentials, leading to a complaint against her. Given such grounds, one would expect a mere reprimand rather than outright dismissal. She had navigated similar circumstances numerous times before, often amending her missteps and ultimately achieving success. On occasion, her father had intervened to resolve matters, and she had long sought to establish her own merit. Yet, it was disheartening to realize that this Zhao had wielded such influence. The mere fact of being the son of the wealthiest man could not solely account for her current predicament. Her father's reputation still held some weight in the ancient city. Curse him, she thought, awaiting the opportunity to retaliate. I shall not rest until I have my due. Huang Qianjia's eyes brimmed with indignation. The audacity of a mere woman attempting to investigate me is indeed laughable. Zhao Yunhai dismissed any concern upon learning from Ada of Huang Qianjia's dismissal. The other party dares to investigate me, oblivious to the caliber of the individual they confront. They can unceremoniously terminate your position, leaving you powerless to scrutinize me. Moreover, Huang Qianjia's background has been meticulously uncovered. In the eyes of the Zhao family, even Huang Qianjia's father could be easily replaced. With Zhao Yunhai's current standing within the clan, it will be a mere word. However, Zhao Yunhai is reluctant to expend excessive resources of the Zhao family without necessity. He understands that the Zhao family ultimately belongs to him, yet it is also a collective heritage shared among all its members. The Zhao family is not merely the domain of a single individual. This sentiment echoes the teachings of his grandfather and father from his youth, a belief that Zhao Yunhai now wholeheartedly embraces. As the sun descended, Zhao Yunhai casually drove a crimson Lamborghini towards Yunlong Villa, a private retreat for social gatherings. His good friend, Yu Manlu, appeared to be in some distress, having journeyed from Haizhou to seek his assistance. Given the inheritance of his predecessor's memories, maintaining certain vital connections from that life seems prudent. Upon his arrival at Yunlong Villa, Zhao Yunhai spotted Yu Manlu waiting outside, a smile gracing his face. He placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, inquiring what matter could warrant such a personal visit when a simple phone call would suffice. Yu Manlu, looking somewhat disheveled, managed a wry smile and suggested they first enjoy a meal together before discussing his troubles. Zhao Yunhai, amused, agreed and followed Yu Manlu into the villa. The challenges that had driven Yu Manlu to seek help must be formidable indeed. Yunlong Villa is adorned with exquisite flora and stones, a testament to the craftsmanship of esteemed masters who contributed to its construction. Stepping inside felt akin to traversing back to ancient times, a place conducive to cultivating one's character and spirit. Surrounded by bamboo groves and the sound of flutes, the atmosphere was serene, complemented by a fine wine and a feast shared with a dear friend. "This is a fine wine I brought from Haizhou. Do give it a try," Yu Manlu urged. "It's rather mediocre. I shall bring you a truly exquisite bottle from my home another day," Zhao Yunhai replied. "I've long coveted the fine wines of the Zhao family." "No cheating now," Yu Manlu retorted playfully. "Am I the type to cheat?" Zhao Yunhai laughed. "Oh, what troubles you? Why the sighs? Speak freely. There is no need for formality between us." After a hearty meal and some prodding from Zhao Yunhai, Yu Manlu hesitantly divulged the reason for his visit. In Zhao Yunhai's recollections, Yu Manlu was a trustworthy friend, always forthright, someone with whom he could share his innermost thoughts. Yu Manlu, a man of great pride, would not seek assistance unless utterly cornered. Following his confession, Yu Manlu lowered his gaze, silently sipping his drink, while Zhao Yunhai contemplated the situation at hand. According to the account provided, Yu Manlu is currently serving as the president of a Yu Group. In a bid to suppress an emerging business magnate, he inadvertently sparked an unexpected resurgence in this newcomer, who not only remained unscathed but flourished, ultimately seizing a significant portion of the Yu Group's clientele and business. The Yu Group's stock has also plummeted, rendering any recovery efforts futile. The situation has escalated rapidly. Within merely a month, the Yu Group finds itself on the brink of collapse. The Yu Group has long been a prominent family enterprise in Haizhou, having allied itself with the Zhao family. Hence, Yu Manlu has been closely associated with Zhao Yunhai since childhood. Growing up, he developed a keen interest in business through observation, and the Zhao family recognized his innate talent, allowing him to accompany Zhao Yunhai in various endeavors. There was an implicit understanding that Yu Manlu could one day become Zhao Yunhai's indispensable right-hand man. He himself was acutely aware of his role and was more than willing to embrace it. Only after graduating from university did the two part ways temporarily to pursue their respective careers. However, Zhao Yunhai couldn't shake the feeling that this newly emerged business tycoon bore a striking resemblance to a protagonist. Chapter 15. Delving into the protagonist's early funding sources as these thoughts crossed his mind, Zhao Yunhai lifted his gaze to find Yu Manlu drinking alone in a despondent manner. He chuckled. "I say, brother Yu, I have never seen you in such a disheartened state. Have you allowed a mere setback to lead you to despair? This is not the Yu Manlu I know." At that moment, Yu Manlu was in no mood for banter. The feeling of being thoroughly calculated and understood by the opponent left him restless and at a loss. After pouring himself another glass of alcohol, he lamented his inner turmoil with a heavy heart. Zhao Yunhai signaled to Ada to investigate the situation in Haizhou, and then said to Yu Manlu, "Then I shall accompany you back to Haizhou. It is the perfect opportunity for me to embark on my own venture, and we shall take the fight to this newcomer. Once we resolve this matter, you should resign from your position as president of the Yu Group and assist me instead. With you as my right-hand man, I can navigate more easily." "Very well. As brothers, I will undoubtedly support you wholeheartedly, even at the cost of my own life," Yu Manlu replied, taking a deep breath. When he lifted his head again, the aura of despair had vanished, replaced by the proud demeanor reminiscent of his earlier self. Zhao Yunhai nodded slightly. With the assistance of this business prodigy, he could extricate himself from the burdens of their enterprise, focusing on the overarching direction instead. He also contemplated going to Haijo personally to ascertain the true identity of the adversary. If the individual was not a protagonist, he would delegate the matter to specialists. If they were indeed a protagonist, he would have to intervene directly. United we stand, my brother, Yumanlu raised his glass in a jovial toast. With unwavering resolve, Zhao Yunhai clinked his glass against Yumanlu's, spilling some wine onto their hands as they shared a hearty laugh. Having grown up together, they understood each other profoundly. Sharing similar interests and compatible temperaments, both were individuals who aimed for greatness without being bogged down by trivialities. Even Zhao Yunhai anticipates that the protagonist would ideally be of a commercial nature, for he himself is the nemesis of protagonists, easily dealing with them. In Zhao Yunhai's perspective, all protagonists serve merely as stepping stones for his own ascendance. As for why he is so dedicated to entrepreneurship, it is because the Zhao family is the Zhao family, and he too requires a venture to embody and unleash his ambitions. Yunlong Mountain Villa is a classical and elegant establishment devoid of any so-called gray economic sources. Thus, there are no post-meal entertainments, leading to a swift departure from the villa. Zhao Yunhai instructed the driver of Yumantang to take the guests to the fishing hotel to rest while he returned to his villa alone. He would not resort to commercial tactics to undermine the commercial protagonist. Rather, he would either cause the protagonist to vanish from existence or investigate the origins of their initial funding. Generally, the early financial sources of commercial protagonists are undoubtedly tainted, a conclusion Zhao Yunhai reached after years of reading novels in his past life. News from Haijo did not arrive until Zhao Yunhai fell asleep that night, indicating that this protagonist is indeed quite enigmatic. Many were unable to sleep in Haijo due to Zhao Yunhai's mere words. A group was burning the midnight oil, working tirelessly, as their boss would not allow them to rest until their objectives were met. Before them lay an array of the most advanced computer equipment and servers. These individuals were engaged in private work in Haijo under the covert control of the Zhao family. The team leader, drenched in sweat, was on the phone explaining the situation while being berated on the other end for his inefficiency. "Boss, it's not my incompetence. Rather, it's the funding source of the other party that we cannot trace at the moment. We need more time. Unless the funds were fabricated out of thin air, we should be able to uncover the truth." Clearly, this was improbable. Furthermore, they had investigated Zhang Yuni's family background, discovering that he was orphaned and grew up in an orphanage. Just a month prior, he was an ordinary programmer. The source of his funds remains elusive for now. "And we kindly ask for a bit more time, boss." Yes, please trust me, boss." After hanging up, the team leader took a deep breath and addressed his team with a serious demeanor. "The higher-ups have instructed that if we do not uncover the truth by tomorrow, the consequences will be dire. I trust you all understand what happened to the last team. The thought of the fate that befell the previous group, sent to a war-torn country, sent chills down their spines. Team leader, why should we endure this? We can simply quit." One individual, utterly exhausted, was becoming increasingly irritable. "Be quiet. The boss is not someone we can defy." The team leader stepped forward, reprimanding him loudly in front of the others. "The benefits and treatment you've received have never wavered. Now, when we need to pull together, you want to abandon ship. Such opportunities do not come easily. I must candidly inform you that if anyone wishes to resist, I shall not impede you. However, should you vanish from this world one day, I would find myself entirely unsurprised. Is it truly that grave?" The assembly, observing that the leader was not jesting, gradually shifted from a state of schadenfreude to one of solemnity. The identity of the superior remains a mystery to all, known only to the leader and the boss through a singular line of communication. Given the seriousness of the leader's words, none dared to gamble with their lives, thus returning to their tasks with dutifulness. Is there anything more terrifying than confinement? A moment's contemplation dispels any sense of weariness. Haijo, situated along the coastal region of Jiuzhou, requires an hour and a half's flight from the ancient city. Upon arriving in Haijo, Zhao Yunhai took residence in a villa he had never before visited, a gift from his kin of the Zhao clan in Haijo, maintained by dedicated staff. Yuman Liu, upon disembarking, hastened back to the U group to stabilize the situation. Awaiting the move from young Master Zhao. Young Master Yun, the dossier on Zhang Yuni has been transmitted, Ada remarked, handing over the printed materials. Zhao Yunhai, sipping his coffee, scrutinized the photograph on the dossier, an unremarkable appearance, yet one that indeed resembled the protagonist. Name, Zhang Yuni, gender, male, family background, orphan from a young age. Without kin. Personal history. Just a month prior to founding his company, he was betrayed and separated from his girlfriend, leading to a profound impact. Subsequently, Zhang Yuni single-handedly established Yunmi Company, holding sole ownership with no partners. Yunmi Company's specific operations, a shipyard specializing in new types of yachts and fishing vessels, encompassing fishing and maritime operations. Initial funding sources, funds transferred from an unknown foreign account to his personal bank account, with an initial amount of 1 billion USD, followed by a second deposit of 5 billion USD. Upon reaching this point, Zhao Yunhai discerned that Zhang Yuni was undoubtedly the protagonist, with his capabilities likely intertwined with financial prowess. Chapter 16. Protagonists are always soft-hearted towards women. Zhao Yunhai continued to peruse the information. In terms of interpersonal relationships, Qian Liner, the daughter of the president of the Fortune Merchants Association in Haizhou, harbored a deep affection for Zhang Yuni, frequently lingering by his side. Furthermore, Qian Yuanhui, the president of the association, has publicly expressed admiration for the spirited young man, providing Zhang Yuni with considerable advantages in business through the association's resources. Indeed, the protagonist attracts assistance from others, often inexplicably drawn by admiration and belief in his potential to surmount initial challenges. Women flock to him one after another. The protagonist's aura is truly invincible. Conversely, Yuman Liu, positioned within the antagonist camp, finds himself outsmarted by the protagonist, rendered a mere pawn in Zhang Yuni's hands. However, with his arrival, the tides shall surely turn. Contemplating this, Zhao Yunhai cast the dossier onto the sofa, directing his gaze toward Ada, his tone unruffled. The investigation has yielded satisfactory results, yet the identity behind that mysterious foreign account remains elusive. It is the inadequacy of the subordinates. Do not fret. Young Master Yun, I shall immediately dispatch our contacts abroad to investigate. Ada, unconcerned with the complexities of the inquiry, attributed any failures to the shortcomings of the underlings. He proposed, after all, the account is overseas, and it would be more convenient for someone familiar there to investigate. Forget it. No need to probe further. Zhao Yunhai shook his head, harboring a premonition that this mysterious account was the source of all the protagonist's secrets. Discovering its details would not be so simple. It would be better to meet the protagonist first. Arrange a banquet at Yumanlu for 7 o'clock tomorrow evening, and extend invitations in my name to the prominent figures in Haizhou, particularly the president of the Fuyun Chamber of Commerce. Few are aware of his identity in Haizhou, but the president of the Fuyun Chamber of Commerce undoubtedly knows of the Zhao family's existence. If Qian Yuanhui, the president, truly cares for Zhang Yuni, he will surely bring him along to cultivate a good relationship, paving the way for the protagonist's future business endeavors. Even if Zhang Yuni is reluctant to attend, the presence of Qian Liner, the president's daughter, would guarantee the protagonist's attendance. There is no possibility of failure. Understood, young master. Ada instructed A heir to inform Yumanlu, while he continued to stand silently by. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuni, under Zhao Yunhai's scrutiny, was brimming with ambition, preparing to completely seize control of the Yu family group, solidifying his foundation in Haizhou. To outsiders, the Yu family group appeared deeply rooted in Haizhou, seemingly unshakable. However, in Zhang Yuni's eyes, the group's operations were overly broad, riddled with management issues. A single strategy from him could throw the Yu family into disarray. Zhang Yuni did not harbor grand ambitions. He merely sought to improve his own life and make his voice heard in the world. A phone call came through, and Zhang Yuni promptly answered. Uncle Qian and Qian Liner had aided him significantly during his entrepreneurial journey. However, Uncle Qian's next words prompted Zhang Yuni to instinctively decline. Uncle Qian, you know I'm not adept at socializing. Perhaps we should skip this banquet. Qian Yuanhui perceived Zhang Yuni as a straightforward businessman, interpreting his lack of social skills as a sign of honest character. Yet, he insisted, "You must attend this banquet." The host is Zhao Yunhai, the only son of the richest man in the 9 provinces. Cultivating a good relationship with him would greatly benefit your business. The richest man in the 9 provinces? Uncle Qian, trust me, it won't be long before I reach that position. I have that confidence. Zhang Yuni replied, brimming with self-assurance. I have no need to attend this so-called banquet. It is not in my nature to ingratiate myself with others. With his unique talents. Even though he had yet to leave Haizhou, his vision had already transcended to a global scale. Becoming the richest man in the 9 provinces was merely a matter of time. Young men with such confidence and vigor are rare. Qian Yuanhui did not perceive Zhang Yuni as overly ambitious or lacking in self-awareness, but rather felt his own age, admiring Zhang Yuni even more. However, you must accompany me. This is Linner's request. Qian Yuanhui smiled with a touch of pride, knowing such a capable son-in-law was hard to find. All right then. Zhang Yuni couldn't help but smile wryly as he acquiesced. Since Linner is also attending, he must bravely face the situation as well. The banquet will undoubtedly be filled with debauched young aristocrats, and he worries that Linner might attract unwelcome attention. Thus he feels compelled to accompany her for protection. Zhao Yunhai was not the slightest bit surprised upon learning that Zhang Yuni would be attending the gathering. Protagonists often have a weakness for women, and this softness towards them is perhaps their greatest flaw. Most protagonists adhere to 3 principles. First, they never strike a woman. Second, they refrain from harming even the most malevolent women. Third, they do not resort to violence against women who nearly threaten their lives. In Haicheng, many members of the Zhao clan have lived long enough to be considered locals. Across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces and even the world, every clan member's birth is recorded in the Zhao family genealogy. Upon hearing of Zhao Yunhai's arrival, the Zhao clan gathered that evening to welcome him. Not every clan member enjoys a life of affluence. Some struggle to maintain a modest standard of living. This is not to say that the Zhao clan is exceptionally wise, but rather that capable members tend to look after those less fortunate, as they are all connected by blood ties, striving together towards a better life. Such acts are documented in the family records, ensuring that the Zhao legacy endures, earning respect from future generations. As the future head of the Zhao clan, Zhao Yunhai naturally attends the feast. Although some clan members may appear sycophantic, it is understandable given his prospective position as the future patriarch. If all goes as expected, the clan's goodwill manifests in gifts such as a McLaren, a Ferrari, and priceless ancient paintings and jade artifacts. While Zhao Yunhai does not lack for such possessions, he graciously accepts these tokens of affection from his kin. After a hearty meal, Zhao Yunhai stood upon the platform, surveying the assembled clan members. He raised his glass and spoke earnestly. If anyone encounters difficulties that seem insurmountable, feel free to communicate with the family. We are all bound by blood. As long as we adhere to the Zhao clan's rules, the family will never turn a blind eye to any member in need. The crowd exchanged knowing smiles, raising their glasses in a toast and drinking heartily. With Zhao Yunhai's assurance as the future head of the family, they felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Zhao Yunhai was sincere in his words, for he genuinely believed in the family's unity. Furthermore, should any issues arise, it would be his father they would seek, not him. The Zhao clan is vast, with the most capable members in each region managing affairs. Only when their efforts fail do matters escalate through the ranks, ultimately reaching the family head, Zhao Hongwen. Otherwise, the clan leader would be overwhelmed. Chapter 17. The title of the rescuer has arrived. Quick, catch it. Zhao Yunhai did not linger, as most attendees were of a higher generation, leaving the younger ones feeling somewhat restrained. Uncertain of how long he would remain in Haizhou, he exchanged contact details with a few peers before excusing himself under the pretense of having had too much to drink. He decided to step outside for some fresh air to dispel the effects of the wine. Zhao Yunhai, noticing that the hour was still early, had no desire to return home and collapse into slumber. After uttering these words, he took the wheel of a white McLaren and drove off. Recognizing the folly of driving under the influence, he appointed a duh as his chauffeur, settling comfortably in the passenger seat. With black sunglasses perched upon his nose, He reclined against the window, enjoying the cool breeze while listening to the car's music. Observing that young Master Yun was closing his eyes in repose, Ada promptly set a destination on the navigation system and deftly maneuvered the steering wheel to turn an intersection. Following closely behind in a black sedan were a air and a san. This vehicle had been specially modified, boasting bulletproof and collision-resistant features, and even concealed weapons within. Ordinarily, it would remain unused. Time passed, and Zhao Yunhai eventually sensed that the car had come to a halt. He opened his eyes to find Ada had parked approximately 10 meters from the entrance of an art school. "Young master, I have spotted Zhang Yui at the school gate, engaging in a tug-of-war with a young woman. This appears to be quite the spectacle, and I believe it would pique your interest." Ada had initially intended to find some quality women for young Master Yun to invigorate him, but unexpectedly, he encountered Zhang Yui instead. Since young master had come to Haizhou specifically to deal with him, it seemed his visit was fortuitously timed, and he refrained from mentioning women further. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhai followed Ada's gaze and noticed Zhang Yui grappling with a rather appealing young woman. Beside this woman stood another, her expression rather caustic, seemingly encouraging the encounter. In the next moment, Zhao Yunhai observed the yellow-clad woman instinctively resting her hand upon her abdomen. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Zhao Yunhai's eyes. The presence of a woman who appeared to be pregnant, engaged in a skirmish with Zhang Yui, presented an opportunity ripe for exploitation. "Have someone approach the woman in yellow and summon her here," Zhao Yunhai instructed, his gaze fixed upon the outside world. "Understood, young master," Ada replied, promptly dialing Si Jinyan's number. He captured a photograph of the woman and sent it, instructing the recipient to bring her forth. Si Jinyan, now solely in service to Zhao Yunhai, was shadowing him in the dark, ever ready to act. Upon receiving the command, Si Jinyan set off in his car towards the art school entrance. Meanwhile, Zhang Qin, who was cheering for a friend Wu Xiaoxiao, suddenly noticed the owner of a luxury car waving at her from a short distance away. Wu Xiaoxiao, somewhat intrigued, observed the man, who appeared to be in his 30s and was rather attractive. This seemed like a lucrative opportunity, prompting her to quickly exchange a few words with her friend before hastening towards the car owner. Zhang Yui looked disdainfully at Zhang Qin as she approached the luxury vehicle, sneering, "If it weren't for her, perhaps we would have already been married." He and Wu Xiaoxiao had been a couple since their university days. But Zhang Qin's incessant provocations had transformed Wu Xiaoxiao from her once naive self into the now sharp-tongued gold digger she had become. Despite his unyielding patience and tireless work, showering Wu Xiaoxiao with gifts, he was dismayed to discover her insatiable greed, as she had clandestinely taken up with a wealthy middle-aged man. "Marriage? What do you have to offer me for marriage? Now that you've found success, you cast me aside. Is that it? Let me tell you, that's not happening. After all these years, what have I gained from you?" Wu Xiaoxiao fixed her gaze intently on Zhang Yuni, filled with profound regret. Had she foreseen this fellow's rise to prominence, she would never have cast him aside. Yet, fate has bestowed upon her a pregnancy, and by the reckoning of time, Zhang Yuni shares in that consequence. Her close friend had once advised her that as long as she firmly asserted it was Zhang Yuni's child, he would be compelled to provide financial support. Were it not for that scoundrel's abandonment upon learning of her condition, she would not have sought out Zhang Yuni. "Boss, may I join you in the car?" Zhang Qin approached Si Jinyan with familiarity, slightly bending forward, her figure accentuated. Si Jinyan, maintaining a stoic demeanor, pointed towards the rear seats and curtly instructed, "Get in." While serving young Master Yun, he constantly reminded himself not to let women hinder his aspirations. "You certainly exude an air of aloofness, boss." Zhang Qin maintained her cheerful facade, deliberately showcasing her figure as she entered the car, inwardly scoffing at the pretentiousness of men. She was determined to demonstrate her prowess. In this age, only the shameless could thrive in such business. And Zhang Qin was indifferent to the nature of her clients, be they human or otherwise, as long as the payment was assured. Si Jinyan halted in front of a bubble tea shop, not far from the art school. "Get out," he signaled to Zhang Qin. "Are you inviting me for bubble tea?" "Boss, how charming," she remarked, interpreting his invitation through her own lens. If it were a pauper, it would be a pitiable act, but if it were a wealthy individual, It was simply romantic. My boss wishes to see you, Si Jinyan stated, holding out the car key, prompting her to follow him inside. Zhang Qin felt a twinge of reluctance at the prospect of a business meeting, yet she dared not refuse, knowing the repercussions of offending the affluent. Si Jinyan produced a card from his wallet, stating, "This contains 10,000 yuan. If you satisfy my boss, your rewards will be even greater." "Understood, boss." Zhang Qin eagerly accepted the card and followed him inside. "Boss, I have brought her," Si Jinyan announced as they approached young Master Yun, who was surrounded by the trio of brothers feigning interest in their bubble tea. "Have a seat. I have questions for you, and you shall provide answers," Zhao Yunhai said, gesturing to the seat across from him. Zhang Qin had never encountered such a strikingly handsome man before, and the McLaren parked outside was a clear indication of his wealth, as evidenced by the car keys resting on the table. Such an attractive man. Could he possibly be interested in me? Though Zhang Qin was aware of the improbability, her imagination ran wild with possibilities. What if she were indeed to his liking? "Your boss has instructed you to take a seat, so do so," Si Jinyan reminded her when she remained stationary. "All right." Zhang Qin quickly dismissed her daydreams and obediently sat across from him. "Customer, here is your bubble tea." The server placed a freshly made cup on the table before departing. "What would you like to ask?" "I shall answer without reservation," Zhang Qin declared, captivated by the allure of the man before her. "You must be acquainted with Zhang Yuni, correct?" Zhao Yunhai gazed at her and slowly spoke. "I wonder if you possess any evidence to substantiate the romantic relationship between him and the pregnant woman." Zhang Qin hesitated. Indeed, she had such evidence. Yet sharing it felt rather uncomfortable, considering the other party was her close friend. All her hesitations stemmed from the lack of significant leverage, prompting a smile from Zhao Yunhai. "If you do have it, I can offer you 200,000 as your reward." Chapter 18. The most handsome man in the room, 200,000? Zhang Qin's breath quickened. That sum was a substantial fortune for her. Moreover, her dear friend Wu Xiaoxiao was also preparing to extort a sizable amount from Zhang Yuni. With this thought, any lingering guilt towards her friend dissipated. "You have money. I should earn a little too, don't you think?" Not at all unreasonable. 10 minutes later, Zhang Qin left the milk tea shop, clutching 210,000, her spirits soaring as she walked with an air of elation. In just 10 minutes, she had netted an impressive sum. Zhang Qin found herself wishing for more inquiries from the other party, hoping to earn even more. Unfortunately, the request was merely for some intimate photos of Wu Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yuni from the past. These photos were originally taken by her friend, but had been shown to her by the requester, showcasing the couple's affection. Although it felt like consuming dog food at the time, she was relieved the records hadn't been deleted. Otherwise, that 210,000 would have slipped away from her grasp. She relished this indulgence. In the milk tea shop, Zhao Yunhai finished the last sip of his drink, perusing one intimate photo after another of Zhang Yuni and Wu Xiaoxiao on his phone. A pregnant woman and a self-made chairman. These photos, along with the recently obtained video of their altercation, would be disseminated to showcase their vulnerabilities. Everyone has their area of expertise. When it comes to crafting rumors, Zhao Yunhai certainly surpassed those unscrupulous media outlets. Professionals handle professional matters, and he had nurtured quite a few cunning dogs across the regions of Jiuzhou. "I understand." Si Jinyan swiftly transferred the photos from young Master Yun's phone to his own, then cautiously returned the device. "I hope this situation brews until the banquet tomorrow night." Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but stretch. A character like Zhang Yuni hardly warranted forceful measures to make him disappear. A few subtle tactics would suffice to initiate his downfall, beginning with public disgrace. As for Zhang Yuni's golden opportunity, it had yet to be activated, likely due to their lack of a formal meeting. The essence of his capabilities lay in that golden opportunity, and activating it would reveal its nature. Little did Zhang Yuni know, his secrets had already fallen into Zhao Yunhai's hands. Currently, he was preoccupied with escaping the clutches of his ex-girlfriend, who adamantly claimed that the child she carried was his. How could he possibly believe it? The notion of taking responsibility was utterly out of the question. Upon Wu Xiaoxiao's demand for 2 million in child support, Zhang Yuni flatly refused, jokingly retorting, "You have betrayed me, and now you expect me to finance a love child? Do you take me for a fool?" I'm no longer the person I once was. You will come to regret this, Zhang Yuni. Mark my words, I will not let this go. This money, whether you give it or not, is rightfully mine. Wu Xiao, seething with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Yuni. He glanced around, relieved to find no one else present. Otherwise, his reputation would surely suffer. Get lost, he said, shoving her aside before driving away from the scene. Fortunately, the art school had long since closed for the holidays, leaving only a middle-aged man at the gate, happily snacking on seeds while enjoying the unfolding drama. The spectacle had only just begun. Not far away, Zhao Yunhai smirked at the scene, rolling up his car window before departing. The following evening, a gala held in Zhao Yunhai's name attracted the elite of Haizhou, local dignitaries, wealthy merchants, and fashionable socialites, alongside some of the younger scions of affluent families. Outside the Haifu Hotel, luxury cars congregated, and countless individuals aspired to gain entry to the soiree. However, it was universally understood that only those who met the stringent criteria were permitted inside. Attempting to sneak in unqualified guests, one would be courting the wrath of the son of the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces. Zhao Yunhai's father, Zhao Hongwen, was not merely a figurehead as the richest man in the 9 provinces. He wielded immense influence, presiding over the largest business consortium, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Founded 15 years ago by Zhao Hongwen himself, the chamber attracted numerous members from various industries. At that time, no one dared to impede his ascent. And while it was evident that Zhao Hongwen was not a self-made man, most people failed to uncover his true background. Only a select few were aware that he was the head of the Zhao family, the most formidable clan in the region. Thus, Zhao Yunhai's identity as the son of the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces and the future heir of the Zhao family rendered him exceptionally esteemed. The Yu family, including Yu Manlu and others, acted as hosts for the gathering, though they recognized that the attendees were primarily there for Zhao Yunhai's sake. Currently, the Yu family found themselves besieged by a young upstart in the business world, giving rise to the impression that they were merely a shadow of their former glory, lacking the strength they once commanded. When will young master, Zhao, make an appearance? I only came here out of respect for him, one guest remarked. Good things take time, my friends, but from what I hear, this young master Zhao is attending out of regard for Yu Manlu, another responded. Is that so? Could it be that young master Zhao is the savior Yu Manlu has brought in? It seems that the upstart may falter after all. Indeed, in Haizhou, many members of the Tianyuan Chamber are present, with a single word from young master Zhao, who among us would not lend a hand. None of those engaged in conversation held a favorable opinion of Zhang Yuni, and they seized the opportunity to discuss business, which was one of the primary purposes of attending the gala. After all, these individuals seldom have the opportunity to gather, lacking any prominent figure to unite them. However, with the arrival of Qian Yuanhui, the president of the Fuyun Chamber of Commerce, its members quickly flocked to his side. Qian Yuanhui proceeded to introduce Zhang Yuni to his fellow members, repeatedly expressing his confidence in Zhang, urging them to cooperate and support him, suggesting that Zhang's growth would ultimately benefit them all. Standing closely beside Qian Liner, Zhang Yuni felt a surge of disdain as he caught the malicious glances directed at him. The attendees were all too aware of the fierce business rivalry between Zhang Yuni's Yummy Company and the Yu Group. It was audacious for Zhang Yuni to attend this gathering, a testament to the youthful arrogance of his generation. Suddenly, a voice called out, announcing the arrival of young Master Zhao. Conversations halted abruptly, and the room fell silent, all eyes converging in the same direction. The tall figure of Zhao Yunhai strode in, flanked by Ada and 2 others, with members of the Yu family,
including Yu Manlu, following closely behind, exuding an undeniable aura as they approached the crowd. This spectacle stirred the hearts of many affluent young women present,
including some billionairesses in their 30s, who were captivated by his striking presence. Who is that, striding in with such arrogance? ISNT tonight, Zhao domain. He certainly doesn't appear to be an ordinary individual. I wonder what kind of grand entrance Zhao will make, mused a young man unfamiliar with Zhao Yunhai, peering down from the 2nd-floor balcony. Hush, keep your voice down. That Zhao quickly interjected another young man who, while unfamiliar with Zhao, recognized Yu Manlu. Seeing such an audacious business prodigy standing obediently behind him confirmed Zhao's identity. The once smug expression on the face of the onlooker faltered, and he promptly fell silent, becoming more reserved. That is indeed young Master Zhao Yunhai. The Yu family, particularly Yu Manlu, is said to have a close relationship with him, remarked a member of the Fuyin Chamber of Commerce, casting a significant glance at Zhang Yuni. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuni turned his gaze toward Zhao Yunhai, feeling an inexplicable sense that this gathering was orchestrated with him in mind. The depth of the relationship between Yu Manlu and Zhao Yunhai was indeed surprising. He suspected that Uncle Qian had refrained from disclosing this information to avoid discouraging his attendants. This revelation prompted Zhang Yuni to reconsider his plans to take over the Yu group. If Zhao Yunhai was indeed Yu Manlu's savior, he needed to act swiftly, decisively dismantling the Yu group before Zhao could react. The Yu group had repeatedly targeted him, and failing to retaliate would only portray him as an easy target. Even if Zhao Yunhai intervened, Zhang Yuni felt undeterred, bolstered by the confidence his unique capabilities instilled in him. I once believed that Zhao Yunhai and the wealthy second-generation elites of Haizhou were no different from one another. However, I was pleasantly surprised to find him possessing such elegant demeanor. Yet, I remain uncertain of his character. Qian Liner gazed at Zhao Yunhai with immense curiosity and whispered softly. Qian Yuanhui was aware of the relationship between Yu Manlu and Zhao Yunhai, but he did not comprehend the true nature of their connection. He hoped that Zhang Yuni could supplant Yu Manlu, thereby earning Zhao Yunhai's recognition for his capabilities. In doing so, Zhang Yuni would be able to leverage Zhao Yunhai's extensive network, rapidly expanding his business empire throughout the entire Jiuzhou region. This was Qian Yuanhui's genuine intention, sincerely wishing the best for Zhang Yuni. What's wrong? Are you feeling jealous? Qian Liner teased as she observed the dazed Zhang Yuni. I am not. Zhang Yuni replied with a wry smile, rubbing his nose upon realizing her misunderstanding. He was merely contemplating matters concerning the company. Qian Liner huffed, believing Zhang Yuni was indeed envious, a hint of a smile betraying her pride. Zhao Yunhai's opening remarks were quite commonplace. Nevertheless, the audience listened with rapt attention. If it were anyone else, it might not have been received so well, for Zhao Yunhai's status commanded respect, and the attendees were sure to show him deference. Is there anyone here who knows Zhang Yuni? I have heard from my younger brother Manlu that there seems to be some misunderstanding between the Yu group and Yunmi company. Zhao Yunhai's gaze shifted toward Zhang Yuni as he spoke into the microphone with an air of indifference. The microphone amplified his voice throughout the venue, prompting all present to turn their attention toward Zhang Yuni, their eyes brimming with schadenfreude. At that moment, Qian Yuanhui stepped forward to support Zhang Yuni, proclaiming loudly, Young Master Zhao, the Yu group has been domineering in Haizhou, repeatedly suppressing emerging companies. The Yu group has shown no discretion, targeting Yummy Company, which has merely retaliated in self-defense. Is that truly a fault? Qian Yuanhui's words garnered agreement from those affiliated with the Fortune Business Association. Among the attendees were numerous commercial magnates from Haizhou, who, while feigning amusement, secretly scoffed. After all, Qian Yuanhui was no stranger to such tactics. Suppressing new companies was merely a routine affair for them, and acquisition and financing were standard practices in the realm of business. Several influential figures in the second-floor private room listened with keen interest, swirling their glasses of red wine and engaging in hushed conversations about clandestine matters, all of which inevitably circled back to the Zhao family. In the eyes of these elites, Zhao Yunhai was an entity they dared not offend, and many among them had ambiguous ties to the Zhao family. Zhang Yuni cast a disdainful glance over the crowd before turning to Zhao Yunhai, slightly raising his chin and speaking with unwavering confidence. There is nothing more to discuss. It is a matter of the victor and the vanquished. The Yu group has repeatedly targeted my Yummy company, and any possibility for reconciliation between us has vanished. If you wish to act as a mediator, I advise you to reconsider. I will not relent unless my Yummy company collapses. Zhang Yuni then looked coldly at Yu Manlu, who stood behind Zhao Yunhai, and sneered. I doubt the Yu group will ever witness that day. Zhao Yunhai gazed at Zhang Yuni with a cheerful smile as the extraordinary doubling in his mind finally activated. It was evident that only through dialogue with the protagonist could this remarkable ability be triggered. Ultimately, the number displayed was 3, signifying that he had acquired threefold of Zhang Yunyi's capabilities. As he experienced an unprecedented clarity in his business acumen, it became apparent that Zhang Yunyi possessed a modicum of entrepreneurial talent. However, this was not the crux of the matter. Zhao Yunhai looked down at his open palm, revealing the black card, and a faint smile graced his lips. Indeed, this black card was Zhang Yunyi's most significant asset. Meanwhile, Yu Manla's father appeared anxious. If Zhao was merely an intermediary, then the Yu group would forever lose what it had relinquished. Yu Manlu gestured for his father to remain calm, allowing Zhao Xiao to take the lead. Moreover, based on his understanding of Brother Yunhai, reconciliation with Zhang Yunyi was utterly implausible. "I'm not here to mediate." Zhao Yunhai chuckled as he tucked the black card into his pocket, lifting his gaze towards Zhang Yunyi, and spoke with a nonchalant tone. "From what I gather, your initial funding sources are rather unusual, and I have already informed the relevant authorities to conduct an investigation. Everyone present is a reputable businessman. I will not permit anyone to tarnish the commercial development of Haizhou." "Well said," exclaimed an individual who had long harbored disdain for Yunmi Company's rapid ascent, applauding fervently. "Zhao Xiao is absolutely right. We are all above board and shall not allow such vermin to corrupt the future of Haizhou's commercial landscape." "Indeed, indeed," another echoed. "I have suspected him for quite some time. A mere ordinary programmer has inexplicably advanced to this level in such a short span. Something is definitely amiss." Zhao Yunhai's remarks immediately garnered agreement from the crowd. Regardless of the truth, aligning with Zhao Xiao seemed the prudent choice. Qian Yuanhui's expression turned anxious, having never anticipated that Zhao Yunhai would suddenly target Zhang Yunyi. The innocent shall remain unscathed," Zhang Yunyi replied, exhibiting a demeanor unperturbed by scrutiny. Although he could not account for those two transactions, it was equally impossible for his adversaries to uncover any discrepancies within them. Zhao Yunhai regarded him with a silent smile. "This was merely the beginning. Are you ready, protagonist?" At that moment, several cars halted outside the Haifu Hotel, and a group of individuals with grave expressions disembarked, striding purposefully toward the establishment. The security personnel, initially intent on blocking their entry, promptly complied upon recognizing the credentials held aloft by the leaders of the group, daring not to obstruct their passage. Upon witnessing their arrival, Zhao Yunhai's lips curled into a slight smile, while Zhang Yunyi felt a jolt of surprise, realizing that Zhao Yunhai had directly summoned these individuals. He had initially anticipated underhanded tactics aimed at disseminating rumors regarding his early funding online. Instead, he found the opposition's approach refreshingly decisive, eliciting the attention of these figures. If he were not uncovered, then they would be guilty of malicious reporting. With that thought, Zhang Yunyi steadied himself. The notion of tracing his funding sources was sheer folly. Zhao Ligua approached Zhang Yunyi with a solemn demeanor, presenting his credentials to establish his identity. "Mr. Zhang, it has been reported that the origin of two substantial sums of money during the initial stages of Yummy Company remains unclear. We kindly ask you to cooperate with our investigation, refrain from futile arguments and resistance, and avoid any concealment." Yunyi, Qian Liner, observing the aggressive demeanor of the individuals present, anxiously tugged at his arm. "I am fine. Do not worry." Zhang Yunyi reassured her with a deep breath. The atmosphere grew silent as those around them watched intently, pondering that indeed, Zhao Xiao had made his move, albeit with an unexpected lethal precision. These individuals were the last people one would wish to encounter in the business realm, typically avoided like a harbinger of misfortune. Naturally, should the investigation yield no findings, Zhang Yunyi would be released. Conversely, if the source of the funds remains unexplained, Yummy Company would face legal closure. All occurrences stem from a parallel universe. Do not conflate with reality. Zhang Yunyi spread his hands innocently before the official personnel. "As a law-abiding citizen, I shall certainly cooperate with your inquiry. If I am proven innocent, I demand the immediate restoration of my reputation." Following this statement, Zhang Yunyi cast a glance at Zhao Yunhai, eager to witness the surprise etched on his face. Alas, he saw only the smirk on Zhao Yunhai's lips. as if he had already fallen into a trap meticulously laid out for him. The moment this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Yuni felt a jolt of alarm and quickly dismissed the notion. How could this be? The opponent's tactics were merely these underhanded maneuvers. Zhao Ligua smirked coldly within, gesturing for his subordinates to escort Zhang Yuni away. Before departing, Zhao Ligua subtly glanced in Zhao Yunhai's direction, as if receiving an unspoken signal, and nodded nonchalantly. Although Qian Yuanhui, the president of the Fortune Commerce Association, could not obstruct the officials in their duty, he believed in Zhang Yuni's innocence. Qian Liner cast a disapproving look at Zhao Yunhai, certain he was the one who reported Zhang Yuni out of envy for his self-made success. Liner, let us return home, Qian Yuanhui stated, recognizing that under such circumstances, they could no longer remain. He intended to leverage his connections to assist Zhang Yuni in extricating himself from this predicament. You scoundrel, to gain the support of the Fortune Commerce Association, you abandoned me while I was pregnant. You must provide an explanation for both me and our child today. Just as Zhang Yuni was about to be taken away, a woman in a maternity outfit with disheveled hair burst through the hotel entrance. The security personnel outside seemed to lag behind, arriving belatedly. This woman, with her unkempt appearance, rushed directly in front of Zhang Yuni, and the official personnel, seemingly forewarned, parted effortlessly to the sides. Zhang Yuni stood in utter bewilderment, gazing at his former girlfriend. What was happening? How did she find him here? Boom! This single remark ignited the gossip flames among the onlookers. Zhang Yuni abandoned his wife and child, even without a marriage, to forsake a pregnant girlfriend for the daughter of the president of the Fortune Commerce Association was indeed shameless. The atmosphere at the scene was instantly ignited as Zhao Yunhai set aside the microphone and approached the crowd. Regardless of their wealth, everyone delights in the intrigues of gossip, particularly the recent sensational rumors surrounding Zhang Yuni. Zhao Yunhai smirked coldly, realizing that Zhang Yuni was indeed the main course of the evening. He hoped it would be to his liking. Yumintang was aware of the other party's ex-girlfriend, but was oblivious to the fact that she was pregnant. He couldn't help but admire brother Yunhai, recognizing the significant gap between them. Within a mere day, he had uncovered the information about the ex-girlfriend's pregnancy and was even crafting a narrative around it. Zhao Yunhai promptly raised his phone and activated the recording function, chuckling mischievously at Zhang Yuni's predicament. Oh my, what is this? This is the scandalous past of the legendary Zhang Yuni. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuni's expression darkened. He cast a glowering look at Zhao Yunhai and brusquely pushed aside his ex-girlfriend, Wu Xiaoxiao, stating bluntly, I have no relationship with you. Your child cannot possibly be mine. Do not force me to reveal the truth of your actions. Zhang Yuni was reluctant to air his grievances in such a public space, as it was not a matter of pride. Wu Xiaoxiao, feigning weakness, dramatically fell to the ground, her hands supporting her as she sobbed, eliciting snickers from the onlookers. Such theatrics were not lost on the astute business moguls present, yet outwardly they feigned sympathy. It was evident that her presence here spoke volumes about the situation. Meanwhile, the scene of Zhang Yuni pushing down his pregnant ex-girlfriend was captured by the hastily arriving reporters, flashes of their cameras illuminating the chaos. Zhang Yuni realized he had been ensnared by Zhao Yunhai's scheme and felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure, ignoring the sobbing Wu Xiaoxiao on the ground, and addressed Zhao Ligua. Can we leave? Of course, Zhao Ligua shrugged, gesturing toward the media with a whisper. However, as an official, I must advise you that if you do not clarify the situation, it may escalate further. As an official, I cannot forcibly remove these individuals, as it may lead to misunderstandings about our intentions. I understand, Zhang Yuni replied, unaware that Zhao Ligua was aligned with Zhao Yunhai. Chairman of Yunmi, is everything your ex-girlfriend Wu Xiaoxiao just said true? After abandoning your wife and child, do you feel no shame? Did you push your girlfriend down because the truth was revealed and you were embarrassed? Microphones were thrust forward as reporters eagerly posed their pre-prepared questions. With bonuses at stake and the prospect of double pay this month, they were fervently competing for the spotlight, jostling for position. She is merely my ex-girlfriend. Please refrain from making unfounded speculations. Now, Zhang Yuni can only offer explanations, Otherwise, he remains oblivious to how the media may distort the narrative. This implies that you acknowledge your romantic involvement with her, and the intimate photos circulating online are indeed genuine. Consequently, she is now expecting your child, yet in pursuit of success and career advancement. You have callously abandoned the woman who has steadfastly supported you since your university days and is currently pregnant, while pursuing a liaison with the daughter of the president of the Fortune Business Association, solely for her potential to enhance your commercial prospects. Your actions could be likened to those of a modern-day chinchimmy, and I am determined to bring your deeds to light for public scrutiny. Unexpectedly, a female journalist adeptly summarized the situation, positioning herself as a champion of justice. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuni was incensed. The journalist's sharp tongue had struck a nerve, and his gaze upon her grew colder. I will dispatch a legal notice to your residence, warning you that spreading falsehoods is a criminal offense. So, it seems you are now fearful, threatening a journalist who is filled with a sense of righteousness, truly reminiscent of the contemporary Chun Shimmy. The journalist skillfully reinterpreted the implications of his words, while the other reporters, unable to contribute, simply appropriated the inquiries as their own, returning to claim their rewards. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaoxiao, who lay on the ground and had not risen, noticed that the reporters were ignoring her. Her role directly influenced the amount of money she could receive, and suddenly, her eyes lit up. She had spotted the woman mentioned in the dossier provided by the masked man. A wave of jealousy surging within her as she lunged towards Qian Liner, who was about to assist. Qian Liner, return my boyfriend to me. Return the father of my child. Chapter 21. A suppressed atmosphere. The oppressed protagonist upon seeing the deranged woman charging at her. Qian Liner instinctively raised her hand in defense. Get away from me, you lunatic. Qian Yuanhui, standing 2 meters away from his daughter, was unable to intervene in time. A sharp sound echoed as Qian Liner delivered a resounding slap to Wu Xiaoxiao, who fell to the ground once more, letting out an exclamation of pain. Wu Xiaoxiao performed her part with exaggerated flair, yet the pain inflicted was all too real. She glared at Qian Liner with seething resentment, only to instantly transform into a figure of vulnerability, sobbing softly as tears cascaded down her cheeks. The more convincingly she acted, the greater her chances of dragging this woman down with her, thereby doubling her own financial gain. The sound of the slap was crisp and instantaneous, redirecting the attention of the reporters towards Qian Liner. Miss Qian Liner, did you strike Zhang Yuni's girlfriend in an attempt to induce a miscarriage? Miss Qian Liner, was your recent action motivated by jealousy and dissatisfaction, leading you to physically assault another? Miss Qian Liner, in a public setting, to strike a pregnant woman. Does this reflect the upbringing instilled by the president of the Fortune Business Association? As a willful and obstinate individual, Miss Qian Liner, do you not feel a sense of guilt for usurping Wu Xiaoxiao's place as a third party? These reporters were unconcerned with whether she was the daughter of the Fortune Business Association as president. They had already received assurances from higher-ups, and they were unafraid. Qian Liner had never faced such a barrage of reporters before. Typically, those who sought her out were sycophants, but now they hurled cold and malicious words at her, leaving her pale and shaken. To target an innocent woman, these unscrupulous journalists would not escape my wrath. Witnessing his beloved endure such scorn, Zhang Yuni erupted in anger, forcefully pushing aside a reporter obstructing his path and positioning himself protectively in front of Qian Liner, facing the crowd. Ever since acquiring his golden touch, Zhang Yuni's confidence had swelled to an unprecedented level. He believed that nothing was beyond the reach of wealth. Once he had the opportunity, he would swiftly acquire the companies behind these journalists, rendering them unemployed and restoring integrity to the press. How can one be so callous as to disregard a woman lying on the ground, not even concerned for the well-being of their future child? Such heartlessness is unbecoming of a public figure. Today, I shall expose you for the charlatan you are, a modern-day chinchimmy. The reporter whom Zhang Yuni had pushed to the ground regained his footing and, undeterred, approached Zhang Yuni with a microphone in hand, vociferously challenging him. Qian Yuanhui, taken aback by Zhang Yuni's impulsiveness, quickly instructed the bodyguards nearby to ensure Zhang Yuni's safety. Qian Liner glared fiercely at Wu Xiaoxiao, a woman she recognized as shameless, who dared to fabricate lies against her brother Yuni. Zhao Yunhai, these vicious hounds are your pets, aren't they? Zhang Yuni regarded the obsequious journalists with scorn, coldly remarking, "If this is your tactic, you underestimate me." Zhao Yunhai, enjoying the spectacle, laughed and clapped his hands when Zhang Yuni turned his gaze towards him. Ada, understanding the cue, produced a stack of red envelopes he had prepared in advance and approached the media, distributing them with a grin. "This is a small token of appreciation for my boss. Thank you for your hard work." The reporters accepted the envelopes openly, exclaiming about the generosity of the boss as they glimpsed the bank cards and passwords within. To bribe journalists publicly, to flaunt such malice. Zhao Yunhai, do you think everyone is blind? Zhang Yuni sought to assert his dominance, a tactic he had mastered and wielded with utmost confidence as he regarded Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai, feigning innocence, spread his hands and turned to survey the entire gathering. So what if you witnessed it? Zhang Yuni, what of it if I am targeting you? Who among this crowd will vouch for you against my public bribery? Zhao Yunhai observed Zhang Yuni with amusement, fully aware that his actions were far from superfluous. His intent was simple, to reveal a truth to those present. They could either support Zhang Yuni or side with him, completely ostracizing Zhang Yuni. Surely, any rational individual would choose to align with him, except for those ensnared by the protagonist's delusions of grandeur. Zhang Yuni's lips curled upward at the words, a sense of clandestine satisfaction swelling within him. He turned to Zhao Ligua beside him and spoke swiftly. Did you see? He has admitted that this is aimed at me. Everything is merely a scheme to frame and slander me. You must testify on my behalf. Zhao Yunhai observed Zhang Yuni's theatrics in silence, recognizing that the individuals he sought assistance for were all loyal to him. What do you possess to contest me? Zhao Ligua retorted, a smirk gracing his face as he turned to Zhang Yuni and stated earnestly, as official personnel, it is our duty to investigate reports. The ensuing matters will be handled by those responsible for such affairs, and we have no authority to interfere. Mr. Zhang, I truly regret that I am powerless in this matter. Perhaps you could inquire with those present, as I am certain someone will vouch for you. Zhao Ligua was merely an observer of this unfolding drama. Had he not received young Master Yun's permission, he would not foolishly linger, but would have already escorted Zhang Yuni away for interrogation. His surname alone revealed his affiliation with the Zhao clan. Regrettably, only the members of the Zhao lineage were privy to the connection he shared with Zhao Yunhai. I must extend my gratitude to Captain Zhao for not distorting the truth. Although Zhang Yuni was not fond of rigid bureaucrats, he appreciated that Captain Zhao had not aligned himself with Zhao Yunhai, which was commendable in itself. Yet, when Zhang Yuni glanced around at the audience, he was taken aback to discover that, apart from Uncle Qian and his companions, everyone else stood firmly behind Zhao Yunhai. Among the gathered crowd, who was not astute, did they need to deliberate on whether Zhang Yuni could triumph over Zhao Yunhai? It was evident that no one believed in Zhang Yuni's victory. Even Qian Yuanhui conceded that, at this moment, Zhang Yuni was no match for Zhao Yunhai. Nonetheless, he chose to wager the entirety of the Fuyun Chamber of Commerce alongside Zhang Yuni, should he possess the capability to defy expectations. After all, the miracles Zhang Yuni had conjured in just a month had earned him newfound respect, and Qian was willing to take a chance. Zhao Yunhai slowly approached Zhang Yuni, the surrounding reporters parting ways to clear a path for the young master. You see, this is the tide of fortune. You have bullied my subordinate, Yumin Liu, and now I shall return the favor. You have no objections, I presume? Zhao Yunhai arrogantly jabbed a finger into Zhang Yuni's shoulder, grinning smugly. Dear media friends, do allow Zhang Yuni a clear path to confess. It is best for the truth to be revealed to the public sooner rather than later. With a gentle wave of his hand, Zhao Yunhai signaled, and the reporters dutifully made way for Zhang Yuni. Zhang Yuni took a deep breath, fixating his gaze on Zhao Yunhai, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. For the first time, he felt the staggering disparity between himself and a scion of wealth such as Zhao Yunhai. The immense frustration bubbled within him, yet he could only bury it deep within his heart. This was humiliation, and he vowed to repay it 100-fold in the future. As he was led away, Zhang Yuni silently swore that he would make Zhao Yunhai pay dearly for his arrogance. Chapter 22. The protagonist, defined as a contemporary Chun Shimi Zhang Yuni, was suffocated by pent-up resentment, yearning to land a punch squarely on his adversary's face. However, he understood that such an action was futile and unattainable. The bodyguards had never shifted their gaze from him. Any hint of impropriety on his part would result in immediate intervention. In the past, as a mere programmer, he was oblivious to the depths of the world. However, as he encountered more individuals of wealth and influence, he became aware of the existence of martial artists. This knowledge remained a secret to the ordinary populace. Yet for those beyond that realm, the existence of martial artists was an unspoken truth. He surmised that the bodyguard accompanying his adversary was indeed a martial artist. He now regretted not heeding Uncle Qian's advice to hire a few bodyguards, dismissing the suggestion under the guise of discomfort. Zhao Yunhai's intricate tactics caught him off guard. Yet he was resolute. Once he found his footing, he would make Zhao Yunhai aware of his own prowess. For him, money was but a numerical value. With the existence of a black card, he was among the least financially constrained individuals in this world. He could even purchase the loyalty of those surrounding his adversary to act on his behalf. Money could indeed transcend boundaries, and it was even easier to sway martial artists. What? You doubt it? Zhao Yunhai scoffed at his visible discontent. If you're not convinced, then just hold your breath. Zhang Yui could not help but retort with a mocking laugh, asserting that Zhao Yunhai was merely a bully relying on his power, playing trivial tricks. When the investigation concludes, you will learn what true wrath feels like. Do you understand? In the 9 provinces, I will not tolerate anyone more formidable than myself. Zhao Yunhai patted Zhang Yui on the shoulder and leaned in close, exuding arrogance as he declared, "Rest assured, by the time you emerge, you will find your yummy company wholly devoured by me. When that moment arrives, your so-called wrath might only be unleashed in dreams or perhaps in the underworld." Zhang Yui exemplified the archetype of a commercial mogul. Though Yummy Company was small, it was comprehensive, boasting numerous talented employees. While still in its infancy, it had already laid a solid foundation for becoming a significant enterprise. Zhao Yunhai, however, was not one to be sentimental. He would utilize what he acquired without hesitation. The compliance of the employees was not even a consideration for him. In this era, wealth was the ultimate authority. Even if a few were insubordinate, it mattered little. The 9 provinces had a surplus of people. Ultimately, Zhang Yui was directly escorted into a vehicle by Zhao Ligu's subordinates. As he sat inside, watching Zhao Yunhai from the window, a dawning realization began to form within him. He understood that there existed a chasm between himself and privileged scions like Zhao Yunhai. He was the victim of a scheme. Everyone present was aware of his plight, yet no one spoke on his behalf. Not even Uncle Qian, the business magnate, who could only watch helplessly as he was taken away. Why did Zhao Yunhai have so many supporters? It stemmed from his advantageous lineage. A father who was the wealthiest in the 9 provinces, the patriarch of the Tianyun Chamber of Commerce. The Zhao family was not merely engaged in commerce. Their influence ran deeper. As Zhang Yui's thoughts raced, clarity washed over him. It seemed that upon his release, he would need to abandon his previous humble mindset. Brother Yunhai, what shall we do next? Should we initiate our actions against Yummy Company now? Upon witnessing Zhang Yui being effortlessly subdued by Brother Yunhai, Yu Manlu felt an increasing admiration for him. Of course, from now on, you shall delegate the affairs of the Yu family group to the others. Zhao Yunhai spoke with profound intent, casting a significant glance at the parents of Yu Manlu, particularly at the father. Indeed, upon hearing this, a subtle change flickered across the face of Yu Manlu's father. Yet, as the heir of the Zhao family, Zhao Yunhai left no room for resistance. Yu Manlu was not the sole heir, understanding that Yu Manlu would ultimately not belong to the Yu family. His father contemplated how to extract every ounce of value from Yu Manlu while he still remained with the family. "Young Master Zhao, my daughter is unwell, and we must take our leave," Qian Yuanhui remarked, surprised at how the situation had unfolded. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have allowed Yuni to attend. "Chairman Qian, please take care," Zhao Yunhai expressed, showing no intention of detaining them. If they wished to depart, they were free to do so, especially since the principal, Zhang Yuni, had already been temporarily dispatched. Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhang Yuni's ex-girlfriend, Wu Xiaoxiao, had quietly slipped away, her hands now clutching a bank card worth 500,000 yuan. A performance for 500,000, she mused, feeling she had struck a considerable bargain. As the main act concluded, the gathering swiftly dispersed. Most guests had engaged in discussions about potential collaborations and had made connections with partners beneficial for their companies. Leaving with satisfaction, the developments unfolded as Zhao Yunhai had anticipated. Employees of Yunmi Company had lost their motivation to work. Chairman Zhang Yuni had been taken away for an investigation into the source of funds, and this news alone dealt a significant blow to the morale of the staff. Meanwhile, Yumi's partners began to delay shipments and payments under various pretexts. Not to mention, the scandal surrounding Chairman Zhang Yuni abandoning his pregnant girlfriend for Qian Liner was further tarnishing his reputation. In the age of the internet, the speed at which news spreads is beyond imagination. With Zhao Yunhai's influence, within a single night, the scandal became known throughout Haizhou and beyond. Wu Xiaoxiao was labeled as the abandoned party, while Zhang Yuni was condemned as an exceptionally rare scoundrel. Women reviled him, and men scorned him. The label of a modern-day Qinshimi was firmly affixed to Zhang Yuni, and whenever his name was mentioned, people would immediately associate him with that infamous title. Even if Zhang Yuni wished to redeem himself, the challenge would be akin to scaling the heavens. Currently, his phone had been forcibly shut down for investigation, leaving him entirely oblivious to the public outcry against him, the scorn directed toward him from all corners. As for Qin Yuanhui, he found himself with no time to assist Zhang Yuni in extricating himself from this predicament. As one of the central figures in this widely known scandal was none other than his daughter, Qian Liner. "Dad, what should I do?" Qian Liner had never experienced such a widespread online exposure. She was too frightened to check her phone, curling up on the sofa, sobbing uncontrollably. "You must stay indoors for now. The memory of the internet has a way of fading. In time, this will calm down," Qin Yuanhui said, his heart heavy as he looked at his daughter, gently advising her. "But what about Brother Yuni, Dad? Please think of something." Qian Liner gradually ceased her weeping, her eyes red and pleading as she gazed at her father. "What other means do I have? Yun excels at creating miracles. I hope this time will be no different." Qian Yuanhui's greatest concern at present lies with the Fortune Chamber of Commerce. Several members have already reported to him that they have been secretly sabotaged, with losses amounting to millions. To what extent must that Zhao Xiao go before he ceases his actions? Qian Yuanhui sighed inwardly. "I shall not relent. When undertaking a task, one must be resolute. The Fortune Chamber of Commerce has chosen Zhang Yunyi, so let them accompany him to ruin. I will personally communicate this matter to my father, instructing him to take action through the chamber he oversees, relieving us of any burden." Within the villa, Zhao Yunhai lounged on the sofa, legs crossed, a cigar held between his lips, gazing languidly at Yumanlu. In 1 week's time, ensure that the Yunmi Company, now devoid of Zhang Yunyi's presence, is thoroughly suppressed and acquired at the lowest possible price. When the time comes, the company shall be renamed Tiangong, for I relish the feeling of wielding absolute power. I eagerly anticipate the day Zhang Yun emerges, witnessing the transformation of Yunmi into Tiangong. What a profound emotional experience that shall be. Presently, the black card in Zhao Yunhai's possession represents 3 times Zhang Yunyi's initial capital. To Zhao Yunhai, money is merely a sequence of numbers. Yet he intends to convert that figure into his own strength. Chapter 23. Establishing Tiangong Company. I understand. Rest assured, regarding the suppression of Yummy Company, I will not disappoint you this time, Yumanlu assured. Having developed a psychological shadow over Zhang Yunyi, he nonetheless felt confident in targeting Yummy Company, now lacking its stalwart leader. The ease with which Zhao Yunhai had vanquished Zhang Yun left Yumanlu's lingering doubts gradually dissipating. Zhao Yunhai nodded approvingly. He remained satisfied with Yumanlu's business acumen. It was merely an encounter with a formidable protagonist. After all, it is entirely normal to struggle against someone with exceptional advantages. In alignment with his vision for Tiangong's future, it must evolve into an entity akin to a cinematic protective umbrella, wielding the power to influence the world. Only such a Tiangong could satisfy his ambitions and allow his aspirations to be fully realized. Meanwhile, upon entering the interrogation room, Zhang Yun, he discovered that no one had come to question him. After a night passed, apart from the basic necessities, he still received no inquiries. It dawned on him that he had seemingly walked into a trap. Even Zhao Ligua might be in league with the adversary. How foolish he had been to trust Zhao Ligua as a person of integrity. Zhang Yun, filled with regret, pounded the wall, uttering filthy curses under his breath. Had he known this would transpire, he would have never cooperated so confidently with the investigation. He had ample time to summon the company's lawyer to assist him in extricating himself from this predicament. According to regulations, the maximum time Zhang Yun he was required to cooperate with the investigation was 48 hours. Should this time elapse without any evidence being found, he would be temporarily released until sufficient proof of wrongdoing regarding the source of funds warranted another summons. This book's content should not be applied to reality. The plot is purely fictional. Zhao Yunhai would not permit Zhang Yuni to emerge so swiftly. He had long instructed Zhao Ligua to procure evidence before the deadline, ensuring that Zhang Yuni remained confined until all settled. Knowing precisely where to strike, Zhao Yunhai harbored no intention of releasing Zhang Yuni to engage in a fair contest. When one can triumph thoroughly, one should do so. Notions of lacking fulfillment from defeating an adversary in their own domain would never grace Zhao Yunhai's mind. In the realm of victory and defeat, fairness is a mere illusion, leaving only the outcomes of success and failure. Zhao Yunhai would not dwell on the true origins of Zhang Yuni's initial capital. It was merely a tactic to sever Zhang Yuni's connection to the outside world. In Zhao Yunhai's eyes, a black card held substantial value. Had Zhang Yuni been afforded time, he would undoubtedly carve out a significant existence. Unfortunately, encountering Zhao Yunhai led to his untimely demise. Following the escalation of the Zhang Yuni scandal, Yummy Company faced not only external criticism, but also the suppression from Yumintang. The chaos left the employees in disarray, their spirits clouded, sensing the company's precarious state. Fortunately, Zhang Yuni had not pursued an IPO. Otherwise, they might have faced a plummet in stock value. Perhaps this was the sole advantage of remaining private. However, the downside was the inability to secure additional funding and rapid liquidation. If a billion-dollar company opted for public listing, its valuation could soar to $100 billion or more. This is why the ultimate goal of entrepreneurship often leads to an IPO. Due to Zhao Yunhai's influence, the registration process for Tiangong Company by Yumintang was expedited, receiving approval within a day, with a registered capital of $30 billion. This sum represented the first withdrawal Zhao Yunhai made from the black card, easily laundered under the guise of his father's fishing group, rendering it verifiable. Although Zhao Hongwan was curious about the source of his son's $30 billion, he chose to support his son's legitimate endeavor without question. Even if the origins of the funds were to be scrutinized, who would dare to expose such matters and offend the Zhao family? When his son proposed targeting the Haizhou Fuyun Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Hongwan took it to heart amidst his busy schedule. After all, it was a request from his son, prompting him to personally delegate the task to his subordinates, ensuring it was executed efficiently. With Zhao Hongwan's direct involvement, the management of Tianyun Chamber, known for their lofty ambitions yet limited capabilities, dare not be negligent, promptly setting aside their pressing matters to dismantle the Fuyun Chamber. A single Fuyun Chamber did not warrant excessive concern from Zhao Hongwan. His primary focus remained on his son. Zhao Yunhai, after all, he had but one son. Whether it was mere perception or truth, he felt that his son had recently experienced a transformation, appearing more mature and no longer indulging in debauchery. As for how Zhao Hongwan acquired this information, it was simply that his curiosity was met with reports from those eager to share what he sought to know. The transformation of his son brought immense solace to the old father, especially since Zhao Hongwan had aspirations for his son to inherit the mantle of the Zhao family's leadership. Upon exhausting the initial $30 billion, Zhao Yunhai received a second infusion of funds from his black card, amounting to an additional $150 billion. Truly, the black card serves as the protagonist's golden ticket, with each transaction quintupled in value. it would not be long before he became the wealthiest individual globally. Even Zhang Yunyi's black card could not match his pace, as Zhao Yunhai's card consistently yielded 3 times as much with each withdrawal. However, Zhao Yunhai was acutely aware of the necessity to exercise restraint in utilizing this fortune. After all, reality diverges from fiction, and no matter how abundant, money remains merely paper. The true backbone supporting wealth is resources. An excess of money circulating in a market compared to available resources could lead to dire consequences. As Zhao Yunhai scrolled through his phone, he noted the plethora of news reports across various short video platforms regarding Zhang Yunyi, which filled him with satisfaction. It was a rare feat for a protagonist to have their reputation tarnished by someone like him, a triumph that had eluded countless antagonists throughout history. As for the possibility of a reversal in Zhang Yunyi's fortunes, Zhao Yunhai could conceive of no avenue for such an outcome. The Tiangong Company had been established, yet Zhao Yunhai had yet to set foot in the premises, as the company's location was merely a temporary rental. The headquarters was still under consideration on the map of Jiuzhou. Tiangong Company was not based in Haizhou, for Zhao Yunhai did not intend to remain there for an extended period. After temporarily dealing with Zhang Yunyi, he had initially planned to linger in Haizhou longer, but a phone call compelled him to abandon that intention and leave the city. Man Lu, I entrust Tiangong to you. Should any insurmountable issues arise, do not hesitate to contact me. Zhao Yunhai solemnly instructed Yu Man Lu at the airport, emphasizing the necessity to keep a vigilant watch over Zhang Yunyi. Yu Man Lu readily agreed, fully committed to adhering to Yunhai's counsel. Even without such instruction, he would ensure that Zhang Yunyi was closely monitored, leaving no opportunity for him to recover. The senior executives of Yunmi Company chose to remain silent in the face of the chairman's speculation circulating outside. Instead, they dispatched the company's attorney to meet with the chairman and relay the developments occurring externally. That scoundrel Zhao Yunhai, Zhang Yunyi seethed with fury upon learning of the situation outside. Although he had anticipated the outcome, hearing it confirmed was a different matter entirely. Rest assured, Chairman, we will do everything in our power to extricate you from your current predicament and return you to a position of authority. The attorney from Yunmi Company assured him confidently. Zhang Yunyi held profound trust in this lawyer, having personally recruited him. The lawyer, once disheartened and exceptionally capable, had been drawn to Zhang Yunyi after growing weary of the deceitful dynamics among colleagues, ultimately finding a place within his team. Meanwhile, upon disembarking from the plane, Zhao Yunhai discovered that no one had come to collect him, prompting him to make a phone call. Mom, where are you? Do we not agree that you would pick me up? He was surprised at how effortlessly the word mom rolled off his tongue, devoid of any awkwardness. Chapter 24. The daughter of the Yang family from Zhongzhou, darling son. Why the rush? Your mother had everything arranged long ago. I must inform you that I have arranged for someone to pick you up, and they are likely already en route. You must strive to present yourself well. Do you understand? Do not move. I wish to make contact. Upon hearing the cacophony of mahjong tiles clattering on the other end of the line, Zhao Yunhai felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation, leading him to respond with mere pleasantries before abruptly ending the call. His mother, a dedicated housewife, indulged in her sole pastime of gathering with friends for spirited games of mahjong at home. Contemplating this, Zhao Yunhai's expression involuntarily morphed into one of peculiar discomfort, for he recalled the day in his childhood when he stumbled upon an entire wall of weaponry in his mother's makeup room. Beyond her identity as a homemaker, his mother was a notorious arms dealer of considerable repute. She operated an organization known as Darkwater Security Group overseas, the nature of which requires no elaboration. Those in the know are well aware. This Darkwater Security Group has gained international fame, with its munitions invariably present in conflict zones, reaping lives like a harbinger of death. The array of firearms produced by Darkwater has consistently garnered admiration from mercenaries for their affordability and resilience. As long as warfare persists, business will flourish, and should such a security group ever go public, its market value would undoubtedly soar, ensuring substantial profits. The recent phone call he received was from his mother, who offered no details about her intentions, insisting that they would discuss matters once he arrived. However, upon reaching the airport's pickup area, He found no one waiting for him. Zhao Yunhai pursed his lips, feeling perplexed yet unable to express his frustration as she was. After all, his mother. He decided to endure it, deeming it inconsequential. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family villa on the outskirts of Yinshui, Qin Sivan held a remarkable hand of mahjong, a complete flush of the same suit. Yet her beaming smile was clearly not a result of her advantageous position in the game. It was evidently due to the recent telephone conversation. "Sister Qin, are you planning to welcome a grandchild?" inquired a plump matron with curiosity as she discarded a tile. The other two women at the table exchanged intrigued glances, recognizing that if the future heir of the Zhao family intended to marry, this prospective daughter-in-law would be of great interest to them. They even contemplated introducing their most exceptional daughters to Sister Qin, yet they understood that the Zhao family's decisions were beyond their influence. Although the Zhao family entertained alliances, they typically adhered to the opinions of their kin, as such unions yielded the best results. The three women who played mahjong alongside the esteemed matriarch, Qin Sivan, were indeed genuine ladies of high society. In the illustrious city of Yanjing, where even a tossed brick could strike a dignitary, their husbands held significant power and influence. Qin Sivan discarded a tile, shaking her head with a smile. "As for grandchildren, that depends on when my son decides to marry." She would never impose marriage upon her beloved son, even if Zhao Hongwen pressured him. As long as her son was unwilling, she would shield him from such expectations. In my opinion, Xiaohai is truly filial. With just a phone call, he rushes back home, unlike my own son, who never returns no matter how much I call. Indeed, my son often trails behind Xiaohai, yet he has never learned the virtue of filial piety from him. With Xiaohai's return, Sister Qin may very well refrain from playing cards for a while. The three of them, exchanging playful banter, succeeded in eliciting a continuous smile from Qin Sivan. Although she was fully aware that they were merely flattering her, the topic of her beloved son was enough to bring her joy. All three knew that Zhao Yunhai was Qin Sivan's treasured gem, having been born with a silver spoon in his mouth and doted upon by her since childhood. "All right, let us continue playing cards. Once my darling son returns, I won't be able to play anymore." The only time Qin Sivan abstained from the game was when Zhao Yunhai was home, simply because he did not enjoy mahjong. Zhao Yunhai, seated in the front passenger seat, frequently cast glances at the woman behind the wheel. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would not have come. Yet, now that he was here, turning back was not an option. I am genuinely curious as to why my mother would introduce women to me, considering I have never lacked for female companionship. Zhao Yunhai fixated on her. Such a woman was unforgettable from the very first glance, possessing an indescribable allure. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, her fair cheeks adorned with a subtle blush, and her expressive eyes sparkled with a tender charm that tugged at the heartstrings. Her lips, painted with a soft, rosy gloss, evoked an irresistible desire to taste. Dressed in a white top adorned with a cat motif, a pink pleated skirt, and casual white sneakers, her simple attire nonetheless captivated the eye, showcasing her extraordinary charm. "I understand," Yang Hui replied, pouting slightly, her voice imbued with a delicate grace. "Is it not quite normal for a man to have women? Moreover, Aunt Qin has stated that as long as I can get along with you, I shall one day appear as the legitimate woman in the Zhao family lineage. The other women are merely fleeting encounters, inconsequential in comparison." This response illuminated Zhao Yunhai's expression, as he regarded her with genuine surprise. "You're fully aware of this, yet you still came. Do you not feel any reluctance?" Yang Hui chuckled softly, her gaze fixed ahead. "To marry into the Zhao family, would I not be the luckiest and happiest woman in history? My mother often says that one must learn contentment. Only then can one find lasting joy. Being the future heir of the Zhao lineage, I will become your legitimate wife. And, at that point, it will be the other women who will envy me." Zhao Yunhai's lips curled into a grin as he scrutinized her with curiosity. "What is your name?" "Yang Hui, the Hui of wisdom," she replied gently. As her soft, melodic voice filled the air, Zhao Yunhai squinted slightly, finding the sound quite pleasing. "You are indeed a person of insight. You possess a remarkable openness." He turned away, realizing that this was the first time he had encountered a woman like her, so refreshingly different. At the very least, she had candidly admitted her interest in his family background, which was perfectly understandable. There was no evasiveness. In fact, she exuded an air of grace and virtue. The women cultivated by the Yang family were certainly exceptional. The Yang family of Zhongzhou? Zhao Yunhai inquired. He searched his memory and immediately recognized the origins of the woman before him. Yang Hui nodet tog fully. It was apparent that a woman introduced by his mother must possess a remarkable background, and indeed, her lineage was profound. Chapter 25. Zhao's premier henchman, Zhao Yunhai, chose not to inquire further. Since his mother had orchestrated this arrangement, he would simply embrace the unfolding circumstances. Perhaps the offspring of a prominent family would indeed be more compatible with him. Although the Yang family still faced considerable disparity compared to the Zhao clan, they were nonetheless a distinguished lineage in the city of Luoyang, Zhongzhou. The transformative changes of modernity over just a few decades had not led to the downfall of the Yang family. Rather, they had secured their passage into the new era, thriving amidst the tides of time. The reason was simple. The Yang family was originally a direct descendant of Emperor Yang of Sui, Yangguang. In times of turmoil and great adversity, they sought the assistance of the Zhao family, who ultimately extended a helping hand. Thus, they became the foremost henchman family of the Zhao clan, remaining loyal ever since. Zhao family alliances differ fundamentally from those of other families. Their unions are based solely on personal affinity, carefully arranged for the Zhao heirs. Other families, however, engage in alliances primarily for the sake of their interests, aiming to forge stronger connections with the Zhao clan. The Yang family was no exception. Yang Hui, as the daughter of the Yang family head, was of the same age as Zhao Yunhai, both being 21. For the sake of the Yang family, the offspring had little choice in the matter. From the moment of her birth, Yang Hui was groomed towards becoming an accomplished young lady. Qin Sivan meticulously compared the character and appearance of young women from various prominent families, seeking a match that would harmonize with her cherished son. In Qin Sivan's heart, her son's well-being took precedence over any discomfort experienced by others. Amidst a multitude of talented and beautiful women, Yang Hui stood out, garnering Qin Sivan's favor. However, the final decision rested with her beloved son. If he was pleased, Yang Hui would be welcomed. If not, she would be dismissed, and the search would continue. Where shall we go now? Yang Hui suddenly inquired. Home, Zhao Yunhai replied, reclining in his chair and closing his eyes to rest. Yang Hui cast a furtive glance at Zhao Yunhai, and a smile, one she herself was unaware of, briefly graced her lips. Before meeting Aunt Qin, she had engaged in a lengthy conversation with her father that lasted half an hour. Having lived within the Yang family for 21 years and benefiting from all its offerings, she understood it was now her time to repay the family. She would not shy away from this responsibility, for the hopes of her kin rested upon her, and she was determined to become Zhao Yunhai's wife. Some may perceive Yang Hui as pragmatic, yet if one were to place themselves in her situation, would they truly fare better? Had she chosen to resist the familial alliance, perhaps a different narrative would have unfolded, one where she could have emerged as a heroine. However, there are no what-ifs. Yang Hui is simply a traditional woman molded by the Yang family. With his eyes closed in a moment of tranquility, Zhao Yunhai pondered whether the other party would resist the family alliance, perhaps bringing forth an unexpected young man to confront him. This matter required clarification to avoid any embarrassment at the hands of the protagonist. However, observing Yang Hui's demeanor, it was evident that she was genuinely willing, showing no signs of reluctance. Thus, he relinquished this unrealistic notion, for one could not expect an abundance of protagonists. In the outskirts of Yinshui, the Zhao family estate lay entirely within their private domain. The periphery was guarded by vigilant patrols, ensuring that no unfamiliar face could enter, no stranger, not even a solitary mouse. Even someone of Zhao Yunhai's stature had to undergo thorough scanning upon entering the estate, confirming his identity through his unique iris and fingerprint. The Zhao family estate had never relocated, steadfastly remaining in Jingzhou, where the Zhao name held more sway than any official decree. The outer region consisted solely of a uniform villa community, inhabited exclusively by members of the Zhao clan, yet the core lineage resided elsewhere. Encircled by these villas were ancient structures steeped in history, an exquisite blend of modern and traditional architectural styles that harmoniously showcased the virtues of both eras. The summer air was refreshing and serene, while winter brought a gentle warmth. It was within these ancient walls that the true core of the Zhao lineage resided, and countless members aspired to dwell here, making it one of their life's ambitions. After her beloved son was picked up by Yang Hui, Qin Sivan's mahjong gathering disbanded, the sounds of chopping vegetables resonating from the kitchen. "Mom, what are we having for dinner tonight?" Zhao Yunhai inquired as he entered the house, heading straight for the kitchen, grabbing a chilled bottle of cola from the refrigerator. "Tonight, we have your favorite dishes," Qin Sivan replied, her smile beaming upon seeing her cherished son, her maternal affection overflowing. "Aunt Qin, let me help you," Yang Hui offered, skillfully taking the spatula from Qin Sivan's hands, with satisfaction gleaming in her eyes. Qin Sivan felt content with her future daughter-in-law. The fact that her son had brought her home indicated he did not harbor any dislike for her. A promising start indeed. "Is Dad coming home today?" Zhao Yunhai asked as he bit into a pear handed to him by his mother, the sweet fragrance bursting forth. "What? You're only thinking about your father? Your mother is right here, and you don't even ask if I'm having dinner at home?" Qin Sivan replied, raising an eyebrow and shooting him an exasperated glance. "Of course, Mom needs to eat at home. Otherwise, my meals wouldn't be enjoyable," Zhao Yunhai quipped, leaning against the doorframe, playfully trying to lift her spirits. With a twinkle in her eye, Qin Sivan pointed discreetly at Yang Hui, who was diligently cooking without a care for the world outside, and whispered, "So what do you think? She seems quite commendable in your mother's eyes." Qin Sivan had only this one son, whom she had doted on since childhood. No matter how grown he became, in her heart, he would forever remain her little boy. Zhao Yunhai could not help but commend his mother, for her discerning eye truly aligned with his own sentiments. As Yang Hui listened to the cheerful banter between mother and son, she held her own silent judgment and chose not to interject. At that moment, Zhao Yunhai's phone rang unexpectedly. Upon seeing that it was a call from Yumanlu, he informed his mother and ascended the stairs to take the call. This child certainly harbors many secrets. Qin Sivan, observing her beloved son retreat upstairs, could not refrain from voicing a mild reproach. Yang Hui, hearing this, remained silent and continued with her tasks, knowing well that Aunt Qin's complaints were mere words. In her heart, she cherished Zhao Yunhai above all. Should she rashly intervene, it might tarnish Aunt Qin's impression of her. Upstairs, Zhao Yunhai answered the call. "What is the matter?" "Brother Yunhai, Zhang Yui has managed to escape," came the grave response from Yun Manlu. "We currently have no leads on who assisted him." At this, Zhao Yunhai's expression grew somber. He replied coolly, "You need not concern yourself with this. Continue to suppress Yunmi Corporation as I instructed." After hanging up, he stood in contemplation for a moment before dialing another number. "Find a suitable place for Zhang Yui to rest in peace. Since he is so restless, he must not blame me for being ruthless. Was staying inside not preferable? Yet he seeks to confront his demise, even attempting to retaliate. Some issues are best resolved at their root." Chapter 26. Home is always your stronghold, rest assured, young master. "I shall head to Haizhou immediately and ensure the matter is handled impeccably," came the voice on the other end, that of Si Jinyan, a capable subordinate of Zhao Yunhai, adept at managing clandestine affairs. "Has my precious son eaten?" Suddenly, Zhao Yunhai's mother called from downstairs. He turned and responded loudly, "I'm on my way." Then, he recalled the issue of Zhang Yui's protagonist aura. If he intervened, it would nullify its effect. Yet, if it were someone else, the outcome remained uncertain. He could not afford to offer experience and sacrifices in vain. So he added cautiously, "Execute your tasks with precision and decisiveness. If you cannot eliminate the opponent, withdraw immediately, and we shall regroup upon my return. Young master, you can rest assured. I will carry out your instructions," Si Jinyan assured him. Very well. Zhao Yunhai held a degree of confidence in Si Jinyan's capabilities, yet regrettably, the latter was the protagonist, albeit merely a commercial one, and should never be underestimated. After ending the call, Zhao Yunhai descended to join the meal. "What are you doing upstairs for so long? The food has gone cold," Qin Sivan remarked as she noticed Zhao Yunhai's leisurely descent. She rose to open the rice cooker, and Yang Hui hurried to assist in serving the rice. "I made a call," Zhao Yunhai explained. "Oh, you're back, Dad." Zhao Yunhai turned to find his father sitting on the sofa, quite unexpectedly. He had only been upstairs for a brief moment, so his father's swift return indicated that his mother had likely informed him ahead of time. Otherwise, he would not have arrived so promptly. The relationship between father and mother can be described as one of mutual respect, although they often engage in playful banter. They never escalate to serious arguments, with many matters being settled in favor of the mother. While father frequently accommodates mother at home, he transforms into a formidable figure in public, exuding a smile, yet exhibiting an unyielding demeanor that brooks no dissent. Zhao Hongwen rose and patted his son's shoulder, who had grown to his height, gesturing for him to take a seat at the head of the dining table. "It is commendable to have your own career. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to confide in me, for you are my son." Zhao Hongwen took a keen interest in his son's endeavors, recognizing the importance of his guidance to avert potential pitfalls. Currently, Zhao Yunhai felt no pressing need for assistance, believing that his father's prior help with the Fortune Business Association sufficed. His ascent had already placed him at a pinnacle, though he would not shy away from seeking paternal support should formidable challenges arise. He was not inclined to mimic those who, despite their privileged backgrounds, insisted on starting from scratch, only to ultimately benefit from their family connections. "Rest assured, I will personally oversee matters at the Fortune Business Association," Zhao Hongwen stated, accepting a bowl of rice from his wife and continuing, "That Zhang Yuni appears to be quite extraordinary." "What makes him extraordinary?" Zhao Yunhai replied, feigning curiosity as he accepted a bowl from Yang Hui. Was it possible that his father had discerned something unique about Zhang Yuni? Or perhaps his father possessed an exceptional insight into character? Zhao Hongwen's gaze held a profound significance as he observed his son. "Given your elaborate strategies against him, it stands to reason that you would not treat a mere minor character with such seriousness. To warrant your attention and meticulous planning, he must indeed be remarkable." Zhao Hongwen hardly had the time to concern himself with a minor figure. He had merely noticed this individual while focusing on his son. Amused by his own overthinking, Zhao Yunhai replied with a smile, "He is indeed remarkable, yet he remains a minor character. Let us avoid any missteps that might tarnish the reputation of the Zhao heir." Zhao Hongwen cautioned, somewhat apprehensive of his son's confidence. "Must you two discuss business matters at home?" Qin Sibuan interjected, observing the two engrossed in conversation. Zhao Yunhai and his father exchanged a glance, silently resuming their meal without further discourse. Pleased with her interruption, Qin Sibuan smiled as she noted the compliance of both, while Yang Hui, witnessing this dynamic for the first time, chuckled inwardly as she focused on her meal. It was evident that Qin's familial stature commanded respect even from the powerful Zhao patriarch and his future heir, Zhao Yunhai. After dining, Zhao Yunhai and Zhao Hongwen reclined on the living room sofa, akin to lords, watching television, while Yang Hui and Qin Sibuan busied themselves with washing dishes and tidying up. Zhao Yunhai awaited news from Si Jinyan. Logically, Si Jinyan should have completed his task by now, either facing failure or success. Thus he ought to return with some tidings. Observing his son's distracted demeanor, Zhao Hongwen sought to engage him with a topic of conversation. "I have addressed the lingering concerns following your elimination of Wu Guofeng, the martial physician. In the future, you must consider the corresponding consequences of your actions and prepare for the worst before undertaking any venture. I have been keeping an eye on this matter. With you involved, I need not delve too deeply into such issues." Zhao Yunhai set his phone aside and lifted his gaze to his father, chuckling softly. He had indeed been mindful of the aftermath. Yet upon witnessing his father suppress the situation, he lost further interest. After all, with a father wielding immense power, he felt no compulsion to contemplate the ramifications like an ordinary individual. Though Zhao Hongwen thrived in business as the head of the Zhao family, all members of the Zhao clan were at his disposal. Across the vast expanse of land, numerous scholars and officials hailed from the Zhao family, all benefiting from the resources provided by their lineage, thus rising swiftly in their pursuits. Furthermore, many who sought allegiance with the Zhao family were plentiful. Hence, even without being actively involved, Zhao Hongwen commanded considerable respect and trepidation within those circles. "My precious son, come up here for a moment," called Qin Sivan from the staircase. "Coming," Zhao Yunhai responded, hastening towards her. Following his mother to the upstairs dressing room, she opened the cabinet to reveal a specially crafted diamond business card. "You have begun to forge your own path, and I have little to offer in terms of support. Take this." As Zhao Yunhai examined the card, he noted it contained merely a name and a phone number, devoid of any introduction. "Mother, what kind of card is this?" Qin Sivan, smoothing out the wrinkles in her son's clothing, replied nonchalantly, "This is the contact information for Anshui Security. I have instructed the person in charge there to provide you with utmost assistance should you require it. When out in the world, if you ever find yourself wronged, do not hesitate to confide in your father or me. Our home will always be your strongest ally." Zhao Yunhai tucked the card away with a grin, assuring her, "Do not worry, mother. I would never allow myself to be wronged." Perhaps this encapsulated the distinction between the villainous families and the protagonists. The former exhibited extraordinary unity, while the latter were mired in internal strife and cunning machinations. Chapter 27. Aside from me, only the protagonist can contend with the protagonist. The unconditional support from his parents allowed Zhao Yunhai to fully immerse himself in this world, shedding the mindset of a mere player. His spirit intertwined with the bloodline, affirming his identity as a member of the Zhao family, sharing in both their triumphs and tribulations. Qin Sivan, unaware of her son's evolving mindset, could not suppress her thoughts any longer. "Recently, the overseas business has been thriving, dear son. Would you consider venturing into that realm?" Qin Sivan was most passionate and adept in the arms trade. For her, trafficking in arms was as routine as daily life. Naturally, she wished for her beloved son to engage in this business, so that he might become familiar with it and eventually inherit her Anshui Security Group. In that moment, Zhao Yunhai found himself at a loss for words. To be candid, he was not particularly inclined to pursue this line of work just yet, for two reasons. First, his mother was already entrenched in this industry, and he felt no urgency to dive into the same business. Second, he was still in the developmental phase domestically. The constraints within Jiuzhou were numerous. Even if he were to engage in this business, it would only be feasible to expand abroad, as there was no potential market domestically. Once he firmly established himself in Jiuzhou and sought to venture overseas, this avenue of business would undoubtedly serve as the key to unlocking prosperous opportunities. "What? You look down on this business?" Qin Sivan furrowed her brow, feeling displeased with her son's reaction. Sensing his mother's misunderstanding, Zhao Yunhai quickly clarified, "This business is guaranteed to be profitable. Who wouldn't he want to pursue it? How could I possibly underestimate it? Then why the hesitation?" Qin Sivan's expression softened considerably at his words. Zhao Yunhai was not hesitant. He was merely momentarily taken aback by his mother's sudden mention of the topic. His father often advised that one should take measured steps and not overextend themselves, especially when resources were limited. At present, he had only the Yumanlu to manage. Tiangong was still in its nascent stages, and once it established a foothold in Jiuzhou and began its international expansion, he would naturally broach the subject. Even without his mother's prompting, Zhao Yunhai's explanation deepened Qin Sivan's appreciation for her son's maturity. Indeed, he had grown up. "My child has blossomed into adulthood," she mused, her gaze momentarily lost in memories of her pregnancy. She reminisced about the day he was born, cradled in her arms, the joy she felt when he first called her mom, and the delightful chaos of his early attempts to walk, stumbling into her embrace. "You've grown up, and I've aged," Qin Sivan sighed, a sudden wave of melancholy washing over her. Zhao Yunhai, slightly bewildered, wondered how the conversation had taken such a turn, from discussing Tiangong to her lamenting about aging. Nevertheless, he soothed her, "Mom, you're still young. If people saw you out and about, they might mistake you for my sister." He playfully examined her. "Look at you, not a single gray hair in sight. How can you say you're old? What would those who are truly aged think?" Truthfully, had any other woman acted in such a manner, he would have likely walked away in annoyance. All right, your flattery is commendable. I wonder how many women you've charmed with those sweet words, Qin Sivan remarked, finally breaking into laughter, her earlier melancholy dissipating completely. Were it any other woman, I would have long since left in a huff, she added. Zhao Yunhai chuckled, slipping away from the room. If not now, when would be the right time to exit? That naughty boy, Qin Sivan muttered as she watched her son depart. Upon reaching the ground floor, Zhao Yunhai discovered his father waiting for him, as if anticipating his arrival. Did your mother give you the items? His father inquired. Yes. Zhao Yunhai replied, producing the business card. Zhao Hongwen gazed at the business card and shook his head. Since she had given it to you, it is prudent to keep it. This item is to be utilized wisely, with careful discernment. Upon witnessing his father's departure upstairs, Zhao Yunhai lowered his gaze at the card. Lost in thought, perhaps his father had awaited him solely to impart this wisdom. In a previous life, such a possession may have led to arrogance, but he remained grounded, equipped with a mature worldview and the capacity for independent thought. Especially in a world where protagonists incessantly posed threats, it was inconceivable for him to become inflated with pride. He must grow stronger, powerful enough that no protagonist could ever threaten him. The capability of the golden finger would enable him to surpass any protagonist in an instant. However, when faced with those overly cautious protagonists who concealed their presence, he would need his own influence to locate and confront them. There is a saying, is there not? Only magic can counter magic. Should he cultivate a few protagonists to serve as his enforcers? Returning to his room, Zhao Yunhai reclined on his bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing with various thoughts. Moreover, he pondered whether Si Jinyin would truly meet his demise at the hands of a protagonist. No sooner had he thought of it than Si Jinyin's call came through. Young Master Yin, we have failed and lost 2 men. Si Jinyin's tone was disconcerting, tinged with a hint of weakness, leaving Zhao Yunhai uncertain if he had sustained injuries. What transpired? Zhao Yunhai inquired, sitting upright against the headboard, his voice low. According to Si Jinyin's account, Zhang Yunin had remained at the company after making his appearance, where numerous employees were working overtime, and he was guarded by martial artists. Their sole recourse was to resort to poison, yet it was thwarted by the bodyguards surrounding Zhang Yunin. Ultimately, Si Jinyin had identified an opportunity when the target exited. Although aware that it might have been a deliberate ploy to lure them, he had to take the risk, for young Master Yun's orders were paramount. Regrettably, their attempt had failed, primarily due to the presence of 2 formidable martial artists serving Zhang Yunin. Had Si Jinyin been armed during the operation, defeat would have been unthinkable. Unfortunately, en route, they encountered a checkpoint, and in a moment of urgency, to seize the fleeting opportunity, Si Jinyin had left his weapons in a vehicle, instructing one team member to return with it. Zhao Yunhai was taken aback by the manner of their failure. The critical flaw in the plan had been the checkpoint. The emergence of this checkpoint could either be attributed to Zhang Yunin's fortuitous timing or a scheme orchestrated by him. However, it was more probable that Zhang Yunin had arranged it, for why else would he have chosen to leave precisely when the checkpoint appeared? Ensure your safety and lie low until I return, Zhao Yunhai instructed before ending the call. He found himself revisiting an idea that had just crossed his mind. Only magic can counter magic. Only a protagonist can contend with another protagonist. Chapter 28. The joy of tonight, Zhao Yunhai gently massaged his temples, contemplating that if he wished to avoid the tiresome task of constantly confronting the protagonist himself, he would need to cultivate a few obedient ones. However, the very essence of a protagonist lies in their unwillingness to submit easily. They are akin to a double-edged sword, capable of inflicting harm upon oneself if wielded carelessly. This uncertainty surrounding protagonists was the crux of his concern. Should he truly wish to nurture them, he must be utterly prepared. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening, and, as a young man, Zhao Yunhai found it impossible to sleep. After tossing and turning, he finally rose and made his way downstairs. The living room was brightly lit, where Yang Hui sat comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, indulging in fruit while watching television, as if she had already claimed the space as her own. Why are you still here? Aren't you going to sleep? Zhao Yunhai inquired, taking a seat beside her, curiosity evident in his voice. Yang Hui gazed at him intently, responding, Aunt Qin mentioned that you tend to be restless at night, And if you were to go out, you should take me along. Take you along? Zhao Yunhai felt a bit overwhelmed. He was unaccustomed to escorting a woman, especially one who seemed quite appealing and had already become a candidate for his future spouse. He could not treat her like those insipid women. Rest assured, I won't be a bother. Yang Hui hastily assured him upon noticing his hesitation. You can pretend I'm not even here. Pretend you're not here? Nonsense. Zhao Yunhai silently scoffed, but maintained his composure as he replied, My mother has already said so. How could I not bring you along? Come on. Ada and the others were still awake, and upon learning that young Master Yunhai was heading out, they promptly followed suit. The garage opened, and a Hennessy Venom F5 surged forth, its headlights gleaming like the eyes of a fierce beast. Trailing behind this luxury vehicle was an unremarkable black sedan. Desiring to clear his mind, Zhao Yunhai felt compelled to invite his friend along. Young Master Zhao, tonight I'll cover the bill. Is anyone interested in joining me for a night of revelry? After sending the message, he silenced notifications from the group chat, which immediately erupted with responses. These companions of his were well-connected and had long known of his return. Upon seeing him surface, they eagerly rallied to young Master Zhao's call. In Yanjing, these young gentlemen enjoyed substantial backgrounds, their families closely intertwined with the Zhao clan, naturally placing them in a position of loyalty to Zhao Yunhai. With one hand on the steering wheel, Zhao Yunhai instinctively reached out with the other. However, his motion faltered, and he withdrew his hand, scratching the back of his neck. He turned to Yang Hui, only to find her looking at him with a puzzled expression, clearly unaware of the implications of his earlier gesture. It was unsurprising. The Yang family had invested considerable effort in cultivating Yang Hui, ensuring she remained sheltered from the peculiarities of the world. The more she was in the dark, the more inexplicably excited Zhao Yunhai felt. Women, he mused, should be unveiled gradually, for to consume them all at once would render the experience decidedly bland. In the art of courtship, Zhao Yunhai is not particularly adept. After all, women are often within his reach with just a beckoning gesture. This has been true in his past life as well, yet he possesses a unique understanding of the nuances involved. Women do not desire an instantaneous surge of affection, as an oversaturation of love can render it trivial. Instead, it is essential to delicately tease the strings of a woman's heart, allowing the ebb and flow of emotions to create a tantalizing sense of longing within her. One must avoid being overly hot or cold. She should occasionally sense your presence. Yet the frequency of such encounters must not be excessive. In essence, these are strategies best employed by the exceptionally handsome. However, if one does not possess striking looks, there is no need for despair. Other methods exist. Ultimately, persistence is key. A tenacious suitor can often win over even the most reluctant of hearts. If one approach fails, simply pursue another. There will always be someone whose heart may soften in response. As Zhao Yunhai awaited the traffic light, his attention was drawn to a car parked beside him. A glance towards the passenger seat brought a moment of brightness to his day. To clarify, he is neither a desperate romantic nor indiscriminate in his affections. He merely possesses an eye for beauty. Lowering his window, he leaned out with an arm resting on the edge, playfully whistling at the beautiful woman in the passenger seat and calling out, "Hey, gorgeous, let's connect on WeChat." Zhao Yunhai's attractiveness places him above 99% of men in the realm, with the remaining 1% being rather effeminate. Yet, the lady appeared not to be swayed by mere looks, casting a fleeting glance his way before her expression hardened into an icy facade, promptly closing the window. "What's wrong?" questioned Yang Fan, seated in the driver's seat, puzzled by her sudden change of demeanor after just having opened the window for some fresh air. Her beauty was as frigid as her name suggested, her cold gaze fixed ahead as she coolly instructed, "Just drive your car." In contrast to the warmth of his companion, Yang Hui, Zhao Yunhai found amusement rather than irritation, playfully teasing her. Yang Hui stifled a giggle, understanding the underlying meaning of his playful banter. She bore no discontent towards Zhao Yunhai's flirtation. In her view, such behavior is merely instinctual for men, entirely natural. Her mother had taught her that a man who lacks interest in women is unlikely to possess ambition. Zhao Yunhai's remarks subtly conveyed the essence of his character. Should a relationship be established, there would be no turning back. After all, he could never remain single throughout his life. Marriage is a necessity for the continuation of his family legacy. It would be futile for him to toil his entire life only to leave his efforts to others. Moreover, he could not confine himself to a single partner, unlike his father, who remained solely devoted to his mother. As the traffic light turned green, the roar of the engine resembled that of a wild beast. Zhao Yunhai felt a compelling intrigue towards this icy woman. It appeared that tonight's adventure had just begun. Young Master Zhao, I have sent the location. Gather here. I have discovered an ice queen with remarkable poise. The lonely Chow thief. I have arrived. I have arrived. No need for discomfort. Brother who smokes loneliness. I brought a cigarette, brothers, haha. The news of Zhao Yunhai spread like ripples in a pond, prompting these idle young masters to stir up a commotion. Zhao Yunhai's car gradually decelerated as he observed a red Bentley surpassing him, then gently accelerated to follow. Boss, the car behind us is tailing us. Yang Fan glanced into the rearview mirror, his expression sharpening as he spoke in a low tone. Pay no mind. Yen Rubing's expression remained cold and unchanging. To her, it was merely the antics of another privileged youth. Chapter 29. Birds of a feather flock together. Yen Rubing was still a junior. At 21, she was of similar age to Zhao Yunhai, although he graduated a bit earlier. Yen Rubing, as her name suggests, was as frigid as ice, yet internally she placed great value on relationships. Her demeanor often pushed others away, resulting in very few genuine friendships. Her sole friend was her close companion Mu Xiaoyu, who had invited her out to play. She was eager to fulfill this engagement and had no time to linger here. At that moment, Yen Rubing was unaware that her friend Mu Xiaoyu was facing the harassment of a notorious playboy. This playboy, chuckling, raised his phone and snapped a picture of her, which he then shared in their group chat. Guess what I discovered? Photo of a beauty, brother who smokes loneliness. Lonely Gao Tai. Young Master Zhao, I deliver 9 trillion every day. Could it be that tonight is the night of hunting beauties? My mom is at home. I can't go out, crying loudly. Young Master Zhao, my mom is asleep. I sneaked out, sly smile. Brother who smokes loneliness. My mom is still playing mahjong. She has no time to look after me. Laughing heartily. Lonely Chow thief. My dad's 7 wolves are broken and I haven't bought a new one. So I must go out and accompany young Master Zhao, proudly. The banter in the group chat was delightful, each participant a talent in their own right. Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but smile as he set his phone aside. However, he felt an unsettling familiarity. Why was it that the women he encountered tonight were of such high caliber, one drawn to him and the other to that lecherous fellow? This situation seemed eerily reminiscent of a scene from a novel he had once read. Could it be that he was destined to meet the protagonist once more on this outing? Zhao Yunhai felt a surge of excitement. Even women could not elicit such a response from him. Only the protagonist could. Each appearance of the protagonist enhanced his own abilities, and thus his progress relied heavily on the protagonist's strength. The more frequently the protagonist appeared, the less fear Zhao Yunhai felt, replaced instead by exhilaration. As he noticed the car ahead stopping in front of a milk tea shop, he turned to the silent Yang Hui and inquired, "Would you like some milk tea?" Though it was a question, Zhao Yunhai had already unbuckled his seatbelt. Yang Hui, contemplative as she gazed at the descending ice beauty, replied, "I'll go with you." Zhao Yunhai stepped outside, determined that if he was to accompany me, he ought to do so with greater commitment, lest he falter. I understand. Upon witnessing Zhao Yunhai's agreement, Yang Hui's face blossomed into a smile the moment she lowered her head to exit. Her heart sweetened inexplicably. She could not quite fathom the reason behind her elation. Yet the mere fact of his consent brought her inexplicable joy. Yang Hui did not experience the typical sensation of love at first sight. Rather, she felt a gentle, flowing affection. Having initially envisioned Zhao Yunhai as her future husband, she naturally cared about his regard for her. No woman is indifferent to whether her partner values her presence. Inside the milk tea shop, Mu Xiaoyu exhibited a palpable impatience, as the man beside her had been a nuisance from the very beginning and showed no signs of leaving. Yet, she had encountered her close friend here, and her irritation was so intense that she had no desire to even retrieve her phone. For to do so would grant him the chance to acquire her WeChat ID. Such a persistent man was a novelty for Mu Xiaoyu. Finally, Mu Xiaoyu spotted her dear friend's arrival and hurriedly dashed over to escape the man's unwelcome advances. He is bothering you? Yan Ruyan's expression instantly grew colder, her eyes radiating a chilling aura. Mu Xiaoyu preferred to avoid further conflict and quickly replied, "Let us just finish our milk tea first, so we can find something to eat. I discovered an exceptionally delightful hot pot place yesterday and specifically invited you to join me today." However, Yan Ruyan was unwilling to relent. This was her only friend, and she could not abide seeing her friend mistreated. Yan Ruyan strode over, slapping the table with palpable anger, demanding, "Apologize to my friend." "Oh, another ice beauty," Gu Yunting exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he took in the scene. He wondered how this ice beauty compared to Zhao Xiao as acquaintance. Regrettably, he and team managed to acquire the woman's WeChat ID earlier and realized he should meet up with Zhao Xiao. With a sigh of regret, he acknowledged that no matter how captivating a woman might be, Zhao Xiao's gathering held greater significance. He could always look up her information later. Seeing that her words were ignored, Yan Ruyan felt her face flush with embarrassment, particularly in front of her friend. Her voice turned icy as she warned, "If you do not apologize, you will regret it." Gu Yunting clicked his tongue, unafraid of retaliation, and was just about to speak when Zhao Xiao entered with a woman by his side. "Ah, Zhao Xiao, what brings you here?" Gu Yunting abandoned his previous concern for Yan Ruyan and approached Zhao Xiao eagerly. "I thought I would enjoy a cup of milk tea first," Zhao Yunhai explained, gesturing toward Yang Hui, who nodded in agreement. "Who is this?" Gu Yunting inquired, noticing Zhao Xiao's unusual demeanor toward the woman. "Introduced by my mother. She is a daughter of a Yang family," Zhao Yunhai offered succinctly. "Hello, sister-in-law," Gu Yunting exclaimed enthusiastically. A woman introduced by Aunt Qin and personally brought along by Zhao Xiao must surely be significant. "Greetings, I am Yang Hui," she replied. Yang Hui nodded in agreement, feeling quite satisfied when Zhao Yunhai did not refute her. Indeed, like attracts like, they were all cut from the same cloth. Yan Rubing's expression darkened further upon realizing that the man who had just flirted with her and the one who had flirted with her friend were acquainted. "All right, let's hasten our departure from this place of gossip," Mu Xiaoyu urged, pulling Yan Rubing away. "What is there to fear? The more you fear, the more such individuals will take advantage," Yan Rubing declared, unafraid of these people, yet concerned that her friend might be ensnared in their web. Particularly, the luxury car parked outside, its license plate not something just anyone could possess. If her memory served her well, that plate seemed to belong to the ancient Yin family of Beijing. Yang Fan, seated at the adjacent table, merely observed, content as long as those he was meant to protect were unharmed. He had little interest in anything else. His master truly had a penchant for complicating matters, now requiring him to act as a personal bodyguard for the campus belle. "One of these, please, less sugar warm." "Thank you," Zhao Yunhai instructed the staff, turning to Yan Rubing with a teasing remark. "Ah, Ice Queen, what a coincidence to meet again." His gaze drifted to the man at the neighboring table, whose eyes met Yang Fan's. A confrontation between the antagonist and the protagonist ensued. Chapter 30. Super double hit the 9. Zhao Yunhai had not anticipated that this protagonist had brushed past him at the previous traffic light. His focus had been solely on the cold, frosty Ice Queen, hardly noticing the driver, with a beautiful woman in the passenger seat who would immediately note the driver. A sudden epiphany struck him. The six-sided die erupted in golden brilliance, spinning wildly. Under the golden light, it rolled a 9, not merely a fixed 16, but a random number, perhaps even reaching 999. The super double hit landed on 9, filling Zhao Yunhai with exuberance. Although he was yet to discern the protagonist's seemingly unremarkable power, the prowess of protagonists was never to be underestimated. In an instant, the 9 burst forth in infinite golden light, shattering into splendid, colorful fragments that merged into Zhao Yunhai's being. This exquisite sensation made him acutely aware of his growing strength. At the very least, this protagonist was several times stronger than the one he had first encountered. The previous one was an undeveloped protagonist, while this one had likely surpassed the developmental phase and entered a stable stage. Zhao Yunhai was astonished that this seemingly ordinary protagonist possessed such formidable abilities. The influx of martial arts knowledge opened his eyes, propelling his own martial strength to unprecedented heights. However, his limited understanding of martial arts stemmed from not having accessed the Zhao family's private martial library. Given his standing in the Zhao family, he could easily peruse all the treasured martial texts. Even the coveted techniques sought after by many martial artists were well within the Zhao family's collection. Zhao Yunhai felt that it was indeed time to pay a visit and perhaps draw in a few martial artists by showcasing one or two of his exceptional skills. After all, the power of martial artists should not be underestimated. They hold a certain prominence in this world. However, the moment was not yet ripe. Once his celestial enterprise was firmly established, he would then prioritize these arrangements. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yunhai, his father, Zhao Huan, had long harbored the intention for him to engage with martial artists. Yet, due to the previous incarnation of Zhao Yunhai's extreme aversion to martial arts, the subject had never been broached again. Zhao Hongwan was an exceedingly indulgent father. He would not force his son into endeavors he despised. Even if his son were to inherit the Zhao family headship in the future, he would not require formidable martial prowess, as long as he grasped the general direction. Countless Zhao martial artists would serve him loyally. Yang Fan, on the other hand, discerned from the man's gaze that he harbored ulterior motives, not of a romantic nature, but rather a predatory interest, a sensation he instinctively recognized as a martial artist. In an instant of eye contact, Yang Fan remained oblivious to the fact that the man before him was already contemplating how to deal with him. Yang Fan could not detect any signs of martial training in the man. He merely assumed he was an ordinary scion of privilege, perhaps with a formidable background. But did Yang Fan care? Not in the slightest. He firmly believed that in the face of overwhelming power, even authority must yield to strength. Yin Rubing had never before been addressed as the Ice Mountain Girl to her face, suppressing the rising tide of anger within her. She glared at the man with a look of utter disdain. Yang Fan, is this how you choose to regard me? Yin Rubing crossed her arms, clearly infuriated. Yang Fan looked at her with an innocent expression, bewildered at being caught in the crossfire. He eventually stood up, nonchalantly touching his nose, and remarked, I am merely responsible for ensuring your safety. The rest is beyond my concern. I have already been harassed, and my safety is now in jeopardy. Yin Rubing's countenance was frigid, her voice devoid of any anger. Yang Fan finally rose leisurely and approached Zhao Yunhai, stating coolly, Do not disturb those I am tasked to protect. Zhao Yunhai observed the two with thoughtful intrigue. It seemed that the protagonist had yet to develop any semblance of affection. So he feigned innocence and shrugged. I did not harass you. If calling you Ice Mountain Girl constitutes harassment, then I dare say every person who encounters you must wish to do the same. Let us not assume that women can fabricate tales without consequence. Equality between genders, after all, Zhao Yunhai would not coddle anyone. Even with Yang Hui, he maintained a position of authority, treating her with gentleness only because he regarded her as an equal. Then, with a teasing glance at Yang Fan, Zhao Yunhai remarked, As for the person you are protecting, she seems perfectly fine, does she not? Rest assured, if she deducts your wages, you may come work for me. I shall double your pay. Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, astonished that this fellow was not the least bit irate and was instead offering to pay him to work for the other. Yin Rubing was so enraged that she raised a trembling finger towards him, momentarily at a loss for words. The audacity of that person to attempt to win her over in front of me is utterly shameless, truly disgraceful. Zhao Yunhai, having prepared the milk tea with great care, handed it to Yang Hui with a straw, while she silently sipped it without uttering a word. Suddenly, Yin Rubing recalled something, letting out a cold snort. You choose to deny it, do you? What do you make of your friend just now harassing mine? And what about your boyfriend flirting with other women in your presence? You're not the least bit upset? Yin Rubing cast a disapproving glance at Yang Hui, who was engrossed in her drink, expressing her disappointment. He is not my boyfriend. Yang Hui replied calmly, shaking her head. It is his prerogative to flirt with women. Why should I be upset? In her mind, it was perfectly normal for men like Zhao Yunhai to attract many women. As long as she held the title of his legitimate partner, no one could surpass her. Her father had a mistress outside, yet her mother lived quite comfortably. mistresses ultimately remained in the shadows. Her father treated her mother with great respect, and their relationship was one of mutual esteem. Unbeknownst to Yang Hui, it was precisely because her mother had experienced such pain, having taken over a decade to heal her wounded heart, that she instilled these beliefs in her daughter from a young age to prevent her from making the same mistakes. This was a form of invisible maternal love, after all. In a family like the Yangs, her future husband would undoubtedly be someone extraordinary. Caring too much would only lead to self-inflicted harm. Yang Hui's response left Yin Rubing momentarily speechless, and even Yang Fan, Mu Xiaoyu, and the onlooker Gu Yunting were taken aback. For men, such a response was nothing short of a dream come true. I shall also ask my mother to find me an understanding woman as a wife. Gu Yunting silently vowed, but then felt compelled to speak up. I didn't harass you. Your friend barely spoke. Mind your own business. Conversely, Yang Fan thought it a pity for a woman of such caliber to be with a scion of such debauchery. It was akin to a beautiful flower being placed in a pile of dung. Though he was handsome, he lacked genuine affection for her. Yin Rubing was astonished that such traditional ideals still existed in modern society. Hopeless, she exhaled deeply, uttering those 4 words. If it were Yin Rubing herself, she could never accept such a man. She shot a cold glance at Gu Yunting, choosing to ignore him. You wouldn't understand? Yang Hui simply shook her head, opting not to engage further. She was indifferent to how others perceived her, as the legitimate daughter of the Yang family. She possessed her own pride and had witnessed many scenes. Mere words could not provoke her. Mu Xiaoyu pouted inwardly, feeling that this woman was unworthy of such treatment from a man. Let us go, Yin Rubing declared, wishing to leave. The man was a rogue, the woman eccentric. Truly an odd couple. Hearing this, Mu Xiaoyu quickly took Yin Rubing by the arm to depart from this troublesome place, while Yang Fan cast a glance at the 3 men standing behind them before they left. Although the other party currently shows no intention of pursuing, Yang Fan possesses an inexplicable premonition that this man will continue to entangle himself further. Just as Asan walked in, he gestured towards young Master Yin. Zhao Yunhai's face revealed a cold smirk. Tonight's late-night snack would not slip away from my grasp. Once in a car, Yang Fan remarked to Yin Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu. This man appears rather extraordinary. Yin Rubing scoffed. Of course he's extraordinary. The license plate of that white luxury vehicle belongs to the direct lineage of the Yanqing Gu family. The only person in Yanqing who could be referred to as Master Zhao by the direct descendants of the Gu family is undoubtedly from the Zhao family. How could you possibly recognize the Gu family's license plate? And what about the Zhao family? Yang Fan had only recently arrived in Yanqing, yet he had been accompanying Yin Rubing for over half a month. He had heard whispers about the Gu family, but was entirely unfamiliar with the Zhao family. The license plates of these prominent families in Yanqing are registered for special treatment in unique circumstances. Mu Xiaoyu interjected from the middle of the back seat. All direct descendants of Yanqing families possess special license plates. For instance, the license plate of this car is also registered under the Yin family. The registered plates are generally well known among the various families. It is no surprise that Rubing is aware of them. As for the Zhao family, well, I won't disclose anything. Mu Xiaoyu raised her chin slightly in a proud demeanor. Yang Fan was quite curious about Mu Xiaoyu's background. In the past half-month, he had only discerned that she shared a close sisterly bond with Yin Rubing. Never mind, I actually don't wish to know, he thought. Noticing that her gaze seemed to plead for him to inquire further, thus he remained silent, provoking her irritation. All right, Xiaoyu, don't be upset. He is merely pretending not to ask. Yin Rubing commanded Yang Fan to inquire, seeking to relieve her best friend's frustration. Very well, I am curious. Please enlighten me. Yang Fan inquired, yielding to the fact that Yin Rubing was his employer. Mu Xiaoyu giggled mischievously, decisively choosing not to divulge anything. The Zhao family remains shrouded in mystery. Only those truly acquainted with them possess genuine knowledge, and she had only occasionally overheard her family discussing them. Master Zhao, Gu Yunting whispered, once the icy trio had departed, in a tone inaudible to Yang Hui. If Master Zhao has taken an interest in this icy lady, I can assist you in winning her over. Zhao Yunhai glanced at Gu Yunting with a peculiar expression, You're not suggesting that she has been sent to ensnare me, are you? The protagonist beside that icy lady is no ordinary individual. Sending you to handle her would be tantamount to sacrificing your head and handing over experience points. If I were to agree, wouldn't that make me appear foolish? Zhao Yunhai promptly shook his head, rejecting the proposal. Forget it. I am quite free anyway. I shall handle this myself, and you may simply observe. He would not engage in the folly of releasing a tiger back into the wild, nor would he show mercy to the protagonist, nor would he consider granting experience points to the protagonist, seeing that Zhao Yunhai intended to take matters into his own hands. Gu Yunting awkwardly smiled and took a seat nearby. Since Zhao Yunhai wished to act personally, he decided to merely watch the spectacle unfold, thus taking out his phone to summon his companions. Ada, Zhao Yunhai called out to the three at the adjacent table, sipping their milk tea. Young Master Yin, a hurried Ada, rose and approached. Please check the details of the three individuals. The more thorough, the better. Zhao Yunhai believed in scrutinizing the background of others before taking any action, a habit he had cultivated over time. After a brief moment, Li Yuanjing, who went by the moniker Lonely Brother, arrived at the gathering. Moments later, the solitary Chao thief, Chao Ponton, also made his timely entrance. The four, Zhao Yunhai, Li Yuanjing, Chao Ponton, and Gu Yunting, convened at an ordinary milk tea shop, sipping their beverages and discussing matters of romance. To avoid interrupting their conversation, Yang Hui discreetly seated herself at a separate table. What is Zhao Deshao's plan to capture the icy beauty? Chao Ponton lamented his late arrival, feeling a twinge of regret. An enchanting ice queen was indeed a rare find. He wished he had encountered her sooner. I have already installed the tracking device. After all, how could one let slip away a late-night snack that piqued my interest? Zhao Yunhai replied with a mysterious smile, beckoning to Asan amidst the curious gazes of the others. Understanding the cue, Asan promptly produced a laptop and set it before the group. The map of Yinjing lay detailed before them, and under Asan's deft operation, they swiftly pinpointed the location of their target, a red dot moving rapidly across the map. Throughout the process, Zhao Yunhai had not given Asan a single glance. Yet Asan was able to anticipate his needs and prepare everything in advance. This was one of the reasons Zhao Yunhai valued Asan. Chao Pengtian's eyes lit up, and he clapped in admiration. Zhao Xiao, your methods are indeed remarkable. With this locator, you can stealthily slip into her home later. Damn it, why hadn't I thought of such a brilliant idea before? A look of frustration crossed Chao Pengtian's face. He had always opted to invite his targets out or wait outside their homes, never considering the option of visiting them directly. Chao, thief, can't you change your taste a bit? Gu Yunting couldn't help but chide him, questioning his penchant for married women, which seemed rather excessive. On one occasion, after a feast hosted by Chao Thief, featuring robust steeds galloping across the grasslands, he had refrained from indulging for an entire month following that night. Exactly, Li Yuanjing chimed in, pushing up his glasses and sipping his milk tea in a rather haphazard manner. Be quiet. You are the least qualified to speak. Both Chao Pengtian and Gu Yunting exclaimed in unison, directing their gazes at Li Yuanjing. His own preferences were even more peculiar, leading to the group's name, Lonely Brother, which was understood by those in the know. You three are in no position to judge. Can you not strive to be a more conventional person like myself? Zhao Yunhai retorted, raising his middle finger at the trio. I merely wish to ascertain where the other party intends to go next. The three rolled their eyes in unison, too weary to argue. Observing their reaction, Zhao Yunhai let out a cold snort. After all, they had been led astray by him, a consequence of his past self-influence. Chapter 32. A message to easily manipulate the protagonist despite being younger than the trio. The previous incarnation of Zhao Yunhai had engaged in numerous escapades. Compared to him, they were merely innocent boys. It was only when the red dot on the map finally ceased its movement that Zhao Yunhai decided to exit the milk tea shop. Once Yang Hui entered the vehicle, Zhao Yunhai promptly drove away, with Chao Pengtian and the others trailing closely behind. The map indicated their destination was a hot pot restaurant named by Qi Bai He. Within the establishment, Yin Rubing's naturally striking beauty captured the attention of numerous patrons, who couldn't help but steal glances at her. Her elegant crimson hair accentuated her aloof and enchanting presence. However, Yin Rubing had long grown accustomed to such admiring looks, and a faint smile graced her cold features, reminiscent of a glacier beginning to thaw. Xiaoyu, the hot pot here is truly delectable. It may appear quite oily, yet it is far from greasy, and the hygiene standards are exceptionally well maintained. Yin Rubing harbored a little-known secret. She was a true food enthusiast, willing to traverse vast distances for renowned local delicacies. Indeed, the prices here were quite reasonable, with a meal costing only a few hundred yuan. Mu Xiaoyu walked with pride, exclaiming, "A few hundred isn't much, is it?" Yang Fan, seated nearby, busily placed slices of fatty beef into the pot, catering to the two young ladies. He couldn't help but reflect on how oblivious these wealthy young women were to the fact that a few hundred yuan could sustain an ordinary university student for half a month, if not a whole month. Isn't it quite normal for a meal to cost a few hundred? Mu Xiaoyu pondered, genuinely perplexed, as her life had never lacked for money. He comes from the mountains. My father said he is a skilled protector. Yin Rubing elucidated. Oh, so Yang is a martial arts expert. Mu Xiaoyu responded, astonished. While she had interacted with Rubing frequently, she had not conversed much with Yang Fan until today, when he exhibited a boldness that intrigued her, particularly in the presence of those wealthy heirs. Typically, other bodyguards would avoid offending such privileged individuals, focusing solely on ensuring the safety of their employers. After all, the social circles in Yanjing were quite small. Offending the affluent could complicate future engagements. No one would choose to alienate others for the sake of a bodyguard, who could easily be replaced. Thus, Yang Fan's recent behavior was remarkably commendable. Just average, keeping a low profile, he chuckled to himself, feeling a hint of pride, as he was a rare talent praised by his master. One must not boast, lest one becomes vain. Yin Rubing advised earnestly to Mu Xiaoyu before turning to Yang Fan with a command. Can a bodyguard not serve his employer well? Please help me prepare a new dipping sauce. Though this task did not fall within Yang Fan's official duties, serving a beautiful woman was a delightful endeavor, and the envious gazes of those around him filled him with quiet satisfaction. Who wouldn't he appreciate beauty? Naturally, Yang Fan was no exception. Xiaoyu, would you like me to prepare a dipping sauce for you as well? He inquired as he rose from his seat. The hot pot was bubbling vigorously, and beads of sweat glistened on both Yin Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu's foreheads. Hearing his offer, Mu Xiaoyu giggled. Sure, then I shall thank you, Master Yang. Not at all, Yang Fan replied, scratching his nose as he departed from the table. However, he soon noticed a group had also appeared at a nearby table, where 4 men and 1 woman were enjoying their hot pot, their bodyguards strategically positioned around them, each occupying a separate table. As Zhao Yunhai noticed Yang Fan passing by and casting a glance in his direction, he smiled and said, "What I mentioned last time still stands. As long as you assist me, I can offer you tenfold the benefits you receive from the Yin family." "I'm afraid I'm not interested," Yang Fan replied, fully aware that Zhao's true targets were Yin Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu. His only concern was to swiftly prepare the dipping sauce and ensure the safety of the 2 women. He had no interest in Zhao's invitation. "Young man, do you realize that Zhao's offer is worth much more than gold?" Gao Pentian, observing Yang Fan's firm rejection of Zhao's proposition, could not help but sneer, looking down upon him as a naive country bumpkin. Li Wenjing Skufa, remarking, a mere bodyguard should know that such fortuitous opportunities do not come a second time. Once missed, they are lost forever. You are the first to dare refuse Zhao's invitation in Yanjing. Gu Yunting's gaze towards him bore a hint of schadenfreude. Huh, do you even think you are worthy? Yang Fan smirked, regarding the group of frivolous young masters with disdain. Is that so? Do you not wish to heal the lingering internal injuries your master has suffered? Zhao Yunhai observed Yang Fan turning to leave and took a sip from his glass, realizing that to manipulate someone, one must first exploit their weaknesses. What do you mean by that? Yang Fan, disregarding the dipping sauce, swiftly turned around, his gaze locking onto Zhao Yunhai. The murderous intent of a warrior now focused squarely on him. Ada and the others hastily abandoned their meal and approached Zhao, while the bodyguards of the remaining 3 also set down their chopsticks and surrounded him, anxious to protect their charges from potential harm. Yang Hui watched Zhao Yunhai with growing concern. In her understanding, Zhao was merely a young master devoid of martial prowess, whereas Yang Fan was a formidable warrior. Provoking him could lead to an unforeseen attack. Had it been the Zhao Yunhai of the past, he would not have recklessly angered someone like Yang Fan. However, he had now acquired 9 times Yang Fan's capabilities. Zhao locked eyes with him, raising 2 fingers and gesturing before Yang Fan's face, his own eyes glinting with a trace of coldness. Should there be a next time, I will personally remove your eyes. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Yang Fan felt a shiver at those words, his mind instantly sharpening. This man was not merely a frivolous young master. He was a powerful warrior who had successfully transitioned from the Mingjing phase to the mid-stage of the Anjing phase. At this level, he could cultivate internal energy and wield it as a straightforward and brutal means of attack. The strongest warriors currently active were merely at the Huajing phase, which followed the Anjing phase. These powerful individuals typically sought breakthroughs in remote areas where the air was pristine, allowing their minds to remain clear during training. Behind these strong figures were factions providing resources for their martial arts training. Otherwise, daily necessities would pose a significant challenge, let alone the resources for cultivation. Please tell me. Yang Fan inhaled deeply, eager to ascertain whether Zhao's claims held any truth. Upon voicing his request, a wave of unease washed over him. He ardently wished that this was merely a deception on the part of the other, rather than a grim reality. To him, his master was akin to a parent. Having never known his biological parents, he was raised with great care and hardship by his master, who embodied both maternal and paternal figures. If his master truly bore an enduring internal injury, it would be fatal for a martial artist. How obedient he was! Zhao Yunhai smiled as expected, turning his gaze towards Aer. Aer, understanding the implication, approached Yang Fan directly with the information regarding his master, presenting it to him. This was the intelligence compiled by the Zhao family's information department, printed on a small printer from a DS vehicle during their journey. The surrounding patrons, initially engaged in hot pot, had transformed into onlookers, sensing that something was amiss amidst the gathering crowd. Upon noticing the commotion, the waiter hastily picked up the intercom to inform the manager. For a salary of several thousand woon tea, compel one to risk their neck. Chapter 33. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your master, would you? Disperse your people. Gathering here is quite inappropriate. One might assume we are in conflict. Zhao Yunhai remarked, observing Yang Fan's increasingly troubled expression as he perused the documents. Chuckling, he addressed the 3 spectators, Gu Yunting and his companions. Indeed, what are you doing crowding around? With Zhao Xiao here, what trouble could we possibly face? Show a bit of discernment and return to your seats. Go on and enjoy your meal. Today's bill is on Zhao Xiao, a privilege not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing this, Gu Yunting and his companions promptly instructed their bodyguards to disperse. Meanwhile, those who had intended to gawk, as well as the hot pot manager accompanied by 2 security personnel, ceased their scrutiny upon realizing that nothing was amiss. After hastily reviewing the information, Yang Fan discovered that many of his master's past habits aligned almost perfectly with the symptoms described in the documents regarding the internal injury. Can you assure me that all of this is true? Yang Fan was taken aback to learn that his seemingly invincible master had suffered such a severe internal injury, and he found it laughable that he had been so oblivious. He felt a pang of guilt, realizing that had he been more attentive, he would have discovered this so late. Whether it is true or false is subjective. If you declare it true, then it is true. If you declare it false, then it is false. I never impose my will on anyone. Zhao Yunhai remained utterly unconcerned about Yang Fan slipping from his grasp. From the moment the latter entered his carefully orchestrated plan, escape was not an option. The instant he learned of his master's serious internal injury, he recognized that he had uncovered Yang Fan's fatal flaw. With a mind that was always agile and adept at maneuvering through such matters, Zhao Yunhai immediately contemplated how to exploit Yang Fan's predicament. If utilized correctly, Yang Fan could serve as an invaluable asset in his endeavors. Once Yang Fan's usefulness waned, he would deal with him personally. Elimination? The sole advantage would be the removal of a protagonist. Yet even after the protagonist's demise, another would inevitably emerge, yielding no tangible benefits. One must exercise greater deliberation in all matters. You possess a means to save my master, do you not? Yang Fan was acutely aware that the information presented to him must contain a method to rescue his master. This was his only recourse. Nevertheless, upon returning, he would confront his master about this matter to ascertain its authenticity. Yes, but why should I rescue you, master? Zhao Yunhai observed the anxious Yang Fan with an indifferent smile. What do you desire? Yang Fan replied directly. I dislike the circumlocution of your kind. Speak plainly. At that moment, Yang Fan realized that the only viable path to save his master lay with the man before him. Although he recognized the other's intentions were far from benevolent, he felt compelled to seek assistance quickly to treat his master's injuries. However, he found himself at a loss. With no one to consult, his master had suffered for years without recovery, evidently due to a lack of remedies for internal injuries, making inquiries futile. With only a month left to his master's life, if he failed to find a solution within that time, his master would depart from him forever. Zhao Yunhai raised 3 fingers and stated coolly, perform 3 tasks for me, and I shall provide the remedy to heal your master. How can I trust that you will keep your word? Yang Fan questioned, skeptical of the promise. You wouldn't want anything to happen to your master, would you? Zhao Yunhai contret, deftly manipulating Yang Fan's emotions. Indeed, Yang Fan felt he had no choice. He could not allow harm to befall his master. Clenching his fist with a crack, a ripple of anguish washed over him. I hope you fulfill your promise swiftly. Do not make me wait too long. Yang Fan was confident in his abilities, wishing only that the tasks would not be prolonged. The tasks would surely align with his strengths. Otherwise, there would be no need for Zhao Yunhai to engage him. Of course, I shall contact you soon, Zhao Yunhai remarked, looking at him with profound significance. Yang Fan met his gaze deeply before turning to leave, without exchanging contact information. He understood that Zhao would be able to investigate his master thoroughly and would know how to reach him. Where have you been for so long? Yin Rubing coldly inquired upon Yang Fan's return. Apologies, there were many people there, Yang Fan replied absently as he placed 2 plates of dipping sauce before them. By the way, what exactly is the Zhao family? Previously indifferent, Yang Fan now felt a surge of curiosity about the man associated with the Zhao family. Yin Rubing shot him a puzzled glance, but offered no reply. However, Mu Xiaoyu kindly shared her knowledge, explaining that the Zhao family was the most enigmatic clan in Yanjing, wielding immense power and influence. After hearing this, Yang Fan speculated that the affluent young man he had encountered was likely Zhao Yunhai, the only heir of the Zhao family. The realization that he had attracted the attention of such a noble lineage brought a wry smile to his lips. Yet, regardless of Zhao Yunhai's status, should he dare to deceive Yang Fan, he would ensure that Zhao paid a grievous price. To risk everything is to challenge the highest authority. As Yang Fan gradually regained his composure, he thought, next, I shall present you with a captivating spectacle of strategy. After indulging in a hearty meal, Zhao Yunhai uttered a single line that piqued the curiosity of the 3. Approximately half an hour later, Yang Fan departed from the hot pot restaurant with the 2 ladies, driving towards Yin Rubing's villa. After watching Yang Fan leave, Zhao Yunhai licked his lips, thinking about a late-night snack. It's quite late. Let me take you home to rest, he remarked, casting a glance at the somewhat intrusive Yang Hui. As Yang Hui began to speak, Zhao Yunhai turned his gaze forward and said, nonchalantly, I have no fondness for plain women. Then please take me home, Yang Hui quickly replied, aware of Zhao Yunhai's reasons for not wanting her around, particularly concerned about her appearance. Her mother had always said that beauty is the most powerful lure for a man's heart. Heir, take her home, Zhao Yunhai instructed, feeling more satisfied with Yang Hui for her understanding of the situation. He promptly made a phone call, directing heir in the back of the car to escort her. Once Yang Hui departed, Zhao Yunhai finally commenced his nocturnal pursuit of beauty. Yin Rubing, the daughter of Yin Gu, the second son of the Yin family, belonged to a clan that, despite possessing some influence in Yanjing, was but an insignificant insect in the eyes of the Zhao family. Moreover, Yin Gu was a businessman, while his elder brother was a scholar. Although Yin Rubing was not a direct descendant, she was nonetheless cherished by the head of the Yin family. Zhao Yunhai made a call from an unfamiliar number, and upon connection, he stated, in half an hour, at the reservoir on the outskirts of Yinjing's third ring road. I need you to retrieve something for me. What is it? Yang Fan's voice on the other end was low and cautious, clearly not wanting anyone nearby to overhear. You'll be informed upon arrival, Zhao Yunhai replied, hanging up the call. Even if the other party discerned his intentions, nothing could prevent him from indulging in a late-night delicacy he desired. On the other end, after the call had ended, Yang Fan casually placed his phone into his pocket. Truth be told, he was somewhat concerned that the call might be a diversionary tactic from Zhao Yunhai. Consequently, he promptly turned the car around, deciding to take the two ladies to a more secure location. Chapter 34. This wave is in the atmosphere for added precaution. Yang Fan deliberately sought out a concealed spot along the way to check for surveillance devices in the car, and indeed, he discovered one. He carelessly discarded the tracking device into a nearby taxi, and then left the scene with the two ladies. Little did Yang Fan know that he was merely on the fifth tier, while Zhao Yunhai had already ascended to the atmospheric level. Even without the tracking device, finding the two ladies in Yinjing would be a trivial task for Zhao Yunhai. Yang Fan had a good friend in Yinjing, and he entrusted the two ladies to his protection, ensuring their temporary safety. Even if the Zhao family sought to investigate, it would undoubtedly require time, and this time was ample for Yang Fan to make a round trip. At least this was his belief, as he had only heard from Mu Xiaoyu about the Zhao family's formidable nature, but had not truly experienced the helplessness of confronting them. Yang Fan, why have you left us here? Yin Rubing inquired, a hint of confusion flickering in her cold gaze. Mu Xiaoyu clung to her friend's arm, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings with a sense of trepidation. Aware that failing to clarify the situation would leave Miss Yin unsatisfied, Yang Fan patiently began to explain. The current environment at home feels rather precarious, and I have some matters to attend to. Please wait for my return. Why is it unsafe, and where are you headed? You are my bodyguard, and your role is to protect me around the clock. Yin Rubing, with an insistent demeanor, pressed for answers, for in her view, a bodyguard who neglects their duty to safeguard their employer is simply wasting time. Yang Fan was acutely aware that leaving them behind was a dereliction of responsibility. Yet he had imperative tasks to fulfill. You are acquainted with Zhao Yunhai, are you not? The man referred to as the Ice Mountain Woman's companion. He is likely associated with the Zhao family. And what if he takes advantage of my absence to harm you? Yang Fan concealed the nature of his dealings with Zhao Yunhai, casting a glance at Mu Xiaoyu, and added, You surely do not wish for any harm to befall Xiaoyu. Yin Rubing was about to retort, but reconsidered, acknowledging the validity of his concern, thus swallowing her words. Indeed, if anything were to happen to Mu Xiaoyu, she would never forgive herself. Mu Xiaoyu, feeling frightened, timidly suggested, Rubing, let us wait here for Yang. Very well, Yin Rubing nodded, then rather stiffly, said to Yang Fan, For Xiaoyu's sake, I will grant you 3 hours. 3 hours will suffice. Relieved by her agreement, Yang Fan felt a weight lift from his chest, realizing he had spared himself further discourse. Once the discussion concluded, Yang Fan entrusted Zhang Chong, who was stout and muscular, with a thunderous voice, saying, Brother Yang, rest assured, with me around, no one would dare lay a finger on them. Nicknamed Bald Chong for his shaved head, Zhang Chong was a martial artist at the pinnacle of the Mingjing stage. He had numerous brothers and often took on unsavory jobs for wealthy individuals. Yet he adhered to his principles. He would never harm women or children. During a life-threatening crisis, Yang Fan had witnessed Zhang Chong's valor and had come to regard him as a brother, pledging unwavering loyalty. Merely providing shelter for 2 women, especially those of Brother Yang, would be treated with utmost care. He would not betray Yang Fan's trust. Should any trouble arise, make sure to contact me immediately. Yang Fan emphasized this to Zhang Chong, who took it to heart before he departed. As Zhang Chong arranged accommodations for the 2 women, he remained unaware that someone close to him was plotting betrayal. This individual, Lu Tao, had long followed Zhang Chong into perilous situations, yet he had grown disillusioned with Zhang's rigid adherence to his principles. Straddling the line between decency and deception, Lu Tao lamented the significant losses incurred from missed lucrative opportunities. Initially, he had no intention of intervening in what he deemed a minor issue. But upon hearing the name Zhao, he stealthily eavesdropped. The Zhao family had set their sights on the two women. And Zhang Chong's audacity to shelter them left Lu Tao utterly disenchanted with Zhang's disregard for his brother's safety, pushing them into peril. Since you show no compassion, do not expect me to remain just. Lu Tao found a number in his contacts that he had never dialed before. It belonged to someone named Brother Hua. Once, Brother Hua had sought assistance from himself and Zhang Chong, but regrettably, Zhang Chong declined due to his so-called principles. However, he had taken note of the other party's phone number, anticipating its potential utility in the future. This Brother Hua seemed to be working for the Zhao family. Who is this? The voice on the other end was rather indifferent. Brother Hua, my identity is of little consequence. However, I possess a piece of significant information I wish to share with you. Speak. If it holds value, I assure you I will not default on my word. Since you have my number, you must be aware of my character. Even though the person on the other end could not be seen, Lu Tao spoke humbly, his voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, Brother Hua's integrity is something I naturally believe in. Brother Hua, I have two women here, whom I understand are desired by individuals from the Zhao family. I wonder what this information might be worth. Furthermore, Brother Hua, I must clarify that this is entirely the doing of Bald Chong. It has no connection to me or my brothers. I implore you not to implicate innocent parties. Upon hearing this, Brother Hua on the other end was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, intriguing. I shall transfer 200,000 to your account. You're far more perceptive than that Bald Chong. It was a stroke of fortune. Unexpectedly, the task recently assigned by young Master Zhao had been swiftly resolved. What is this? A windfall from the heavens? Zhao Yunhai had merely issued a task to his associates in Yinjing to locate two women, without specifying a reward. Simply establishing his own identity. His identity alone constituted the greatest reward for these individuals. The extent of the Zhao family's control over Yinjing was unbeknownst to outsiders, and even those one might presume to be allies could have already been swayed or even be operatives of the Zhao family themselves. Brother Hua was but an inconspicuous beneficiary among them. Leaning against the stone railing by the Yinjing bridge, Zhao Yunhai reveled in the gentle breeze caressing his face. He had meticulously arranged everything, and the sensation of such control intoxicated him. He was gradually savoring the benefits of his position as the future heir of the Zhao family. Gu Yunting and his companions were engaged in light-hearted discussion beside Zhao Yunhai, contemplating which internet celebrity they would share their emotions with. A short distance away, Ada swiftly received a call. Ada, this is Hua Zai. I have located the hiding place of the two women young Master Zhao requested, and I have sent the details to your phone. He only dared to make this call after personally confirming the information, knowing that any false report could result in dire consequences. Please provide me with a location so that I may have the honor of delivering them to young Master Zhao myself. Previously, Hua Zai had held a lofty position in Lu Tao's eyes, yet here, with a duh, he appeared exceedingly humble. Chapter 35. The reality of the small man's betrayal. I have sent you the location. I will arrange for San to assist you, to avoid any mishaps along the way, as it would be difficult for you to explain. As Ada spoke, he cast a glance toward San, who signaled and promptly drove away. Hua Zai had no grounds to oppose, as Ada rightly pointed out that if any misfortune were to occur en route, he would be in no position to account for it. Moreover, this formidable bodyguard, Ada, has been by Zhao Xiao's side for many years, earning his unwavering trust. It is inconceivable that he would relinquish his modest accolades. During their drive, Ada sent San the address of Hua Zai, and upon inputting it into the navigation system, San pressed the accelerator, hastening towards Hua Zai's location. As anticipated, we have successfully located Yun Xiao. Tonight, he shall undoubtedly fulfill his desires. Ada surveyed the surroundings, his gaze piercing like that of an eagle, scanning each passerby until he confirmed there were no anomalies. Only then did he approach Yun Xiao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhai glanced at his watch, a trace of satisfaction gracing his composed visage. Redirecting his attention to the increasingly eccentric trio, he clapped his hands to draw their focus, whistling a suave tune. I can hardly wait to shatter that iceberg. Tonight, at the MOU Hotel, just charge it to my account. The trio erupted in exuberant cheers, not merely to save a few coins, but because the MOU Hotel offers a unique service reserved exclusively for its most distinguished members. The staff providing these exceptional services undergo rigorous training, and all who have experienced it sing its praises. The paramount aspect is its cleanliness and hygiene. Wow, Zhao Xiao is impressive. Tonight, at the MOU Hotel, I desire 3 mermaids. Are there any foreign mermaids with robust physiques? I can hardly wait to unveil my drawstring. Bah, none here. Come on, you rustic bumpkin. Don't even mention knowing me. The 3, playfully bantering, eagerly entered their respective vehicles, leaving the discussion of the young models for another time. It wasn't that they lacked the means. Rather, the MOU Hotel is under the ownership of the MOU Group, led by Zhao Yunhai's father. At a mere word from Zhao Yunhai, the manager of the Yinjing MOU Hotel would surely present the finest quality, even newly trained staff, to entertain them. This was the essence of their celebration. After all, newcomers are a rarity, as most have become seasoned veterans, with some even masquerading as novices. Upon hearing that Zhao Xiao intended to stay at the hotel manager hastily extricated himself from the embrace of a woman, fumbling to dress. With a delicate arm emerging from the covers, she sleepily murmured, "Darling, where are you off to?" "Business calls, my dear. Please, continue to rest. I shall return later." Had it been earlier, the newlywed manager Wang would have been aflame with passion. Now, fearing he might be late, he scarcely afforded a glance at his wife in bed, hastily seizing his car keys before departing. "Hey, my husband isn't home." After manager Wang exited, a window on the middle floor suddenly swung open, observing her husband's vehicle leave. She made a call. "Oldly, my husband just left. He probably won't return for quite some time, perhaps even tonight." Her voice was soft and beguiling. "Yes, I await your arrival. How annoying. Come to my house." "All right, goodbye." The speaker was none other than manager Wang's wife, who, after ending the call, skillfully drew the curtains. Moments later, faint light cast silhouettes of 2 figures, intertwining in the dimness. Zhang Chang had not anticipated that shortly after Yang Xiao left, he would be discovered. The streets here were narrow and labyrinthine, with every entrance obstructed. Zhang Chang understood that in order to ensure the safe departure of the 2 women, someone must stand in the way to buy them time. That person could only be himself. "Ruiying, I am frightened," murmured Mu Xiaoyu, her demeanor frantic as she clutched her friend's arm tightly, having never encountered such a situation before. "Do not fear. Have faith in Yang Fan." Yin Ruiying calmly reassured her, though internally she too was in turmoil, dialing Yang Fan's number. No signal. Yin Ruiying gazed at her phone in astonishment. Zhang Chang had just taken out his phone to call Yang Xiao when he realized there was no signal, causing a tremor of anxiety within him. It seemed the opposition had prepared well, but rest assured, I will risk my life to safeguard your safety. Zhang Chang forced himself to regain composure and glanced outside, where Lu Tao and several others had entered, his eyes lighting up. "Lu Tao, take your brothers and ensure their safe exit through the backdoor passage. I will hold them off for you. It is imperative that you deliver them safely to Yang Xiao." Time was of the essence. Any delay would make escape impossible. Zhang Chang seized a weapon and brushed past Lu Tao. Yin Ruiying and Mu Xiaoyu, witnessing the unfolding scene, gasped in horror, covering their eyes as they let out piercing screams. Lu Tao, Zhang Chang stared in disbelief, his strong form staggering back a few steps. He had never imagined he would be betrayed by someone he trusted most. "Huh." Lu Tao beckoned his men to bind the 2 women. "Surprised? Aren't you?" "The phone interference was my doing. I activated the signal jammer." Lu Tao's gaze fell upon the dagger embedded in Zhang Chang's heart, and he spoke slowly. "Lost in memories. This was the dagger you gifted me when I first joined you. It has now returned to its rightful owner. Why betray me?" Zhang Chang's eyes began to glaze over, his breath quickening, the knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Though he was strong, he was still human and had never anticipated treachery from his own brother. "Because you obstructed our path, playing both the harlot and the saint." Lu Tao glared intensely at Zhang Chang, suddenly shouting, "I have had enough. We have always been the dogs in the eyes of the powerful. What is the difference between a good dog and a bad dog? Tell me, how many lucrative opportunities have slipped through your fingers? Otherwise, why would so many brothers remain in this wretched state after all these years? Principles? What good are principles? How many wealthy individuals adhere to them? Lu Tao vented years of suppressed frustration in one go, leaving him with an overwhelming emptiness. Zhang Chong had never envisioned such a revelation. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Lu Tao stared at Zhang Chong's lifeless body, thinking to himself, "Do not blame me. I merely wish to attain wealth and experience a life of affluence, so my existence would not be in vain." Clap, clap, clap. Hua Ge entered, clapping his hands, and gave a kick to the barely conscious Zhang Chong. "Lu Tao, is it? I hold you in high regard. From this day forth, you shall work for me." Lu Tao, a mere pawn, transformed into an obedient dog before Hua Ge, his humility reaching its zenith. "Thank you, Hua Ge. From today on, I am but your dog. I shall bite whomever you command." Hua Ge nodded dismissively, viewing him as nothing more than a trivial individual, an utterance that bore no weight in his eyes. He glanced at the two women, bound and gagged, and gestured for his men to take them away. "Be careful. These are the women that young Master Zhao desires. Ensure they are unharmed." "Understood." His subordinates, mindful of their command, donned gloves and seized the women by their arms, dragging them away despite their desperate struggles, which were inconsequential to the men. Chapter 36. The aftermath of success. Asan's vehicle awaited at the alley's entrance. Upon seeing Hua Ge emerge, he rolled down the window and waved. To Lu Tao's astonishment, Hua Ge's demeanor shifted dramatically, with an obsequious expression. He hurried to the car window, bowing deeply in a display of utmost respect. "Asan, my brother, I have successfully brought the women young Master Zhao requested unharmed." Asan, glancing at the squirming captives, nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Place them in the back seat. Young Master Zhao is awaiting their arrival. Be cautious. Do not let them sustain any injuries." Hua Ge promptly turned to his subordinates, issuing commands with an air of authority. Once the task was executed, Hua Ge's countenance morphed back to one of sycophancy as he cautiously inquired, "May I ask about the reward for this task?" "Rest assured, young Master Zhao will not be stingy with your benefits." Asan shut the window and drove away. "Splendid." Once Asan was a distance away, Hua Ge erupted with excitement. In all of Yinjing, he was the sole individual to have accomplished the task assigned by young Master Zhao, a matter not only of prestige, but also of anticipated rewards that would undoubtedly exceed his expectations. After all, a mission personally delegated by young Master Zhao would surely come with generous compensation. Was that person just now one of young Master Zhao's men? Still in a state of exhilaration, Hua Ge did not chide him for his curiosity, but instead offered a patient explanation. "It is good that you know. Some matters are better left unspoken. Keep your lips sealed, and you shall live longer." "Understood, Hua Ge." Lu Tao nodded, assuring that he would maintain his silence henceforth. At the MOU Hotel, Gu Yunting, Li Yuanjing, and Chao Pantian waved cheerfully at Zhao Yunhai, each accompanied by two attendants arranged by Manager Wang. "Young Master Zhao, we shall enjoy ourselves now. What a treat." The quality of young Master Zhao's hospitality is unparalleled. "Tonight, I shall become a gigolo, hooray." After the trio retreated to their respective rooms, Manager Wang cautiously approached Zhao Yunhai. "Young Master, are you certain you do not require anything?" he inquired anxiously once more. Zhao Yunhai, observing Manager Wang's hairstyle, chuckled without a hint of arrogance. "It seems you have just recently succumbed to slumber," remarked Manager Wang with a smirk as he rubbed his palms together. "As Zhao Xiao mentioned, upon hearing of your esteemed arrival, I could not help but rise. Sleep eluded me completely. Please, do return. I have no need for your hospitality. Your good intentions are duly noted." After all, being a considerate employer, Zhao Yunhai understood the challenges faced by his staff, and he genuinely had no requirement for Manager Wang's presence. Manager Wang hesitated, casting a furtive glance at Zhao Xiao, uncertain whether the latter's words were sincere. "Do hurry back. You are not a damsel, after all. What could you possibly offer in terms of hospitality? I desire solitude to rest." Zhao Yunhai gestured dismissively, indicating that Wang could take his leave. Aware that lingering would become bothersome, Manager Wang bid farewell to Zhao Xiao. A moment shared with Zhao Xiao is invaluable. I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to summon me. Zhao Yunhai merely acknowledged him with a casual grunt. Having just received news from Sand that the icy beauty Yin Ruiying and her friend Mu Xiaoyu were en route. Once Zhao Yunhai emerged from his bath clad in a white robe, he discovered that Yin Ruiying and Mu Xiaoyu had been unceremoniously bound and left at the foot of the bed. Ah, is this not the icy beauty? What a coincidence! Zhao Yunhai chuckled, promptly removing the gag from Yin Ruiying's mouth. Aletcher, I never imagined that a scion of the Zhao family would engage in such despicable acts. Today has truly broadened my horizons. Yin Ruiying fixed a frigid gaze upon Zhao Yunhai, her tone as icy as her demeanor. Yet, he discerned a flicker of panic hidden deep within her eyes, a cold smile curling at his lips as he regarded her like prey. Zhao Yunhai reached out, pinching her cheek, the cool, delicate texture beneath his fingers remarkably exquisite. I do not fancy such titles. I prefer it when you call me the flower thief. His devilish grin rendered Yin Ruiying utterly defenseless, as she inwardly chastised Yang Fan for his absence during this crisis. Mu Xiaoyu, trembling in fear beside them, whimpered in distress. Do not be afraid, Zhao Yunhai whispered soothingly into Mu Xiaoyu's ear, his hand stroking her hair as though she were a playful kitten. Whimper. Mu Xiaoyu could not help but feel terrified. His gentle tone only intensified her fear, her heart quaking in trepidation. She had merely gone out for hot pot with her friend, never anticipating such a nightmarish encounter. First, she witnessed a murder before her very eyes, and now she found herself ensnared as prey for the man before her. Yang Gao was nowhere to be found, leaving her and Ruiying to wonder if they were truly trapped in this man's grasp, unable to escape. Release her, if you dare. Come me instead. Yin Ruiying could not stand idly by as her friend was bullied. While the trope of sisterly bonds may be cliché, it proved effective. Zhao Yunhai regarded the timid, fearful Mu Xiaoyu before him, and, without mercy, rendered her unconscious, subsequently stowing her away in a wardrobe. His decision not to harm Mu Xiaoyu was also influenced by her parents' extensive and lucrative partnership with a maffish group, among other reasons. Upon awakening, Mu Xiaoyu is engulfed by an overwhelming sense of guilt due to the sacrifices made by Yin Ruibing in her quest for self-preservation. This profound remorse compels Mu Xiaoyu to assist Yin Ruibing in concealing the impending tragic truth. Additional motivations also pertain to Zhao Yunhai's subsequent maneuvers against the protagonist, Yang Fan. For tonight, the icy beauty suffices. Mu Xiaoyu shall partake later. What is your intention? Yin Ruibing is akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, poised for Zhao Yunhai to butcher and feast upon. What shall I do? Are you not already aware? The Yin family will not let you off lightly. The Yin family, insignificant as they are, hardly warrant concern from the Zhao clan. Ice Princess, I am eager to witness the shattering of your frosty facade and the fervor that lies beneath. Yin Ruibing's strength pales in comparison to Zhao Yunhai's. After all, she is merely a pampered heiress devoid of any real power. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, having successfully acquired a mysterious package at a reservoir on the outskirts of Yanjing, realizes something grave must have transpired when he cannot reach Yin Ruibing. In a frantic state, Yang Fan returns to Zhang Chang's place only to discover it abandoned, ultimately relying on his protagonist's aura to locate a loyal surviving underling of Zhang Chang. The underling informs Yang Fan that Zhang Chang has been killed, Lu Tao has betrayed them, and the two women have been taken by someone named Brother Hua. Following the conventional narrative arc, Yang Fan would track down Zhao Yunhai and execute a heroic rescue. However, where Zhao Yunhai exists, the story diverges from the ordinary. He would inform the protagonist, "Welcome to the real world." Who had returned Yin Hui, appears here, having made necessary preparations as instructed by young Master Yin. This is the individual young Master Yin requires to be delayed. Our mission is to divert him in the opposite direction, as far away as possible. Has brought along two peak martial artists of the transformation realm from the Zhao clan. Yang Fan, being in the mid-stage of the dark strength realm, must confront adversaries who are significantly stronger to avoid easily becoming a stepping stone. Chapter 37. Yang Fan's misguided path, though this junior in the mid-stage of the dark strength realm possesses remarkable talent, potential alone does not guarantee future success. With our prowess at the peak of the transformation realm, it would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Although Lu Buiyun is taken aback by Yang Fan's talent, he remains confident that, with his peak transformation realm strength, dealing with a junior in the mid-stage of dark strength will pose no unexpected challenges. Du Lu notes an agreement, confidently asserting, rest assured, we will handle young Master Yun's matters with utmost precision. With young Master Yun's directives in mind, repeatedly reminds them. Young Master Yun emphasized that this individual must not be underestimated. Otherwise, he would not have summoned you both for this task. Ultimately, he is to be killed. If that proves impossible, simply delay him for 3 hours. The two promptly assure him, fear not, no matter how formidable. He is but a junior in the mid-stage of dark strength. We guarantee that his head will be presented to young Master Yun. Though Aoi's strength may not rival theirs, his position as young Master Yun's personal bodyguard is one they cannot afford to offend. The formidable prowess of the Zhao clan is merely the tip of the iceberg. Before the two individuals pledged their allegiance, they conducted a thorough investigation and gained profound insights, which ultimately influenced their decision to align with the Zhao family. Should they seize this opportunity to capture the attention of young Master Yun, it would be their greatest chance to ascend the ranks effortlessly. Upon realizing that the two had absorbed his words, felt a slight relief. Buiyun and Du Lu, both recent adherents to the Zhao clan, were martial artists at the pinnacle of the transformative strength stage, already among the most powerful figures in the public eye. Their intention in joining the Zhao clan was naturally to advance further, yearning for more profound martial arts and costly training resources to transcend the transformative strength stage and attain the vigorous strength stage. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, possessing an extraordinary intuition, sensed an unseen presence lurking as he prepared to depart. Come forth, you furtive rodent, he declared coldly, scanning his surroundings. Should anything untoward happen to Yen Rubing, he would be unable to absolve himself. If irreversible consequences were to occur, he would never forgive himself. A shadowy figure suddenly lunged from above in the dimly lit street. Yang Fan swiftly raised his gaze, channeling a surge of purple transcendent energy through his fist. The younger generation possesses some strength. I underestimated you, Buiyun remarked, astonished as he retreated a few steps to stand before Yang Fan. Without uttering a word, Yang Fan retained a calm demeanor, gazing into the dark recesses with a cold smirk. Another ambush, is it? If one attempt fails, you come again. Inabe anticipataba yung diskuwarat. Truly, you are no ordinary youth, chuckled Du Lu, who had been lurking in the shadows, revealing himself after Buiyun's failed assault. Yang Fan's heart sank. From the moment they clashed, he sensed that their strength surpassed his own, and now 2 adversaries had emerged simultaneously. Yet, he would not resign to fate. What the transformative strength stage? He had previously bested foes of higher ranks. With disdain, he regarded the two and scoffed. I never imagined that a powerful figure of the transformative strength stage would become someone else's lapdog. Have Zhao Yinhai surrender Yen Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu, and I shall consider this incident as though it never transpired. How dare you utter young Master Yun's name so casually? You seek death? Buiyun's eyes darkened, for he loathed being labeled a lackey. Demonic claw technique. With his palms transforming into claws, his hands, under the influence of his internal energy, became fearsome and swift. Divine Gauta feast. Du Lu followed suit, unleashing a thunderous punch that shattered the air, creating a series of explosive sounds. He bore no pretense of one-on-one combat. His singular aim was to fulfill his mission, irrespective of means. The application of internal energy in the transformative strength stage far surpasses that of the dark strength stage, marking a qualitative shift, one being coarse, the other refined. Though Yang Fan found it challenging to retaliate, his internal energy, albeit somewhat unrefined, still exhibited distinct potency. Trained from a young age in the unparalleled martial art of the Purple Sky True Method, the energy he wielded was vastly superior to that of ordinary martial arts. With the profound inner strength of Zi Xiao, although Yang Fan appeared to be in a predicament, in reality, The two adversaries were unable to subdue him at that moment. It was rather shameful that two masters in the transformation stage needed to join forces against a single practitioner in the dark energy stage. Yang Fan relentlessly provoked the duo with his words, attempting to incite their anger to enhance his odds. The young ones are indeed clever, yet they are still too inexperienced to provoke us effectively. In an instant, Lu Buyun's claw tore through Yang Fan's defenses, leaving gruesome scratch marks on his arms. Yang Fan gasped in shock, retreating repeatedly, his gaze shifting between the bloodied marks on his arms with uncertainty. It seemed that the young one's master was no ordinary individual. The martial arts he practiced were not something just anyone could aspire to. Although Duel did not hail from a prestigious lineage, his years of travel had sharpened his insight, and he recognized that if it were not for the opponent's martial prowess, they would have been subdued long ago. Chuckling softly, Yang Fan glanced at the two before turning to leave without a moment's hesitation. If I cannot defeat you, do you think I cannot escape? It was unexpected that Zhao Yunhai would dare enlist two potential peak transformation stage warriors to deal with him. Such grandiose efforts were indeed impressive. As for the whereabouts of the two women, Yang Fan had discovered a clue from an item he picked up off the ground. He could not afford to waste even a moment. To leave without consulting us first. Duel and Lu Buyun immediately pursued him, but they had abandoned the idea of killing him. It sufficed to merely delay him for 3 hours. From their recent encounter, they had come to realize that this young man was not easily vanquished. Observing their frantic chase, Yang Fan felt a surge of determination. It appeared he was on the right path. With that thought, he turned towards his vehicle and swiftly entered it. From the moment he closed the door to starting the engine, merely 3 seconds elapsed. The two stood awkwardly in their tracks, dumbfounded that he would drive away, questioning the ethics of martial conduct. Get in. Air parked the car directly in front of them. Without hesitation, the two quickly climbed into the vehicle. Aya, with ease, pursued them from behind, as Yang Fan's escape was part of the plan, with Air having long been prepared for contingencies. The target vehicle arrived at its destination in 3 minutes. Air made a phone call to notify the personnel on the other end. 3 minutes later, Yang Fan found himself in an unfortunate car accident, stepping out of his vehicle to find himself entangled with the perpetrator. Hey there, need a lift? Air approached Yang Fan with a smug grin. Duel and Lu Buyun got out of their car and walked over to Yang Fan, coldly smirking. Why offend anyone? Young one, when you could have avoided crossing paths with young Master Yin. Surrender your martial arts to the Zhao family, and perhaps you might save your life. Get lost. Yang Fan's anger surged as he forcefully shoved the perpetrator aside. Striding forward, he approached a motorcycle, forcibly seizing it as the owner was knocked to the ground. Yang Fan twisted the throttle vigorously and charged towards the crowd of onlookers, who quickly parted to clear a path. Let's go, as far away as possible. After Air saw Yang Fan off, he signaled the perpetrator to move the accident vehicle away and then pursued in his car. Hey, someone has fled the scene of an accident. Yes, they stole a motorcycle to escape, and the license plate number is this. Following Air's instructions, the perpetrator promptly reported the incident to the authorities. Chapter 38. Fortunately, I arrived just in time. The perpetrator might indeed have been at fault, yet he was quite cunning. During the collision, he played his cards well. If accountability were to be assigned, Yang Fan would undoubtedly bear part of the blame as well. Moreover, at this moment, Yang Fan had the audacity to flee, making his culpability even greater. The crime of hit and run is no small matter. This was Air's cunning stratagem. While one could choose to stay and deal with the situation, it could also serve to delay you. You might escape, but I can wield the law to punish you. Yang Fan was not oblivious to this, but in his desperate attempt to save Yen Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu, he cast aside such concerns. Half an hour later, Yang Fan suddenly sensed something amiss. Why was the pursuer still trailing him instead of deploying someone ahead to intercept? Had he taken a wrong turn? Was he being intentionally led astray? Were the clues deliberately left for him? Once Yang Fan recognized the oddity, a series of previously overlooked questions began to resurface. If he were Zhao Yunhai, where would he choose to be? At home, or the MOU Grand Hotel owned by his family? The MOU Group was founded by Zhao Yunhai's father, Zhao Yunwan. Thus, the MOU Grand Hotel was the most likely place Zhao Yunhai could be found. as he realized that his current direction was clearly taking him farther from the true destination. He cursed himself for not thinking of this sooner. However, if he turned back now, those pursuing him would undoubtedly do everything to block his return. He needed to devise a plan. Casting a discreet glance around, Yang Fan accelerated his motorcycle toward a narrower passage. The pursuer had clearly caught on. In response, air came to a halt. What now? Lu Bowen and Du Lu appeared quite anxious. Both Lu Bowen and Du Lu hoped this mission would place them in the sights of young Master Yin. Do not worry. You will still be of use. Air reassured them, signaling them to remain calm. The two ceased their attempts to open the car doors and settled back into their seats, somewhat relieved. Air had long prepared for this scenario. With young Master Yin indulging in the pleasures of the night, how could he allow Yang Fan to return and disrupt Yin's enjoyment? Meanwhile, Yang Fan, leveraging the advantage of his motorcycle, swiftly navigated the alley, eventually doubling back. Seeing no pursuers behind him, he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. You think you can stop me so easily? Do not underestimate my resolve. Vehicles ahead, please stop immediately for inspection. Vehicles ahead, please stop immediately for inspection. Vehicles ahead, please stop immediately for inspection. Upon hearing the announcement, Yang Fan's heart sank. His fears had indeed materialized. Glancing at the vehicle with flashing sirens in his rearview mirror, he pressed the accelerator to the floor without looking back. Yang Fan had celebrated too soon. Even with the protagonist's halo, in this overwhelming situation, it was of little immediate effect. However, in the aftermath, Yang Fan would undoubtedly leverage the aura of the protagonist to vindicate his innocence. At the MOU Hotel, Zhao Yunhai wiped the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth with a tissue, casting a glance at the unconscious Yen Rubing on the bed, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. This Yen Rubing was indeed a passionate woman. It seemed that even ice would gradually melt before his fervor, responding with an ardor akin to flames. Hey, wake up! Zhao Yunhai directly opened the wardrobe and gently tapped Mu Xiaoyu's cheek. Ying. Mu Xiaoyu appeared to be sleeping comfortably within the wardrobe, rubbing her bleary eyes, and upon catching sight of Zhao Yunhai, she instinctively wanted to scream. Shut up. Anticipating her reaction, Zhao Yunhai swiftly pressed a prepared damp towel against her mouth. Woo woo woo. Mu Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock. She wanted to speak, but found herself silenced. The damp towel felt unclean, and there was an odd odor emanating from it. Zhao Yunhai, unyielding, pulled her out and pointed towards a disheveled Yen Rubing on the bed. Do you see her? I believe you wouldn't want her reputation to be utterly ruined, would you? As Mu Xiaoyu beheld her friend Yen Rubing in such a disarray, the color drained from her face like a receding tide, leaving her as pale as snow. Thunder echoed in her mind as the most dreadful images she wished to avoid materialized before her. Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Zhao Yunhai lifted Mu Xiaoyu and seated her on the bed, removing the damp towel from her mouth. His gaze was profound as he spoke softly. If you wish to perish, you may scream to your heart's content. Instinctively, Mu Xiaoyu swallowed hard, gripped by fear. The man before her felt like a demon. I do not wish for Yang Fan to learn her plight. She will not speak, and neither will you. Do you understand? After Mu Xiaoyu nodded, Zhao Yunhai satisfied. Pressed the call button at the bedside. The die was cast. Mu Xiaoyu's foremost desire was to leave this place with her friend. Even if her friend chose not to divulge her experience, she would do her utmost to conceal it. As for Yin Rubing herself, Zhao Yunhai believed that if she valued her dignity, she would want to hide the truth more than anyone else. Once the female staff from the hotel arrived, Zhao Yunhai departed the room. He had traversed through a garden of flowers without a single petal adhering to him. The notion that one must take responsibility for their first encounter was irrelevant. If he did not choose to take responsibility, who would dare contest him for a woman? Even if he were to relinquish her, he would not allow anyone else to claim her, unless that person wished to lie beneath a grave overgrown with grass. Zhao Yunhai left the MOU hotel and promptly boarded a vehicle, instructing Ada to drive them home. Shortly after Zhao Yunhai's departure, Yang Fan arrived. Having evaded pursuit by changing vehicles several times and ultimately running a distance of 2,000 meters on foot, he burst into the hotel, delivering a punch to each security guard in his path. Who dares to cause a commotion at the MOU hotel? A night shift manager, accompanied by a group of security personnel, hurried towards him. Tell me, which room did Zhao Yinhai take the two women to? Yang Fan charged forward like a frenzied bull, unrestrained and unstoppable, confronting the management personnel with an iron grip around the man's neck, bellowing fiercely. The manager, having been forewarned, responded with a calm, sardonic smile. Before Zhao Xiao arrives, no one shall lay eyes on those two women. Who do you think you are? Seize them. With the command given, the surrounding security personnel surged forward. Do not force my hand to kill. Upon realizing Zhao Yinhai had yet to arrive, Yang Fan felt a surge of relief, his gaze radiating a lethal intent towards the encroaching security. The electric batons wielded by the guards were not mere toys, but Yang Fan, with the ferocity of a roaring tiger, flung the manager aside and unleashed a furious roar. The guards proved no match for him, falling one after another. Speak, or face death. He approached the manager once more, applying just enough pressure to render him breathless. After a tense 7 seconds, the manager's face turned crimson, veins bulging. Before Yang Fan finally relented, coughing violently, the manager thought he might perish, rolling his eyes in desperation. Spare me, it's in room 001 on the top floor. The manager's terror was palpable, dispelling any doubt in Yang Fan's mind. Yet, he had no intention of actually taking a life. After all, committing murder in broad daylight would render him utterly helpless. Upon reaching room 001, he forcefully kicked the door open and stormed in, finding the two women safely unconscious on the bed, a wave of relief washing over him. Thank goodness I arrived in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Thanks to the professional handling, there were no traces left on the women for Yang Fan to discover. Chapter 39. The second demand emerges filled with trepidation. Yang Fan hastily roused the two unconscious women. As they regained consciousness, he noticed that Yin Rubing's gaze towards him seemed colder than before. However, Yang Fan felt no sense of alarm. After all, Yin Rubing was inherently icy, and given the circumstances, her cool demeanor was perfectly justifiable. We must leave this place quickly. Otherwise, we will be in trouble when Zhao Yinhai arrives. Yang Fan swiftly led the two women out of the hotel, and only after getting into the car did he allow himself to relax. This time, in saving you, I nearly became a wanted criminal, he lamented. Rest assured, I will have my father handle this matter. Yin Rubing curled herself into a ball, her eyes shut tight, her mind flooded with haunting images. Yang Fan, just focus on driving. We only wish to return home swiftly, murmured Mu Xiaoyu, sensing Yin Rubing's distress and eager to divert the conversation. No problem, Yang Fan replied, aware of her intent to change the subject, yet understanding the emotional turmoil they both faced. The journey was silent, and he eventually delivered the two women to the Yin family villa, noting that Yin Rubing's father was not in Yanjing, as she was there for her studies. The Yin family villa belongs to Yin Ling, the elder uncle of Yin Ruobing. Upon returning to the villa, Yin Ruobing locked herself and Mu Xiaoyu in her room, refusing to emerge. Yang Fan stood at the foot of the staircase on the first floor and, after observing the silence above, sighed regretfully and retreated to his own room. He bore the greatest responsibility for the situation, had it not been for his own issues. Yin Ruobing and the other girl would not have found themselves in such a predicament. Zhao Yinhai, do not let me catch you. I will ensure you regret your actions today, Yang Fan declared, striking his fist against the bed in frustration. However, he had already completed one of the 3 tasks, and with 2 remaining, he was confident he would discover a way to heal his master. Once he found that solution, he believed there was nothing in this world he could not accomplish. Suddenly, Yang Fan sat upright, recalling the black package. His gaze instinctively shifted to the dark parcel on his bedside. What could possibly lie within it? Yet, fearing that Zhao Yinhai might renege on their agreement due to any damage to the package, Yang Fan suppressed his curiosity and tucked the black parcel beneath his bed, preferring not to see it. Meanwhile, within Yin Ruobing's room, she was in the bathroom, washing herself, crouched in a corner, tears streaming down her face in silent despair. The first time she awoke in the hotel, realizing her innocence had been stripped away, she felt as if her soul had departed, her eyes vacant. The two female attendants had threatened her, insisting that if she did not comply, news of her disgrace would be made public. Under duress, Mu Xiaoyu offered her comfort. The following day, Zhao Yunhai enjoyed a restful slumber, not awakening until 10 in the morning. He picked up his phone to check the time and noticed a flurry of messages in the group chat. Curiosity prompted him to look, revealing that the three individuals from the previous night were boasting about their exploits. The competition among men extended to a staggering 99 messages. Zhao Yunhai promptly closed the chat. He had a compulsion to click on red notifications, unable to tolerate the discomfort they brought if left unattended. After freshening up, Zhao Yunhai descended to the living room and settled onto the sofa. Upon noticing her beloved son awake, Qin Sivan subtly signaled Yang Hui to spring into action. Understanding the cue, Yang Hui headed to the kitchen, where Qin Yi had prepared a delightful array of dishes that Zhao Yunhai adored. Qin Sivan was not merely seeking a daughter-in-law to fulfill a caretaker's role. Her intentions were to foster a bond between Yang Hui and her precious son. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yunhai, his mother's subtle assistance was at play. He opened his laptop to peruse the current news from the Heavenly Palace, aware that Zhang Yuni, a living protagonist, remained in Haiqing. Zhao Yunhai's regard for Zhang Yuni was not nearly as profound as his feelings for Yang Fan. Nevertheless, as the protagonist, Zhang Yuni could not be left unattended for too long. The metaphorical knife poised at Zhang Yuni's throat was being sharpened by Zhao Yunhai. The moment it became sufficiently sharp, he would strike. The reason Zhao Yunhai did not resist his mother's insistence on returning to Yanjing was that he, too, sought an opportunity to connect with his family. The phone call from his mother had provided him with that chance, prompting his visit. Ultimately, Zhang Yuni, this protagonist, is merely a well-fed pig when left unattended. Presently, his thoughts remain entrenched in the mindset of an ordinary individual, rendering him relatively easy to handle. Zhang Yuni's most significant vulnerability lies in his black card. Should it be compromised, no matter his capabilities, he would inevitably bow to the capitalist Zhao Yunhai. Meanwhile, within the realm of Tiangong, with ample funding, the essential positions have been filled, and preparations to embark on a steady path are underway, with Tiangong poised to delve into the lifestyle sector. The subsequent course of action for Tiangong should involve acquisitions, spending to procure a variety of mid-tier manufacturers. These enterprises are not lacking in quality or taste. Rather, consumers tend to gravitate towards the familiar, often hesitant to explore the unfamiliar. Thus, essentials such as clothing, food, housing, and transportation present the easiest entry point, yet also the most formidable competition. However, Zhao Yunhai possesses the financial means to inundate the market with advertisements, relentlessly investing until Tiangong becomes synonymous with daily necessities, a strategy known as the profound memory advertising method. After Zhao Yunhai shared the general direction with Yuman Liu, Yang Hui entered, presenting a visually appealing and aromatic lunch. With anticipation, she exclaimed, "Yunhai, this is a skill taught to me by Aunt Qin. Come and taste it." Zhao Yunhai closed his laptop, casting a satisfied glance at his mother, who was pleased with Yang Hui. "Why are you so leisurely today? Shouldn't you be playing mahjong?" he inquired. "You're the one who dislikes me playing mahjong. Every time you see me at the table, you inexplicably get angry and leave home for days." Qin Sivan retorted with an eye roll. Zhao Yunhai rose, gently massaging his mother's shoulders to appease her. "All right, I'm no longer the person I used to be. Let us eat first. After our meal, I'll invite your friends over for a game of mahjong, so you're not just revolving around me at home." Though he understood his mother's concern, he felt that requiring her assistance in matters of romance made him appear somewhat inept. "I only have you as a son. Is it too much to expect me to show concern when you finally return home?" Qin Sivan lamented, taking a seat at the dining table, gazing at her beloved son. However, it was heartening to see her son no longer opposing her mahjong games, stirring a sense of nostalgia within Qin Sivan. Her son had indeed matured, evolving from the capricious child he once was. "The taste is quite good, comparable to what I usually eat." Under Yang Hui's eager gaze, Zhao Yunhai offered a compliment. Although there remained a slight disparity in flavor and the culinary finesse required enhancement, the elegance of the dishes indicated the effort Yang Hui had invested in the preparation. 3 days later, Yang Fan received Zhao Yunhai's second request. After reviewing the details, he bid farewell to Yin Rubing and set off alone to Haizhou Haiqing. Chapter 40. A heartwarming day at the amusement park. Over the past 3 days, Zhao Yunhai enjoyed harmonious interactions with his family, and his relationship with Yang Hui blossomed into a warm companionship. Their rapport was not marked by grand gestures, but rather a gentle warmth woven into the fabric of their everyday lives. If one were to inquire whether Zhao Yunhai harbored feelings for Yang Hui, Zhao Yunhai undoubtedly harbors affection for her. What man could resist such a woman? Yang Hui did not return home, as the Yang family had always intended for her to become the daughter-in-law of the Zhao family. Thus, it was inconceivable for her to go back. Currently, Yang Hui has been temporarily recognized as a daughter-in-law by Qin Sivan and Zhao Hongwan, barring any unforeseen circumstances. She is destined to become part of the family. Yang Hui's attentive care evokes in Zhao Yunhai a sense of dwelling in a tender realm, captivating yet not overwhelming. Today, Zhao Yunhai acquiesced to Yang Hui's request for a day of amusement at the amusement park. There, Yang Hui finally exhibited the vivacious spirit characteristic of a young woman. "Just one photo, please," she coaxed, playfully shaking Zhao Yunhai's arm. Coquettishness is a woman's innate quality, despite being raised under the traditional values of the Yang family. Yang Hui embodies the essence of a modern girl, while still cherishing her traditional roots deep within. Once she decides on someone, her heart becomes wholly entwined with that person. Now that Yang Hui has chosen Zhao Yunhai, he occupies her thoughts in every endeavor. Even if Zhao Yunhai were to treat her poorly in the future, as long as they remain married, she would dutifully fulfill her responsibilities as his wife. Meeting Zhao Yunhai has been her stroke of fortune. Had she encountered another, she might have shared the same misfortunes as her mother. Zhao Yunhai harbors a distinct aversion to photography, stemming from his mother's incessant habit of capturing and showcasing images of her beloved son on social media, which has left him quite vexed. Consequently, he has grown to despise having his picture taken. He is certain that Yang Hui is aware of his distaste. However, upon seeing her gaze filled with anticipation, the words of refusal lingered on his lips, unvoiced. After all, she is the future wife he has envisioned. A mere photograph is a small concession. Thus, Zhao Yunhai and Yang Hui's joint picture found its way to her phone wallpaper. "Now, even when you're not by my side, I can gaze at this photo and think of you," she mused, her spirits soaring as she proudly displayed the wallpaper before him. How juvenile, he thought. Upon viewing the image, where Yang Hui is beside him, radiantly smiling, he found her easily satisfied. Is it not normal for women to be a bit childish? "Kulme, let us head over there. They sell grilled sausages," Yang Hui exclaimed, pulling the leisurely Zhao Yunhai along. What harm is there in being a little childish? A photograph can endure for decades, preserving memories of the kindness once bestowed upon her, even if he were to lose affection for her in the future. Men may be drawn to youthful and beautiful women, yet such allure is fleeting, a truth her parents have made abundantly clear to Yang Hui. 18 yuan for a grilled sausage? How exorbitant! She gasped upon seeing the price tag at the vendor's cart. This was her first visit to an amusement park. Her childhood had been consumed by studies, and her family had never taken her to such places. In the outside world, a typical grilled sausage would cost no more than 8 yuan, yet here, the price had doubled. Numerous men were gathered nearby, and upon hearing a woman's complaint, none harbored any disdain towards her. They all secretly lamented that had it not been for accompanying their girlfriends, they would not have found themselves here, feeling like fools for spending so much. However, the woman before them was far more beautiful than their own partners, growing increasingly stunning with each glance. The man beside her was indeed fortunate. Though Zhao Yunhai could not perceive the unspoken sentiments of the surrounding men, their envious gazes spoke volumes. Being an ordinary man himself, he understood that the more attractive his woman appeared, the prouder he felt when showcasing her to others. "Boss, may I have 2 grilled sausages, please?" he requested politely. Yang Hui, merely taken aback by the price, swiftly proceeded to make the payment via scan. "Here you go, 2 freshly grilled sausages." The boss handed over the steaming delicacies without making her wait unnecessarily. The boss's favoritism towards the beautiful woman was evident. and the surrounding men couldn't help but inwardly scoff at the sight of her taking the initiative to pay. Yet, when it came to beautiful women, there was an unspoken understanding of courtesy. Had she not been attractive, they would have voiced their displeasure openly. "Go ahead, give it a try," Yang Hui said, linking her arm with Zhao Yunhai's as they stepped away from the crowd waiting for sausages, bringing the grilled sausage to his lips. "I'm not eating that," Zhao Yunhai replied, turning his head away disinterested. "Just one bite," Yang Hui implored, holding the sausage aloft with a pitiful expression. "It's really delicious." Unable to refuse her earnestness, Zhao Yunhai took a small bite, chewing thoughtfully. "All right, just one." Since entering the amusement park, he had noticed a change in Yang Hui. She seemed less reserved and more at ease compared to when they had first met. Yang Hui showed no signs of disdain as she polished off the remaining sausage. Following this, under Yang Hui's gentle persuasion, Zhao Yunhai found himself seated on the carousel, stealing glances at him. Yang Hui's eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy as she stealthily captured a photograph of them together. Zhao Yunhai, aware of her covert photography, chose not to comment. Upon boarding the roller coaster, he noticed her fingers interlaced with his, her grip firm with trepidation, causing his complexion to pale slightly as he tightened his hold on her hand. It was only natural for a woman to feel fear. "Shall we go for some milk tea afterward?" Yang Hui suggested once they disembarked from the roller coaster, pointing towards a milk tea shop not far ahead. "Certainly." Zhao Yunhai nodded affirmatively. The appetite of women truly seemed insatiable. He wondered if indulging like this would lead to weight gain. As he observed Yang Hui's figure, perfectly proportioned, neither too thin nor too plump, he found her precisely to his liking. Once they settled at a table in the milk tea shop, Zhao Yunhai's phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, he saw a message from Ada, young Master Yun. "A rather peculiar man has been confirmed to be following us. Should we deal with him now? Capture him alive for thorough questioning. I want to know who is behind this." A cold glimmer flickered in Zhao Yunhai's eyes as he sent his reply. Sensing someone approaching, he looked up to find Yang Hui standing before him, holding 2 cups of milk tea. "Here's yours, and this one is mine." After Yang Hui placed the matcha milk tea before him, she sat across the table, sipping delicately from her cup, occasionally glancing at him with her enchanting eyes. Zhao Yunhai took a sip of his milk tea and remarked, "I will be heading to Haicheng tomorrow to attend to some matters. I can assist." "I have studied business management," Yang Hui replied, eager to lend a hand, for she was not merely a decorative figure. Currently, Tiangong lacked even a headquarters building, but that could be addressed later. The affairs in Haicheng would be resolved swiftly. Zhao Yunhai did not intend to linger in Haicheng for long. Upon returning, he aimed to decisively settle the matter concerning Zhang Yui. Chapter 41. The assassin caught before striking Zhao Yunhai had successfully brought Yang Fan to Haizhou, for apart from himself, only magic could contend with magic. He was genuinely curious about the chemical reactions that might arise from their protagonist interaction. Zhao Yunhai did not perceive himself as a mere executioner tasked with eliminating the protagonist daily. Such an existence would leave him no time to pursue his ambitions. Sending Yang Fan was also an experiment for Zhao Yunhai. If it proved effective, it would be splendid, yet even if it failed, he would incur no loss. From his words, it seemed the situation could be resolved swiftly, and Yang Hui's reluctance began to fade. She was not the type to cling incessantly to others. Not wanting to disturb his contemplative silence, Yang Hui withdrew her phone to review the results of her covert photography from earlier that day. Meanwhile, Ada had successfully subdued the enigmatic man. "You two performed admirably. It appears it is time for the 3 of us to return for further training," Ada remarked, observing the subdued, mysterious figure. He felt that their trio's current strength was insufficient for tasks assigned by young Master Yin. Following the completion of their mission, Du Lu and El Buyun had not been dismissed. Instead, Ada retained them, recognizing their considerable abilities. Young Master Yun's side was currently lacking in elite warriors, and the only thing these 2 lacked was absolute loyalty to him. The Zhao family possessed the keenest instincts across the entire Jiuzhou, and they had sensed an increasing number of emerging warriors. The subtle shifts in the situation prompted the Zhao family to notify Ada, summoning him and his companions back to enhance their strength. While Ada's trio demonstrated decent potential, Their prolonged protection of Zhao Yunhai had curtailed their own cultivation time. However, Zhao Hongwan was not entirely comfortable leaving Du Lu and El Buyun to guard his son alone. He insisted on pairing them with two powerful warriors from the family who were unwaveringly loyal to temporarily assume a Da's position. Ade turned to a heir and instructed, "You and Du Lu shall escort this individual back and ensure that they extract the information regarding the person behind this." "Understood," Du Lu replied with a bow. A heir and Asan nodded in agreement. El Buyun remained silent. Though he had not received any tangible rewards after completing the mission alongside Du Lu, he had gained the invaluable opportunity to grow closer to young Master Yin. This was far more precious than any immediate reward, especially upon learning that a Da's trio would return for training to enhance their martial prowess. El Buyun was elated. This was indeed a chance for him to become a trusted confidant of young Master Yin. Becoming a trusted confidant of young Master Yin is merely a matter of a single word from him to further one's own prowess. The martial artist subdued by 5 individuals is a killer known as Blood Mad, a figure ranked among the top 10 in the assassin world. Presently, Blood Mad finds himself akin to the victims he once dispatched, a lamb awaiting slaughter. He contemplates self-destruction, yet even that opportunity eludes him now. His only concern is to ensure that he reveals nothing, even in death, that could implicate young Master Yin. Previously, Blood Mad had accepted a contract to assassinate Zhang Yuni. However, during the assassination attempt, he was captivated by Zhang Yuni's noble character and demeanor, ultimately becoming a close brother to him. Upon learning of the treachery orchestrated against Yuni by Zhao Yunhai, he acted impulsively, choosing to travel to Yinjing with the intent to eliminate Zhao without informing Yuni of his plan. However, before he could make his move, he was apprehended by the bodyguards surrounding Zhao Yunhai, perplexed by how they had discovered him despite his meticulous disguise. Blood Mad was soon taken to a mysterious location where he was introduced to the true meaning of hell on earth, experiencing a fate worse than death. Within a mere hour, he endured the harrowing reality of torture, and upon witnessing the next torment that awaited him on the screen, he broke down and confessed. This particular torture was dubbed Heavenly River Water, which involved the incision of one's scalp to allow mercury to flow into the body, merging with flesh and bone. Having witnessed the horrifying documentary on this method, Blood Mad's mental state shattered instantly. "Young Master Yin, I hope you can forgive me for my impending demise." In a chilling moment, a stoic executioner, with no change of expression, proceeded to skin Blood Mad alive while he remained fully aware. The grim fate that awaited him for attempting to assassinate Zhao Yunhai, the heir of the Zhao family, was to be imprisoned in a jar, enduring daily torment until his life force was utterly depleted. Consequently, Blood Mad's family and friends would also pay a heavy price for his actions, as the Zhao family's vengeance is not something to be trifled with. Upon returning home from the amusement park, Zhao Yunhai regarded Ada and his companions who had come to seek him out. "Are you 3 leaving?" Ada bowed his head in deep shame. "Young master, the situation has changed. The strength of martial artists will increase, and our capabilities are no longer sufficient to protect you." Air and Asan also lowered their heads, their spirits considerably dampened. A lack of personal strength is indeed a grave sin. Zhao Yunhai looked at the 3 of them and spoke slowly. "You have protected me for many years. Your contributions and toil are profound. I will speak to my father and ensure that you receive the finest resources for your training. Once you have enhanced your abilities, return and continue to stand by my side." Zhao Yunhai felt a strong affinity for the trio and had no intention of simply replacing them with others. Their shortcomings were not due to a lack of talent, but rather the excessive time spent in protection, which left little opportunity for cultivation. They would now return to diligently engage in secluded training, and upon their return, they would undoubtedly emerge as formidable warriors. "As you command." The foremost concern of the 3 was the possibility of being abandoned by Yun Xiao. With Yun Xiao's recent assurance, they could now return with complete peace of mind to diligently hone their skills for a time. After a brief phone call with his father, arrangements were made for 2 individuals to temporarily assume a Da's position. Although Lu Buyun and Du Lu's prowess was at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, their loyalty was somewhat lacking, In the realm of associates, loyalty is paramount, followed by capability. Nevertheless, the two could still prove useful, warranting a period of observation. Should they demonstrate both competence and sufficient loyalty, Zhao Yunhai would consider keeping Lu Buiyun and Du Lu close, as loyalty is something that must be earned over time. To Zhao Yunhai's astonishment, the mysterious figure who had been trailing him turned out to be an assassin, at the peak of the hidden strength stage. Even more surprising was the revelation of a significant connection to Zhang Yui. Quite intriguing indeed. On the following day, the family promptly dispatched two martial artists at the pinnacle of the strength stage. Zhao Hongwan held his son's safety in high regard. Martial artists often embody the roots of turmoil, and the increasing frequency of their appearances in the world had naturally raised his vigilance. The Zhao family's wealth allowed them to easily procure both acquired and innate martial artists, yet there was no immediate need to expend such resources. Chapter 42. Stealing the black card, gazing at the two men, Zhao Yunhai courteously stated, "Elder Qiu, Elder Lu, I entrust my safety to you both. Such words are unwarranted. Young master, we shall protect you with our very lives," Elder Qiu and Elder Lu hastily assured, not daring to act presumptuously in the presence of Yin Xiao. Lu Buiyun and Du Lu remained silent, standing obediently at the side, astonished that, having just seen off three young individuals, two seasoned and formidable figures had arrived in their stead. Zhao Yunhai had never doubted the loyalty of the two elders, for anyone dispatched by his father was undoubtedly devoted to the Zhao family. Elder Qiu and Elder Lu had spent 2 decades in the outer echelons of the Zhao family, unable to penetrate its core due to limitations in their prowess. However, their ability to find contentment in their station was a rare and commendable trait. They were respected by the younger generation and held in high esteem by the Zhao family. At 50 and 51 years of age, respectively, their status as martial artists granted them a lifespan and vitality far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. Nonetheless, martial artists are not immortal. Neglecting their health in pursuit of strength could lead to an untimely demise, even for the most formidable among them. For Zhao Yunhai, having 2 peak strength stage martial artists was more than sufficient. His own strength lay at the pinnacle of the hidden strength stage. Yet he was exponentially more powerful than an average practitioner at that level, a testament to the advantages of his exceptional abilities. With the skills he possessed, he was not only equal to his peers but surpassed them by several magnitudes. No matter how formidable the protagonist, as long as Zhao Yunhai harnessed his extraordinary prowess, they would find it impossible to gain any advantage over him. Currently, Zhao Yunhai possessed Yang Fan's Zixiao true method, with an understanding of it surpassing even that of Yang Fan himself. However, Zhao Yunhai had scarcely utilized it, as he remained preoccupied with his family's internal cultivation techniques and martial art secrets. The core internal practices and martial arts of the Zhao clan have been refined through millennia, embodying the pinnacle of martial prowess, with both internal and external techniques complementing each other harmoniously. Zhao Yunhai had not yet learned a single aspect of these arts. To master them, he would need to start from the very beginning. Once the matter concerning Haicheng was resolved, he intended to dedicate time to studying his family's martial arts. After all, as the future heir to the Zhao family, it would be unthinkable not to be well-versed in their esteemed martial traditions. Zhao Yunhai departed from Yanjing with Qiu Lao, Lu Lao, and Lu Buiyun, heading toward Haicheng and Haizhou. Ru Bing, this notorious villain has finally left Yanjing. You can breathe a sigh of relief now, sighed Mu Xiaoyu, casting a complex glance at her dear friend. Ironically, she had planned to whisk Ru Bing away from Yanjing for a refreshing escape, only to encounter the devil himself at the airport. Ru Bing, at that moment, was enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions, her thoughts consumed by visions of Zhao Yunhai's advances. While there was certainly animosity within her, it was not as overwhelming as she had anticipated. Instead, a feeling she could not fully comprehend lingered. Let's go. Xiaoyu, boarding time is approaching. Ru Bing took a deep breath, striving to dismiss her thoughts, focusing solely on the need to clear her mind and forget everything. In Haicheng, Yang Fan arrived ahead of Zhao Yunhai. Upon reaching the city, Yang Fan lacked the inclination to explore, his singular focus was on fulfilling Zhao Yunhai's request. Frankly, he found Zhao Yunhai's demand perplexing to procure a black card from Zhang Yuni, the chairman of Yummy Corporation. Although he had received a photograph of the black card, Yang Fan mused that a man of Zhao Yunhai's standing surely lacked for money. Moreover, it seemed Zhao Yunhai had forgotten the tumultuous incident at the hotel where he had rescued 2 women. Had the other party truly given up? Yang Fan had been anticipating Zhao Yunhai's swift retribution, yet instead, he received a second request, leaving him in a state of solitude. Forget it. The ship will find its way to the bridge. After numerous inquiries, Yang Fan learned that Zhang Yuni had been holed up in his company, indulging himself without venturing outside. Since he refused to emerge, Yang Fan resolved to infiltrate the place himself. Zhao Yunhai did not concern himself with the intricacies of Yang Fan's black card heist. He was solely interested in the outcome. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuni, overwhelmed with work in his office, remained oblivious to Zhao Yunhai's encroachment upon his black card. The black card represented Zhang Yuni's greatest source of confidence, as he believed no one in the world could uncover its existence. After all, should anyone obtain the black card, they would be unable to utilize it, remaining unaware of its hidden secrets. Over the past 3 days, Zhang Yuni had successfully rehabilitated his reputation. Yet he was now plagued by the presence of his former rival, Yu Manlu. However, it appeared that Yu Manlu was not in short supply of funds, and his financial maneuvers had left Zhang Yuni disoriented, significantly diminishing the influence of his own monetary power. Moreover, Yu Manlu is, in fact, a commercial prodigy, whose innate talent may even surpass that of Zhang Yui. The only distinction being that Zhang Yui is the protagonist, while Yu Manlu is not. In a mere span of 3 days, Yu Manlu's assault on Yunmi Company has intensified remarkably. Had it not been for Zhang Yui's protagonist aura, which allows him to devise solutions at critical junctures, Yummy Company would have been on the brink of declaring bankruptcy. After more than an hour, Zhao Yunhai arrived at Haiqing Airport as promised. Yu Manlu, accompanied by a cadre of senior executives from Tiangong, was there to greet him. Although Zhao Yunhai prefers to remain understated, he is never daunted by ostentatious situations. "Good day, Chairman," greeted a charmingly attired sign holder, whose attire seemed almost designed to accentuate her curves for the chairman's enjoyment. This individual was hired by Yu Manlu as the company receptionist. After all, the front desk serves as the most fundamental facade of any enterprise, necessitating the recruitment of aesthetically pleasing and well-proportioned individuals, with greater beauty often indicative of higher salaries. Such appearances lead one to believe that if a company employs such attractive receptionists, it must possess substantial prowess. Aside from being visually appealing, Zhao Yunhai felt no other sentiments stirred within him. "Chairman, I regret to inform you that Zhang Yui has been personally overseeing Yunmi Company, and at every critical moment, he has managed to avert disaster." Once they were in the vehicle, Yu Manlu quietly remarked to Zhao Yunhai, as anticipated, "However, now that I am here, he cannot maintain his arrogance for long." Zhao Yunhai was biding his time, awaiting the moment when Yang Fan would fulfill the second requirement. For only then would it be time for Yang Fan to embark on the third task. His presence was merely to facilitate a more manageable situation. Protagonist, huh? One wonders what the experience would be when 2 such auras collide. Subsequently, Zhao Yunhai requested Yu Manlu to provide an update on Tiangong's recent achievements. Under Yu Manlu's report, Tiangong had successfully acquired a beverage factory, a clothing factory, a shoe factory, and an instant noodle factory, among others relating to daily necessities. Though the strides were somewhat ambitious, Tiangong's recruitment pace kept up seamlessly. The reason for this is simple. Tiangong offers attractive benefits and competitive salaries. After all, they are merely workers, motivated primarily by monetary gain. "Chairman, shall I arrange something for you?" The implications in Yu Manlu's words were understood by those who grasped the nuances of such exchanges. In private, he might refer to him as Brother Yunhai, yet one must be mindful of propriety in formal settings. Addressing him as chairman is essential to distinguish between public and private matters. Let be, Zhao Yunhai promptly declined Yu Manlu's suggestion. Just as Yu Manlu thought Brother Yunhai had indulged himself in Yanjing, the ensuing words from Brother Yunhai brought a knowing smile to his face. Having arrived in Haicheng, I have yet to find time to enjoy the seaside. The meaning behind Zhao Yunhai's statement was clear to Yu Manlu. The notion of enjoying the seaside implied summoning a group of bikini-clad ladies to dance gracefully on the deck. However, such company could not be chosen carelessly. Given Brother Yunhai's status, he would naturally not seek out those worn-out social media influencers. I have indeed been remiss. I shall ensure the chairman is well accommodated this evening, Yu Manlu replied with a smile. After the welcome feast and lunch, Zhao Yunhai arrived at the temporary office in the Heavenly Palace. Despite its provisional nature, the decor exuded an air of permanence. Good day, Chairman. Good day, Chairman. Good day, Chairman. From the reception area onward, every employee greeted Zhao Yunhai with enthusiasm. He responded with a warm smile, creating an atmosphere of approachability. Once he was out of sight, the two receptionists began to murmur to each other. I didn't expect our chairman to be so young and handsome. I wonder if his academic qualifications are inflated. When will he personally verify them? As if he would notice you, one teased. If the two women's disparaging remarks were overheard by the men who idolized them, it would surely break their hearts. In the conference room, Zhao Yunhai occupied the seat of honor, flanked by the senior executives of the Heavenly Palace. Skipping the formal introductions, he felt disinterested. He already possessed all their profiles. The rustling of documents stirred anxiety among the executives, save for Yu Manlu. Their positions hinged not on their capabilities, but on a mere word from the chairman. Should he express dissatisfaction, even the most trivial infractions could lead to dismissal. Conversely, if he were pleased, even the most egregious errors would go unpunished. After perusing the materials, Zhao Yunhai finally lifted his gaze to the assembly, noticing their tension. He spoke slowly. I have gleaned some understanding of your backgrounds. Each of you has experience as executives in large corporations. In my employ, I value two qualities, obedience and competence. Upon hearing this, the executives sprang to their feet, pledging to adhere to the chairman's directives. There is no need for such anxiety. We are all on the same team now. Zhao Yunhai smiled and gestured for them to sit. They exchanged relieved glances and took their seats. However, he continued, betrayal is the one thing I detest above all. If you encounter difficulties, address them directly with Yu Manlu. If he cannot resolve them, he will bring them to me. Perhaps you are yet to understand me fully, so I shall share a fact. The MOU group was founded by my father, Zhao Hongwen. The revelation of his lineage left the room astounded. While they had surmised the chairman hailed from wealth, they had not anticipated him to be the sole heir of the wealthiest man in the 9 provinces. This background was immensely significant for these ordinary individuals, lending them newfound confidence in their endeavors. Zhao Yunhai chose not to conceal his identity, believing it unnecessary. By revealing his lineage, he aimed to reassure his colleagues. Moreover, he had nothing to hide. He was indeed of that status, unlike those who masquerade as humble while concealing their true selves. The act of feigning humility was something Zhao Yunhai disdained. Sometimes, he pondered whether his personality had played a role in his journey, transcending into a world where he was not the protagonist but rather the antagonist. After exchanging a few simple words, Zhao Yunhai's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he instructed everyone to leave the conference room, leaving Yu Manlu behind. Following the departure of the others, Qiu Lao and Lu Lao entered to safeguard young Master Yun, while Elbian and Du Liu were stationed outside to keep watch. Is the matter resolved? Zhao Yunhai, nonchalantly propping his legs on the conference table, inquired with an air of leisure. The task has been accomplished. You may send someone to retrieve it, came Yang Fan's voice from the other end of the line. You should be able to locate the address of Tiangong Company. Just come directly. I shall await your arrival. With that, Zhao Yunhai ended the call. Meanwhile, Yang Fan looked at the chairman of Yunmi, Zhang Yuni, who had recently fainted in the restroom due to his antics. Glancing at the black card in his hand, he murmured an apology, though we bear no animosity. I have my reasons for acting thus. I can only express my regrets. Yang Fan had not anticipated that events would unfold so smoothly. He had intended to coerce the other party into revealing the whereabouts of the black card. Yet to his astonishment, it was simply handed over. The ease of the transaction left him pondering the authenticity of the card. Regardless, He had secured the card from the other party, fulfilling their demands whether it was genuine or not. As for Tiangong Company, Yang Fan kindly assisted Zhang Yuni in sitting on the toilet seat, locked the bathroom door from the inside, and promptly exited. Despite Zhang Yuni's wealth, he could not match the formidable strength of Yang Fan. It was evident that a disparity existed between the protagonists. "Good day. May I inquire what brings you here?" A female receptionist observed a man looking around and politely asked, her demeanor impeccable. Regardless of the visitor's identity, the company's hospitality must be upheld as explicitly instructed by President Yu. The receptionist appreciated her role, which was both easy and well compensated, and she cherished her job. "I am here to see Zhao Yunhai. He sent me." Yang Fan was taken aback by the beauty of the receptionist. How fortunate the capitalists were. The informed receptionist escorted Yang Fan to the conference room. "Chairman, I have brought the person," she announced, seizing the opportunity to showcase her most alluring attributes. "Thank you. You may leave now," Zhao Yunhai replied, unimpressed. Having encountered countless women, he was indifferent to her attempts at seduction. The receptionist, slightly disheartened, swayed her hips as she departed. "This is the black card you requested. I have fulfilled your second demand," Yang Fan remarked, noting the two elderly men behind Zhao Yunhai, unable to discern their strength. Zhao Yunhai had bolstered his security detail, and with his own schemes in mind, Yang Fan momentarily set aside his thoughts, reminding himself that a gentleman avenges himself at the right time. Chapter 44. The protagonist who lost the black card lost his radiance. Qiu Lao kept a vigilant eye on the young man, wary of a sudden outburst. After receiving the black card from Yang Fan and ensuring it was in order, he finally handed it over to young Master Yin. "Very well. Your second requirement is also deemed complete." Zhao Yunhai gazed at the black card in his hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Zhang Yuni, oh Zhang Yuni, your greatest trump card now lies in my possession. What do you have left to contend with me?" Some protagonists are evidently simple to handle.
And he found himself genuinely curious as to why the antagonist could be so foolish. With the acquisition of the black card,
Zhao Yunhai now possessed two. One was his own, and the other belonged to Zhang Yuni. If Zhang Yuni was unable to utilize his card, it would naturally be destroyed, as there was no reason to allow such an object to remain in this world. "What is the third requirement?" Yang Fan inquired. "Impatient, are we?" Zhao Yunhai teased, unable to resist the urge to jest, yet acknowledging Yang Fan's commendable efficiency. "Very well, I shall divulge the third requirement to you." "Speak," Yang Fan replied, unable to confront Zhao Yunhai just yet, as he had to endure for the sake of his master. Zhao Yunhai made a slicing gesture across his neck, indicating Zhang Yuni. "You wish for me to kill him?" Yang Fan raised his eyebrows in astonishment, his expression darkening. Why did you not mention this earlier? He had previously possessed the opportunity to eliminate his adversary, but now that the opponent was surely on guard, the task would not be so effortless. "Apologies, but this is the third requirement. It must be addressed one at a time." Zhao Yunhai's expression conveyed to Yang Fan that he was doing so deliberately. Yang Fan clenched his fists in frustration, unable to fathom how he had come to be subjected to such humiliation and mockery. His normally proud demeanor was nearly overcome with the urge to retaliate, yet he restrained himself, mindful of his master's injuries. Old Qiu stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before young Master Yun, his voice low yet firm. "Young one, do you wish to make a move?" "Stand down, Old Qiu." Zhao Yunhai was unperturbed by the prospect of Yang Fan losing control. "Yes, young master." Old Qiu complied, stepping back only slightly, remaining close to young Master Yun to guard against any sudden attack. Old Lu effectively blocked any escape routes for Yang Fan, should young Master Yun give the command. Their combined strength would ensure that this junior could not elude them. "If you wish to strike, go ahead. Aim for here." Zhao Yunhai rose from his seat, closing the distance to Yang Fan and pointing to his own heart, inviting an attack. Youthful master. Old Qiu's concern for young master's reckless provocation was evident. Wishing to intervene, but restrained by his position, he could only watch intently. Faced with Zhao Yunhai's relentless advance, Yang Fan took several steps back, a look of frustration crossing his face. It was not that he lacked the courage, he simply could not act. The opponent had seized upon his vulnerabilities. and as long as his master remained injured, he was compelled to rely on Zhao Yunhai for assistance. Refrain from such childishness. Do your tasks obediently. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Zhao Yunhai's eyes. While the protagonist, he's still firmly in my grasp. Patting Yang Fan on the shoulder, Zhao Yunhai leaned in closer, whispering, Yan Rubing is in truth a fervent soul. You simply cannot perceive it. Yang Fan's gaze sharpened. What did Zhao Yunhai mean by that? Did he intend to entangle himself with Yan Rubing further? With me present, do not even entertain such thoughts. After fulfilling this requirement, I expect to see your commitment. Yang Fan abruptly shook off Zhao Yunhai's hand and turned to leave. Seeing that young Master Yun had no intention of stopping him, old Liu refrained from intervening. The King of Hell demands his demise at the stroke of 3. How could he be allowed to linger until 5? Remember, I want him to succumb to poison 3 days hence. Zhao Yunhai cautioned Yang Fan, reminding him that Zhang Yuni must not perish just yet. One must conduct affairs with precision. This was Zhao Yunhai's principle. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan paused momentarily at the door before letting out a cold snort and departing. Young Master Yun, are we preparing to launch a final offensive against Yummy Corporation? Yu Manlu inquired with curiosity. Zhao Yunhai, toying with the black card in his hand, replied nonchalantly, Make your move. Let Yunmi Corporation face utter collapse, absorbing its essence into our Heavenly Palace Corporation. As you command. Yu Manlu promptly left to make the necessary preparations. Dealing with Yunmi Corporation was exceedingly simple. With a flick of the black card, Zhang Yuni's greatest advantage would be eliminated, rendering the demise of Yunmi Corporation inevitable. Meanwhile, after regaining consciousness in the restroom, Zhang Yuni frantically reviewed the surveillance footage, only to discover there were no anomalies whatsoever. Why had the individual stolen his black card? It should not have been discernible to anyone. Or perhaps it was due to its constant presence around his neck that it had attracted the attention of an ill-intentioned observer. The theft of the black card was a thunderbolt from a clear sky for Zhang Yuni, draining him of all motivation. His dependence on the black card was akin to an addiction. Without it, he felt as though a crucial part of himself, his confidence, had vanished. Qian Linner arrived as promised, hoping to endure the trials alongside Zhang Yuni. However, upon witnessing his despondent demeanor in the office, a flicker of disappointment stirred within her. This was not the Zhang Yuni she knew. He had always faced challenges with unwavering confidence, proclaiming, Nothing can thwart me. Not wanting to see him in such a state, Qian Linner gently urged him, You still have me. My father can assist you as well. You do not understand. Zhang Yuni replied with a bitter smile. Having lost the black card, he feared losing Qian Linner as well. Without the card, he was merely a programmer. The most pressing concern now was to retrieve the black card. At that moment, the secretary burst in, breathless and exclaiming, Chairman, we have a grave situation. Many of our products have quality issues, and our partner manufacturers are demanding to terminate contracts due to these problems. Furthermore, officials are here to re-examine our tax and fire safety issues. What shall we do, Chairman? In his previous overconfidence, Zhang Yuni had opted to purchase production facilities outright rather than pursue partnerships. You must find a way to stall them. I need to step out for a moment, he said, disregarding Qian Linner as he exited Yummy Corporation, his mind solely focused on recovering the black card. He believed that once it was retrieved, all other issues would cease to matter. Even if the Yummy company were to collapse, he could effortlessly establish another Yummy company, provided the black card remained intact. No matter how much Qian Linner called out to him from behind, he did not respond. Zhang Yuni was not intentionally ignoring her. He simply could not hear anything at all, having lost himself entirely to the allure of the black card. Chapter 45. The Assault from Fusong after leaving Yummy Company. Zhang Yuni found himself under the scrutiny of Yang Fan. Yang Fan was determined to ensure that no unforeseen incidents would occur within the next 3 days and aimed to make Zhang Yuni's cause of death appear as a suicide by poison after that period. Through his inquiries regarding Yunmi Company, Yang Fan had gathered a semblance of the situation. It was unfortunate that Zhang Yuni had crossed paths with Zhao Yunhai, a young master of considerable influence and ruthless tactics. However, Yang Fan was perplexed by Zhang Yuni's frantic search for the black card. Had it truly vanished? Was there no process for reporting it lost? Why was he behaving as if he had lost his very life? Yet, Yang Fan was unaware that the black card represented Zhang Yunyi's very existence. At the seaside of Haicheng, a yacht gradually sailed into the open sea. The yacht's decor evoked a sense of being amidst coconut trees and sandy beaches. In the center of the deck lay a circular swimming pool, flanked by coconut trees, with a massive coconut-shaped structure at the rear. Young Master Zhao, if you can't find her, you'll have to face a penalty drink. Young Master Zhao, she is right here. Young Master Zhao, don't just drink alone. She has already been penalized with 2 drinks. If she drinks any more, she'll collapse. In the swimming pool, Zhao Yunhai had a red band tied over his eyes. The surrounding 4 women, caught in a seductive atmosphere reminiscent of decadent indulgence, were far more enjoyable than anything King Zhou could have imagined. Dressed in flamboyant swim trunks, Zhao Yunhai closed his eyes, relying on sound to locate his target, and swiftly pulled one into his embrace. "Ah, it seems I've taken a liking to you," he said, pinching her nose playfully, urging her to open her mouth. He then lifted a cup filled with liquor high and let it pour slowly over her. "All right, I shall let you go now." Upon seeing her choke slightly, he decided to release her. "You are truly kind, young Master Zhao." After a brief moment of coughing, the woman clung to Zhao Yunhai, playfully whining. The other women swam over, surrounding him with soft, melodious voices. All of them were single, newly introduced to this circle, and had passed inspections as pure and unadulterated women. "You are so biased, young Master Zhao. We want some attention too." These women had undergone professional training to cater to individuals of Zhao Yunhai's esteem status. Squinting at their ample curves, Zhao Yunhai laughed heartily. Come, everyone shall have a share." With a playful gesture, he lined the women up and began to swim, rewarding each with a kiss. "Come on, whoever can catch me tonight. I shall personally assess her academic credentials." Zhao Yunhai dove into the pool, where the water was filled with long, elegant legs. Upon hearing that Zhao Yunhai would check credentials, the women leapt into the pool, eager to win his favor, knowing that their future studios promised to elevate their careers should they gain his attention. Qiu Lao and Lu Lao stood at the forefront of the deck, gazing at the tranquil sea, deliberately ignoring the tumultuous events unfolding behind them. Du Lu and El Buyun remained on the rear deck, surveying their surroundings, armed as they were. For in the vastness of the ocean, the presence of a warrior paled in comparison to the intimidating power of weaponry. This yacht was initially intended for purchase by Yuman Lu, but upon learning that young Master Zhao would be utilizing it, the seller's young heir generously offered it for free, expressing that Zhao could reach out to him whenever necessary. Naturally, Zhao Yunhai accepted such goodwill from the young heir without hesitation. In the early hours of the morning, Zhao Yunhai abruptly awakened from his slumber, roused by the unexpected sounds of conflict outside. "What is happening?" he called out into the night. His voice startled the young model beside him, who was clad in nothing. Observing this, Zhao Yunhai swiftly retrieved a bathrobe from the hanger and tossed it to her. "Put this on and stay here, do not wander." He rose, donning a white bathrobe and slipping into his slippers. "Young Master Yun, it is the Fusong ninjas," Qiu Lao reported as he pushed the door open, swiftly closing it behind him. "What is the enemy's number?" Zhao Yunhai inquired, maintaining his composure. The term Fusong ninjas refers to the warriors from Fusong. Qiu Lao shook his head, responding quickly. "The number is uncertain. It is too dark, and they infiltrated from the sea. Currently, there are about 20 of them. The ninjas who have boarded have been dealt with, but the enemy shows no sign of retreating." Lu Lao, El Buyun, and Du Lu were engaged in combat. At that moment, gunfire erupted outside, accompanied by El Buyun's startled cry, followed by a barrage of shots. "Did you bring your weapons?" Zhao Yunhai's eyes glinted with coldness. How dare they seek trouble with him? It seemed Fusong desired yet another cleansing. Zhao Yunhai understood that the Fusong ninjas did not act lightly. They must have targeted him specifically, aware of his identity. Decades prior, an elder from his family had caused quite a stir in Fusong, annihilating 5 prominent ninja clans and nearly crippling the Fusong ninja legacy. "Younger master, they are all armed," Qiu Lao informed, revealing his handgun and the automatic weapon slung across his back. It was only prudent to be prepared for danger, especially in the unpredictable environment of the sea. "Hey, Dad, I'm under attack by Fusong ninjas," Zhao Yunhai said. urging Xiao Lao to remain calm before dialing his father's number. I understand. Zhao Hongwan's voice was steady on the other end. I will arrange for support. Be careful. After ending the call, Zhao Yunhai tossed the phone onto the bed, glancing at the anxious woman beside him with a light chuckle. Do not worry. My life is far more precious than yours. I cannot allow it to be lost here. Though his words were harsh, they brought her a sense of relief. If such a prominent figure was unafraid, surely she was safe. Qiu Lao remained outside, guarding the final line of defense. Anyone wishing to assassinate Zhao Yunhai would first have to pass through him. The techniques employed by these ninjas are exceedingly peculiar, characterized by various and scrupulous maneuvers. However, the prowess of these Japanese ninjas pales in comparison to their own. Even in a confrontation of weaponry, both Master Qiu and Master Lu, along with Lu Buyun and Du LV, have undergone foundational training under the Zhao family in this regard. Zhao Yunhai eschewed the foolish pretense of sipping red wine, instead opting to change into appropriate attire, placing his handgun before him, and seated himself quietly at the edge of the bed, awaiting patiently. Young master, the three distinguished Miyamoto seek an audience, Master Qiu announced as he reopened the door. Oh, Zhao Yunhai replied, genuinely surprised, before adding, let them enter. Get in there and behave. Master Qiu admonished the respectful yet submissive Miyamoto trio behind him. Greetings, the Miyamoto trio dared not raise their heads, lowering them instead. We are the Miyamoto, here to pay our respects to the master. Upon entering, the Miyamoto trio immediately knelt before Zhao Yunhai, placing their ninja blades aside, pressing their foreheads to the ground, and bowing deeply. Chapter 46. An all-encompassing mobilization. Is the Miyamoto clan contemplating treachery against their master? Zhao Yunhai exclaimed, rising abruptly to deliver a kick that sent Miyamoto Sanxiong sprawling aside. Knowing of an impending assault, yet failing to promptly inform the Zhao family, was inexcusable. The Miyamoto clan was merely a hound nurtured in the shadows by the Zhao family. Furthermore, does a master require justification to chastise a dog? Absolutely not. The Miyamoto clan shall eternally remain a loyal canine to the Zhao family. Miyamoto Sanxiong, drenched in fear, crawled back to the ground, continuing his display of loyalty, terrified that the one before him might take action against his clan. The Zhao family was not an adversary the Miyamoto could contend with, while the Zhao family could easily obliterate the Miyamoto lineage. This was not a case of withholding information. Rather, it was the other clans that had concealed the truth. Only when he led his clan's ninjas here, hoping to intervene, did he grasp the reality of the situation. Terrified, he hurriedly crawled back to plead for forgiveness. While outside, the forces he had brought were valiantly resisting the onslaught of their foes. Zhao Yunhai snorted disdainfully, deciding against dwelling on the matter. After this ordeal concludes, you may return to the Zhao family to seek forgiveness. Your fate, whether life or death, shall hinge upon your own fortune. The Zhao family had a dedicated agency for such matters, and Zhao Yunhai had no intention of meddling in these affairs. He merely sought to vent his fury. The audacity of these Japanese ninjas to provoke him was utterly intolerable. Thank you, master. Miyamoto Sanxiong exhaled a sigh of relief, hurriedly bowing in gratitude. Even if death awaited him, it would only claim his life, as long as the Miyamoto clan could continue as the Zhao family's vicious hound. His demise would not be in vain. What is the situation outside? Zhao Yunhai would not venture out personally. Once he did, he would become the target of all enemies, causing chaos among Master Lu and the others. Quite frankly, going out now would only exacerbate the turmoil. The current predicament could not be resolved by merely adding another person to the fray. Outside, those Japanese ninjas were forcefully boarding the ship, and it was likely that Master Lu and his two companions could not manage the situation alone. However, the timely support from the Miyamoto clan's ninjas had momentarily stabilized the enemy's advance. I have instructed the captain to set sail and prepare to break free from their encirclement. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhai nodded slightly. Old Qiu's response was indeed the most suitable approach given the current circumstances. Miyamoto, Sangu, kneeling on the ground, dared not rise until Zhao Yunhai cast a glance his way, permitting him to stand. Only then did Miyamoto, Sangu, cautiously rise, bowing his head and standing obediently at the side. Suddenly, a deafening crash echoed through the air, evidently a desperate attempt to break through the encirclement by forcibly colliding with an enemy vessel. Fortunately, the yacht was constructed to withstand impacts, and the windows were made of bulletproof glass. Otherwise, even Zhao Yunhai's room would not be safe. Meanwhile, the women aboard the yacht had long since taken refuge in their quarters, trembling in fear, but Zhao Yunhai was indifferent to their plight. If they were to perish, it would simply be an unfortunate twist of fate, and their company would be compensated thereafter. As for why their families were not involved, that was a matter reliant on the company's conscience. Zhao Yunhai had no intention of extending his compassion to such matters. Ding ding ding. Old Chio's phone rang. This is not good. Our engine has lost power due to the recent violent collision and can no longer continue sailing. Understood. Old Chio hung up and recounted the information. Zhao Yunhai had just intended to praise the yacht's durability when such a calamity occurred. In light of the circumstances, they could only wait. Zhao Yunhai was not anxious, for worry would serve no purpose. Observing Yunxia's calm demeanor, Old Chio's own anxious heart gradually found solace. Meanwhile, Zhao Hongwan was deeply concerned for his son's safety and, in his capacity as the head of the Zhao family, commanded all forces of the Zhao clan in Haizhou to mobilize for the rescue of his son. As news of Zhao Yunhai's assault reached the upper echelons of Haicheng, a wave of anxiety swept through them. If Zhao Yunhai were to encounter peril within their jurisdiction, the ramifications would be dire. In the waters of Haicheng, 10 special forces teams, numbering over 200 individuals, set out immediately, including submarines lurking in nearby waters that began to advance toward the site. This was merely the official response. Among the civilians, numerous martial artists eager to forge connections with the Zhao family hastily boarded vessels to follow suit. Bam! Zhao Wide, who had been playing chess with an old friend, overturned the chessboard upon learning that his beloved grandson, Zhao Yunhai, had been attacked by the Japanese ninjas. Do not worry, my friend. Little Hai will be fine. His companion reassured him. But Zhao Huaid could hardly contain himself. Although retired, he still had the influence to command the younger generation. Thus, he called one of his former subordinates, stating, "My dear grandson is in trouble under your watch. Rest assured, Chief, I will ensure nothing befalls your grandson." The voice on the other end promised urgently. With his mind preoccupied with concern for his grandson, Zhao Huaid found no interest in continuing the game and remained there, awaiting news of his grandson's safety. The satellite imagery had already been transmitted to Zhao Hongwen's computer. Observing the night vision footage, Zhao Hongwen witnessed a luxurious yacht under fire from all directions by enemy forces. The yacht's exterior was riddled with bullet holes, and smoke was beginning to billow from beneath, indicating that it was nearing its breaking point. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhao Hongwen's eyes. It seemed the Zhao family had been quiet for far too long, and some had already forgotten the pain of past wounds. Zhao Hongwen made a direct phone call, issuing a command. In one day, I shall cause the economy of Fusang to regress by 20 years. After hanging up, he dialed another number. For those families in Fusang who defied him must be eradicated. Casting the phone aside, his gaze was as frigid and profound as a cold, still pond. Meanwhile, Qin Sivan, Zhao Yunhai's mother, upon learning of her beloved son's ambush, quietly retreated to her room to make a call. Qin Sivan commanded a considerable number of mercenaries. These desperate souls possessed neither nationality nor faith, working solely for monetary gain. The attack on Zhao Yunhai sent ripples throughout his entire network. At the eye of the storm, Zhao Yunhai had just exited the deck. A minute prior, the battle had completely ceased. Above, several fighter jets circled like dark leviathans surfacing from the depths of the ocean. The sea was strewn with countless vessels arriving for reinforcement. 10 team leaders had boarded to ensure Zhao Yunhai's safety. The waters were littered with hundreds of corpses, the blood staining the surface a vivid red, rendered eerily surreal by the night. These Fusang ninjas, highly trained, were all death warriors, leaving no survivors. A team leader named Li Feng remarked, Zhao Yunhai, "There are many death warriors from Fusang. After this rescue, the Zhao family will undoubtedly receive ample rewards." Chapter 47. A protagonist awaits activation. A day of mourning has arrived. We are merely fulfilling the directives of our superiors, not seeking any recompense from the Zhao family, Li Feng stated stiffly. Now that you are safe, please accompany us back, so we may report our mission's conclusion. Do not take offense, young Master Zhao. Li Feng is rather single-minded and often speaks without thought, added another captain, concerned that Li Feng might provoke Zhao Yunhai's ire. It was clear that such a formidable presence could not be dismissed lightly. Zhao Yunhai initially furrowed his brow, then turned to regard Li Feng. The man appeared unremarkable. His skin somewhat darkened, yet his gaze was resolute and forceful, reminiscent of the protagonist's character. However, the supercharged potential did not react to him, indicating that Li Feng was not the protagonist. As Zhao Yunhai contemplated disregarding him, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps Li Feng was not the protagonist now, but he might be in the future. He had previously overlooked a crucial point. Even the protagonist must undergo transformation. Typically, individuals like Li Feng became protagonists after departing from their teams. This intriguing notion took root in Zhao Yunhai's mind. Suddenly, Zhao Yunhai broke into a smile. You have saved me, and I wish to express my gratitude on a personal level. I recognize that each of you embodies the purest blood and valor of the 9 provinces, and I shall not sully your beliefs with worldly possessions. Instead, I shall bestow these rewards upon your families, ensuring they live without want for the rest of their lives, allowing you to fight for the 9 provinces without concern. Thank you, but we do not require it, Li Feng replied, seemingly oblivious, having preemptively declined on behalf of the others before they could express their joy. Li Feng's words fell upon the crowd like a bucket of icy water, extinguishing their hopes in an instant. Perhaps Li Feng himself had no need for such concerns. Yet many others faced challenging circumstances at home. Zhao Yunhai's remarks undeniably alleviated their anxieties. However, Li Feng's rejection came so swiftly that it left no room for dissent among them. With Li Feng's firm refusal, could they dare to voice their agreement? Clearly, that was impossible. Li Feng's closest companion opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself bitterly smiling in silence, realizing just how straightforward his brother was. Zhao Yunhai narrowed his eyes slightly, offering a faint smile. Since Captain Li Feng has spoken, I too would prefer not to offend him. Such a simple remark could embed a thorn in the hearts of those around Li Feng, potentially leading to an eruption at any moment. Yet Li Feng felt no remorse for his words. In his mind, individuals of their status ought to embody such purity. Ultimately, Zhao Yunhai departed via helicopter, leaving Li Feng and the others to handle the aftermath. Fortunately, both Qiu Lao and Lu Lao emerged unscathed, while El Buyun and Du Lu each sustained a bullet wound, albeit in non-vital areas. El Buyun and Du Lu had indeed stood as shields for young Master Yun, braving life-threatening danger without retreat during the fierce gunfight, which earned them Zhao Yunhai's respect. The news of Zhao Yunhai's safety relieved the prominent figures of the Zhao family. Upon returning to the MOU hotel, El Buyun and Du Lu went to the hospital for treatment, while Lu Lao and Xiu Lao rested in the lobby. After ensuring the safety of his family members, Zhao Yunhai, feeling mentally exhausted, fell into a deep slumber. Nevertheless, this incident etched itself into Zhao Yunhai's memory, a reminder that Fuso would await his bloody retribution. Currently, there was no need to worry about security issues outside. The higher-ups in Haiqing were so fearful of any mishap befalling Zhao Yunhai that they elevated the hotel's security to the highest level. Upon learning of brother Yunhai's safe return, Yu Manlu felt immense relief, his heart heavy with apprehension. The yacht's destination had been his decision, and had anything happened to brother Yunhai, he would bear the brunt of the blame and struggle with his own conscience. There was also Yang Fan, who, despite their lackluster relationship, was deeply concerned about Zhao Yunhai's safety. At this juncture, Zhao Yunhai could not afford to be in any peril, at least not now. Thus, Yang Fan took it upon himself to guard Zhao Yunhai outside the MOU hotel, remaining awake throughout the night. Sometimes, even adversaries, when entangled by interests, are reluctant to see one another perish. In the ensuing 3 days, Zhao Yunhai did not venture out but instead tasked Si Jinyan with monitoring Zhang Yunin. Throughout this period, Zhang Yunin grew increasingly haggard, his hair oily, his clothes unwashed, neglecting both hygiene and grooming as he obsessively searched for the elusive black card he muttered about. The female protagonist, Qian Liner, became thoroughly disillusioned with Zhang Yunin during these 3 days. She could not comprehend how he had fallen so low. Meanwhile, Qian Liner's father, Qian Yuanhui, had little time to concern himself with Zhang Yunin, as the Fortune Merchant Association had completely disintegrated and was forced to disband. Even Qian Yuanhui's conglomerate faces the looming threat of bankruptcy. Over the past 3 days, Qian Liner, though utterly disillusioned with Zhang Yuni, has maintained a watchful eye on him, for he once held a cherished place in her heart. The black card, akin to Zhang Yuni's protagonist halo, has rendered him devoid of charm in its absence, revealing flaws and vulnerabilities at every turn. Qian Liner finds herself awakening to the realization of what it was that she truly admired about him. In a mere span of 3 days, the once mighty Yummy Corporation has crumbled entirely. A significant portion of its workforce has defected to Tiangong Company, while those wishing to remain loyal to the chairman find themselves unable to reach him, ultimately departing with resigned sighs. The Yummy Corporation has officially declared bankruptcy, and with the funds and assets on his card frozen, Zhang Yuni is compelled to return to his former, humble rental accommodation. The once unsympathetic landlady, taking pity on him, allows him to stay temporarily. Zhang Yuni never anticipated that he would find refuge with the very aunt he had once derided as an old hag. In times past, when he struggled to pay rent, her constant reminders had struck him as cruel and lacking in understanding. Yet, Zhang Yuni seems to forget that paying rent is a matter of obligation. Understanding is a courtesy, and indifference is equally justified. He has always been one to blame fate rather than introspectively evaluate his own shortcomings. His inadequacies, which warranted criticism from his manager, he perceives as a personal affront. His fraught relationships with colleagues are seen as deliberate ostracism, while he scorns those adept in socializing, deeming their flattery as insincerity. Zhang Yuni believes himself to be the only person with clarity, clinging to the fantasy that he is destined to shine like gold. As the 3 days draw to a close, Yang Fan has stealthily positioned himself outside Zhang Yuni's dwelling. Chapter 48. The Protagonist's Fatal Choice. The King of Hell decrees your demise at midnight. How could you be allowed to linger until dawn? Yang Fan intends to prolong Zhang Yuni's life for a while, as Zhao Yunhai merely requires news of his death 3 days hence. There are no stipulations regarding the timing of his demise. This could be seen as Yang Fan's final act of mercy towards Zhang Yuni. Thus, Yang Fan takes up a position at the stairwell above, vigilant against any attempts of escape, clutching a vial of poison intended for Zhang Yuni. Presently, he is unconcerned about Yin Rubing, for Zhao Yunhai remains in Haiqin. As long as he is present, few dare to provoke Yin Rubing in Yanjing. Unbeknownst to Yang Fan, both Yin Rubing and Mu Xiaoyu have left Yanjing for a trip and have yet to return, a fact they have concealed from him. Since Yin Rubing's liaison with Zhao Yunhai, an irreparable rift has formed between the two women and Yang Fan. Had he not distanced himself from them, the events surrounding Yin Rubing might have unfolded differently. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuni waits at home, hopeful that the black card will return to him, recalling how it had first appeared in a flash of dark light right before him. The black card was directly linked to him, rendering it utterly useless to anyone else. Little did he know that the grim reaper awaited outside, ready to reap his soul. Zhang Yui was still alive. Could it be that Yang Fan, that scoundrel, had suddenly experienced a pang of conscience? After finishing his lunch, Zhao Yunhai turned to old Qiu and inquired. Young Master Yun, Si Jin Yin is closely monitoring the situation, and Yang Fan is still watching from above the corridor. Si Jin Yin speculates that Yang Fan intends to grant Zhang Yui a bit more time to live. Old Qiu replied candidly. Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but chuckle at this so-called benevolence. However, once the protagonist Zhang Yui had concluded his affairs, it would be Yang Fan's turn to face the countdown of his life. Yet, he was a man of his word, having promised to assist Yang Fan's master. He would certainly follow through. Old Liu, how are the arrangements for Yang Fan's master progressing? Currently, without a duh and the others, all communications with the outside world were relayed through Old Liu and Old Qiu, as Zhao Yunhai's phone was private and free from such trivial disturbances. Yang Fan's master, Old Ju, is still in seclusion healing and has yet to emerge. Our personnel are already in place. Once young Master Yin gives the command, we can swiftly take them down. Old Lu responded promptly after organizing his thoughts. Satisfied that everything was in order, Zhao Yunhai felt a sense of relief. Yang Fan's master was currently situated in the serene environment of Sanzishan in Jingzhou, a location renowned for its unspoiled nature, almost entirely covered by primordial forests. An ideal sanctuary for martial artists. Young Master Yun, is there any arrangement needed concerning the Qian family? Old Zhao inquired. The Qian family? Zhao Yunhai furrowed his brow, pondering which Qian family he was referring to, struggling to recall. The Qian family associated with Qianlin, who fancies Zhang Yui, from the Fortune Merchants Association. Old Lu discreetly reminded him. That Qian family, let them vanish from Haicheng, Zhao Yunhai finally recollected. Although only a few days had passed, he had momentarily forgotten about such peripheral figures. He vaguely remembered instructing his father to dismantle the Fortune Merchants Association, with his father taking action. It was likely already in ruins, a situation he had not concerned himself with. As for Qianlin, he deemed it best to let her fate unfold on its own. Zhao Yunhai felt indifferent toward her. A woman who could be enamored with someone like Zhang Yui could hardly possess any admirable qualities. Understood, Old Qiu noted. Until nightfall, Zhao Yunhai remained at the Moyu Hotel, refraining from confronting Zhang Yui directly before his impending demise. A protagonist so easily dispatched did not pique his interest in the slightest. It offered no sense of accomplishment. If it had been Yang Fan as the protagonist, it would have been an entirely different matter. At that moment, Si Jinyan approached Yang Fan directly. Who are you? Yang Fan asked warily, clearly aware that the visitor sought him out. Young Master Yin sent me. He wishes to witness Zhang Yui's death firsthand, Si Jinyan indicated. Gesturing to the camera he held, which would broadcast the event live, transmitting the footage directly to young Master Yin. Zhao Yunhai was not one to seek ostentation, but he was determined to ensure that Zhang Yui met his end before his very eyes. The protagonist earns their status as such because their aura possesses the extraordinary ability to transform the mundane into the miraculous. One might speculate that a transformation could occur even at the brink of death, were it not for Yang Fan wielding the metaphorical sword of the protagonist. Zhao Yunhai would undoubtedly have taken it upon himself to eliminate Zhang Yuni. It is rather perplexing that Zhao Yunhai, a formidable figure, finds himself intimidated by a mere minor character. Yang Fan, intrigued, inquired further. This matter does not concern you, replied Si Jinyan with a dismissive chuckle. It is of no consequence. After all, the other party is on the verge of death. Despite his curiosity regarding Zhao Yunhai's intent to extinguish the life of Zhang Yuni, who had already fallen to such obscurity, Yang Fan pondered whether Zhang could possibly stage a comeback. Having descended to such depths, Zhang Yuni appeared utterly despondent, devoid of any potential for resurgence. The notion that Zhao Yunhai must witness Zhang Yuni's demise raises questions about the severity of Zhang's transgressions that would incite such animosity. Alternatively, could it be that Zhang Yuni harbors something that instills fear in Zhao Yunhai? Perhaps the elusive black card? Yang Fan quickly dismissed this possibility. If the black card were indeed the issue, then after having stolen it and delivered it to Zhao Yunhai, there would be no reason for him to remain fixated on Zhang's life. Could it be a matter of eliminating threats entirely? Zhao Yunhai's disposition certainly leans towards cruelty. A sudden wariness gripped Yang Fan. Was it possible that Zhao Yunhai intended to sever ties once Zhang was dealt with? With this thought, Yang Fan cast a wary glance at his companion, resolving to remain vigilant against any potential ambush after they finished with Zhang Yuni. Si Jinyan was preoccupied with adjusting the camera, blissfully unaware that Yang Fan was already envisioning 100 ways to counter any treachery. Time, akin to the grim scythe of death, inexorably approached Zhang Yuni as Yang Fan effortlessly opened his door. Zhang sat at the edge of his bed, fixated on the headboard, the very spot where the black card had made its appearance. Come forth, black card. Cease tormenting me, he implored. Silently, Yang Fan materialized behind Zhang Yuni, with Si Jinyan trailing closely, camera in hand. Yang Fan casually glanced back before swiftly incapacitating Zhang with a precise strike, with the protagonist's aura bolstering him. Subduing the now dim Zhang Yuni was a trivial endeavor. Si Jinyan diligently captured the entirety of the scene, ensuring that the footage of Yang Fan administering the drug, later masquerading as a suicide, was meticulously documented. You wouldn't consider this evidence to threaten me, would you, Zhao Yunhai? After completing his task, Yang Fan abruptly turned to face the camera, as though gazing directly into Zhao Yunhai's eyes through the lens. Chapter 49. The Object of Your Desire. I have already provided Zhao Yunhai, situated in the luxurious fish-catching hotel, scrutinized the video of Yang Fan, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his features. Threaten you? Would it not be simpler just to eliminate you? Now that Zhang Yuni was dead, the next order of business was to deal with Yang Fan. With Zhang's demise, Zhao's endeavors in Haicheng would reach a temporary conclusion. As for matters in Fusang, 2 days prior, before Zhao Yunhai could intervene, his family had already avenged him. 2 days ago, a virus known as Mushroom had swept across Fusang's internet in an instant. In this era of the internet, should the financial sector encounter any issues, the economy could collapse instantaneously. In a mere day, the economic landscape of Fusang regressed by 2 decades. The lamentations of Fusang's netizens echoed far and wide. Yet the virus vanished after a single day, leaving no trace and no discernible source. Only a select few within the upper echelons of Fusang were privy to the truth. This was an act of vengeance from the Zhao clan, a bloodless retribution. The events unfolding in Fusang left the world in shock, as even the illustrious nation found itself momentarily at a loss against the mushroom virus. Other countries hastily erected their highest forms of internet firewalls to guard against the invasion of this insidious virus. Only within the realm of Jiuzhou was the true nature of the situation understood, simultaneously revealing the formidable influence of the Zhao clan. Many harbored discontent towards the Zhao, yet their considerable sway within Jiuzhou's upper ranks kept such sentiments buried deep within. The Zhao clan, ancient and enduring, was not something that could be shaken by the whims of mere decades. During the restructuring of Jiuzhou, the Zhao clan played a significant role, with numerous members occupying high positions. Even now, the extent of their influence was beyond the reckoning of those who opposed them. Additionally, a significant event transpired in Fusang. However, in the shadow of the internet financial collapse and the economic regression of 2 decades, this event seemed trivial. Several of Fusang's most esteemed families vanished overnight, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. The mysterious circumstances surrounding these disappearances only deepened the intrigue, ultimately defining these families by their absence. Not a single individual involved was spared. The Zhao clan ensured their complete eradication. No one could provoke the Zhao and emerge unscathed. Fusang dared not retaliate, resigning itself to bitter consequences. The Miyamoto trio voluntarily returned to the Zhao to offer their apologies, culminating in Miyamoto Sanyu taking his own life as an act of contrition. The head of the Miyamoto family was succeeded by his brother, Miyamoto Jingshan. On his first day in office, Miyamoto Jingshan personally traveled to Yanjing and Jiuzhou to pledge his loyalty to the Zhao. With his family having avenged him, he resolved that in due time, when his own strength was sufficient, he would exact his own vengeance, for the satisfaction of personal retribution was incomparable to that of familial assistance. After departing from Zhang Yunyi's residence, Yang Fan called out to the departing Si Jinyan. "Is there something you need?" Si Jinyan inquired, puzzled. Yang Fan pressed, "What Zhao Yunhai's promised to me? When will it be fulfilled? You must consult young Master Yun. I am not privy to such matters," Si Jinyan shrugged, lacking the authority to know. Yang Fan watched as the other man departed his line of sight, pondering whether he had been overly suspicious. As there had been no attempt to ambush him, he proceeded directly to seek out Zhao Yunhai, for now that all his tasks were complete. The fulfillment of Zhao Yunhai's promise was imperative. At the fish-catching Grand Hotel, after being searched by Old Liu, Yang Fan was finally ushered before young Master Yin. "Ah, it is quite a challenge to meet you," Yang Fan mused, aware that had it not been for Zhao Yunhai's intervention, he would not have passed through the layers of security outside. "Is your purpose in seeking me solely to discuss this?" Zhao Yunhai naturally discerned Yang Fan's veiled mockery and, unperturbed, remarked that safety was of utmost importance. He certainly did not wish to find himself in a troublesome predicament. "The matter you promised," Yang Fan said, his expression earnest as he gazed at him. "What matter?" Zhao Yunhai raised an eyebrow slightly. "The internal injury of my master. You wouldn't consider reneging, would you?" Yang Fan's heart tightened, his body taut, poised to spring into action. "Haven't I already given it to you?" Zhao Yunhai feigned confusion. "What do you mean?" Yang Fan was utterly perplexed. Zhao Yunhai assured him that he would fulfill his promise. Speaking slowly, "The package you received contained the medicine to treat your master's internal injury. Are you certain you haven't deceived me?" Yang Fan was taken aback, realizing that the medicine had once been in his possession. "You didn't throw it away, did you?" Zhao Yunhai couldn't resist teasing him. "Farewell." Yang Fan recalled the package he had carelessly discarded beneath his bed and hurriedly departed. Watching Yang Fan's silhouette fade into the night, Zhao Yunhai issued a calm command. Once Yang Fan's master consumes the healing medicine, he will enter a phase of vulnerability. At that moment, we shall strike decisively. He ordered, "Notify Si Jinyan to prepare a private jet. Our destination is Sanzishan in Jingzhou." "Understood." Qulao promptly contacted Si Jinyan. Lacking a private jet, Yang Fan could only hastily book a flight. He never anticipated Zhao Yunhai would orchestrate such a situation, for had he opened the package, he would not have found himself stained with blood. The following day, the death of Zhang Yuni was made public, with authorities declaring it a suicide due to unbearable pressure. Zhang Yuni's demise briefly saddened Qianliner, but for others, it became mere fodder for idle conversation. "Oh, you mean Zhang Yuni from Yummy Company? He committed suicide? Quite normal. There are plenty who leap from buildings when facing bankruptcy." Laughter followed. Yes, enjoy your meal." In Jingzhou, at Sanzishan, Zhao Yunhai ventured into the dense forest. Accompanied by a cadre of followers, Si Jinyan and his team, including Du Lu, LV Buyun, Xiu Lao, and Lu Lao. Though Du Lu and LV Buyun had yet to fully recover from their gunshot wounds, they were determined to remain by Yun Xiao's side, unwilling to miss the opportunity to serve him again, uncertain of when such a chance might arise in the future. "Yun Xiao, be cautious. The vegetation here is exceptionally sharp and can easily cut the skin," Si Jinyan warned, leading the way while frequently glancing back at Yun Xiao. "How much farther?" Zhao Yunhai felt compelled to confront Yang Fan personally. There was no other protagonist at his disposal. Ever since using Yang Fan, he had sensed an irrevocable bond. The protagonist was indeed invaluable, effortlessly fulfilling assigned tasks and yielding experience. How could one not cherish such a resource? Now, Zhao Yunhai found himself fervently wishing to unearth more protagonists to serve as backups, ensuring that he had them available when needed. There's still an hour's journey ahead. Si Jinyan advised as he provided several bottles of specialized insect repellent to Qiu Lao and the others, personally applying it to Yun Xiao. Chapter 50. Consuming the deadly pill given by the foolish disciple before long, Zhao Yunhai cast a glance at the venomous snake discarded by Si Jinyan and remarked, "This old fellow is hiding so deeply. Could it be out of fear of his enemies?" "Young master, our investigations reveal that this old man has quite a number of adversaries. We have already discreetly contacted many of them, and they are currently waiting at the designated location," replied one of his associates. Zhao Yunhai had no intention of confronting them one-on-one. Such matters could never be resolved on equal footing. It was a matter of overwhelming power. Of course, the primary force could not be these enemies. If they had the capability to kill, they would have done so long ago, rather than waiting until now. These so-called enemies were merely failures. He was already well prepared. As for being overturned, Zhao Yunhai would not allow such an occurrence. "Bring back a few of the better quality poisons for my father to infuse into his liquor," Zhao Yunhai instructed Si Jinyan after walking a short distance and observing the poisonous creatures climbing around. "Youthful master, your filial piety is truly commendable. It will undoubtedly touch the heart of the family head," Si Jinyan quickly flattered. Old Lu, unable to bear Si Jinyan's excessive flattery, interjected, "Hurry up and make your way. You cannot afford to delay young Master Yun's affairs." Si Jinyan disregarded him, curling his lips and said nothing to Zhao Yunhai, instead focusing on clearing the path ahead. The area was thick with poisonous mist, and toxic creatures occasionally emerged from all sides. One had to remain extremely vigilant. Otherwise, even the tiniest of poisonous beings could obscure one's vision and catch one off guard. Surrounding trees towered high, and the underbrush was dense, with morning fog lingering and the environment profoundly serene, causing ordinary individuals to hesitate. Zhao Yunhai strolled leisurely through this tranquil setting, relishing the temporary peace it offered. Such treatment was not afforded to just anyone. The dangers surrounding him were being expertly handled by his companions. An hour later, Zhao Yunhai stood atop a high ground, enjoying a broad view. Where is Yang Fan's master located? He inquired. Upon hearing this, Si Jinyan promptly consulted the map and pointed to a location. That old fellow's retreat is approximately 3,000 meters from our current position. Where's Yang Fan now? Zhao Yunhai continued to probe, studying the markers on the map. After a moment of rapid recollection, Si Jinyan replied swiftly, Yang Fan has taken a flight from Yinjing and is en route here. He should arrive in about half an hour. Entering from the outside will take at least an hour and a half, totaling around 2 hours. Zhao Yunhai acknowledged with a sound and then glanced at the individuals casually setting up tents around them. Let our people rest here for 2 hours and inform them that they must follow my commands. Anyone who dares to act independently shall be executed. Understood, Si Jinyan responded with a bow. Once Si Jinyan relayed young Master Yun's orders, the individuals complied obediently, nodding in agreement. They were not fools. Who among them was unaware of the Zhao family's reputation? To provoke the Zhao family was tantamount to courting death. That old ghost and his disciple had dared to provoke the most untouchable young man of the Zhao family, which was why they found themselves in such treacherous waters. The old ghost, Nia, possessed formidable strength, being a martial artist at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Had it not been for the internal injuries inflicted upon old Nia by the backlash of his own martial arts, it is quite possible he would have perished at the hands of his adversaries. Though the Zhao clan conducts itself with a certain ruthlessness, its strength is undeniable. By aligning with the Zhao family to vanquish old Nia, it could be considered a form of retribution for themselves. The younger Zhao Yunhai respectfully greeted Elder Feng upon entering a tent, where he found the elderly man seated in meditation. Ah, young Hai, the frail elder opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his features upon recognizing his visitor. I must trouble you with matters concerning the younger generation. Without hesitation, Zhao Yunhai settled himself directly across from Elder Feng, who was also known as Zhao Feng, a member of the Zhao lineage and a peak innate martial artist. In contrast, old Nia had merely achieved the pinnacle of innate perfection, which pales in comparison to the true zenith that follows it. Once old Nia ingests the Zhao family's unique healing elixir, he will not only mend his internal injuries, but will also enter a state of weakness. At that point, maintaining his innate prowess would be the most favorable outcome. As for the potential waste of the healing elixir, it is of little consequence to Zhao Yunhai, for within the Zhao family, such resources hold minimal value. Old Nia, once a prodigy, ultimately fell by the wayside, spurning the Zhao family's overtures and retreating to this desolate place. Perhaps I am granting him a form of liberation, Elder Feng mused, lost in memories with a deep sigh. One might mistakenly believe he was preparing for an act of benevolence. Zhao Yunhai chuckled. Old Nia's disciple, Yang Fan, possesses considerable potential. Regrettably, he too rejected my overtures. Elder Feng shook his head in resignation, noting the similarities in temperament between the master and disciple, both refusing the Zhao family's advances, leading to their inevitable downfall. Young Hai, as the future head of the Zhao clan, it is imperative that you cultivate an understanding, no matter how distasteful it may seem. Do take the time to visit the library. Even if your journey begins late, the Zhao family can surely elevate you to the status of an innate martial artist. Elder Feng's words brimmed with pride for the Zhao clan, a sentiment Zhao Yunhai shared as he nodded in agreement. I acknowledge my previous ignorance. I am grateful for your guidance, Elder Feng. It is never too late to learn, Elder Feng replied, taking solace in the youth's receptiveness as he stroked his beard and smiled warmly. The two engaged in pleasant conversation for the next 2 hours until Zhao Yunhai gathered his companions. To possess a peak innate martial artist is indeed a grand display of the Zhao family's resources. Only a clan such as ours could so casually present such formidable warriors. Other families would hoard them, fearing the consequences of their involvement in conflict. Indeed, the mere existence of a peak innate martial artist serves as an innate deterrent to our enemies. He laughed heartily. Old Nia has now found himself with no escape, trapped between heaven and hell. Even those with seemingly lesser skills, yet armed with various weapons, invoked a sense of caution within him. Even I would hesitate to approach them. The ease with which such weapons are acquired in the 9 provinces truly befits the Zhao family. The 5 peak acquired martial artists standing at the side marveled at the emergence of the peak innate warrior, simultaneously reveling in old Nia's misfortune. Move out. Follow behind the formation, Zhao Yunhai commanded, casting a glance at them as they prepared to depart. On the other side, Yang Fan presented a gilded box to his master. Master, please inspect this elixir and see if there are any issues. Zhao clan's elixir? The old ghost Nia, well-versed and knowledgeable, was astonished that his disciple had managed to procure a potion from the Zhao clan. How did you come by this? The old ghost immediately sensed something amiss and inquired hastily. The specially crafted healing elixirs of the Zhao clan were traditionally reserved for internal use and seldom circulated outside. Observing his disciple's silence, the old ghost, visibly angered, remarked, "Have you been working for the Zhao clan? Master, your injury is critical. You must take it now." Yang Fen, wishing to avoid explanations, insisted that his master consume the healing potion, knowing that no amount of discussion would sway him otherwise. Alas, foolish disciple. The old ghost held the elixir in contemplation for a long while, then sighed deeply and consumed it. Chapter 51. Memories of Old Friends. Now a remembrance after witnessing his master ingest the elixir. Yang Fan's face relaxed into a semblance of ease. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that, although this potion was a life-saving remedy, it simultaneously became a harbinger of his master's demise. The old ghost was aware of only one aspect of the elixir, unaware of its accompanying weakness period post-consumption. While he held no particular admiration for the Zhao clan, he was unwaveringly convinced of the efficacy of their elixirs. Zhao Yunhai had already calculated the precise moment when Yang Fan's master, the old ghost, would take the potion. Given Yang Fan's impatient nature and the old ghost's urgent desire to heal his internal injuries, it was certain that upon the appearance of a life-saving elixir, it would be consumed within half an hour at most. After all, despite years of acquaintance, they had been unable to find a remedy for his internal wounds. Now, with hope within reach, none could resist such temptation. Once his master had taken the elixir, Yang Fan felt a sense of relief as he exited the secluded area where his master had been meditating, a lightness evident on his face. The time for his master's healing would soon arrive, and at that moment his master would undoubtedly break through to the pinnacle of innate perfection. At that time, even against the Zhao clan, the duo would possess the strength to contend. Poor Yang Fan remained unaware that in his eyes, the pinnacle of innate perfection was the highest echelon, yet in the eyes of the Zhao clan, it was merely average. Zhao Yunhai, accompanied by his entourage, was drawing increasingly closer to Yang Fan's location. The scythe of death was nearly poised at his throat, yet Yang Fan lay leisurely on the rocking bed outside, eagerly anticipating the moment his master would emerge from seclusion. "Stop!" Zhao Yunhai suddenly gestured for those behind him a halt. "What is it, Xiaohai?" Old Feng inquired as he noticed the sudden stop. Yang Fan is astute. If we proceed with great fanfare, might he not prepare to flee? After all, this is his stronghold, and without a few escape routes, I would not trust it myself. Zhao Yunhai recognized that, as the main character, should Yang Fan become aware of their approach and flee, it would become exceedingly difficult to locate him thereafter. "Si Jin Yin," Zhao Yunhai called out suddenly. "Young Master Yin." "I understand." Si Jin Yin promptly retrieved a drone and deployed it. The times have changed. The application of technology not only facilitates human life, but also serves as a means to target martial artists. As anticipated by Yang Fan, he was unable to detect the drone hovering above the sky. This drone, a compact marvel of technology, was ingeniously crafted from a fusion of advanced materials, camouflaged to resemble a bird soaring through the heavens. After all, it is quite ordinary to see birds in the sky, especially in such remote mountainous regions. Such details had long been anticipated by Si Jinyan. Old Feng, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Drones truly exemplify the advancements of modern technology. In our day, such conveniences were unheard of. We often sacrificed many lives for information that could have been easily obtained. Zhao Yunhai, being from a different era, could not fathom that sentiment. Thus, it is indeed the domain of the youth today. Old Feng need not take it to heart. At his age, he should have long returned to the rear to enjoy his later years. By the way, Old Feng, there is something I am uncertain whether to inquire about. Zhao Yunhai hesitated for a moment, thinking of Old Feng's current circumstances, yet he decided to pose the question. What is it? Speak, Old Feng replied. Sensing the gravity of the inquiry in Xiao Hai's expression, Zhao Yunhai looked directly at Old Feng and said, I have heard that you have never married or had children. Was there perhaps a particularly unforgettable woman from your past, leaving you with regrets? After all, regardless of the type of woman Old Feng might have desired, with the Zhao clan's influence, it would have been within reach. It is known that even in his youth, Old Feng was a stalwart pillar of the Zhao family's power. Old Feng chuckled softly, his gaze drifting into memories as he began to recount the past. The tumultuous years of bloodshed, not to be regretted. Some things, no matter how strong you become, once missed, can never be remedied. No amount of time can yield a cure for regret. For me, that feeling embodies the stirrings of youth, the budding of love in my younger days. Had I been a bit stronger back then, perhaps she would not have perished. She lay in my arms, drenched in blood, and I was powerless to save her. Even though I vanquished her killers and exacted revenge, I lacked the courage to visit her grave. These words have never escaped my lips to anyone, not even within my family. I cherished her in silence, believing I would someday have the chance to express my feelings, yet that day never came. Therefore, Xiao Hai, do not hesitate to act on your affections. Do not wait until it is too late to realize your regrets. If you find it difficult, confide in me, and I will assist you. If I am unable, I shall seek help on your behalf. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhai felt a sudden wave of emotion. What he had presumed to be a mere longing that could be compelled was, in fact, a profound sorrow for a lost love. Young master, Old Nia has emerged from seclusion, Si Jinyan suddenly announced. Everyone, let's move out. Zhao Yunhai offered an apology to Old Feng, raising his hand to signal the personnel to follow. No need to worry. I have held that sentiment within for decades, and voicing it now brings me much relief. Old Feng replied with a carefree smile. Junior, I still require your assistance, and after this mission, I shall accompany you to pay respects to the departed. Zhao Yunhai understood that Feng Lao yearned to visit the grave of an old friend, to express the myriad thoughts that weighed on his heart. Yet, he had been unable to overcome that inner barrier for decades, and thus had never made the journey. Zhao Yun believed that Feng Lao deeply wished to go. Upon hearing this, Feng Lao opened his mouth, but ultimately refrained from uttering words of refusal. Instead, he remarked that Yang Fan, upon seeing his master emerge from seclusion, hurriedly inquired about the recovery of his internal injuries. Lao Gui, harboring a hearty laugh, responded, Haha, after all these years of tormenting my internal injuries, they are finally healed. Soon, my strength will elevate to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Yang Fan's face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Congratulations, master. Accepting you as my teacher is the wisest decision of my life. Just as the two masters and disciples were envisioning a bright future, an uninvited guest arrived. Oh, how touching, master and disciple. The figures of Zhao Yunhai and a group of followers appeared in the distance. In an instant, Yang Fan's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, Disciple, who is Zhao Yunhai? Lao Gui already had an answer in his heart. They were members of the Zhao family. Moreover, a few faces behind this young man seemed vaguely familiar. However, familiarity did not equate to friendship. He had nearly no friends outside, so they must certainly be enemies. Chapter 52. Yang Fan, he belongs to me. I recall our transaction has been completed. What brings you here? A sudden feeling of foreboding washed over Yang Fan. What brings me here? Zhao Yunhai asked, digging at his ear. Observing the situation, Si Jinyan waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to prepare their weapons. Given that you know so much about me, I trust you have contemplated your demise? Zhao Yunhai said with a smile that concealed malice, causing Lao Gui's eyes to glint coldly. You little rascal, even though you are of the Zhao clan, today I shall ensure you do not return. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, and hell has no door that you can enter willingly. In your youth, you are unaware of the heights of heaven and the depths of earth. Many have sought to kill me in the past, yet they all ended up in hell. Zhao Yunhai sneered dismissively, letting out a cold snort. Old man, today I shall do a good deed. Once I dispose of your disciple, I will send you down to accompany him. Feng Lao, standing beside Zhao Yunhai, stepped forward. The innate peak powerhouse's internal energy surged within his meridians, exuding a formidable aura. Lao Gui's expression shifted in surprise. He never anticipated that a peak innate expert would be beside this young man. Caught off guard, he even felt a sense of retreat brewing within him, realizing that although his injuries had healed, his strength had significantly waned. He could barely maintain his innate level, while the other was at the pinnacle, making a confrontation impossible. The disparity in power was not trivial, and with so many eyes watching, the situation grew dire. Master, what shall we do? Yang Fan, not surprisingly, also felt a sense of retreat. He had witnessed Zhao Yunhai's ruthlessness firsthand. Now that Zhao Yunhai had appeared before him and openly expressed his intent to kill, it was clear the latter held ample confidence. Thus, retreat was the wisest course of action. Let's depart. Without uttering a word, Old Ghost Nya promptly led his disciple to retreat. Ni, do you intend to flee without our consent? A voice thundered. Today march your demise, Nya. Do not entertain the thought of escape. Neither you nor your disciple shall leave here alive. Laughter echoed ominously. Old Ghost Nya, your chances of survival are non-existent. I shall exact vengeance for past grievances today. The 5 formidable practitioners at the pinnacle of their realm, sensing that Old Ghost Nya attempted to evade, immediately pursued him. Shao Hai, remain here while I deal with them. Old Master Feng instructed softly, turning to the guardians of Shao Hai with a stern demeanor. You are to protect Shao Hai at all costs. Should he suffer even the slightest harm, your lives will be forfeit. With that, Old Master Feng surged forward. However, Zhao Yunhai could not possibly remain behind. After all, Yang Fan was the protagonist. When the protagonist encounters peril, the aura of destiny activates, triggering unforeseen events. Let us pursue, Zhao Yunhai commanded with a wave. And they hastened after him. The others exchanged glances but said nothing, hastening to follow suit, for their role was merely to safeguard Zhao Yunhai, leaving them no authority to question his decisions. They were bound to obey orders, devoid of the right to challenge. Ahead, a fierce clash had erupted. Given Yang Fan's strength paled in comparison to the peak practitioners, it was not long before he was overtaken. Naturally, Old Ghost Nya could not abandon his disciple and was compelled to turn back to engage in combat, for Yang Fan had yet to encounter true danger. The protagonist's aura had not yet ignited. Yang Fan's unique advantage lay in his exceptional martial arts, an ancient technique bequeathed by a legendary figure of yore. This rare skill had instigated a century of turmoil and bloodshed. Although the Zhao family had documented it in the past, it was ultimately lost to time, leaving them bereft of the opportunity to preserve it. Perhaps this was the hallmark of a protagonist's power, as their unique abilities are invariably unparalleled. This martial art was discovered in a desolate area of the Three-Fingered Mountain. Regrettably, Yang Fan's limited strength hindered him. Otherwise, with the agility afforded by his technique, he would have easily evaded his pursuers. His martial arts were exceedingly formidable, capable of contending against 2 or even 5 adversaries simultaneously, and even overcoming foes of greater rank would be trivial. Had he been slightly stronger, even in the early stages of his cultivation, he would not have struggled against those at the peak. Alas, Zhao Yunhai would not afford him the time to develop. Were he a typical antagonist, he would have dispatched minor foes to continually provide the protagonist with experience, allowing him to grow increasingly powerful. Ultimately, By the time they realized the protagonist had surpassed even their strongest member, it would be far too late. Now, Old Ghost Nya had been successfully cornered by Old Master Phone. Once ensnared, escape would be a distant hope. Nya Laogwei is certainly not his disciple. After all, he is not the protagonist. Faced with a peak innate master, he finds himself devoid of any means to retaliate. After enduring multiple blows, several new wounds mar Nya Laogwei's body. How infuriating! He muses that had he still possessed the pinnacle of innate perfection, he would not be in such a predicament. Humph. Elder Fong gives a cold snort and delivers a palm strike directly to his opponent's chest. With a splatter, Nya Laogwei spits forth a mouthful of blood and stumbles backward. The 5 postnatal peak warriors have 3 of them sealing Nya Laogwei's escape route, while 2 others are occupied with his disciple, Yang Fan. These 5 are astute, aware that rushing in would only lead to their demise. Elder Fong chooses to confront Nya Laogwei alone, dismissing the others as mere hindrances. Yang Fan, your opponent is me. Upon Zhao Yunhai's arrival, he charges forward, landing a palm strike on Yang Fan's shoulder. You all stand aside. Yang Fan is mine. At this moment, Zhao Yunhai finds the presence of the 2 warriors bothersome and unceremoniously shoves them aside. The 2 postnatal peak warriors, ordered around by a junior, feel their faces flush with indignation. However, the Zhao clan is not someone they can afford to provoke, so they leave without a word. They think to themselves that if this young man wishes to court death, they cannot be held accountable. After some deliberation, the 2 conclude that though Yang Fan's strength is not particularly formidable, he proves unexpectedly troublesome to deal with. Were it not for his association with Nya Laogwei, they might have considered taking him as their disciple. Seeing Zhao Yunhai intent on taking action himself, Yang Fan cannot help but chuckle. Ha ha ha, Zhao Yunhai. Since you seek your own demise, do not blame me. I shall settle old scores along with the new. Do not be overly confident in yourself, Yang Fan. Zhao Yunhai retorts with a cold snort, and both engage. The inner strength of Zhao Yunhai and Yang Fan originates from the same source, as Zhao Yunhai possesses the same martial arts technique as Yang Fan. As they commence their duel, Yang Fan is left astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 53. A sword, a blood, a protagonist. Yang Fan could not have anticipated that he was not the sole practitioner of this martial art in the world. Observing Yang Fan's astonished expression, Zhao Yunhai lets out a cold sneer. Yang Fan had believed himself to be destined, convinced that acquiring this ancient martial arts manual rendered him unique. Yet, Zhao Yunhai's emergence serves as a harsh slap to his face, for he realizes that the opponent's strength and proficiency in the technique far surpass his own. If Yang Fan's understanding of martial arts is akin to that of a university graduate, then Zhao Yunhai's comprehension surely lies beyond that of a doctoral professor. Their battle employs the same martial arts and identical moves, seemingly feeding each other techniques. However, this is not entirely accurate, although their actions mirror each other. Zhao Yunhai's speed and power far exceed those of Yang Fan. One cannot deny the efficacy of this martial art. Zhao Yunhai fights with great enthusiasm, while Yang Fan finds himself retreating in a state of disarray. Yang Fan feels as though his opponent is the true creator of this martial arts manual, and he is merely a learner. Moreover, Yang Fan could discern from Zhao Yunhai's recent remarks that the latter had not possessed the martial arts manual for long, and it was plausible that he had acquired it only recently. Upon obtaining the technique, he had promptly noted it down before rendering it to ashes. From where did you acquire this martial art? Yang Fan questioned, unable to suppress his incredulity. Must one submit an application to learn such techniques? Zhao Yunhai chuckled lightly, swiftly repelling his opponent with a single palm strike. In the next moment, he seized Yang Fan's wrist and with a sharp twist, dislocated it. Yang Fan merely let out a muffled groan, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Zhao Yunhai retaliated with a forceful blow, driving his weapon against Yang Fan's vital point, the impact sending him hurtling away. Your bravado is amusing. I wonder how long you can endure this, Zhao Yunhai thought, resolute in his intent to eliminate Yang Fan without mercy. If young Master Yun encounters even the slightest mishap, our lives are forfeit. Du Lu's face was etched with anxiety. Yet young Master Yin had commanded them to remain where they were. What were they to do? Nonetheless, witnessing young Master Yin gain the upper hand relieved them slightly, though the concern on their faces remained palpable. For in battles among martial artists, fortune played a significant role, and injuries were an inevitable part of the struggle. Young Master Yin never undertakes tasks without assurance. We shall remain here, they reassured themselves. The others stood restlessly, their hearts aflame with trepidation, save for Si Jinyan, who managed to maintain a semblance of composure. "What are you all doing? Hurry and assist." Elder Feng exclaimed sharply as he noticed Zhao Yunhai engaged in a one-on-one confrontation with his disciple, Yang Fan. "It is not that we do not wish to help, but young Master Yin has ordered us to stay put," explained Lu Buiyun, his face a mask of helplessness. "Go to hell, old ghost Nya." Elder Feng resolved to swiftly deal with old ghost Nya before rushing to aid young Master Yun against Yang Fan. Little Hai was the Zhao family's precious gem. Nothing could go awry. Drawing a sword from behind him, Elder Feng unleashed a flurry of strikes, deftly severing old ghost Nya's arm. Now bereft of a limb, old ghost Nya found himself in a dire predicament, utterly unprepared for the danger that loomed at his doorstep. Though adept in swordplay, he had no time to retrieve his weapon. Unarmed, he was no match for his adversary. Si Jinyan, upon glimpsing the sword in Elder Feng's hand, experienced a sudden epiphany. He had nearly forgotten that he himself bore a sword on his back, a blade personally chosen by Zhao Yunhai's father, Zhao Hongwan, specifically for his son. Although Zhao Yunhai possessed skill with the sword, he preferred the exhilaration of hand-to-hand combat. "Young Master Yin, catch!" Si Jinyan called out as he drew closer, tossing the sword. Zhao Yunhai turned, grasping the hilt mid-flight, and with a swift motion, a gleaming arc of light sliced through the air. Instantly, a deep gash appeared on Yang Fan, stretching from his abdomen to his shoulder. Unfortunately for Yang Fan, he shared his master's misfortune, though he was a fraction luckier, for a dagger was concealed within his pant leg. This predicament arises from the necessity of venturing into the depths of the forest, where, despite familiarity with the terrain, myriad venomous creatures abound, necessitating the use of a dagger for defense. The wound from the sword is grievous, significantly impairing Yang Fan's mobility. The dagger is inherently disadvantaged against the long sword, and moreover, Zhao Yunhai's prowess far surpasses that of Yang Fan. Within a few exchanges, Yang Fan sustained additional sword wounds, the most severe of which resulted in the loss of one ear, severed by Zhao Yunhai. In a frenzied assault, Yang Fan sought an opportunity, yet Zhao Yunhai was unyielding, denying him even a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. As for old Nya, his extensive combat experience allowed him to hold out for only a few minutes. A sword pierced through his heart and exited through his back, leading to his immediate demise. Even in death, he stood defiantly, embodying his obstinate spirit. Upon witnessing his master's death, Yang Fan's eyes blazed with fury, heralding a moment of explosive rage. Zhao Yunhai was acutely aware that Yang Fan was most susceptible to unleashing his protagonist powers in such moments. However, Zhao Yunhai was resolute in denying him any chance. Launching a decisive assault, Old Feng, who was approaching, halted in astonishment at the extraordinary swordplay exhibited by Xiao Hai. Well, had he trained in martial arts? This was beyond his concern. Yet, he could ascertain that Xiao Hai had only recently honed his skills, for it was well known among the Zhao family that he had long held disdain for martial arts. What astonished him further was the unprecedented sword technique employed by Xiao Hai, a manifestation of power previously unseen. The long sword soared like a rainbow, striking with the force of thunder. The protagonist's explosive moment coincides with their most vulnerable state, a time when antagonists often let down their guard, only to be met with disbelief once the protagonist's surge concludes. The protagonist's aura proved ineffective against Zhao Yunhai. Nevertheless, he was determined to prevent any complications from arising. "You shall not succeed." Yang Fan's final counterattack employed the same sword technique. Yet the disparity in their execution rendered the results worlds apart. One stroke, one life, the protagonist's demise. Yang Fan fell, devoid of any further opportunity for resurgence, his eyes wide in disbelief, as if pondering how his fate could lead to death. Upon witnessing Yang Fan's demise, Zhao Yunhai calmly withdrew his long sword, its tip dripping with the blood of the fallen. The blade claims lives without leaving a trace of blood. He commanded, "Scatter the ashes of both master and disciple." Zhao Yunhai, having discarded the sword to see Jin Yin, issued his orders. Chapter 54. An Old Tale, a Protagonist. After all, even in death, Zhao Yunhai intended to reduce them to ashes. The first protagonist met his end at Zhao Yunhai's hands with a firearm, followed by an explosion and fire that left no remnants. The second protagonist, Zhang Yuni, was confirmed dead before being cremated. As the third protagonist, Yang Fan was destined for a similar fate. The remains were cremated on the spot and placed in an urn, which was then scattered from a private jet. After matters were resolved, Zhao Yunhai naturally accompanied Elder Feng to the grave of an old friend. In Anqing, Jingzhou, upon entering the city, Zhao Yunhai noticed a look of unease spread across Elder Feng's face. At that moment, Elder Feng lacked the imposing presence expected of a peak martial artist. Instead, he appeared somewhat hesitant and uncomfortable. Although the old friend had passed, memories lingered, with beautiful scenes vividly resurfacing in their minds. Anqing had undergone significant changes. Yet the grave of Elder Feng's late friend remained untouched, with the surroundings mirroring their appearance from before his departure. Despite Elder Feng's absence, his wealth allowed him to purchase the land outright, acquiring every blade of grass and tree in the vicinity, hiring caretakers to tend to it day after day for decades. "I chose to bury her here because this is where we first met," he reminisced. At that time, she exhibited such innocence, and I had only recently emerged from the Zhao family to hone my skills. Yet, as you know, the Zhao family, while devoid of internal strife, does not accommodate the naive. I could easily discern that. Zhao Yunhai nodded in agreement, aware that the Zhao family had no tolerance for the naive, a lesson learned from a previous family head who embodied such simplicity. This so-called simplicity was not synonymous with kindness. It merely indicated a mind consumed by goodwill. Such a disposition nearly led to turmoil within the Zhao family. Fortunately, the family head stepped down in time, and since then, this principle has been inscribed in the family genealogy, a rule that none may contravene. Each entry in the genealogy serves as a stark reminder of past lessons learned through bloodshed. Elder Feng continued, his tone becoming boastful. "At that time, she was here helping a martial artist, yet I could see at a glance that he was not a good person. I advised her against meddling in others' affairs, cautioning her that one must tread carefully in the world. She disregarded my warning, insisting that as wanderers in the Jianghu, we ought to assist one another." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yunhai's expression shifted, realizing that Elder Feng had a penchant for such ideals. This woman was a martyr at heart. He would not accept a woman of such disposition, even if she offered herself willingly. Noticing the change in Zhao Yunhai's demeanor, Elder Feng chuckled. "Xiao Hai, do you perceive her as a martyr? Excessive compassion only endangers those around her." Zhao Yunhai nodded, confirming his thoughts. Suddenly, Elder Feng paused beneath a tree, lost in reminiscence, and slowly spoke. "It was right here. She crouched here to assist that individual, and it was also here that she personally ended his life." Zhao Yunhai looked at Elder Feng, confusion etched on his face. "What do you mean? How could she save someone and then kill them? If that were the case, why would you describe her as simple?" Elder Feng erupted in mischievous laughter. "Xiao Hai, the simplicity I referred to was merely my first impression of her. I believed her to be innocent. Yet in the end, it was I who was truly naive." With a bitter smile, Elder Feng added, "Because I did not leave. Instead, I remained in the shadows, observing. Then she discovered me and ultimately robbed me." As I recounted this embarrassing incident in front of my junior, Feng Lao showed no signs of shame. Rather, a subtle smile of contentment graced his face. At that time, unable to overpower her, I had no choice but to leave my wealth behind. Perhaps it was an encounter destined to be. Only after our relationship blossomed into friendship did I learn that the person she had rescued was on the verge of death after revealing only half the location of a treasure. Thus, she intervened to preserve their life until they could utter the final words. As for her remark about being a child of the rivers and lakes, it was merely a ruse to distract and rob me. Surprised, were you? Feng Lao turned to him after finishing his tale. Zhao Yunhai conceded that he had misjudged. It turned out to be quite the story. It was no wonder Feng Lao was fond of such a woman. Indeed, she was fascinating. An elderly man and a young one strolled leisurely, the former reminiscing about personal experiences while the latter absorbed the stories. They finally arrived at a simple grave. With trembling hands, Feng Lao touched the tombstone, visibly anxious. It's been so many years since I last visited you. You wouldn't hold it against me, would you? I suppose you wouldn't. You would likely mock me for carrying this burden in my heart for decades. Back then, I stormed their household, leaving no trace of life. I savored every drop of their blood, mingling it in a bowl to drink. Do you know how exhilarating that was? Do you understand the pain I felt after avenging you? Because you can never return. No matter how strong I become, you will remain lost to me. Zhao Yunhai remained silent, refraining from interrupting Feng Lao's conversation with the tombstone. Perhaps once Feng Lao had expressed these sentiments, the knot in his heart would begin to unravel. The inscription on the tombstone was simple: the grave of the late Zhang Min. What a remarkable woman to have lingered in Feng Lao's thoughts for so many years. They must have shared profound experiences, emotions that outsiders could scarcely comprehend. At that moment, Zhao Yunhai's gaze inadvertently drifted to a figure nearby. Clad in work attire and a cap, the individual was diligently tidying up. Clearly the caretaker Feng Lao had summoned to manage the area. Zhao Yunhai's attention did not linger long, as he soon shifted his focus elsewhere. After over 2 hours, Feng Lao finally concluded his monologue. Zhao Yunhai remained quietly stationed behind him for the duration, while Du Lucy, Jin Yin, and others did not intrude, respecting the sanctity of the resting place. As a pinnacle innate master, Feng Lao possessed ample strength to protect young Master Yin. The others waited patiently outside. Xiao Hai. Thank you, Feng Lao said. Upon returning to my family, I shall enter seclusion. After being trapped at the pinnacle for so long, this is the first sign of a breakthrough. It has often been said that those burdened by emotional turmoil can achieve significant progress and enlightenment upon unraveling their long-standing knots. This appears to be true. Although Elder Feng exhibits signs of breakthrough, his countenance remains devoid of excessive joy. Congratulations to Elder Feng. Zhao Yunhai, cognizant of Elder Feng's somber mood, offers only a brief congratulation. After their departure, the managing staff slowly turns, revealing a visage steeped in animosity. Chapter 55, the protagonist's identity exposed. Once Zhao Yunhai and his companions have left, the male employee, who had been facing away from them, finally removes his hat. His broom is carelessly leaned against a tree as his face is unveiled. Had Elder Feng still been present, he would have been struck by the astonishing resemblance this man bears to an enemy who once perished at his hands. Of course, the individual whom Elder Feng had engaged at a generous salary was not this man at all. Elder Feng personally vetted and scrutinized the candidates' profiles before making his decision. Long Batian had originally no chance to work here. It was the previous employee's penchant for petty gains that created an opportunity. Lured by the prospect of earning wages as a temporary worker at the lowest rate, the original employee was easily persuaded to agree. Receiving a salary of 50,000 while doing no work, merely paying 2,000 each month, seemed a foolish opportunity to pass up. After all, the individual who had employed him never came to check, leaving no cause for concern. At long last, the moment he had awaited for 5 long years had arrived. Even though he was aware that the person had not appeared even once during those years, he firmly believed that if he persisted in waiting, his opportunity would inevitably present itself. This was the sole avenue he knew to reach his nemesis. To threaten the administrator would risk alerting his adversary to his presence. Thus he had bided his time in silence. Now, his chance had come. He had finally glimpsed his enemy's face. The enmity born from parental vengeance is one that cannot be reconciled. Over 2 decades ago, the patriarch of the Long family experienced a breakthrough and hosted a grand celebration. At that time, Long Batian's mother was the wife of the Long family's eldest son, who had just given birth to Long Batian. By a stroke of fate, Long Batian survived. His mother, bound by obligation to attend the joyous occasion, could not visit the temple to fulfill a vow. However, as a devout Buddhist, she could not alter the appointed time. Thus, she entrusted her sister to take the still infant Long Batian to the temple. When the tragedy struck, it was only her sister and the infant Long Batian who narrowly escaped the calamity. Elder Fong, having conducted an investigation in the past, was aware of Long Batian's mother and the infant. Perhaps it was sheer luck that a guest of the Long family happened to arrive, carrying an infant strikingly similar to Long Batian. At that moment, Long Batian's mother had just taken the child when Elder Fong stormed in, sword in hand. Throughout the years, Long Batian's aunt had tirelessly raised him, and before her passing due to illness, she revealed to him his true identity. At that time, Long Batian felt ill-equipped for vengeance, as he was merely an ordinary person without any martial training. However, through a stroke of serendipity, the dragon-patterned jade pendant that he had always worn became stained with his blood. The treasured heirloom of the dragon family was activated, and Long Batian thus acquired the true ancient legacy of the dragon clan. The martial arts manual titled Dragon, Roaming the World begins with the assertion that those who master its teachings may roam freely across the land. One can only imagine the extraordinary talent and boundless self-confidence of the dragon ancestors who crafted this manual. Long Batian, by chance, was also a prodigy in martial arts, endowed with exceptional innate qualities. Although he had only recently begun his foray into martial studies, his prowess advanced remarkably within just a few years. Naturally, it would be impossible for a warrior of his caliber to subsist solely on a meager monthly salary of 2,000. After the passing of his aunt, he inherited a considerable fortune. Lacking any frame of reference regarding his strength, Long Batian remained unaware of his true capabilities. The root of this ignorance lay in the fact that the ancestors of the dragon family had never anticipated that their descendants would be oblivious to the very concept of martial ranks. Before long, Long Batian vanished from sight. Since Zhao Yunhai had returned to Jingzhou, it was only natural for him to return to Yanjing. It was time for him to revisit the core techniques of the Zhao clan. Upon hearing the joyous news that her beloved son was returning, Qin Sivan was overjoyed and hurriedly prepared a lavish spread of delectable dishes in anticipation of their family dinner. After Zhao Yunhai's private jet touched down at the private airstrip, he was promptly escorted by a car sent by his mother. As he stepped through the door, he was greeted by Yang Hui, who had neatly arranged his home slippers and welcomed him with a warm, "You're back." Taken aback, Zhao Yunhai nodded in acknowledgement, feeling a sense of contentment at the warm reception. Upon entering, he spotted his father lounging on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. His first words upon seeing Zhao Yunhai were praises for his adept handling of matters in Haiqing. Zhao Hongwen felt immense pride in his son's shrewdness and maturity. "I'm already aware of your journey to Three Finger Mountain. Since you wish for Zhao Feng to return to the family fold, I see no reason to refuse," he declared, readily acquiescing to his son's modest request without further deliberation. For him, it was merely a casual sketch of the family's directives. "Why must we discuss work the moment you return? Come, my dear son, I have freshly washed fruits for you," Qin Sivan exclaimed as she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a beautifully arranged fruit platter. She first cast a playful complaint at her husband before her expression transformed into one of radiant joy as she turned to her beloved son. "Mother, there's no way I can finish all this fruit, especially with dinner still to come," Zhao Yunhai remarked, offering a slice of watermelon to his father before indulging in a crisp, sweet apple himself. Yes, let us hurry to dinner. I have prepared a grand feast for you." Qin Sivan, flustered with concern, nearly forgot the sumptuous meal she had just prepared. To outsiders, Qin Sivan appeared to be an influential figure, the formidable mastermind behind the notorious Heishui company, instilling fear across the realms. However, at home, she is merely a mother to her son and a devoted wife to her husband. "Xiao Hui, come help me bring the dishes over," Qin Sivan urged as she swiftly led Yang Hui towards the kitchen. Suddenly breaking the silence, Zhao Hongwen, who had been quietly enjoying his watermelon, spoke up. "From now on, we must thoroughly investigate any suspicious individuals we encounter, no matter how inconspicuous they may seem." Upon hearing this, Zhao Haiyun realized he must have overlooked something, prompting him to sit up and listen intently to his father's forthcoming words. Zhao Hongwen glanced towards the kitchen before hastily continuing. "Earlier, You and Zhao Feng visited a place with a certain administrator, didn't you? Zhao Yunhai recalled the figure sweeping the floor with a broom and nodded in affirmation. Father, could there be something unusual about this person? Zhao Hongwan retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to him. Didn't Zhao Feng notice that the administrator he hired was in his 40s? Yet the current administrator appears to be a young man in his 20s. If that were all, it wouldn't be significant, but my sources have discovered that this young man is a martial artist, and his background seems rather extraordinary. Chapter 56. A Tinge of Greed Long Batian? Upon seeing the name on the document, Zhao Yunhai suddenly recalled the surname of an enemy vanquished by Old Feng in the past. At that moment, Zhao Hongwen pressed his hand down, glancing at the two emerging from the kitchen, and whispered, "There's no need to rush. Let us eat first. Your mother has been busy preparing this meal for 2 or 3 hours." Understood. Zhao Yunhai folded the document and tucked it into his pocket before rising to partake in the meal. Regardless of wealth or status, dining together as a family at home is unparalleled by anything outside. After the meal, Zhao Yunhai lay alone on his bed, perusing the document. One cannot deny the protagonist's remarkable restraint, enduring for so many years, something he himself could not manage. Long Batian, a remnant of the Long family, had been adopted by his aunt under mysterious circumstances. The reasons behind this mystery may have faded with time, leaving the true truth buried in the annals of history. If it cannot be uncovered, then so be it, knowing that Long Batian is a remnant suffices. Unexpectedly, even Old Feng had his moments of failure. Yet, being a protagonist, if Zhao Yunhai chose to ignore him, Old Feng might find himself in a precarious situation, achieving the pinnacle of postnatal strength at such a young age. And with the potential to break through to the innate level, the protagonist poses a significant threat. Should he transcend into the innate realm, it is conceivable that even those at the peak of innate strength could fall before him. Old Feng is in danger. Immediate action is required. Zhao Yunhai could not bear to witness his clan elder fall victim to the protagonist. He tossed the document aside and turned to sleep. As for tomorrow's matters, they could wait until the dawn. It was already too late. At present, Old Feng had returned to the clan's territory, the safest haven, and Long Batian was under strict surveillance by his father. However, had Zhao Yunhai known the methods his father employed to monitor Long Batian so closely, he would surely have struggled to find rest. As for Long Batian, he was tending to the wounds of a female warrior. After finishing the bandaging, he inquired, "Are you all right?" The female warrior shook her head, determined to rise and leave, not wanting to burden him. "I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. But I will not impose on you. I shall leave at once." "Nonsense. You should rest here for the night. They want to return any time soon after I drove them away." Observing the frail appearance of the female warrior, Long Batian could not help but feel a twinge of compassion. "Then I am grateful to you." The female warrior did not refuse and agreed readily. Unbeknownst to Long Batian, everything had been meticulously orchestrated, including his act of heroism. Thus, when his strength was tested, he did not suspect that it was all by design. He offered her his room while he chose to sleep in the living room. The female warrior slowly opened her eyes, peering through the crack of the door into the illuminated living room, her gaze reflecting an enigmatic significance. The following morning, Zhao Yunhai stretched lazily as he stepped out of his room. Upon exiting, he noticed his mother and Yang Hui enjoying breakfast, and he promptly sat down to savor a large meat bun. Then, Zhao Yunhai turned to his father and casually asked, "By the way, who did you arrange to monitor Long Batian last night?" "A female warrior cultivated by our family for many years," Zhao Hongwen replied, casting a puzzled glance at his son. "Father, are you serious?" Zhao Yunhai felt the bun in his mouth lose its flavor, incredulously looking at his father. "Why didn't you tell me last night?" Seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation, Zhao Hongwen responded, "You didn't ask, and it's not a significant matter, so why mention it? If you doubt her capabilities, rest assured, she has undergone the most rigorous training and has achieved a 100 success rate over 10 missions. Such an exceptional warrior, employed to monitor Long Batian, is indeed somewhat of a waste of talent." "Indeed, it is a pity," Zhao Yunhai chuckled softly. Isn't this merely delivering a feast to the protagonist? Why send a female warrior? Is it because they doubt the protagonist's allure? However, Zhao Hongwan was unaware that Long Batian was the protagonist, making it difficult for him to elaborate further. Although the family could afford to lose one female warrior, it would be a disgrace to have her taken away by the protagonist. Should word of this spread, it would inflict considerable damage on the Zhao family's reputation. Being a member of the Zhao clan himself, Zhao Yunhai could not bear to see events unfold in such a manner. "I'm full. I'm heading out." Just as he reached the door, Zhao Yunhai suddenly turned back and called out, "Father, please send me the female warrior's contact information." After finishing his bun, Zhao Hongwen picked up his phone and sent him the details. "What with this child?" Qin Sivan inquired, perplexed. "I don't know. He is probably just worried," Zhao Hongwen replied, unaware that his son's concern was not about her abilities, but rather the issue of the protagonist's charm. Yang Hui, sitting nearby, also found it puzzling. Did a female warrior truly warrant such attention from Zhao Yunhai? Driving towards the Chonglu apartment, Zhao Yunhai immediately commanded Duel, who was in the driver's seat, to set off. "Yes, young master," Duel promptly complied. Zhao Yunhai settled in a back seat and directly called Si Jinyan. "Prepare the personnel and also summon Old Phone." "Understood." Si Jinyan was aware that young master was about to take action. Every protagonist has their corresponding antagonist. For instance, Zhang Yunyi's adversary is Yu Manlu, the antagonist of the first protagonist, and the third protagonist is, in fact, themselves. Now that the fourth protagonist has emerged, the antagonist is Old Phone, their father, and ultimately, oneself. Since the opponent has already approached, there is nothing left to discuss. It is simply a matter of eliminating them. Had he discovered the adversary sooner, perhaps he could have dealt with them on the spot. After all, he possesses the extraordinary doubling template, which can be activated as long as he faces the protagonist directly. The stronger Long Batian becomes, the more Zhao Yunhai relishes the challenge. Coincidentally, he is also on the verge of studying the core Zhao family martial arts in the family's library. Once he activates the doubling, his strength could instantaneously reach the pinnacle of the acquired stage. Zhao Yunhai even greedily contemplated that if he were to pressure Long Batian further, and if Long Batian were to advance to the innate stage, meeting him afterward would elevate Zhao Yunhai's prowess to that of an innate warrior. However, such matters carry substantial rewards alongside significant risks. The allure of the innate stage is undeniably immense. The disparity between the innate and acquired stages is like heaven and earth. Moreover, it remains uncertain what type of protagonist will emerge next, and whether their strength will rival that of the current one. Careful planning is essential. Zhao Yunhai slightly lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with calculation. Chapter 57. The Speed of Betrayal, the Power of the Protagonist's Halo. This notion took root in Zhao Yunhai's mind and refused to dissipate. The temptation was simply too great. He believed the risk of advancing to the innate stage at once was worth taking. Presenting such a risk to anyone, unless they were exceedingly timid, would surely inspire them to take a chance. Nevertheless, Zhao Yunhai would not allow himself to fall into a position of reversal, nor would he let Long Batian slip from his grasp. He would ensure that Long Batian advanced to the innate stage under his control. On the 24th floor of the Chonglu apartment, Zhao Yunhai opted to rent a room. Buying outright would attract too much attention. Renting like an ordinary person would avoid drawing the eye of protagonists like Long Batian. Long Batian's room was just one floor below, on the 23rd floor, directly beneath Zhao Yunhai. It was astonishing that remnants of the Long family still existed, and that they had been living near her grave all this time. Old Feng harbored a murderous desire and felt utterly humiliated. Seeing her enemy's son loiter around her grave would undoubtedly fuel her ire. Where's the original caretaker now? Old Feng simply wanted to eliminate the former caretaker, who only earned a monthly salary of 50,000 for maintaining this place. Indolence is one thing, but the employment of a temp worker is quite another. To make matters worse, he has inadvertently hired the son of an adversary. This transgression is intolerable. Rest assured, Old Feng, I have brought the person you requested, Zhao Yunhai declared with a smile, clapping his hands. At that moment, Si Jinyan appeared, escorting a middle-aged man. His lips pursed, and eyes wide with fear before Old Feng. You are doomed. In an instant, Old Feng approached and swiftly snapped the man's neck. With a deep sense of regret, Old Feng squatted on the ground, muttering to himself in self-reproach. It is my fault. I underestimated human nature. I thought that offering him 50,000 would inspire loyalty, but instead, I have nurtured a parasite. Observing Old Feng's self-recrimination, Zhao Yunhai knelt beside him, offering words of comfort. Merely providing benefits is insufficient. One must wield both grace and authority to truly command a person. Of course, some matters are merely accidents. For the human heart is the most inscrutable of entities. Then, Zhao Yunhai turned his gaze towards Si Jinyan. Si Jinyan, dispose of the body discreetly and store it here temporarily, ensuring it emits no odor. Understood? We will deal with it once the situation is resolved. Understood, young master. Si Jinyan replied in a low voice. Old Feng slowly raised his head to regard Zhao Yunhai. In my old age, I owe you a debt of gratitude, Little Hai. Otherwise, I might have remained blissfully unaware. There is no need for thanks, Old Feng. This is the duty of the younger generation. You have assisted us so much in the past, and I have yet to express my gratitude, Zhao Yunhai responded, moving to the window to contact the female warrior. Though less than a day had passed, one could never be too cautious. What if she had already betrayed them? However, upon noticing that his messages had gone unanswered for half an hour, he realized his suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, she had betrayed them. It was utterly absurd that someone cultivated by the Zhao family for years could turn against them in such a short time. The reality was laughable. The protagonist's halo was terrifying. What troubles you? Has she not replied? Old Feng inquired, observing Zhao Yunhai's sigh of frustration. Zhao Yunhai shrugged and replied, It is almost certain she has defected. Have we truly raised a wolf in sheep's clothing? Old Feng responded incredulously. I shall inform my father of this matter and ensure this traitor is dealt with. Subsequently, Zhao Yunhai promptly sent the information regarding the defector to his father. When shall we take action? A mere peak postnatal weakling is no match for me. Old Feng, anxious to avoid prolonged complications, pressed for urgency. That Long Batian must perish. Otherwise, what would my vengeance from years past amount to? Perhaps Long Batian is innocent now, but as the offspring of an enemy, he can never be considered innocent. Bearing the blood of the Long family, he is guilty by association. Even if he were innocent, it is only just that debts incurred by the father be repaid by the son. The only way to cleanse her vendetta is for all kin of the Long bloodline to descend into perdition. Zhao Yunhai gazed at his phone, his expression shifting to one of profound danger. Even Old Feng, witnessing this, could sense the terrifying nature of the family patriarch Zhao Hongwan, the proverbial smiling tiger. Truly, they were father and son. Old Feng mused inwardly. However, the fact that Xiao Hai is increasingly resembling his father is undoubtedly the best outcome for the future of the Zhao family. Old Feng, do not be anxious. Long Batian has granted him 3 days, which I find somewhat useful. As for the traitors, they could be utilized as waste. Zhao Yunhai revealed a chilling smile. The Zhao family has the power to nurture you, and naturally, they possess the ability to annihilate you as well. The cultivation of spies, particularly martial artist spies, involves implanting chips in these individuals from a young age. In the days before technological advancement, poison was utilized. Now, with chips available, a drop of poison is embedded within. By controlling the chip, one can instantaneously bring about death. It is quite simple to ensure the demise of a traitor, yet it must be executed in a manner that holds value. Zhao Yunhai harbors a profound disdain for betrayal. He would never allow those who turn against him to perish easily, as that would be far too merciful. Very well, since Xiao Hai has his own plans, let him proceed according to his intentions. Old Feng perceives that this matter is seemingly more complex than merely eliminating traitors. Thus, postponing his affairs for a few days is of no consequence. After all, in the realm of the divine, she has likely scolded herself for quite some time. So a few more days are inconsequential. Old Feng need not worry. I shall deal with Long Batian, who will meet his end before the grave, thus fulfilling Old Feng's desire for vengeance. Zhao Yunhai issued commands via his mobile device, instructing Old Feng to await developments patiently. On the 23rd floor, Long Batian observed the anxious Lan Xinyue and, perplexed, inquired, "Since you awoke, you have been discomposed. Is there something you are concealing from me?" Lan Xinyue hesitated, gazing at Long Batian, uncertain of how to express herself. Initially, she was meant to surveil him, yet unexpectedly, she found herself ensnared. The individuals targeted by the Zhao family as spies inevitably meet a fate of utter obliteration. How could Long Batian possibly evade such a fate? Although the scenario of a hero rescuing a damsel was scripted, the reality was that the other party believed they were genuinely being pursued. The sight of him risking his life to save her truly moved her in that fleeting moment. Furthermore, that night, he chose to sleep on the sofa rather than occupy the bed, simply for the sake of a stranger. This feeling was indescribable, leading her to reconsider her commitment to the mission. If she were to abandon this task, it would signify her betrayal of the Zhao family. The terror of the Zhao family is such that no one ensnared within its grasp has ever emerged unscathed. Should the Zhao family discover her treachery, the pursuit would shift from feigned to genuine. It must be acknowledged that Long Batian possesses a formidable protagonist aura. In just one night, he could sway a professionally trained spy to defect. This is precisely what Zhao Yunhai fears about the protagonist's aura, a nonsensical reversal of fate. Chapter 58. Does this not compel Long Batian to bow to me? One could interpret it thus. Under the peculiar influence of the protagonist's aura, Lan Xinyue's thoughts became muddled. Her intellect diminished, and she found herself emotionally swayed by her own strategies. While this may sound implausible, there exists an even more outrageous notion. In summary, the protagonist's aura is indeed formidable. You need not speak, nor shall I pressure you. Long Batian felt a twinge of disappointment. Indeed, he had not succeeded in earning her trust. It is not that. I merely fear that should I voice it, our conversation would lose its calmness. Lan Xinyue perceived the despondence etched upon Long Batian's countenance, an inexplicable pang tugging at her heartstrings. Ultimately, she, risking the wrath of the Zhao clan, unveiled her identity and intentions with unwavering resolve. Kill me if you must. Betraying the Zhao clan leaves me only with the path of death. With that, she unsheathed a dagger, aiming for her throat. No, Long Batian, taken aback by her fierce determination, swiftly seized the dagger from her grasp. Even though you deceived me before, now you stand before me in candor, do you not? Gazing into Lan Xinyue's eyes, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. The Zhao clan truly lacked humanity. How could they mold such a beautiful and benevolent woman into a spy? Fortuitously, she encountered me. Had it been another, they would have been utterly incapable of liberating her from her plight. Had this been a tale of fiction, the Zhao clan would have remained oblivious to Lan Xinyue's treachery, eventually leading her to convey false intelligence that would result in their continuous losses. Simultaneously, Long Batian would discover a tracking device embedded within her, ultimately resolving that matter and claiming her as his own. Gradually, Long Batian would absorb experience, pursued by the Zhao clan, compelled to evolve, and ultimately leading to their downfall. Throughout this journey, he would encounter numerous enchanting confidants, assimilating the Zhao clan's essence into his burgeoning legacy, becoming a figure of great renown. Regrettably, Long Batian had already been positioned as a pawn upon Zhao Yunhai's chessboard. Is the matter resolved? Zhao Yunhai inquired coolly, glancing at Si Jinyan. Yes, young Master Yun. Our forces are fully prepared, awaiting your command. Si Jinyan replied promptly. Zhao Yunhai nodded, issuing the order. Then let us commence. Remember, in the process of cornering them, incite Long Batian to develop feelings for the traitor. Once he harbors such emotions, have the Family S department eliminate her without hesitation. Understood. Si Jinyan, self-proclaimed as young Master Yun's foremost subordinate, was resolute in executing any command without question. Zhao Yunhai's objective was to compel Long Batian to ascend to innate mastery, subsequently activating his own formidable abilities to ultimately deal with Long Batian. Though the plan was straightforward, it proved highly effective. Following Zhao Yunhai's directive, within half an hour, Long Batian and Lan Xinyue found themselves relentlessly pursued. The pursuers were members of the elite guard unique to the Zhao clan, a formidable force. with nearly all possessing peak innate strength. The elite guard comprised 500 individuals, each capable of safeguarding a realm in their own right. Yet within the Zhao clan, they were merely part of the guard. However, these peak innate members had exhausted their potential, lacking any further prospects for advancement. It was evident that their prowess had been artificially enhanced through the Zhao clan's concocted forbidden substances. Zhao Yunhai had forcibly summoned 15 of them by leveraging his identity. 15 peak innate powerhouses were more than sufficient for Zhao Yunhai to manipulate Long Batian as he desired. How did the Zhao clan discover this so swiftly? Did you fail to respond? Long Batian queried, drenched in sweat from the relentless pursuit. Had Lan Xinyue not enlightened him about the disparity in martial levels, he might have turned back in desperation. 15 innate pinnacle warriors, the Zhao clan proves to be extraordinarily formidable. Lan Xinyue, in her confusion, shook her head anxiously. I had responded, but I was a bit late, which fortunately kept my betrayal concealed. After all, the nature of espionage is inherently unpredictable, and the paramount objective is to remain undetected. Lan Xinyue could not fathom how the Zhao clan had uncovered this. Whoosh! A crossbow bolt pierced through Lan Xinyue's arm, embedding itself resolutely in the ground ahead. Whoosh! Simultaneously, another bolt penetrated her thigh, instantly saturating her pants with crimson blood. Lan Xinyue let out a piercing scream. Her balance lost, she collapsed to the ground. Such crossbows were military weaponry in ancient times. With her current capabilities, she was utterly defenseless against such bolts. Do not assume that spies possess great strength. Their purpose is to infiltrate rather than to kill. Spies acquire various life skills, always prepared, with true power being secondary. However, Lan Xinyue was indeed exceptional among her peers in terms of strength. Cursed be it! Long Batian roared in fury, his eyes resembling those of a beast, releasing a dragon's roar that reverberated with ferocity and dominance. Long Batian did not flee. Instead, he charged forward, pursuing those who had attacked him and Lan Xinyue. The members of the direct lineage guard performed their roles with striking realism, relentlessly compelling Long Batian to exert his full potential. Cursed boy, truly a formidable adversary. It seems your martial arts are extraordinary. Ha ha ha. If you surrender your techniques, perhaps we might spare your life. Long Batian was acutely aware of the uniqueness of his martial arts, which had allowed him to gain advantages over these innate warriors on multiple occasions. Unbeknownst to him, while these pinnacle warriors found it challenging to eliminate him due to his protagonist aura, encircling him was a trivial task. Long Batian, cradling the incapacitated Lan Xinyue, dashed forward. Upon detecting suspicious individuals, he had vacated the apartment to avoid being ensnared. Little did he expect them to trail him so closely. He had initially departed by car, only to have a nail puncture a tire on the road. Now, Long Batian could only run. If he could reach a populous area, they would be deterred from pursuing him further. This crossbow bolt is poisoned. I feel I'm nearing my end. Lan Xinyue's increasingly feeble voice reached him. Long Batian looked down at her, noting her pallid complexion and darkened lips, clearly indicating poisoning. Do not worry. I will use my internal energy to expel the toxin. Perhaps sensing the life ebbing from the woman in his arms, Long Batian felt as though he had brushed against another realm. Yet he awaited a pivotal moment, fervently hoping it would arrive soon. Before long, Long Batian brought Lan Xinyue to a more populated area. Let's go. Young Master Yin has instructed us to cultivate some feelings between him and the traitor. Ha ha ha, betraying the Zhao clan. How foolish. It seems she was utterly captivated by that man. In the following 3 days, Long Batian and Lan Xinyue found themselves ensnared in an endless pursuit. Time and again, they narrowly escaped death, and a flicker of affection began to blossom between them. The harrowing experiences of the past 3 days have catalyzed a profound bond between the love-struck pair. Zhao Yunhai perceives that the sudden loss of Lan Xinyue at this crucial moment would elevate Long Batian's chances of transcending to the innate realm to an astounding 99%. In pursuit of Long Batian's breakthrough, he has exerted considerable effort. Should this not warrant a bow of gratitude from Long Batian, he decrees the removal of the traitor in the presence of Long Batian. Chapter 59. Congratulations on ascending to the innate realm, although the crowd is baffled by why young Master Yun insists on such a spectacle. They acknowledge that facilitating Long Baishan's ascension is undoubtedly beneficial for him. Nevertheless, as young Master Yun has chosen this course, they dutifully comply. The likes of Long Batian, even upon reaching the innate stage, pose little challenge for the Zhao clan. Presently, they find themselves amidst a bustling market, surrounded by a throng. Thus, it is unlikely anyone would dare act against them. Under the broad daylight, in the clarity of the heavens, once I attain the innate level, I shall send them all down one by one to avenge the suffering of these past 3 days. Long Batian currently occupies a modest rental unit, necessitating a rotating watch during the night. Although Lan Xinyue once belonged to the Zhao clan, she remains oblivious to the extent of their power. She naively believes that her abilities, combined with Long Baishan's strength, have allowed them to narrowly escape Zhao's relentless pursuit, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. "What shall we do now, Batian?" Lan Xinyue inquires. Long Batian takes a deep breath, offering reassurance, "Do not fear. The ship will find its way as it approaches the bridge." At this moment, they remain unaware that the entire building has been discreetly cleared of all extraneous individuals. "Thank you for your assistance." Si Jinyan expresses his gratitude to a man holding the relevant documentation. "It is my honor to serve young Master Yun," the man replies, fastening the credentials around his neck. He surveys the surroundings and instructs his subordinates to create a perimeter. There are no onlookers. They have been withdrawn to a distance of kilometers away. To prevent Long Batian from noticing, Si Jinyan has arranged for his own men to masquerade as bystanders. This building has been designated by Zhao Yunhai as the site of Long Baishan's demise. Long Batian occasionally glances out the window, scanning for any signs of unusual activity. Yet he appears oblivious to any impending danger. The stillness may indeed signal the approach of a tempest. We must exercise caution. For reasons unknown, a flicker of unease brews within Long Baishan's heart. Lan Xinyue, now wholly obedient to Long Batian, suddenly widens her eyes, a mouthful of black blood erupting forth, her breath ceasing in an instant. She is unable to utter any farewell, departing entirely before Long Batian. The suddenness of her poisoning leaves no opportunity for salvation. "Xinyue." Long Batian witnesses this scene, his heartbeat seemingly halting. His eyes blaze with fury and tears brim within their sockets. In an instant, memories of their shared struggles over the past 3 days flood his mind. "Zhao clan, I shall annihilate you." Long Batian roars, his thoughts consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the door was kicked open by an intruder. "Long Batian, your time has come, just like this traitor. What a wonderful woman. And yet she meets her end so tragically. What is there to lament about a traitor? Let me send this ill-fated couple to reunite in the afterlife." The black-masked martial artists, each at the pinnacle of innate power, taunted Long Batian, fueling his fury. Long Batian gently laid Lan Xinyue on the ground and planted a tender kiss on her forehead. "Wait for me. I will deal with them first." Within him, his internal energy surged like a dragon through his meridians, unstable and hinting at an impending breakthrough. All of this unfolded precisely as Zhao Yunhai had orchestrated. Whenever the protagonist faced a life-and-death crisis or his dearest companions encountered peril, a breakthrough was bound to occur. During these past 3 days, Zhao Yunhai had not wasted a moment, tirelessly reflecting on his plan and seeking out flaws. He was more concerned about Long Batian's potential breakthrough than Long Batian himself. At that moment, Long Batian was engaged in fierce combat with the henchmen of the Zhao clan. Amidst their mutual underestimation, he wielded his techniques with remarkable skill. His fists were like claws, his legs like tails. Astonishingly, Long Batian, at the peak of postnatal strength, managed to severely wound one of the innate masters. Although this was achieved due to the master's carelessness, the fact remained that Long Baishan's strikes were undeniably formidable. After incapacitating one innate master, the others gradually lost their playful demeanor. "Ha ha ha! What feeble innate masters crumble beneath my fists." Long Batian reveled in his newfound prowess, laughter erupting from him. In that instant, The subsequent verses of his ancestral martial arts manual flashed in his mind, and the previously obscure passages suddenly became clear. Ah! Long Batian let out a fierce roar, shattering the last shackles of his innate potential. His meridians flowed freely with internal energy, marking his ascendance to innate mastery. So this is innate strength. I can easily defeat the former 10 versions of myself. Filled with confidence, Long Batian not only broke through to innate mastery, but also advanced to the mid-stage of innate power. The other innate masters, upon witnessing his breakthrough, finally breathed a sigh of relief, as they could now fulfill young Master Yun's orders. Had it not been for the mission, they would have eliminated Long Batian long ago, saving themselves the trouble. Nevertheless, his rapid leap from postnatal peak to mid-stage innate power was indeed a rarity. Just as Long Batian prepared to strike, he noticed that those who had surrounded him had parted respectfully, bowing their heads. Following their gaze, he turned towards the entrance and saw a young man, similar in age to himself, approaching with a retinue. Congratulations, congratulations! You have broken through. Zhao Yun applauded sincerely, his face beaming with joy at Long Batian's success. The stronger Long Batian became, the more delighted Zhao Yunhai felt. Are you the mastermind behind them? A fierce killing intent surged in Long Batian's eyes as he beheld the elder behind the man. This individual was his long-awaited nemesis, a blood feud that demanded retribution. Now that he had broken through to the innate realm, avenging himself seemed within reach. Yet, why did he perceive no deceit in the eyes of the man standing before him? It appeared as though the other truly congratulated him on his breakthrough, which filled Long Batian with profound suspicion. I guessed correctly. What reward shall I bestow upon you? Zhao Yunhai feigned deep contemplation, desperately pondering. The supercharged doubling activation was instantaneous, the multiplier set to 10. In the next moment, a cold smile crept upon Zhao Yunhai's lips. Perhaps I shall reward you by reuniting you with that traitor. What do you think? No sooner had the words left his lips than Zhao Yunhai's speed reached its zenith, his innate energy flowing like an unending river. At that moment, Zhao Yunhai's power surpassed Long Batian's tenfold. She is not a traitor, as Long Batian vehemently denied this. He realized too late the gravity of his situation. Zhao Yunhai swiftly struck down Long Batian's hand, seizing his throat with a vice-like grip. A wave of suffocation washed over him, rendering him powerless. Long Batian desperately attempted to pry away the hand constricting his throat, his mind a tempest of chaos. Never had he felt so utterly defenseless, even against a peak innate warrior. The instant he had raised his hand, the opponent had effortlessly exploited his weakness, as though they were intimately familiar with his techniques. Yet this was impossible. Chapter 60. Annihilating the protagonist with overwhelming power. So, you are Long Batian, renowned for your brutal reputation, though your temperament differs slightly from that of your father. Elder Feng stepped forward, fixating on Long Batian's familiar visage, evoking memories of enemies he had vanquished in years past. Observing the ease with which Xiaohai subdued a mid-innate warrior, he marveled, surprised that Xiaohai was the one with the deepest concealment. However, this very Xiaohai was precisely what the family needed as its future patriarch. The more exceptional Xiaohai became, the more prosperous the family would flourish. Your kind of gaze is unwelcome anywhere, and those who have regarded me thus are no longer present. Zhao Yunhai chuckled at Long Batian's unwavering stare directed at him. The plan had succeeded splendidly. He had unexpectedly attained mid-innate strength, a gain beyond his expectations. Long Batian's role was now limited. It was time for him to return to where he belonged. The protagonist ought not to exist in this world, as their presence would only disrupt the balance. Most importantly, Zhao Yunhai could not permit anyone to overshadow him. Huayang Needle. Zhao Yunhai directly employed the Huayang Needle acquired from the first protagonist. The Huayang Needle was a terrifying technique capable of nullifying a warrior's internal energy. Cough, cough, cough. Long Batian was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, where he coughed violently, gasping for breath. Where has my internal energy gone? What did you just do to me? As Long Batian contemplated escape, he suddenly realized that he possessed no inner strength whatsoever, prompting him to vociferously question his predicament. Zhao Yunhai, with a hint of amusement, gestured to the needle in his hand and remarked, "Isn't it blatantly obvious? Your inner power has utterly vanished. How could an ordinary person possibly flee?" He continued, "Your sole purpose now is to fulfill the promise that Feng Lao was unable to complete years ago." With that, Zhao Yunhai ruthlessly crushed Long Beixian's legs, eliciting anguished cries from him as he writhed on the ground in agony. Devoid of inner strength, Long Batian had become a mere shell of a man. The prospect of vengeance was but a distant dream. Even the simplest of actions felt utterly futile. The sound of Long Batian's tormented wails drew laughter from those present, none of whom felt a shred of sympathy. Their laughter was a harsh cacophony, inciting within him a desire to eliminate them all. Yet, Long Batian found himself powerless to act. Zhao Yunhai produced a dagger and crouched before him. Meanwhile, outside the secured perimeter, a martial artist forcefully intruded. Report: an unauthorized entry. Strength level at the peak of innate prowess, came the voice over the radio. Received, responded Si Jinyan, pressing the earpiece. Find a way to delay him. Let him come. Zhao Yunhai commanded, his back turned to Si Jinyan. The arrival of someone to rescue Long Batian suggested that this individual held significant status. However, to Zhao Yunhai, this savior was merely a harbinger of another head to claim. Why obstruct? If the opponent escapes, how will we track him down? The protagonist's halo holds no sway over me. I shall not wait until he arrives to dispose of Long Batian. Initially, Long Batian felt a flicker of hope upon hearing of an impending rescue, but that hope quickly evaporated when he noticed Zhao Yunhai's unwavering intent. Frustration consumed him. Why did I follow to Yinjing? He lamented. This is their territory. I find myself utterly forsaken, calling for help in vain. Why didn't I endure a little longer? Now, I cannot exact my revenge, and my life hangs by a thread. Zhao Yunhai, fully aware of Long Beixian's thoughts, let out a disdainful snort. He raised the dagger and brought it down. The blade glinted coldly as it pierced Long Batian's heart, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, saturating his clothing and pooling on the ground around him. Long Batian clutched the hilt of the dagger, his posture revealing his desire to extract it. What? Would you like assistance in pulling it out? Zhao Yunhai taunted, and in the next moment, he yanked the dagger free. Long Batian, stripped of any capacity to resist, could only watch helplessly as the dagger was removed. The mere act of extraction caused blood to spurt forth even more violently. Desperate to survive, Long Batian instinctively attempted to staunch the flow of blood, though such efforts proved futile. I apologize, Zhao Yunhai feigned surprise, his tone dripping with insincerity as he plunged the dagger back into Long Batian. Upon witnessing Zhao Yunhai's disdainful manipulation, Long Batian was seized by rage, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Stop this! A figure, having rushed in from outside without any hindrance, finally arrived at the scene. As Zhao Yunhai awaited his arrival, he swiftly ended Long Beixian's life. The timing was impeccable, since you cherished him so dearly. Now that he is dead, you shall accompany him to the grave. Eliminate him. At Zhao Yunhai's command, all the pinnacle innate martial artists in the room surged forward. With the protagonist Zhao Yunhai having resolved the matter, he found no need to intervene further. Old Feng, upon witnessing Long Beixian's demise, felt a wave of relief wash over him. At last, he had fulfilled the promise made years ago and avenged the wrongs. Zhao Yunhai, indifferent to the identity of the fallen, saw the opponent meet a swift end under a flurry of blows from the numerous pinnacle innate warriors within mere minutes. Si Jinyan, proceed with the cremation of Long Batian as per our previous arrangements. Scatter the ashes from the rooftop. Understood, Si Jinyan replied with an unperturbed demeanor, recalling that he still had an unaddressed corpse atop the building. After dealing with Long Batian, Zhao Yunhai departed without delay. His approach to the protagonist was utilitarian. If useful, employ. If not, eliminate. As for the female leads, he generally opted for exile, reducing them from wealth to poverty. As long as they did not offend him, he would refrain from direct extermination. Reason 1. The female lead existed solely due to the male lead. Without him, she was inconsequential. Reason 2. Should the exiled female lead attract another male lead, it would be a tremendous gain. The only female lead he had ever claimed was Yin Rubing, whose every action was now under his control. Women often harbor a unique sentiment for their first love. The seals outside the apartment had been removed, and the white powder drifting above was mistaken by onlookers as mere dust, oblivious to its true nature as human ashes. The surveillance cameras had long been destroyed, leaving Zhao Yunhai with no evidence behind. Within a mere few days, he had ascended to the mid-stage of the innate realm. It was time to delve into the family's core martial arts. Chapter 61. The son-in-law of my cousin's family for insignificant individuals. Death may strike like a bolt from the blue. However, for someone like Zhao Yunhai, erasing evidence and evading consequences was exceedingly simple. These matters were of no concern to him. He had returned home. Was everything handled smoothly? Yang Hui asked as she crouched to retrieve a new pair of black slippers from the shoe rack. Zhao Yunhai raised an eyebrow, noting that her slippers were identical to his, save for their pink hue. Couples' home slippers? How thoughtful. Women's minds are often intricate. Everything went exceptionally well. Come, let us celebrate with a hug. Zhao Yunhai discreetly averted his gaze, and as she rose, he embraced her without hesitation. He felt the lovely figure in his arms grow rigid and heard her softly remind him, "Uncle and Aunt are in the living room. Mother, Father." Zhao Yunhai chuckled inwardly. After releasing her, he strode directly inside. "It was my oversight this time, yet fortunately you managed to rectify it in time, preserving the dignity of the Zhao family." Zhao Hongwen was not one to admit his mistakes in front of family. Qin Sivan also voiced her grievances towards her husband, saying, "What kind of people have you arranged? If it weren't for our precious son discovering it early, we would have become a laughing stock. No one is infallible. Remedying such a trivial matter hardly merits commendation." To avoid his mother's incessant chatter, Zhao Yunhai simply occupied the vacant seat between the two. Qin Sivan was overjoyed to see her son embrace Xiao Hui, secretly waving to Yang Hui. Those unaware might think that a mere hug from Zhao Yunhai could lead to pregnancy and grandchildren. Yang Hui flushed, feeling shy as she sat beside Aunt Qin. To resolve merely a postnatal peak, you deployed 15 innate peak members of the guard. Zhao Hongwen, who had previously unconditionally supported his son, naturally sought clarification now that the matter was settled. He was particularly curious. This situation was somewhat unique. I needed to compel the opponent to forcibly break through to the innate level, so to avoid casualties, I employed the innate peak guard this time, Zhao Yunhai briefly explained. Break through to the innate level? Although I do not know your reasons, I understand you have your justifications. However, mobilizing so many innate peaks to deal with a warrior on the verge of breaking through seems like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Zhao Yunhai could not elucidate the protagonist's existence and could only deflect with the excuse of caution. Zhao Hongwen did not pursue the matter further and then addressed a serious topic. In a while, the matriarch of the Lin family in Luoyang, Zhongzhou, will celebrate her 60th birthday. You will be responsible for attending. What connection does this Lin matriarch have with our Zhao family? Zhao Yunhai inquired, puzzled. However, upon recalling the classic scene of the Dragon King being beaten at a birthday celebration, he thought better of it. The Lin matriarch is actually a collateral relative of our Zhao family. Having married into the family, she now identifies as the Lin matriarch after her husband passed away. Currently, the Lin family's direct lineage is sparse, with only the matriarch and a granddaughter holding the family together. The other collateral branches of the Lin family are not significant. Oh, I almost forgot. The Lin family also has a son-in-law. The Lin matriarch is indeed a pitiful figure. She has now sent an invitation to our Zhao family, clearly seeking our assistance. The scenery in Zhongzhou is quite pleasant. Take Xiao Hui along, considering it a trip. Remember, any descendant of the Zhao family requesting assistance from the clan has only one opportunity. This is the greatest guarantee of survival granted to each clan member by the Zhao family. By the way, if we consider lineage, Lin Suyun is still your cousin. Zhao Yunhai listened attentively, nodding earnestly in assurance. Father, rest assured, the Zhao family is not merely one person's Zhao family. It is a place where the hearts of all clan members converge. However, he was surprised to learn that the Lin matriarch's granddaughter was actually his cousin. To Zhao Yunhai's astonishment, he discovered that the Lin family had a son-in-law, and this occasion was none other than a birthday banquet. Various signs indicated to Zhao Yunhai that this son-in-law embodied the archetype of a protagonist akin to a Dragon King. Moreover, his cousin was the original partner of this Dragon King-type character, entangled with a venomous female antagonist. Consequently, he perceived himself as a brainless antagonist destined to be humiliated by the protagonist at the celebratory event. Zhao Yunhai felt a flicker of excitement within. For the narrative of a Dragon King's son-in-law was undoubtedly captivating, and such protagonists were often formidable. The conversations between the two were mostly trivialities, with Qin Sivan and Yang Hui occasionally interjecting a remark. 10 days later, in Yanjing, Yin Rubing awoke in the hotel room, where Zhao Yunhai sat nearby, dressing. "You're awake," he remarked upon noticing her consciousness returning. This woman maintained her characteristic aloofness, yet her fervent responses the previous night had taken him by surprise. Yin Rubing disregarded Zhao Yunhai, her expression impassive, exuding an air of detachment as she departed the hotel. Zhao Yunhai drew back the curtains and observed Yin Rubing limping away from the luxurious hotel, a sly smile gracing his lips. Women, he mused, become accustomed to both singular and repeated encounters over time. There was no need for tenderness. One ought to engage in passion rather than attachment. Yin Rubing had only just returned from a trip when he summoned her to his bed. In the following 3 days, Zhao Yunhai continued his course of action, and Yin Rubing transitioned from resistance to a resigned acceptance, appearing as though she was pressed for time. Witnessing her expression, Zhao Yunhai could hardly contain himself, nearly overwhelming her entirely. When the time came to travel to Zhongzhou, Luoyang, he finally released Yin Rubing from his grasp. In Zhongzhou, Luoyang, Zhao Yunhai found himself among strangers. However, he required no acquaintances, as many were eager to know him. Upon learning that Zhao Yunhai would personally attend, old Madame Lin was so exhilarated that she could not sleep that night. It was essential to recognize that Zhao Yunhai was the sole legitimate heir of the family head and the future successor. Establishing a favorable relationship with him could ensure the Lin family's prosperity for decades. Currently, the vast Lin clan was solely upheld by Lin Suyun, who resisted marrying someone from the less capable collateral branches, hence the presence of a son-in-law. If Lin Suyun were to bear a son with the Lin surname, the family would remain intact against the threats posed by the inept. Lin Suyun was also tasked by old Madame Lin to fetch the guest, while she forcibly brought along the son-in-law. "I warn you, when you meet my cousin, keep your frivolous demeanor in check, or else I shall not be polite," Lin Suyun admonished as she observed Xiao Longyang lounging in the passenger seat, irritation bubbling within her. "Understood, my dear wife. By the way, who is your cousin? Why have I not known about him for almost 3 years?" Xiao Longyang quipped with a lewd grin. "Moreover, do not refer to me as wife. Our relationship is purely contractual," Lin Suyun replied, her brow furrowing as she fixed him with a disapproving gaze. Uncertain of what qualities his father appreciated in the individual, Lin Suyun found it perplexing that such a feckless person was to be welcomed into the Lin family as her husband. "Very well. Could you perhaps speak of your cousin?" When it came to her cousin, Lin Suyun was aware of his existence, a fact relayed to her by her grandmother. Her knowledge, albeit limited, indicated that her cousin was exceptionally capable, hailing from the foremost family in the 9 provinces. "Forget it. You wouldn't comprehend. Just don't act frivolously. And your cousin won't pay you any mind." Lin Siyun felt that discussing such matters with Xiao Longyang was a waste of precious time, as her cousin was due to land shortly, and she needed to hurry to meet him. Had it not been for the traffic, she would have already arrived. Xiao Longyang, noticing his wife's indifference, couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, a flicker of coldness passing through his gaze that Lin Siyun failed to detect. The Zhao family, the foremost in the 9 provinces? He was not ignorant of this fact. Moreover, the direction of his current investigations was precisely the Zhao family, though he had not anticipated the familial connection between the Lin and Zhao families. Years ago, before Uncle Lin's passing, he had promised to marry into the Lin family to safeguard them for 3 years. In truth, he was leveraging this role to unearth some buried truths from the past. A significant upheaval had severely wounded the Shura Hall, yet the instigator remained elusive, leaving him in a state of profound frustration. It was then that he resolved to utilize the guise of a humble son-in-law to conceal his true identity. Now, as the 3-year term approached its end, he found himself pondering the current state of the Shura Hall. His neglect of it over the past 3 years weighed heavily on his conscience. It was the only way to evade certain watchful eyes and pursue his clandestine inquiries. The leads uncovered during this time pointed directly to the Zhao family. Perhaps they were the true culprits behind the events. However, the individuals he had encountered did not seem to belong to the Zhao family. Their methods and styles bearing an international flavor. Could it be that the Zhao family had cultivated an external force? The Shura Hall had never wronged the innocent, nor did it spare any enemy. Xiao Longyang had previously interacted with the Zhao family when establishing the Shura Hall, outright rejecting their overtures. He had anticipated their wrath, yet they did not retaliate. Instead, they contracted the Shura Hall for services. Provided the tasks aligned with the principles of the Shura Hall, there was no reason to refuse. Since their dealings had historically been amicable, he had not provoked the Zhao family, and thus they should have no reason to target him unprovoked. This was the rationale behind Xiao Longyang's reluctance to act hastily against the Zhao family despite the incriminating evidence. He had no desire to be a pawn in someone else's game. Once he confirmed the Zhao family's involvement, he would not be intimidated. After all, the Shura Hall was not to be trifled with. Even if the Zhao family bore the title of the foremost clan in the 9 provinces, the retribution of the Shura Hall was not something to be taken lightly. This was a testament to Xiao Longyang's confidence in his own capabilities. At the Luoyang airport in Zhongzhou, Zhao Yunhai walked through the exit corridor, gently inquiring, "Has anyone from your family come greet you?" as he wrapped an arm around the diminutive Yang Hui. After all, the Yang family is a formidable presence in Luoyang, a veritable local powerhouse. I have already communicated my return to them. Yang Hui, too, feels a pang of homesickness. It is only natural to feel such sentiments after so many years of absence, especially while residing in the home of her partner. Zhao Yunhai remained silent, wrapping his arm around Yang Hui's delicate waist as they proceeded forward. Behind them, Qiu Lao, Lu Lao, Du Lv, and El Buiyun positioned themselves to ensure the protection of young Master Yun at a moment's notice. Zhao Xiao, Hui Jie, over here. A young gentleman, excited to see Zhao Yunhai and Yang Hui approaching, removed his black sunglasses and waved them in the air, urging them to notice him. Xiao Yan. Yang Hui linked her arm with Zhao Yunhai's and hurried to stand before Yang Yan. Although Yang Yan is the son of her second uncle, their relationship resembles that of siblings. Zhao Xiao, I am Yang Yan, Hui Jie's younger brother. Typically arrogant and domineering outside, Yang Yan now appeared somewhat reserved in the presence of Zhao Yunhai. Yang Hui observed this and refrained from commenting. Sometimes, having someone temper Yang Yan's character is beneficial for his future. You're quite a fine young man. Please ensure Hui Jie gets home safely, as I have other matters to attend to, Zhao Yunhai remarked, assessing Yang Yan and finding a favorable first impression. He nodded and patted the young man's shoulder. Rest assured, Zhao Xiao, I will ensure Hui Jie arrives home safely. Yang Yan responded with fervor at the pat on his shoulder, unaware of the esteem Zhao Yunhai held in his eyes, which elicited a chuckle from Zhao Yunhai. I will take my leave now. Call me when you arrive home. Zhao Yunhai gestured to his ear with his phone hand, then turned to walk ahead with his entourage. Hui Jie, you're drifting away, Yang Yan called out, noticing that she was lost in thought, gazing at Zhao Yunhai's departing figure. Once Zhao Yunhai was completely out of sight, he cleared his throat to draw her attention. Let us go home, Yang Hui said, playfully tapping his head. Yang Yan rubbed his head and chuckled, eagerly trailing behind her. Riji, you are the hero of the day for this return. Keep it up, and I shall tell second uncle, Yang Hui replied with a teasing smile. I was wrong. Yang Yan quickly conceded. By the way, why hasn't your cousin made an appearance yet? Or has he already left? Xiao Longyang stood beside Lin Suyun, whistling at the young ladies clad in black stockings. His behavior was not an act. It was simply his nature. Lin Suyun, arriving a few minutes late, stood at the back, scanning the scene with anticipation. She was confident that as soon as her strikingly handsome cousin entered her line of sight, she would recognize him instantly. Lin Siyun cast a look of utter disdain at Xiao Lonyang. Could you refrain from engaging in such lewd behavior in my presence? I haven't done anything of the sort. You cannot slander me, Xiao Lonyang retorted, scratching his nose, but then suddenly noticed a passing young lady. Her gaze involuntarily followed the movement. How utterly distasteful. Lin Siyun turned away, choosing not to look at him any longer. In that moment of turning, her eyes brightened as she spotted her cousin amidst the crowd, and she called out, "Cousin, I am here." Zhao Yunhai turned at the sound and was pleasantly surprised to see that his cousin had blossomed into a beautiful young woman. Could such striking handsomeness be of any use? Xiao Lonyang, noticing his wife's excitement upon seeing her cousin, couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Chapter 63. Super doubling, tenfold, although they had never met before. Encountering his cousin evoked an inexplicable sense of familiarity within him, perhaps a resonance of blood ties. Zhao Yunhai strode confidently to Lin Siyun, greeting her with a warm smile. In ancient times, the bond between cousins was often considered the most suitable for marriage alliances. "Where is your wife, cousin?" Lin Siyun posed the question innocently, not harboring any ulterior motives. After all, it was natural to feel a bit shy in the presence of such a handsome man, especially when he was her cousin whom she had just met. The news of Yang Hui, the wife of Zhao Yunhai, being retained by the Zhao family after moving to their clan, had circulated among many powerful families in Luoyang. The Yang family, being the foremost family in Luoyang and the chief subordinate of the Zhao clan, was under constant scrutiny. Initially, it was thought that the Zhao family would not take an interest in the legitimate daughter of the Yang family, and many awaited the spectacle of their downfall. However, the unexpected news that the daughter of the Yang family was retained by the Zhao clan reverberated throughout the circles. Consequently, the Yang family spoke with a newfound authority, standing taller than before, as they were set to produce a future matriarch of the Zhao family. Given the current power and influence of the Zhao clan, this position was akin to that of a future crown princess, potentially a queen. While such a comparison might seem inappropriate in modern times, those who understood the implications would certainly grasp the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, her family had arrived to escort her, allowing her to leave with the Yang family first. As Zhao Yunhai spoke, his gaze drifted towards the nonchalant man beside his cousin. "Hello, cousin. I am Lin Siyun's husband, Xiao Lonyang." Although Xiao Lonyang felt a certain aversion towards this cousin, he extended his hand in a gesture of politeness. "Hello, I am Zhao Yunhai," he replied with a cheerful smile, shaking Xiao Lonyang's hand. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance ignited in his mind, activating the super doubling template. This time, Zhao Yunhai's fortune exceeded any previous moment, as he directly rolled a 10, tenfold. Instantly, the tenfold power surged into Zhao Yunhai's entire being. Without a hint of hesitation, he released Xiao Lonyang's hand, feeling an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. These protagonists truly were increasingly extraordinary. Yet, it was fortunate that the more monstrous their abilities, the more he cherished them. Xiao Lonyang furrowed his brow and glanced at Zhao Yunhai, feeling inexplicably averse to this cousin. He had noticed the probing look in Zhao Yunhai's eyes, which undoubtedly reflected disdain for his status as a son-in-law, oblivious to the fact that he secretly possessed the prowess of Shura. With this thought, a smirk crept onto Xiao Lonyang's lips as he lowered his head. Seeing that her husband was not dismissed by her cousin brought a sense of relief to Lin Siyun. Certainly, this is not a matter of concern for Xiao Lonyang, but rather a desire to avoid displeasing his cousin. Observing Lin Siyun's concern for him, Xiao Lonyang felt a profound sense of gratitude blossom within him. Indeed, even a stone can be warmed. One day, Lin Siyun will come to realize that he alone is her best choice. A common flaw among protagonists is an overwhelming possessiveness. Upon encountering any beautiful woman, they cannot bear the thought of anyone else pursuing her, believing only they are the optimal choice for her. Initially, Xiao Lonyang merely utilized Lin Siyun, but after living together as a couple for a considerable time, he naturally began to regard her as his own. Even if Lin Siyun does not acknowledge this, it matters not. There will come a day when she will. Lin Siyun, too, wished to limit Xiao Longyang's interactions with her cousin, for a man like him is unworthy of Xiao Longyang. She led her cousin away from the airport and into a crimson Ferrari. Before entering, Lin Siyun instructed Xiao Longyang to drive, while she and her cousin took the back seat. This infuriated Xiao Longyang, having to drive for someone he despised, Zhao Yunhai. However, upon witnessing Lin Siyun's threatening gaze, he took a deep breath. It was fine. He could endure it. Yet as a shura, being relegated to the role of chauffeur for his wife's cousin was excessively accommodating. Nevertheless, considering that Zhao Yunhai was unaware of his true identity as a shura, he would surely be astonished if he discovered it. One wondered if Zhao Yunhai would maintain his calm demeanor at that revelation. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Xiao Longyang's lips as he began to whistle and turned on the music. Mysterious, concealed, playing the fool to ensnare the tiger. Xiao Longyang had always embodied such characteristics since his rise. Lin Siyun initially intended to share the difficulties currently faced by the Lin family while seated with her cousin. However, upon seeing him resting with his eyes closed, she swallowed her words to avoid disturbing his repose. Turning off the music, she noticed Xiao Longyang's lack of discernment in realizing her cousin was resting, prompting her to softly scold him. He dared not disobey his wife's wishes and promptly silenced the music. In truth, Zhao Yunhai was not asleep. He quietly chuckled upon hearing Xiao Longyang being reprimanded by his cousin. Such restraint could be better employed elsewhere. To waste it on a woman was truly a misallocation of talent. Zhao Yunhai would never act in such a manner. Subsequently, Zhao Yunhai redirected his thoughts to the newfound power he had just acquired. Xiao Longyang's unique advantage lay in a martial arts manual titled Carefree Wanderer. It embodies the philosophy of inclusivity, capable of assimilating various martial arts without altering the inherent characteristics of the integrated techniques, merging countless styles into one. The essence of Carefree Wanderer is to aspire for freedom, to embody freedom, and to reside in a state of carefree existence. The protagonist's manual was not even in the Zhao family's possession. However, this was quite reasonable. If the Zhao family possessed it, could the protagonist still be deemed a protagonist? Could his unique advantage still be considered a true advantage? A golden finger refers to an existence of unparalleled strength. Remarkably, Xiao Longyang's prowess had ascended to the level of a master, surpassing the innate realm. Truly a terrifying feat upon arriving at the Lin residence. Zhao Yunhai was greeted by the venerable matriarch standing at the entrance, while the peripheral Lin family members were disregarded entirely. The esteemed Lady Lin appeared to be in good spirits. Zhao Yunhai, representing the Zhao clan, extended his condolences without addressing her directly in front of the gathering. Though aged, she retained a resilient spirit. It was unexpected that after all these years, the family still remembered her frail existence. Upon hearing Zhao Yunhai refer to her as Lady Lin, the elderly matriarch was overtaken by emotion, momentarily at a loss for words. Her eyes glistened with tears, evidently reminiscing about the carefree days of her youth within the family. The clan's concern for each wandering member brought her solace. There was no need for excessive sorrow, as a visit home would surely be welcomed. Zhao Yunhai stepped forward, intending to assist her, but at that moment, Xiao Longyang, oblivious to the situation, attempted to offer his support as well. Lady Lin swiftly brushed aside Xiao Longyang's outstretched hand, leaving him awkwardly standing aside. The next instant, she grasped Zhao Yunhai's hand, smiling with gratitude as she remarked, "This is merely my Lin family's son-in-law. Please do not be overly formal, young clan leader." Zhao Yunhai responded with a cheerful smile, having overheard the peripheral Lin family members whispering derisively about Xiao Longyang. It is worth noting that Xiao Longyang, as the protagonist, seemed to attract ridicule wherever he went, a privilege reserved for someone of his status. In this world, who would dare to mock Zhao Yunhai? Such audacity would likely lead to dire consequences for the offender. "Then I shall call you Xiao Hai," Lady Lin continued, her delight evident, her eyes narrowing into slits of joy. The fact that the young clan leader would deign to acknowledge her was a tremendous honor. Surely, the family would grant her wishes. Over the years, she had never once sought anything from the clan. If it were not for dire circumstances, she would never burden them. "Xiao Hai, Today I have prepared some home-cooked dishes. I hope you will not find them lacking, she said, pulling Zhao Yunhai toward the house with great enthusiasm. The peripheral Lin family members, witnessing Xiao Longyang standing foolishly in place, could not restrain themselves from hurling insults. Look at Zhao Xiao, so refined and affluent. His every action is flawless. And then there's our Lin family's son-in-law. Who knows what kind of enchantment Xiao Longyang cast upon the family head before his passing to allow him entry into the Lin clan. Perhaps he intends to leech off us for life, a true parasite draining our resources. Their comments grew increasingly absurd, but as they followed Lady Lin into the house, their voices faded into the distance. Let us go. Don't embarrass yourself next time. Lin Xian shot a disdainful glance at him before brushing past and hurrying away. How infuriating! Xiao Longyang muttered under his breath, fists clenched, resembling an enraged tiger at that moment. Although these idle rumors have reached my ears countless times, each utterance pierces my heart like a needle. Just moments ago, I had offered my assistance with good intentions, only to be met with public humiliation from the elderly lady. What have I done wrong? Why do I constantly belittle myself? Yet, as I lifted my gaze, Xiao Longyang's demeanor transformed into that of a useless son-in-law. Wait for me. My dear wife, he called out with a playful grin as he hurried after her. Are you all right? Lin Suyun inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. What could possibly be wrong with me? Zhao Xiao is a figure of great significance. I should not have approached him. Xiao Longyang feigned discomfort, running a hand through his hair in a mock display of distress. As long as you understand, Lin Xian thought little of it, reassured by his apparent contrition. Thankfully, her cousin bore no ill will. Otherwise, their grandmother would not have easily overlooked Xiao Longyang's transgressions. Although he was nominally her husband, his role was merely a fade arranged by her father before his passing, a shield against the advances of those in the collateral line of the family who might seek to marry her off. Lin Siyun could not help but feel a pang of gratitude for her father's concern for her well-being even in his final moments. Regrettably, her father's intention was for Xiao Longyang to protect the Lin family, as the power of the Shurahal would ensure their future security. Alas, both mother and daughter misinterpreted his intentions. Zhao Xiao, I raise a toast to you. A bolder member of the Lin family's collateral line stood. A smile plastered across his face. Zhao Yunhai, however, ignored him, continuing to savor his meal in solitude. Lin Laotai's gaze narrowed. Fixated on the interloper, his audacity was remarkable, and should he catch Xiao Hai's attention, it could spell trouble. Yet, Lin Laotai failed to realize that such mediocre shrimp hardly warranted Zhao Yunhai's notice. Her concern only stirred chaos. Zhao Yunhai's indifference toward the collateral members of the Lin family during the banquet left them seething with indignation. Yet they could only muster awkward smiles in response. What's more, they could never treat Zhao Yunhai as they did the son-in-law Xiao Longyang. Should any of them dare to utter a word, no matter how faint, it would surely be exposed by their peers and presented as an opportunity for Zhao Xiao's advancement. Grandmother, these individuals once flaunted their power before us. Yet now, in the presence of my cousin, they dare not utter a word. Lin Siyun expressed with a sense of feminine pride. Surely, my cousin is seeking retribution on my behalf. She cast a discreet glance at him, feeling an inexplicable warmth in her heart, a sisterly bond born of newfound support. Let it be clear, there are no unsavory sentiments here. Those with impure thoughts should reflect in solitude. Of course, one must consider that the foremost family in Luoyang is the Yang family, which merely serves as the chief subordinate to the Zhao clan. Lin Laotai spoke in hushed tones, yet the latter discerned her pride in being associated with the Zhao lineage. Zhao Yunhai squinted at Xiao Longyang, who sat beside his cousin. While he seemed to possess a low profile, to Zhao Yunhai, he radiated an undeniable brilliance. This man was a true martial arts master, and beyond that, a grandmaster, ultimately representing the pinnacle of martial prowess in the world. Xiao Longyang, despite his youth, has already touched the realm of a master, and his ascension to the rank of a grandmaster seems inevitable, with even the pinnacle of excellence within reach. A protagonist of such caliber, if left unchecked, is akin to a mushroom bomb, liable to erupt at any moment. With the power granted by the super doubling, his mastery is at least capable of rivaling those at the peak of the master level, if not vanquishing them entirely. The essence of the super doubling ability lies in amplifying the protagonist's inherent strengths manifold. Yet possessing the strength of a master does not automatically grant one the stature of a grandmaster. It signifies that while an ordinary master's strength equates to 1, his own strength is tenfold. The disparity is akin to that between a trickling brook and a vast lake, or the distinction between a prodigy and a mediocrity. With super doubling, even a genius would find themselves subordinate in the presence of his prowess. Xiao Longyang found himself perplexed by the unwavering gaze of Zhao Yunhai, who, despite their shared meal, had not initiated a single conversation. Reclining in the room arranged for him by the matriarch Lin, Zhao Yunhai tasked Si Jinyan, who had not accompanied him to Zhongzhou, with investigating the true identity of Xiao Longyang. The nature of Xiao Longyang remains shrouded in mystery. Yet individuals of his ilk are often the most susceptible to scrutiny. Even if Xiao Longyang has forged documents, the falsity is bound to unravel under thorough investigation, especially by a professional like Si Jinyan. Although Si Jinyan may not be particularly formidable, Zhao Yunhai recognizes that the Zhao family possesses many strong individuals. What he truly lacks is talent, particularly someone as agreeable as Si Jinyan. Unbeknownst to Xiao Longyang, he is already under the scrutiny of his cousin. As he gazed at the bank card his wife handed him, he felt utterly baffled. Did he truly come across as someone in need of financial assistance? Xiao Longyang, devoid of self-awareness and brimming with self-satisfaction, took the card with a smirk. The password was his birthday, and the account contained 200,000. Purchase a respectable gift to present to my grandmother tomorrow, she instructed. It was imperative to maintain appearances, ensuring that no hint of disarray was evident to outsiders. Should Xiao Longyang exhibit any signs of poverty, it would only bring embarrassment to the Lin family. 200,000, a considerable sum indeed. Xiao Longyang accepted the card with a sly grin. However, such an extravagant amount was not something he, as a formidable figure, could waste. Instead, he resolved to surprise his wife grandly the following day. As the 3-year mark approaches, it is time to reveal his true identity as the Azura. Chapter 65. The show begins. Lin Siyun remained oblivious to Xiao Longyang's intentions. Otherwise, she would have personally acquired an exquisite gift for him to present to her grandmother. His enthusiastic compliance led Lin Siyun to depart without a second thought, confident that he, being merely a son-in-law, lacked the audacity to deceive her and would not dare to present anything of little worth. Whistling to himself, Xiao Longyang strolled away from the Lin residence, his destination unknown. No one cared for the movements of a worthless son-in-law, which was precisely why he could leave with such swagger. Sometimes, the art of subtlety pales in comparison to the virtue of transparency, which often evokes less suspicion. Naturally, Si Jinyan possessed his own means to shadow Xiao Longyang. Indeed, money can be a potent catalyst. Xiao Longyang remained blissfully unaware that a genuine passerby would divulge his whereabouts to another. Si Jinyan had meticulously arranged for several individuals along the routes Xiao Longyang might traverse, having discreetly compensated them with 500 yuan. While a typical person might hesitate to act for a mere couple hundred yuan, the prospect of earning 500 for merely watching for the emergence of a single individual within a few minutes was undeniably lucrative. Si Jinyan's associates were astute, selectively targeting those who appeared ordinary and bore the demeanor of being easily tempted by small gains. Thus, although Xiao Longyang sensed that someone was observing him, he harbored no suspicion, as those individuals genuinely resembled mere bystanders. If someone were truly scrutinizing him, they would surely exhibit more professionalism. It was exceedingly commonplace to be regarded by someone on the street. Currently, Xiao Longyang was en route to an antique shop he had not visited in quite some time. He had previously ventured there once and discovered treasures of great value. With a budget of 200,000 yuan, he aimed to unearth items worth millions, thereby restoring his reputation as a formidable figure. Report to young Master Yin. Xiao Longyang is presently inside an antique shop, seemingly intent on procuring a valuable item as a birthday gift for old lady Lin. Came the voice on the line. Young Master Yin. Should we interfere and disrupt Xiao Longyang's plans? Si Jinyin, seated opposite Xiao Longyang in the shop, inquired over the phone. Moreover, after connecting with the Zhao family's database, we uncovered that Xiao Longyang first appeared in the Lin family 3 years ago. The earlier records were fabricated. The true information reveals that he is none other than the Lord of the Shura Temple, a position we, the Zhao family, had sought to recruit him for, only to be flatly rejected by him at the time. Zhao Yunhai fell silent for a moment, taken aback to discover that it was not the Dragon King, but rather the Shura himself. Find a way to swap the treasures Xiao Longyang has unearthed, he commanded before abruptly ending the call. Tomorrow's birthday banquet for Old Lady Lin promised to be a lively affair, and Zhao Yunhai smiled, his thoughts unspoken. The following day, with Zhao Yunhai's presence bolstering their standing, the Yang family also dispatched representatives to attend the birthday celebration. Had Zhao Yunhai not been in attendance, the Yang family would never have condescended to honor the Lin family with their presence. Following the passing of the previous family patriarch, the Lin family's standing had plummeted from the second to the fourth among the prominent families of Luoyang. Status is not merely gauged by economic power, but also by local influence. Nevertheless, for a woman to maintain such a considerable family enterprise without it collapsing is a testament to her prowess, earning the quiet admiration of many for both Old Lady Lin and Lin Suyun. At that moment, Old Lady Lin radiated vitality, leading onlookers to believe she had regained her youth and vitality. The support of her family represented the pinnacle of her life's achievements. Please, come in, come in. Old Lady Lin welcomed guests with a beaming smile, unable to contain her joy. Lin Siyun stood beside her grandmother, vigilant and anxious, fearing that a surge of excitement might cause her to stumble, wishing Grandma Lin a long life filled with health and happiness. Due to the presence of Zhao Yunhai, the Yang family arranged for Yang Hui to come and extend their wishes. The attendants from the Yang family, following behind her, placed their gifts aside. These precious items were listed on the gift list, making the Yang family's offerings the most extravagant among all the guests. Grandma Lin, aware of her place, did not dare to act overly proud in front of Yang Hui. Instead, she personally led Yang Hui to Zhao Yunhai. To her surprise, the Yang family still sent you here. Upon seeing Yang Hui, Zhao Yunhai gestured for her to sit beside him. There was an excellent performance to be witnessed shortly. This was the prime location for viewing the spectacle. Zhao Yunhai cast a glance at the Yang family's attendant behind Yang Hui, who quickly averted his gaze under Zhao's scrutiny. The Yang family's intentions were transparent to him. They merely wished for Yang Hui to spend more time with him, perhaps hoping that in a moment of passion, he might take her as his own. Should that happen, they could marry swiftly, thereby solidifying the matter. If left unresolved, unforeseen circumstances might arise. Nevertheless, the Yang family's subtle machinations were not overly objectionable. Zhao Yunhai was disinclined to dwell on them. After all, if one could not control their own desires, they were unlikely to achieve anything substantial. How does it feel to be home? Zhao Yunhai blithely pinjed Yang Hui's cheek, leaning gently against his shoulder, her cheeks flushed. She replied, "My parents say I should spend more time with you and not rush home too often." "Ha ha, your parents are quite amusing," Zhao Yunhai chuckled, causing Yang Hui to bury her face in his shoulder in embarrassment. Just then, Xiao Longyang, who had hurried in from outside, glanced over at the sound of laughter. Upon noticing the woman beside Zhao Yunhai, his eyes lit up with curiosity as he approached his wife and inquired, "Who is this lady?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't tea. That's my sister-in-law." Lin Siyun shot him a fierce glare. No wonder she is so beautiful. She must be the legitimate daughter of the Yang family, Xiao Longyang remarked, realization dawning upon him. His tendency to speak without thought was unchangeable. He mused, "With such a stunning woman, doesn't she know how fickle your cousin can be? Mind your own business and keep your comments clean. Your cousin's affairs are not your concern. Focus on your own matters," Lin Siyun warned, her gaze narrowing dangerously as she observed his empty hands, her expression darkening. "What happened to the gifts I gave you? Did you spend all 200,000? Xiao Longyang seemed to revel in some undisclosed triumph, sporting an insufferable grin as though he had accomplished something grand. "Spend it all? Did you gamble it away?" Lin Siyun found his demeanor utterly repugnant, but restrained herself from lashing out given the setting. Don't worry, my dear. I will make sure you shine at this birthday banquet, Xiao Longyang said with a mischievous smile, pulling a jade pendant from his pocket. However, the cord appeared remarkably cheap, and the jade pendant, carved with a depiction of a Buddha, seemed more like a counterfeit. Having seen many such items, Lin Siyun could not contain herself upon seeing the pendant and swiftly slapped him across the face. Xiao Longyang, is this how you repay the Lin family? The sharp sound of the slap and her fierce reprimand instantly drew the attention of everyone present, silencing the room. Look, the show is about to begin. Zhao Yunhai moved his arm, signaling Yang Hui to look up quickly. Chapter 66, The Priceless Fake. Xiao Longyang stared incredulously at his wife, unable to comprehend why she had publicly struck him. Although his face bore no pain, his dignity and reputation had been ruthlessly trampled upon by his wife before an audience. Some bewildered onlookers were inquiring about the identity of the one who had been struck. Who is this? Surely you must know. He is the renowned son-in-law of the Lin family, though I forgot his name. Ah, the Lin family's son-in-law. No wonder then. Look at how casually he's dressed. And even if the attire is inexpensive, he could at least have made an effort to present himself properly at the 60th birthday banquet of the Lin matriarch. After all, he is a son-in-law, an unchangeable flaw. It's a pity for Lin Siyun, alas. Why the sighs? I just heard that Lin Siyun's cousin is Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai, the only son of Zhao Hongwan, the richest man in Jiuzhou, the heir of the Zhao clan? Such a distinguished identity. In that case, I envy Lin Siyun. Possessing the status of cousin to Zhao Yunhai, she can navigate through Jiuzhou with ease. Look at him, and then at this son-in-law. Alas, how vast is the chasm between people. This man clearly benefits from his position as a son-in-law, living a life free of worries, truly a stroke of fortune. The matriarch of the Lin family glared at Xiao Longyang, her expression darkened by the murmurs of the guests, which diminished her countenance. Were it not for Zhao Yunhai's presence, she would have unleashed her wrath upon Xiao Longyang long ago. This son-in-law was irksome beyond measure. She pondered why her deceased son had insisted on having Xiao Longyang marry into the Lin family. What benefit could such a son-in-law bring to the Lin family? If it were not for her son's dying wish, she would never have permitted Xiao Longyang to join their family. What have you purchased? I provided you with 200,000, and you brought back this worthless trinket to deceive me? Lin Siyun gazed at him, disappointment etched on her face. Your lack of ability is one thing, but I had arranged everything, yet you remain such a useless waste. Perhaps this way, I shall harbor no guilt. With my cousin present today, I can surely seize the opportunity to extricate myself. This is my only chance. I cannot afford to let it slip away. What is happening? The matriarch inquired of her granddaughter. With prominent figures in attendance, she resolved to endure any issues for now, planning to deal with this trifling son-in-law later. I gave him 200,000 to buy a gift for you, yet he returned with this worthless item. Lin Siyun snatched the jade pendant from Xiao Longyang's hands and presented it to her grandmother, speaking with feigned grievance. My dear, this is no worthless item. It is a treasure of immeasurable worth, Xiao Longyang fervently defended, seeing his wife's lack of discernment. 200,000 for a treasure of such value? What ist? It is evident you are nothing but a fraud. Who would have imagined that the Lin family's son-in-law could possess such character? Today has truly been an eye-opener. At this moment, a young man standing behind a middle-aged man beside Yang Hui stepped forward to mock him. The individual in question is Yang Yin, the son of Yang Hui's second uncle and her younger brother. Little Yin, what brings you here? I didn't notice your presence earlier, Yang Hui exclaimed with genuine surprise. I came to join the festivities. I was worried that you might not want me here, so I stealthily followed along, Yang Yin replied, casting a furtive glance at Zhao Yunhai, mindful of his brother-in-law's presence. After all, it was a rare occasion for Zhao Yunhai to visit Luoyang, and, as the host, he felt it was his duty to extend a warm welcome. If you need anything, just call on me, Yang Yin added, his words laced with a subtle request. Please, do not hesitate to involve me. I welcome the opportunity, but I fear that you might overlook me. You're not even married yet. Yang Hui tidet blithely. Stop talking nonsense. He, Yang Yin, stood obediently beside his sister, smiling without further comment. Zhao Yunhai regarded Yang Yin with interest. This young man had a certain charm. He believed in providing opportunities to those who exhibit initiative. As long as Yang Yin could demonstrate his capabilities, he would not mind taking him under his wing. After all, Yang Hui was to become his future wife, and the Yang family was not merely a subordinate to the Zhao family, but also related to him, creating a closer bond. Utilizing one's own kin is invariably more convenient than relying on outsiders, which explains the adage that when one rises, those around them also prosper. Xiao Longyang's eyes glinted with coldness. He wondered from where this fellow had emerged. Observing him standing next to Zhao Yunhai stirred something within him. It is quite normal for you to be unaware. Such a rare artifact is not something that the average person can appreciate, he declared, lifting the jade pendant for all to see. With a slight elevation of his chin, he proclaimed, "This is a relic from the era of Yao Qing. The jade, whether in its exquisite luster or its radiant hues, is a marvel of craftsmanship, perfectly natural and harmonious. With its ancient provenance and impeccable preservation, historical records indicate that this very pendant was cherished by the late Empress Dowager during her lifetime." Xiao Longyang wore an expression of disdain, as if to say that the onlookers were unworthy of recognition. "Do not embarrass yourselves. Such an item is far beyond the reach of one with your status as a son-in-law." Lin Siyun held no belief in the authenticity of the Empress Dowager's relics, deeming Xiao Longyang's claims to be mere fabrications. Should it be revealed that this was indeed a counterfeit, the Lin family's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished at this banquet. Yang Yin first inquired of his brother-in-law, "Is that jade pendant genuine?" "It's fake. Do you really think someone of his standing could procure an authentic piece?" "Consider the implications," Zhao Yunhai replied, a glint of mockery in his gaze. With confirmation from his brother-in-law, Yang Yin stood tall and retorted, "Ha! Just because you say it belonged to the Empress Dowager does not make it true. Why should I believe you? If you're so confident, let someone authenticate it." Zhao Yunhai watched the unfolding drama with a knowing smile, while Yang Hui sensed that he was orchestrating the events, allowing her to relax and enjoy the spectacle. At the moment of the transaction, Xiao Longyang's jade pendant had been swapped for a counterfeit. He had unwittingly exchanged a genuine piece for a fake. In truth, the authentic jade was now in Zhao Yunhai's possession, and he was curious to see Xiao Longyang's expression upon discovering that his pendant was a sham. "Very well. I have nothing to fear," he declared. Xiao Longyang readily agreed, a slight smile gracing his lips. He surveyed the onlookers eager to witness his misfortune, knowing he would soon deliver a resounding slap to their faces. As an appraiser at the Mayu Gem Appraisal Pavilion, he assured everyone that, based on his years of character and integrity, he would reveal the truth. At that moment, an elderly gentleman clad in traditional attire emerged from the crowd and bowed to the assembly. Chapter 67. The Azura receives a slap. A natural order, it was none other than the esteemed appraiser, Old Master Hong from the Mayu Gem Appraisal Pavilion. Ah, but wait. Is this not the chief appraiser of Mayu Jewelry? Old Master Hong? Are you foolish? The Mayu Gem Appraisal Pavilion and Mayu Jewelry share the same owner. The illustrious Zhao Hongwan, the wealthiest in the realm. It is likely he has come in deference to young Master Zhao, who is indeed a protege of Old Master Hong. Xiao Longyang recognized the venerable master. Such a figure was not easily swayed by monetary temptations. His character was one that commanded respect. "Ah, so you too recognize me. No need for formality," Old Master Hong replied courteously, then cast his gaze in a particular direction. The crowd followed his gaze to the seat occupied by young Master Zhao. "Young Master." Old Master Hong addressed Zhao Yunhai with a smile, his demeanor unyielding to the lure of wealth, for the Zhao family provided him with ample compensation, allowing him to remain untroubled by financial concerns and to avoid engaging in endeavors he found distasteful. With the Zhao family as support, Old Master Hong naturally exuded an air of elevated status. Zhao Yunhai did not rise, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. It served as a greeting. He was not well acquainted with the other party, nor did he know all his own employees. However, it was rare for senior employees to be unfamiliar with their employer, unless they had no intention of staying long. Receiving a nod from young Master, Zhao stirred excitement in Old Master Hong's heart. Meanwhile, Lin Siyun felt a surge of frustration upon witnessing Xiao Longyang gamble the Lin family's reputation in public, her expression darkening. The matriarch of the Lin family trembled as she pointed at Xiao Longyang. The son-in-law has overstepped. Does he think he can defy the heavens just because outsiders are present? Rest assured, this is indeed the truth, Xiao Longyang confidently assured. At that moment, he had not closely examined the jade pendant in his possession. Had he done so, he might have discerned some clues. However, his confidence in his abilities was unwavering. After all, the pendant had been with him all along, leaving no room for unforeseen circumstances. Surely, the jade pendant in his hand could not be authentic. Yang Hui, observing Xiao Longyang's self-assured demeanor, could not help but whisper, "Is it truly genuine?" Authenticity cannot be disguised, nor can falsehoods be made true. The genuine article is right here with me. Zhao Yunhai revealed a jade pendant identical to the one in Xiao Longyang's grasp. "Xiao Yan, come here." Zhao Yunhai beckoned Yang Yan closer. There exists a certain form of pretentiousness wherein one remains silent, merely seated, yet effortlessly draws the gaze of all towards oneself. "What troubles you, brother-in-law?" Yang Yan, having grown accustomed to addressing him as such, obediently leaned in closer. After some instructions from Zhao Yunhai, Yang Yan's eyes sparkled with increasing clarity, nodding in agreement. "I understand, brother-in-law. Rest assured and watch." He accepted the jade pendant handed to him and stood quietly beside Sister Hui, patiently awaiting his moment to shine. Young Master Zhao contemplated the authenticity of the item. Old Master Hong, in the presence of the crowd, sought young Master Zhao's opinion. Should Zhao declare it genuine? Even a counterfeit could be proclaimed as authentic. Conversely, if Zhao deemed it false, it would suggest that this son-in-law, Zhao Xiao, is not impressed. And even if it were genuine, it would be rendered false by his words. His decision to intervene was not merely to authenticate the object in Xiao Longyang's possession, but rather because Zhao Xiao is Lin Siyun's cousin, a relationship he valued greatly. As an employee of the Zhao family, pleasing Zhao Xiao was not a matter of financial gain, but rather a matter of principle. Xiao Longyang, the husband of Lin Siyun, faced public reproach. Despite his status as a son-in-law, any connection to Zhao Xiao justified old Master Hong's involvement, a moment to lend his discerning eye. The old man's actions silenced the crowd, as he was merely a minor employer. Thus, offering a smile was entirely appropriate. In contrast, Xiao Longyang wore a mask of disappointment, unable to reconcile the esteemed reputation of old Master Hong with his current demeanor. He failed to consider that this was, after all, a figure of authority who surely did not lounge idly at home. While I may not possess the keenest insight, my extensive exposure to such matters has granted me the ability to discern the truth. Although I did not personally examine the item, I was confident in identifying it as counterfeit. Zhao Yunhai, with a knowing glance at old Master Hong, remarked, "Truth and falsehood intermingle. It falls upon the well-versed." Like old Master Hong, to discern the reality. Old Master Hong was no fool. His increasing astuteness allowed him to grasp the underlying implications of Zhao's words, and he regretted stepping forward. He had failed to anticipate the discord between Zhao Xiao and Xiao Longyang. Regret washed over him as the crowd's attention shifted towards him. Zhao Yunhai's statement had effectively defined the situation. Even if Xiao Longyang's jade pendant were 99% genuine, they could easily twist the narrative and assert it as false. What constitutes authority? In this setting, young Master Zhao's words carried undeniable weight. Luoyang, once an ancient capital, was home to individuals who understood what the Zhao family represented, a symbol of strength, wealth, and power. The Zhao family had bestowed this land upon the Yang family. Thus, no Zhao clan members resided here. Yet, with a mere utterance from the Zhao family, they could reclaim all that the Yang family possessed. I asserted that if such a prominent figure as young Master Zhao declares a counterfeit, then this mere son-in-law dares to deceive old Lady Lin with a fake. Truly, a misfortune for the family. Young Master Zhao's words are undoubtedly credible. Given his background, he could afford to play with such objects daily without the need to deceive us. The spectators, eager for gossip, incessantly provoked and ridiculed Xiao Longyang in a bid to curry favor with Zhao Xiao. How can you ascertain the truth without verification? Xiao Longyang scoffed, addressing a group of individuals lacking discernment as they approached old Master Hong. They implored him to reveal the facts. Zhao Yunhai was merely an ignorant young master, foolishly believing himself formidable, yet he was nothing more than that. Rest assured, I shall handle this without your reminders. Old Master Hong stated professionally, instructing those beside him to retrieve identification tools to authenticate the jade pendant in front of the gathered crowd. Upon examining it, Old Master Hong's gaze sharpened, astonishment etched on his face as he looked at Xiao Longyang. What? Speak plainly, without hesitation, he urged. Believing that Old Master Hong had discerned the pendant's true value and was taken aback, Xiao Longyang spread his hands, brimming with pride. However, Old Master Hong merely sneered, carelessly tossing the pendant onto a nearby table. I must declare, this pendant is utterly counterfeit. It would fetch no more than 20 coins in the market. Xiao Longyang's face stiffened, and without a moment's thought, he vehemently protested. That is impossible. You, old man, are clearly biased towards Zhao Yunhai. He claims it is fake, and you echo him. You're simply inverting right and wrong. Silence, Xiao Longyang. I am profoundly disappointed in you, Lin Suyun exclaimed, unable to contain her anger, striking Xiao Longyang across the face. Still unsatisfied, she retaliated with another slap. Chapter 68. The Return of the Shura. Reclaiming the Shura Hall, Xiao Longyang, clutching his face, raised his eyes, gazing at her with defiance. The first time could be forgiven, but now you dare to strike me again? Anger twisted his features as he inhaled deeply, striving for composure. Why do you not trust me? That pendant is worth a fortune. Can it truly be dismissed as false based solely on his word? Xiao Longyang regarded Lin Siyun with deep discomfort, realizing that after 3 years, she harbored no semblance of marital affection or trust towards him. She failed to reflect on how much he had concealed. What do you want me to believe in you? Can a counterfeit really deceive me? Lin Siyun glared at him with an icy demeanor, her face as cold as frost. Zhao Yunhai rose and approached slowly, drawing the attention of the crowd. Cousin, do not be too upset. A son-in-law like this is hardly worth keeping. After all, what purpose does he serve? Noticing his cousin's inclination towards divorce, he seized the opportunity to suggest it as a parting gift for her. Yang Hui stepped beside Zhao Yunhai, gently reassuring Lin Siyun. Come now, let your cousin handle this. Let us return to our seats. Lin Siyun nodded appreciatively. Thank you, sister-in-law. Not at all, Yang Hui replied as she guided Lin Siyun back to her previous seat. Yang Hui preferred to avoid entanglements in such matters. She needed no deeper understanding, for she was content knowing that Zhao Yunhai was her man. Whatever he instructed her to do, she would comply, and the rest was of no concern to her. Zhao Yunhai cast a fleeting glance before withdrawing his gaze, turning instead towards Xiao Longyang. A counterfeit is merely a counterfeit. No matter how genuine it may appear, its true nature will eventually be unveiled. Hey, Zhao Yunhai, what do you amount to? He scoffed, just a pampered scion, recklessly abusing your lineage. Xiao Longyang abruptly raised his head, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The ferocity of his gaze startled the elderly Lady Lin, who, realizing she had been intimidated by a seemingly worthless son-in-law, felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. How audacious! You, a mere son-in-law, think you can defy me? She shouted, her voice laced with indignation. Even if the heavens were to flip, what of it? In an instant, Xiao Longyang shed his former persona of a useless son-in-law, transforming into a bloodthirsty warrior. Lady Lin could not fathom this sudden shift in demeanor. The image of the ineffectual son-in-law had been ingrained in her memory for 3 long years. This was merely an act, she thought. Ah, so you wish to rebel, do you? From this day forth, you are cast out from the Lin family. Leave, and you shall be nothing. In Luoyang, you'll find no sanctuary. Xiao Longyang, taken aback, could hardly believe that his 3 years of devotion had been in vain. Not a shred of sentiment left. He questioned incredulously. Lady Lin let out a derisive snort. Sentiment? After the uproar you've caused today, any bond from the past 3 years is irrevocably severed. You must restore my honor. That jade pendant is authentic. It is you and your ilk who are blind to its worth. A cold smile crept across Xiao Longyang's lips. His eyes filled with disdain as he regarded the crowd, embodying an air of enlightened superiority. At last, Yang Yin seized his moment to step into the limelight. Ajat pendant? What a farce. This pendant is one of a kind. Yours, which has been left untouched, pales in comparison to mine. Truly invaluable. Yang Yin approached the assembly, showcasing the exquisite pendant he held, its cord of unparalleled craftsmanship. Compared to Xiao Lonyang's, it was as if one were gazing upon the heavens versus the earth. With Yang Yin's permission, the crowd eagerly reached out, touching the genuine pendant, then the counterfeit, instantly perceiving the stark contrast between the two. How could a mere son-in-law possibly acquire such a pendant? Thankfully, young Master Zhao possesses the real deal. Otherwise, this son-in-law would have deceived us all. Indeed, it is remarkable jade. The texture is unparalleled. I must investigate jade varieties upon my return and procure one for my own enjoyment. Next time, I shall take you to a jade market where treasures are unearthed daily. Is that so? I'm most grateful. After the crowd had examined the pendants, Xiao Lonyang felt as though they were performing for him, so he took it upon himself to inspect the pieces. However, he soon realized something was amiss. It is impossible. You must have switched them, he exclaimed. How could it be mere coincidence that you possess identical jade pendants? Seizing upon what he perceived as a flaw in their scheme, Xiao Lonyang raised his voice. Look, if it were not a switch, could it truly be mere chance? He then turned his gaze toward Zhao Yunhai, a faint smirk dancing upon his lips. You did not foresee that your plan is riddled with inconsistencies. Zhao Yunhai merely cast him a dismissive glance. You, a mere son-in-law, will find no foothold in the realms of the 9 provinces. What does this minuscule place of Luoyang amount to? I will ensure your complete eradication throughout the 9 provinces. Does he even deserve an explanation? Such nonsense. Not a single person among the crowd doubted Zhao Xiao's assertions. The Zhao family possesses that capability, and everyone present is acutely aware of it. Zhao Xiao declared his agreement, stating that he would completely ostracize Xiao Lonyang. Count me in. Although my influence may not rival that of those in attendance, I can certainly write to discredit him. Yang Yin Zhugelet, having been informed of this matter by his brother-in-law long ago, and merely scoffed. We were simply aware of your purchase of counterfeit goods, which is why we specifically brought this jade pendant to prevent everyone from being deceived. Regardless of the circumstances, the crowd stood united behind Zhao Xiao, affirming his words. My brother-in-law possesses a good heart. Were it me, I would have exposed you on the spot and made your life a living hell. I underestimated you, Zhao Yunhai. Xiao Lonyang noticed that his opponent's response was clearly premeditated. The 3-year deadline has expired. Azura, how much longer do you intend to hide here? A voice echoed from outside, and soon a group clad in black trench coats appeared. Leading them was a middle-aged man accompanied by a striking young woman with fiery red lips. Azura? Could it be the Azura Palace? Old Madame Lin remained remarkably composed. Had it not been for Zhao Yunhai, she would have regarded the Azura Palace as a lifeline. Yet before the Zhao family, the Azura Palace holds no significance. After 3 years of silence, they unexpectedly re-emerge here. One among them gasped in shock. From their words, it seemed Azura had been hiding among us. Who could it be? I have no idea. Azura has achieved remarkable feats abroad. I initially thought he was dead, but it appears he is still alive. That is Azura, an entity of unknown strength. The crowd buzzed with speculation, largely ignoring the son-in-law Xiao Lonyang. Who could have imagined that such a formidable Azura would take on the role of a son-in-law in the Lin family? Everyone present was familiar with one another. There was no Azura here. Old Madame Lin approached the group, wary of the unfriendly newcomers, contemplating that Xiao Hai was also present and that she must ensure his safety. The woman in black trench coat disregarded old Madame Lin entirely, pushing her aside to kneel before Xiao Lonyang. The 3-year deadline has passed. I, Zhuke, beseech Azura to return and reclaim leadership of the Azura Palace. I, Xuanwu, implore Azura to return and reclaim leadership of the Azura Palace. We, the Azura, request Azura to return and reclaim leadership of the Azura Palace. Following this, the middle-aged man and the others from the Azura Palace knelt down in unison, proclaiming loudly. They had set off timed fireworks in their vehicle. I wish to witness a grand fireworks display to send them off to the heavens. Zhao Yunhai observed the unfolding scene, his eyes glinting coldly as he ended the call he had just made. Chapter 69. Guess where I've tracked you down? Since we're here, how can we not celebrate? After all, he is my cousin's husband. It is only fitting to present him with a token of greeting before the divorce. Zhao Yunhai planned to invite Azura to enjoy the fireworks with him, hoping he would find it pleasing. Meanwhile, old Madame Lin stared in shock at them, unable to believe her ears, stiffly turning her head to gaze at the useless son-in-law standing before them. The son-in-law of the Lin family, who had just been cast out, turned out to be the Azura? This is unfathomable. How audacious to show disrespect to the Azura. The middle-aged man, who called himself Xuanwu, immediately reprimanded the elderly matriarch of the Lin family for her insolence. Lin Siyun's pupils constricted in disbelief. The seemingly useless husband she had looked down upon was, in fact, the lord of the Azura Palace. The onlookers instinctively took a step back, unable to fathom the vast disparity in status. How could they reconcile the fact that the Lin family's son-in-law was none other than the formidable Azura? The thought of their earlier mockery sent a chill down many spines. Xiao Longyang observed the astonished expressions of the crowd with great satisfaction, a smirk slowly curling his lips. The 3-year period had concluded. The crooked-mouthed Azura had re-emerged. As the classic scene unfolded, Zhao Yunhai would not allow Xiao Longyang to bask in his newfound glory unchallenged. With a sudden clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "What a clever strategy the Azura employs." After spending 3 years in the Lin family, enduring the humiliation of being a son-in-law, was it all for the Lin family's wealth? Pausing dramatically, Zhao Yunhai feigned surprise, suggesting that perhaps he was simply a bit unhinged and deserving of ridicule. The laughter from Qiu Lao, Lu Lao, and Du El-yun echoed in agreement. Though the Azura's prowess surpassed theirs, the four felt unperturbed, confident in Yunhai's hidden strengths. "You seek your own demise," Zhu Ke declared, rising in anger to strike at Zhao Yunhai for his humiliation of the Azura. However, to Zhao Yunhai, Zhu Chue's speed was insufficient. He merely raised 2 fingers, unleashing a wave of inner energy. The fate of a woman who sought death would be no different from that of a man. Before Zhao Yunhai, there was only one path, death. The Azura's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Zhao Yunhai was a master in his own right. The master's strength was tenfold that of the Azura, a staggering advantage far beyond what the Azura could surmount. "Be careful," the Azura warned, but in a critical moment. He collided with Zhu Ke, altering the trajectory of the attack from his heart to his chest. This inner energy was eerily familiar. It bore the same origin as his own. What a pity that the strike had strayed from its intended mark. Zhao Yunhai shrugged, feigning regret. Yet the gleam of amusement in his eyes betrayed his intention to toy with the Azura and his companions. "Are you all right, Xiaohai?" The elderly matriarch of the Lin family gasped, her heart nearly stopping at the sight of Zhu Chue's attack. Even Qiu Lao and the others were taken aback, rushing to shield Yunhai. Zhu Chue's strength was formidable, clearly indicative of someone from the Azura Palace, a name that struck terror abroad. "Yunhai, you must leave. We will hold them off," Qiu Lao and Lu Lao resolutely declared, prepared to sacrifice themselves to buy Yunhai a few precious seconds to escape. Du El-yun and El-buyun hesitated only for a moment before silently positioning themselves in front of Yunhai. Although their strength was meager, they had enjoyed Yunhai's generous support during this period, lacking for nothing in martial resources. If 2 individuals depart, they will inevitably face the wrath of the Zhao clan. Conversely, should they remain, there exists a chance for ascension. Between life and death lies both profound terror and immense fortune. Zhao Yunhai cast a deliberate glance at Du Lu and El-buyun. Though he deemed their prowess lacking, he keenly observed their current actions. Weakness is not fearsome. Rather, the absence of self-awareness in one's weakness is truly alarming. Zhao Yunhai could easily elevate both to the innate stage, a mere utterance away for him. The depth of resources still extant within the Zhao clan, capable of forging formidable warriors, remains unknown to most. The centuries of accumulation are beyond the imagination of many. Only the core members of the Zhao clan comprehend that the latent energy they harbor, once unleashed, could upend the entire world. Thus, Zhao Yunhai was aware from the outset that he was the ultimate antagonist whom all protagonists would ultimately confront. Meanwhile, the Yang clan, initially mere spectators, hastily moved to protect young Master Zhao. This time, the Yang clan sent only one peak postnatal warrior, yet none faltered in their resolve. They understood that should anything befall young Master Zhao in Luoyang, the Zhao clan would unleash their fury, and the Yang clan would cease to exist. Cousin, take the old lady away. Elder Qiu, step aside. It is merely a shura. Why such tension? Zhao Yunhai pushed past the protective circle of four, confident in his strength. Knowing that a shura was no match for him, he could easily eliminate the shura now. Yet he had promised to show them fireworks, and could not go back on his word. The Yang clan found themselves at an impasse, unsure whether to retreat or remain, until Elder Qiu signaled for them to temporarily withdraw behind young Master Yin. I have notified the family. They will dispatch someone immediately, Yang Hui said as she approached Zhao Yunhai, linking her arm with his and speaking softly. Rest assured, would I undertake anything without confidence? Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but ruffle Yang Hui's hair affectionately. At that moment, Zhu Qiu's chest was pierced by Zhao Yunhai's internal force, creating a grievous wound. Xiao Longyang promptly sealed Zhu Qiu's meridians to prevent excessive bleeding. Shura, I apologize. It is my inadequacy. Had I provided more detailed intelligence back then, this would not have happened. Zhu Ke coughed up blood, forcing himself to speak amidst the spasms. For 3 years, he had felt unworthy of Shura's trust and guilty for the many brothers lost. Consumed by self-reproach day and night. I have never blamed you. Xiao Longyang sighed deeply, filled with remorse. Zhao Yunhai clicked his tongue, amiably interjecting, Hey, this is not the place for old reminiscences. The onlookers hastily retreated behind young Master Zhao, fully aware that the Zhao clan far surpassed the Shura Hall in strength. Even if Xiao Longyang had 100 times the courage, he would not dare to act against young Master Zhao. They could only feign authority. Now they could not leave. Should they do so, the Zhao clan's ire would befall them, leaving them no choice but to swallow their apprehensions and remain. Moreover, young Master Zhao appeared far from weak, truly worthy of being the heir to the Zhao clan's legacy. After Xiao Longyang entrusted Zhu Ke to Xuanwu, he rose to face Zhao Yunhai, his aura of mastery surging forth as he spoke with a calm demeanor. Zhao Yunhai, 3 years ago, my Shura palace suffered devastating losses, with even the White Tiger and Green Dragon perishing in battle. For the past 3 years, I have infiltrated the Lin family to uncover the truth of that incident. Can you guess what I have discovered? Hearing this, Zhao Yunhai stifled a laugh, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Are you suggesting that I, the Zhao clan, am responsible for your misfortunes? Do you truly believe you can stand against my family? At that moment, from the group behind Zhao Yunhai, several individuals tore away their human masks, revealing their true identities. Their figures shifted and appeared beside Zhao Yunhai. These individuals appear to be in their 50s, emanating an aura as profound as the ocean. The suffocating force of their internal energy swiftly suppressed Xiao Longyang's imposing presence, leaving the members of Shura Palace pale with fear. Grandmasters, Xiao Longyang gasped in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the four. It seemed that the Zhao clan could easily summon such formidable masters, indicating that they were far more formidable than he had imagined. His previous words were merely a feint, but unfortunately, his opponent was not so easily deceived. How had Zhao Yunhai prepared so thoroughly? Did he already know of Xiao Longyang's true identity? This realization was unsettling. Xiao Longyang had always been confident in his ability to conceal his identity while playing the role of the underdog. Unbeknownst to him, he had never truly been absent from the Zhao clan's intelligence network. For the past 3 years, no one had inquired about the information on Shura, and thus his identity had gathered dust in the shadows. Whenever Zhao Yunhai sought to uncover the truth, the information regarding Xiao Longyang would promptly resurface before him. Zhao Yunhai could not have been unprepared. The mobilization of grandmasters had stirred his father and the core family members. They had not obstructed his actions, but sought to understand the necessity of such a grand display. Would reinforcements be required? Was the operation secure? After Zhao Yunhai assured them that 4 grandmasters would suffice and that his safety was not in jeopardy, they begrudgingly relaxed. Zhao Yunhai was their treasured gem. Much like a royal family, the earlier successor was established within the Zhao clan, the greater the stability within the family. Should anything happen to Zhao Yunhai at this juncture, the future leadership of the Zhao clan would be shrouded in uncertainty. The current head of the Zhao clan had only one child, Zhao Yunhai. His uncle had but one daughter, whom he doted upon, and he himself had no aspirations for the position of head. Zhao Yunhai's other uncle was a carefree wanderer, often absent from home, and had not even married, let alone had children. While there were ambitious individuals within the Zhao clan, the practice of designating a successor at birth had effectively quashed their aspirations. In earlier times, there would have been at least 3 descendants of the current head, allowing for a replacement should any issues arise with the successor. However, with Zhao Yunhai in jeopardy, there was no possibility of substitution. If Zhao Hong I still wishes to procreate, it shall require a cultivation period of over a decade or 2, and it is entirely possible that the offspring may not even be a son. What if it turns out to be a daughter? Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that Zhao Yunhai's fate bears significant weight on the security of the entire Zhao clan. Xiao Longyang's declaration of Great Master caused a momentary pause among those present. A martial arts grandmaster is a rarity, seldom seen in a century, particularly in modern times. Those who have achieved the pinnacle of martial prowess are already extraordinary, let alone the rumored grandmasters. How could the world transform so drastically, presenting them with not 1, but 4 grandmasters? The Zhao clan's power is indeed formidable. The strength they had imagined was merely the tip of the iceberg, far exceeding their initial expectations. However, Zhao Xiao's approach to confronting the Azura is truly grand. Enlisting 4 grandmasters, the Azura stands no chance of escape. Yang Yin quietly inquired of Sister Hui, "Sister, how is it that my brother-in-law can so casually summon such formidable grandmasters?" The Zhao clan is indeed powerful. It is well known that in the Yang family, there are only 4 grandmasters known to Yang Yin. For his brother-in-law to summon 4 so effortlessly is beyond the capabilities of the Yang clan. Zhao Yunhai turned his neck, gazing at the furious Xiao Longyang, and suddenly let out a laugh. "I have stated it before, in the 9 provinces, there is no place for you, Azura. Xiao Longyang, what have you accomplished in these 3 years? Do you think the Zhao clan remains unaware? Every one of your actions has been observed by us." Zhao Yunhai gestured with his fingers towards Xiao Longyang, likening him to a mere insect, aimlessly crawling about. Silence. Xiao Longyang, unable to contain his fury, erupted. For 3 years, he had diligently investigated past events, yet here he was, rendered insignificant by another's words. How could he not be enraged? "Is it you? Is it true that the Zhao clan harbors resentment for my past rejection?" He bellowed. "May the Azura lead us once more to avenge the Azure Dragon and White Tiger," shouted a member of the black-clad Azura Hall from behind Xiao Longyang. "Indeed, who dared to challenge us abroad back then? The Zhao clan is but a trifling matter to extinguish. Exterminate them. Exterminate them." These members of the Azura Hall were oblivious to the true significance of the Zhao clan, knowing only that the Azura was omnipotent. Only Xuanwu remained somewhat composed, possessing a modicum of understanding regarding the Zhao clan. "Master Azura, should we not first retreat and devise our plans?" Xuanwu suggested softly, supporting Zhu Ke as he stood behind the Master Azura. "The situation is more formidable than any individual. Now that the Azura has returned, once he re-enters the Azura Hall, he shall be like a dragon plunging into the sea, unrestrained by any. No, the truth of these 3 years is at hand. I must know it, regardless of the risks." Xiao Longyang resolutely shook his head. "Though it may be perilous, the pursuit of truth is a risk worth taking." Xuanwu ceased speaking, silently standing behind the Master Azura. No matter what decision the Azura makes, he would choose to support him unwaveringly. The remaining individuals, upon hearing the declarations of the Azura Hall members, felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Laughter felt inappropriate, yet silence was equally awkward. To annihilate the Zhao family? Who is this bumpkin making such grand claims? Yang Yin burst into laughter, exclaiming, this is the most amusing joke I have ever heard. To extinguish the Zhao clan? You think the Azura Hall is worthy? My Yang family could easily obliterate you. How pitiable it is to realize that the Azura Palace is merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Xiao Longyang cast a profound glance at his counterpart, inhaling deeply before fixing his gaze upon Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai, why do you remain silent? Is it truly your clan's doing? The bitterness in Xiao Longyang's voice, laden with years of resentment, elicited frowns from those who heard it. Zhao Yunhai smirked disdainfully, observing the sky darkening, and remarked, "Does my clan require cunning schemes to deal with you? Utterly laughable. To confront you, no intellect is necessary. If you wish to uncover the truth, then follow me." With that, Zhao Yunhai departed, taking Yang Hui with him, while the 4 grandmasters silently trailed behind. The 4 from Qiu hurriedly followed suit, their faces aglow with excitement. To receive guidance from a grandmaster would render their lives complete. Chapter 71. The fleeting feast of explosions, my lord Azura. This is a trap. You must not proceed. Xuanwu urged upon noticing the contemplative expression on the Azura's face. No, I must go. You all leave this place and find a secure, uninhabited location to await my return. Tend to Zhuke first. Do not go to a hospital here. It is untrustworthy. With a deep breath, Xiao Longyang recognized the necessity of his journey. He had compelling reasons to go. He turned to the individuals from the Azura Palace and issued commands. Obey the will of Azura. Xuanwu, left with no choice, led the others away from the Lin family estate. From this moment on, I have no ties with the Lin family, Xiao Longyang stated, his gaze complex as he looked at Lin Siyun and the matriarch. It is best that there are no ties. The matriarch huffed coldly. Having provoked the Zhao clan, Xiao Longyang's time was already limited. You and I are no longer connected. Our contract is hereby nullified. Lin Siyun and Xiao Longyang were not wed. Their relationship was merely contractual. After Lin Siyun publicly tore up the contract, the collateral branches of the Lin family realized they had been deceived for 3 years. However, given the current circumstances, it was not their place to voice their grievances. They could only swallow their indignation, for the Zhao clan was not to be trifled with. That matriarch, if only she had mentioned that Lin Siyun is Zhao Yunhai's cousin, what was the point of all this turmoil? Very well. Xiao Longyang's gaze turned icy, and he felt utterly disillusioned with Lin Siyun. From henceforth, they would be as strangers. Upon witnessing the Azura's departure, the guests began to take their leave, already burdened with enough events to ponder over for the rest of the day. Should we not go to my brother-in-law now? Yang Yin inquired of the remaining leaders aside from Yang Hui after leaving the Yang family. First, we return to the clan. This is beyond our capacity to participate in. Support from the clan should arrive shortly. The clan will not allow anything to happen to young Master Zhao. Otherwise, my Yang family would cease to exist. Yang Yan, aware of the gravity of the situation, promptly fell silent and drove home. Grandmother, can I not go to my cousin? Lin Suyun wished to seek out her cousin, for this turmoil stemmed from the Lin family, but she was halted by the matriarch. Your cousin is quite shrewd. Your presence would only be a hindrance. The Lin family, having secured protection through your cousin, has quelled any disturbances from distant relatives, and those who once eyed the Lin family with avarice will now retract their claws. The wise matriarch of the Lin family has lived long enough to see through the facades of life. Thus, Lin Siyun can only await news of her cousin from home. Luoyang is vast, yet there exists a vantage point that offers a comprehensive view of the city, the verdant Taiping Mountain to the north, with its lush trees and refreshing shade, serves as a perfect retreat from the summer heat. At the edge of a cliff facing east on Taiping Mountain, Zhao Yunhai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the sun having long set, the autumn breeze invigorating, and the night gradually descending. Zhao Yunhai gazed at the distant, bustling metropolis and remarked, "Countless souls yearn for urban splendor and the pursuit of wealth, unaware that those who have tasted such opulence often long for a life of tranquility, akin to that of wandering clouds and wild cranes. I seek only the truth of that bygone era. Let us dispense with idle chatter." Beside him, Xiao Longyang glared with an unfriendly expression. Hurrying is not a virtue. Zhao Yunhai replied with a smile, slowly raising his fingers and making a subtle motion. A beam of light projected from afar, showcasing an imminent display of fireworks, as stable as a cinema screen. Ensure everything is in order. Should anyone falter at a critical moment, I shall send them abroad. Not far below the cliff, Si Jinyan, having just applied insect repellent, repeatedly urged his subordinates to avoid any mishaps. Upon hearing the mention of going abroad, his subordinates became increasingly serious. What place is that for a person? Is Kyushu not delightful? Why endure hardship abroad? Xiao Hui, would you like to witness a splendid fireworks display? Zhao Yunhai tightened his embrace around Yang Hui, bending down to gaze at her with tenderness. I would, she replied, nodding earnestly, leaning against Zhao Yunhai while beginning to take photographs on her phone. She found the moment utterly romantic, wishing only that Xiao Longyang, the outsider, were not present. Zhao Yunhai's demeanor towards Yang Hui was unlike that with other women. He was generous with his affection. A woman as understanding as Yang Hui truly captured his heart. Do not waste time, Xiao Longyang interjected, his patience wearing thin, but was abruptly silenced by Zhao Yunhai's gesture to hush him. Patience is required to uncover the truth. My woman wishes to see the fireworks, so I kindly ask you to remain silent and not disturb us. Xiao Longyang's chest heaved with restrained anger, his gaze betraying a hint of danger. The limits of his forbearance were being tested as Zhao Yunhai flaunted his affection before him. Observing the four grand masters eyeing him, he suppressed his frustration, managing a sardonic smile. Who would have thought that a man so fickle could still attract a woman's affection? Truly astonishing. Yang Hui, overhearing this, could not let it slide, retorting, I know my man well. There is no need for others to remind me. I offer you a piece of advice. It is the living who endure the most torment. The dead find release in an instant. Xiao Longyang furrowed his brow, perplexed by the remark, but surmised it to be a mere mockery, and sneered in response. A woman enamored with vanity and power. Is this all? You offer me words of wisdom? In his heart, the legitimate daughter of the Yang family was merely an ordinary person. He yearned for a woman who pursued the freedom of love and the beauty of life. The Yang heiress, despite her exquisite appearance, lacked a heart that embraced freedom and grace. Allow me to impart a thought. Do you truly believe he will cherish you sincerely? Once the novelty fades, you will merely become one of his former flames, a fact that should not trouble Shura. Yang Hui buried her head deeply in Zhao Yunhai's embrace. His arms were indeed warm, and in that moment, she felt like the happiest woman alive. The future must be cultivated with one's own efforts, rather than through hearsay that leads to a loss of self-awareness. Zhao Yunhai cast a glance at Xiao Longyang, smirking with a click of his tongue. Concern for others' romantic lives was indeed a sign of Shura's idleness. Let us instead indulge in the spectacle of fireworks together. With a snap of his fingers, a blank projection materialized, revealing the periphery of Taiping Mountain, captured from high to low, where black vehicles lined the roads and members of the Shura Palace stood outside. Xuanwu and the recently awakened Zhuke conversed beside a vehicle. Zhuke, your injuries must be treated promptly. Otherwise, even if you recover, hidden dangers will linger. Xuanwu, Shura is here. I too shall wait for him. 3 years have passed. Do you know how I have endured this time? Zhao Yunhai, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but jest. It appears Shura's romantic entanglements are quite chaotic. A woman has waited for you for 3 years. Do you care? Xiao Longyang scoffed. Yet his gaze was fixated on Zhuke in the projection. How could he not care? However, the vendetta against his brothers remained unavenged, making romance an impossible pursuit. Yet, Zhao Yunhai broadcasting this scene. Did he intend to act against Zhuke? At this thought, Xiao Longyang swiftly turned to Zhao Yunhai. Cease this at once. I can agree to 3 requests. Just spare. Before he could finish, the screen was engulfed by the flames of an explosion. One could easily fathom the grim fate awaiting those at the center of such devastation. Even from where Zhao Yunhai stood, the distant roar of explosions echoed ominously. Zhao Yunhai, I want you dead. Xiao Longyang was rendered speechless by the scene before him, his heart aching incessantly. In the next moment, His mind was flooded with memories of his brothers and Zhuge sharing laughter. The master, in a fit of rage, unleashed his full power, the air crackling with the force of his strike, his inner strength erupting forth. Attack! The four grandmasters were not mere bystanders. They had long anticipated Xiao Longyang's move and responded in unison the moment he acted. Was it beautiful? The fireworks were fleeting, an ephemeral splendor. I hope you remember. You are the only woman who has witnessed this transient beauty, Zhao Yunhai murmured, holding Yang Hui, his chin resting atop her head. Is truly magnificent. Yang Hui squinted, nestled in his embrace, her eyes reflecting the brilliance of the fireworks. The beauty she cherished was intertwined with the romantic experience of watching the explosion alongside Zhao Yunhai. The casualties of the blast were of no concern to her. She cared only for his every word. He said that in this moment, she was the one and only. How wonderful. Chapter 72. Everything is within calculation. The sweetness shared between the two is overshadowed by one's sorrow. Xiao Longyang's emotions have shifted from the joy of reuniting with his brother to the torment following the explosion, leaving him in anguish. Is this the extent of your prowess, Xiao Longyang? With such youth and masterful strength, to not ally with the Zhao clan would be a colossal waste of your martial talents. Let Xiao Hai perish. What strength are you trying to muster? Moreover, he previously rejected our Zhao clan's invitation. Indeed, having spurned us once, the Zhao clan shall not extend a second opportunity. The four grandmasters exchanged sinister chuckles, eliciting a grimace from Zhao Yunhai. Could it be that our side is regarded as the antagonists? Observing the four elder clan members with their benign visages, he was perplexed by their laughter. Meanwhile, Xiao Longyang, besieged by the four, was struggling immensely. Had he faced merely one grandmaster, he might have stood a chance. However, the combined might of four grandmasters far exceeded his limits. Xiao Longyang did possess a contingency plan, one that would allow him to escape at a certain cost. The essence of the carefree wanderer had been grasped by him. Zhao Yunhai was acutely aware of Xiao Longyang's hidden means, for he understood the intricacies of the carefree wanderer more profoundly than his opponent. Yet, having lost his brothers in the recent explosion, the desire for vengeance eclipsed any thoughts of retreat. I harbor no enmity towards you. Why expend such effort to target me? He questioned. Furthermore, you promised to reveal the truth. Does the Zhao clan intend to renege on their word? Elders, please cease your assault. At Zhao Yunhai's command, the four grandmasters instantly halted, dispersing to encircle Xiao Longyang's potential escape routes. Wait here for me, Zhao Yunhai instructed Yang Hui, moving forward alone. Xiao Hai, it's dangerous, an elder grandmaster warned as he attempted to prevent Zhao Yunhai from approaching Xiao Longyang. Elder, I know the stakes. Zhao Yunhai gently brushed aside the elder's obstruction and advanced resolutely. Are you not afraid I might take you hostage, or are you simply overconfident in your abilities? Xiao Longyang was cognizant of Zhao Yunhai's grandmaster status, yet he believed that even a grandmaster like him would not prove a match for his own strength. Zhao Yunhai gazed steadily at Xiao Longyang and spoke slowly. I am a man of my word. The truth from years past is that you obstructed the paths of certain individuals. The true culprits behind your troubles are the nefarious entities from the beautiful nation. Your Azura Hall has encroached upon their business too extensively. Were you aware of this, Zhao clan? Xiao Longyang fixed Zhao Yunhai with a cold, penetrating glare, his anger now directed squarely at him. He felt that had the Zhao clan issued a warning, the Azura Hall would not have faced such calamity. The previous orders placed with the Azura Hall had been fulfilled flawlessly, yet when the Azura Hall encountered trouble, the Zhao clan turned a blind eye. Black Hand Company. Xiao Longyang silently committed this name to memory. Why did you not inform us of your knowledge? Was our previous collaboration not satisfactory? His eyes brimmed with hatred as he demanded answers. Why? Zhao Yunhai, perplexed by Xiao Longyang's mental state, pointed at his head and asked, whatever is going on in there? Although we bear no animosity towards each other, it does not imply that our intelligence is freely given. Moreover, did your Azura Hall not reject my Zhao family's overture? What reason do we have to assist you? Merely based on our previous transaction? You must understand that in matters of commerce, we owe you not a single coin. Zhao Yunhai chuckled derisively, mocking, "Aren't you quite capable? With over 50,000 henchmen under the Black Hand Company, I am curious how you plan to seek revenge?" In an instant, the foolish figure of Zhu Ke resurfaced in Xiao Longyang's mind, and his heart felt as if it were being cleaved. It has been 3 years. She waited 3 long years for me, and now, after a mere meeting, we are separated by death. The bitterness is unbearable. To eradicate the roots of enmity is a principle that I trust your Azura Hall fails to grasp. Engaging in that old adage of sparing wives and children will ultimately lead to ruin. Zhao Yunhai's lengthy discourse stemmed from his desire to mold Xiao Longyang into his pawn. Should the Black Hand Company be eliminated, business for his mother would flourish even more. Eventually, he would inherit her enterprise, and once the Black Hand is no more, he could extend his own company, Tiangong, overseas. The profits left in the wake of the Black Hand would suffice to sustain Tiangong for some time. This was an opportunity he had been orchestrating since he first laid eyes on Xiao Longyang's adversary's dossier. Hatred is a potent force. It can drive one to madness, cloud judgment, and incite uncharacteristic actions. The protagonist? There is no need for them to be confined to the mundane. Their role is to stir the pot. And those who understand know where such a figure belongs. For grandmasters, do you truly believe you can escape with merely your mastery? Zhao Yunhai intended to leverage the protagonist to become a key contributor to his expansion. Not even a figure as revered as Jesus could intervene. Whether you can escape is not for you to decide. Xiao Longyang was acutely aware that with 4 grandmasters present, his ambition to eliminate Zhao Yunhai had no chance of realization. The Zhao family may be numerous, yet I lurk in the shadows while you remain exposed. I shall see if your Zhao family can truly guard against thieves for 100 days. As Xiao Longyang unleashed his inner strength like a torrent, his figure morphed into an ethereal shadow as he attempted to flee. However, Zhao Yunhai was already aware of the lightness technique Xiao Longyang intended to employ for his escape. This was the drifting dragon step, a pinnacle skill from the latter part of the carefree journey. Where do you think you're going? The 4 grandmasters were not mere decorations. The moment Xiao Longyang unleashed all his inner power in a desperate bid for escape, they acted instantly. "Get away from me!" Xiao Longyang bellowed, transforming his fists into palms, forcefully breaking through the blockade of one grandmaster. In that fleeting moment, his speed surged, and he became a mere shadow darting forward. Damn it, he got away. The elder, momentarily repelled by Xiao Longyang, was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the fact that Xiao Longyang's strike had managed to push him back. Pursue him. The 4 had failed to notice that Xiao Hai had vanished. The protagonist's strength lies in the explosive power they manifest in critical moments. Xiao Longyang undoubtedly possessed the potential to break through the barriers of mastery and ascend to the Grandmaster stage during life-threatening trials. Yet, Xiao Longyang remained oblivious to his role as the protagonist. Naturally, Zhao Yunhai would not grant him such an opportunity. "Xiao Longyang, where do you think you're running off to?" Just as a cold smile curved upon Xiao Longyang's lips, a voice emerged from beside him, startling him into a quick glance. "Zhao Yunhai, how could you possibly keep up with my speed?" Xiao Longyang's astonished tone sharpened. The carefree roaming, the gliding dragon steps, truly one of the pinnacle lightness martial arts. This was Zhao Yunhai's first time demonstrating such skills. While Xiao Longyang needed to unleash his full potential to achieve this speed, Zhao required no such effort. Trying to deceive me? Xiao Longyang was not easily convinced. He shifted his hand into a peculiar claw gesture, launching a direct attack toward him. Chapter 73. Treading upon the Azura, Zhao Yunhai's direct involvement stemmed from the fact that the protagonist was exceptionally strong, for grandmasters might struggle to contend with such formidable prowess. Moreover, Xiao Longyang still held some utility. After all, a powerful protagonist was a rare find that should not be squandered. Now, having lost everything, Xiao Longyang might have become an uncontrollable factor in the eyes of others. Yet, in Zhao Yunhai's perspective, the current Xiao Longyang was more manageable. For Zhao was aware that Xiao Longyang's singular focus was revenge. He was the epitome of purity, and pure individuals are often the easiest to control. Is that Xiao Hai? How did he manage to come before us? Let us hurry. Is this really Xiao Hai? How could he match Xiao Longyang blow for blow? Xiao Hai had recently accessed the family's hidden library, yet it was inconceivable that he could possess such strength in such a short span. Could it be that he had been concealing his talents all along? Hurry, lest Xiao Hai gets hurt. Xiao Longyang is experienced in battle, and should he employ any devious tactics, Xiao Hai could be in peril. The four grandmasters pursuing them suddenly noticed that Xiao Hai was indeed evenly matched with Xiao Longyang. Their surprise palpable. Have you not realized? Xiao Hai is not employing the Zhao family's martial arts. Indeed, Xiao Hai's techniques mirrored those of Xiao Longyang, perhaps even surpassing them. If we disregard speed and strength, they're like reflections in a mirror, each engaging in a duel with their own hands. I have witnessed such a phenomenon for the first time in my many years. The four understood that Xiao Hai could not have engaged without cause. They did not attempt persuasion, but encircled the two combatants instead. When did you secretly learn my martial arts? Seeing his own carefree, roaming replicated by the opponent. Even with a deeper understanding, Xiao Longyang's expression darkened considerably. To say secretly learned is too harsh. Do you truly believe your martial arts are unparalleled in this world? Zhao Yunhai snorted coldly, utilizing his internal energy to unleash the Azure Dragon Claw, manifesting the fury of the dragon's talon amidst the illusions. This was a visualization achievable only through profound understanding of martial techniques. Xiao Longyang's countenance shifted as he executed his own Azure Dragon Claw. Unfortunately, there remained discrepancies between their techniques. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Longyang retreated repeatedly, only to discover a bloody claw mark adorning his shoulder. This martial art was not an inherent trait of the carefree roaming. It belonged to a warrior who had fallen at his hands. At this juncture, Xiao Longyang gazed at Zhao Yunhai in astonishment. How did this individual achieve such a feat? While coincidences exist in the world, such an occurrence is undeniably improbable. The opponent's mastery of the art of carefree wandering surpasses my own, and even in the recent clash of the Azure Dragon's claws, I found myself woefully outmatched. I underestimated my adversary's strength, resulting in this wound upon my body. This is indeed a formidable opponent. I fear I am no match for him. For reasons unknown, Xiao Longyang has drawn this inescapable conclusion of inferiority in his heart. Zhao Yunhai retrieved a tissue, meticulously wiping the blood from his fingers, and remarked to himself, "It is astonishing that a renowned Azura cannot even contend with an obscure individual like myself. It appears the accolades bestowed from the outside are greatly exaggerated." The four elders observing the match were utterly astonished. The surprises Xiao Hai delivered that night were plentiful. It was a well-known fact within the Zhao clan that Xiao Hai had previously harbored a disdain for martial arts. His recent revelation of an interest in training had delighted the clan's elders immensely. Should word of Xiao Hai's mastery reach the clan, the elders would undoubtedly hasten from their seclusion to personally guide him. Initially, it was thought that the Zhao clan would navigate the new era with relative ease for decades. However, it now seems that Xiao Hai's extraordinary talent is unparalleled in a millennium. A 21-year-old master is unprecedented in Zhao history. The youngest recorded master in the clan's lineage was a mere 23. Exchanging glances, the four elders found it difficult to contain their emotions. Do not underestimate others. When I was carving my path, you were likely unaware of where I was finding my pleasures. How could a pampered scion of a prestigious family comprehend the arduous efforts we endure in our training? What I have experienced is beyond your comprehension. Xiao Longyang's face darkened, and he charged forward, shouting, "Had I enjoyed the privileged background of Zhao Yunhai, my innate talents would surely have elevated me beyond mere mastery." Zhao Yunhai, in contrast, found amusement in the situation. Is this the protagonist's understanding? The Zhao clan's legacy spans thousands of years. With countless sacrifices made and the blood and sweat of many ancestors soaking into the land of Jiuzhou, it is this effort that has shaped the Zhao clan of today. The glory of the Zhao clan and its accomplishments in Jiuzhou are not something an ordinary individual can surpass through mere decades of effort. Can you, a mere Azura, dare to challenge this? What a farce! Zhao Yunhai laughed heartily, unleashing his full power. The strength of a master, magnified tenfold, surged forth like an unending torrent. With fluid grace, he glided like a dragon, shifting forms in an instant. In a moment, Xiao Longyang widened his eyes in astonishment. Zhao Yunhai's figure appeared like a comet at his side. Just as Xiao Longyang intended to evade, his reaction proved too sluggish. In Zhao Yunhai's perspective, he was painfully slow. A strike as precise as a hammer landed heavily. Xiao Longyang felt his very core quake violently. "I could easily end your life," Zhao Yunhai sneered coldly, seizing the opponent's neck, forcing him to face forward, and with a sinister grin, launched a powerful knee strike upward. Xiao Longyang found himself unable to reflect on the condition of his own kidneys. An immediate surge of bile surged within him, rising uncontrollably, and he could not help but spew saliva uncontrollably. "Oh!" Xiao Longyang's eyes widened in agony, his vision turning white as he expelled the contents of his stomach. The Taishan fist, Zhao Yunhai's fist, imbued with internal energy, pulsated with power as it struck with a ferocity that was both unsettling and overwhelming. This punch landed squarely on Xiao Longyang's back. In that fleeting moment, Xiao Longyang attempted to evade the blow, but it proved utterly futile. Zhao Yunhai's attack came with tenfold speed, strength, and intensity, beyond what Xiao Longyang could withstand. However, Zhao Yunhai had no intention of killing Xiao Longyang. He understood him far better than Xiao Longyang understood himself. Under the force of this strike, Xiao Longyang collapsed to the ground, motionless. Observing this, Zhao Yunhai placed a foot upon Xiao Longyang's head, repeatedly trampling him, ensuring he consumed a mouthful of soil to counterbalance the excess fluid in his brain that could easily lead to confusion. The top-tier external technique, the golden steel bones, must not have been cultivated in vain. Faking death was not a prudent habit. Zhao Yunhai rested his arm on his knee, gazing down at the unmoving Xiao Longyang beneath his foot, and teased him. Chapter 74. One sentence that led to the downfall of the protagonist lying on the ground. Pretending to be dead, Xiao Longyang felt his heart plummet as his opponents saw through his recent defensive maneuvers. He had vastly underestimated Zhao Yunhai's capabilities. How could he be so powerful? After venturing out for so long, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary. It seemed Zhao Yunhai possessed an intimate understanding of the martial arts Xiao Longyang had practiced, as if the recent battle had been a reflection of his own techniques. In fact, Zhao Yunhai's comprehension of martial arts surpassed his own. Time and again, he found himself at a disadvantage, a reality that struck Xiao Longyang hard. Did this mean he was truly inferior to this scion of a prestigious family? No. Xiao Longyang's heart cried out defiantly. He would not concede. Zhao Yunhai, a privileged child of a noble lineage, had surely amassed his strength through resources which could never compare to the hard-fought power Xiao Longyang had earned through relentless struggle. A burning desire for vengeance sustained him. Suddenly, Zhao Yunhai noticed a hand gripping his foot, and his expression revealed no hint of surprise. "Young Master Yun, there is still one person alive, and I have brought her," came the breathless voice of Si Jinyan, rushing towards them with his subordinates. "Oh, who is so fortunate?" Zhao Yunhai inquired, his calm gaze directed at Si Jinyan. Si Jinyan, intimidated by the intensity of Zhao Yunhai's stare, instinctively swallowed. "Young master, it is the woman from the Vermilion Bird. However, she has sustained grave injuries in the explosion and has lost consciousness. The Xuanwu who shielded her has perished on the spot." Upon hearing that Zhu Ke was not dead, Xiao Longyang felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, trembling with excitement as he attempted to lift his head. However, the demise of Xuanwu added another fracture to his already shattered heart. Zhao Yunhai forcefully pressed Xiao Longyang's head down, refusing to allow him to rise. "You brought her back to life?" Zhao Yunhai asked, locking his gaze on Si Jinyan. A sense of foreboding washed over Si Jinyan, pondering whether young master Yin no longer required the woman of Shura to threaten Shura itself. Surely, this would compel Shura to comply more readily. Had he misinterpreted the situation? "Young master, she is likely dead." Si Jinyan cautiously observed young master Yun's changing expression. "No, she is not dead. Zhao Yunhai, release her. She is merely a woman and poses no threat to you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Longyang's heart sank, as if it might cease to beat. he urgently protested. The thought that Zhu Ke was alive ignited a spark of hope within him. Yet, Zhao Yunhai's desire for Zhu Chua's demise was utterly intolerable. He could not bear to witness her death before his eyes. Very well, if she is dead, bury her here. It will serve as an explanation for us, Shura. Seemingly oblivious to Xiao Longyang's words, Zhao Yunhai smiled satisfactorily at Si Jinyan. Si Jinyan is quite astute. Had he been any dimmer, I would have had to find another. Understood, young master. Si Jinyan sighed with relief and promptly signaled his subordinates to dig a grave. Meanwhile, Zhu Ke was carelessly tossed to the ground by two of his obedient subordinates. The excruciating pain caused her to involuntarily murmur, "Zhu Ke, please wake up." Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Longyang struggled and shouted. He attempted to crawl toward her, his hands gripping the earth, clawing at the soil, leaving behind marks of desperation as he fought to advance. "Do you wish to witness your woman being buried?" Zhao Yunhai mused, producing a Huayang needle in his hand. The protagonist's extraordinary abilities had never truly waned. Rather, Zhao Yunhai relished employing the same powers against the same protagonists. The Huayang needle was among Zhao Yunhai's favorite techniques, capable of depleting an opponent's internal energy and restoring at will. Xiao Longyang's descent into the realm of the ordinary was but a fleeting thought for Zhao Yunhai. Utilizing a protagonist's own abilities against him, would the protagonist still possess the capacity for resistance? Zhao Yunhai, you dare? If I survive this day, I shall annihilate your Zhao clan. Though Xiao Longyang lay prostrate in the dirt, he remained resolute in threatening Zhao Yunhai. Yet, he was blissfully unaware that his threats only intensified Zhao Yunhai's murderous intent. Initially, Zhao Yunhai had no intention of killing Xiao Longyang, preferring to use him as a pawn. However, Xiao Longyang's recent words had struck a chord with Zhao Yunhai's desire for bloodshed. Annihilate my Zhao clan? Do you think I would grant you such an opportunity? In an instant, Zhao Yunhai unleashed the Huayang needle, robbing Xiao Longyang of his internal energy. Simultaneously, two needles struck Xiao Longyang's legs, rendering him immobile. Crawl, for your woman lies just before you. As Xiao Longyang, momentarily deprived of his inner strength and rendered incapacitated in his legs, heard the demonic whispers of Zhao Yunhai echoing in his ears, tears blurred his vision. Yet, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the motionless figure before him. He crawled forward, dragging his feeble legs with painstaking effort. Zhao Yunhai understood precisely how to provoke the protagonist into a state of explosive growth and was acutely aware that, for someone like Xiao Longyang, who could endure humiliation, the current situation remained insufficiently degrading. A mere pinch of seasoning was required to catalyze his transformation. However, Zhao Yunhai meticulously controlled this threshold, ensuring Xiao Longyang remained suspended in a state of torment, a mere puppet in his hands. Si Jinyan observed the approaching figure of the Azura and signaled his subordinates to hasten their digging. Just as Xiao Longyang reached the side of Zhu Ke, the pit was already prepared, with both Zhu Ke and Xiao Longyang ensnared within it. This was a pit of Xiao Longyang's own making. Zhao Yunhai had not coerced him into it. Zhu Ke, I have wronged you for 3 years. I am truly sorry, Xiao Longyang lamented, cradling Zhu Ke as he felt her shallow breaths, his heart bleeding. The protagonist's fortune was relentless. Had it not been for Zhao Yunhai, an unforeseen event might have transpired, granting Xiao Longyang salvation. Yet, the halo of the protagonist was ineffectual against Zhao Yunhai, for he was not of this world, but a singular embodiment of true villainy. Give it to me, Zhao Yunhai said, snatching the weapon from Si Jinyan's grasp. Xiao Longyang glared at Zhao Yunhai with a gaze rife with hatred, unleashing a roar of defiance. Evil deeds will eventually meet their reckoning. It is not that retribution does not come, but that the time has yet to arrive. One day, the Zhao clan will be overthrown and obliterated. Zhao Yunhai chuckled coldly, disengaged the safety on the weapon, and, with a calm demeanor, pulled the trigger at the two individuals in the pit. The sound of gunfire erupted repeatedly as an entire magazine was swiftly expended. Discarding the empty magazine, Zhao Yunhai extended his hand towards Si Jinyan, who promptly provided a new one. 3 more magazines followed in quick succession, each emptying its load into the bodies below. Zhao Yunhai then tossed the weapon to Si Jinyan, commanding, "Fire." One of Si Jinyan's subordinates hastily handed over a lighter, while two others poured prepared barrels of oil into the pit. Si Jinyan had anticipated this. After all, young Master Yin always came prepared with oil barrels. The lighter flicked to life, and as Zhao Yunhai tossed it forward, he uttered a final remark before turning to leave in the direction where Yang Hui awaited. According to custom, he would scatter the ashes here. The lighter, accompanied by a flicker of flame, landed atop the two corpses, igniting them in an inferno that blazed upward from the pit in a fierce conflagration. Chapter 75. I have actually reborn utilizing the agile steps of a dragon. Zhao Yunhai returned to Yang Hui's side, gently embracing her waist. Have you been waiting long? Let's go back and grab a late-night snack. Yang Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead and nestled against him. What would you like to eat? I can prepare it for you. It's quite late. Cooking would be rather inconvenient. Zhao Yunhai replied as he effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry, recognizing that Yang Hui was merely an ordinary person with limited stamina, making it easier to carry her along. Yang Hui nestled in his embrace. Inhaling the scent, she found intoxicating and comforting. All right, you can make it next time. It's too late for me to wait now. However, Zhao Yunhai found it bothersome and was disinclined to wait. Then I'll prepare it for you next time. Yang Hui acquiesced to his wishes, as she believed whatever her man said was paramount. That's more like it. Utilizing his lightness skill, Zhao Yunhai returned to the outer roads of Taiping Mountain, where the traces of the explosion had been meticulously cleared away. Not even a shard of glass from the vehicle remained. This was indeed the work of professionals. Even if an investigation were to ensue, it would be impossible to ascertain what had transpired. All that could be concluded was that the vehicle had inexplicably vanished from this location. The four great masters appeared behind Zhao Yunhai, brimming with excitement. Xiao Hai, you have bestowed upon us countless surprises. To achieve such prowess at your age is an unprecedented feat for the Zhao family, unparalleled throughout history. We shall report your circumstances to the ancestors who are currently in seclusion, and we hope you do not take offense. It would be beneficial for an ancestor to emerge from seclusion to guide you, ensuring your martial talents are not overlooked. Zhao Yunhai turned to the four elders and expressed his gratitude with a respectful gesture. I sincerely thank the four elders for their assistance. As for my matters, feel free to inform the ancestors, but personal guidance is unnecessary. I know my own affairs best. Therefore, please convey my sentiments to the ancestors, assuring them they need not worry. My father and I are more than capable. The four elders exchanged glances, rendered momentarily speechless. They understood that Xiao Hai was youthful and impetuous, but they believed it was not too late for him to learn humility through experience. Having all traversed a similar path in their youth, they felt a sense of comfort. Although Xiao Hai was headstrong, he treated them with utmost respect as elders. The emergence of such a successor within the Zhao family was a fortunate occurrence for both him and the family. Once we escort you away from here to your temporary residence, we shall take our leave, one elder stated, his concern evident. Rest assured, elders, with my current strength, only those yet to be born, the ancient anomalies could pose a threat to me. Zhao Yunhai was acutely aware of his own capabilities, having ascended from an ordinary individual to a master within a mere 3 months. Even a grandmaster would not stand a chance against him. Coupled with the myriad abilities bestowed upon him as a protagonist, even the peak of grandmasters could fall at his hands. Moreover, Zhao Yunhai recognized that although the Zhao family's cultivation techniques were not as overwhelmingly powerful as those of protagonists, they had been refined countless times to become the most orthodox top-tier methods. Gradual advancement and longevity were assured, devoid of any adverse effects from cultivation. Although the training period might be longer, it could ultimately lead one to transcend the void, an aspiration pursued by every elite martial artist. To be prudent, we four shall remain by your side for your protection, one elder insisted, leaning towards safety, for Xiao Hai's security was of utmost importance. Indeed, according to the data chart from the Family Intelligence Network, the frequency of martial artist appearances is increasingly rising, and their prowess is growing ever more formidable. Another elder of the clan remarked, the world's order is on the verge of becoming unstable once again. Through the data analysis recorded by the Zhao family, it is noted that every 200 years, a significant surge of martial artists emerges. Calculating the time, it seems we are approaching such a moment. The great competition of the ages is synonymous with chaos. However, with the advancement of modern technology and the terrifying nature of weaponry, martial artists will not act as recklessly as in times of old. Nevertheless, caution is paramount. Originally intending to return to the family, the elder abandoned that thought upon hearing this. Zhao Yunhai was also aware of the great competition, as his father had informed him of such matters. He understood that the so-called great competition of the ages is a time when protagonists frequently emerge, with the four elders of the clan deciding not to return. Zhao Yunhai naturally would not decline their presence, for grandmasters represent a formidable strength. Thus, Zhao Yunhai cheerfully declared, "Then I entrust my safety to the four esteemed elders. Do not worry, young Hai. We shall explain to the family the significance of your well-being," the four assured him, confident that the family would recognize both the importance of Shao Hai and the peril of the great competition. The grandmaster of the Yang family in Luoyang was expected to have arrived long ago, but was dissuaded by Si Jinyan. Young Master Yin had given explicit instructions that no one was permitted to enter this place, the territory of the Yang family. "What is the matter? Why have you returned? Where is young Zhao?" Yang Wentian, the head of the Yang family, inquired with a changed expression upon seeing the grandmaster elders return empty-handed. "Head, it is not due to our incompetence, but it seems young Zhao had anticipated our arrival and prevented us from entering. Indeed, upon our approach, we were intercepted by young Zhao's people. We did not dare to force our way in and offend him. It would have been a loss for us," they explained. Yang Wentian, rubbing his temples in frustration, lamented, "Could you not have waited in place? Have you all dulled your wits through your cultivation?" The elders stood awkwardly, momentarily at a loss for words. "You have all worked hard. Please return for now," Yang Wentian instructed, intending to inquire about his daughter's current situation. Previously, he refrained from contacting her, fearing he might disturb her time with young Zhao. However, he could no longer delay. Ensuring young Zhao's safety was imperative. Fortunately, his daughter Yang Hui's call came through first, and Yang Wentian promptly answered. Minutes later, he hung up the phone, his heart finally at ease. For young Zhao had returned safely and was scheduled to visit the Yang family the following day. "Summon the clan elders for a meeting," he commanded. After enjoying a late-night meal, Zhao Yunhai did not return to the Lin family for rest, but instead chose to stay at the Fisherman's Grand Hotel in Luoyang. It was his own territory, ensuring a sense of security as he slept. Zhao Yunhai and Yang Hui naturally share the same room. Initially, Yang Hui was quite shy and hesitant, but as time progressed, she reciprocated Zhao Yunhai's warmth with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, Tiangong Company, with its ample financial resources, was lavishly acquiring various industries, bolstered by Zhao Yunhai's esteemed background, which brought forth numerous advantages. In the realm of commerce, the cry of the wolf is coming. Echoes. In a coastal village near Haicheng, generations have thrived by the sea. A young man with sun-kissed skin suddenly awakens on the deck of a dilapidated boat. To my astonishment, I have been reborn. Chapter 76. The fishing prodigy has arrived. Li Mingyi, jolted from a state of lethargy, sits up abruptly as the salty sea breeze invigorates his senses. This marks the first night of his return home after being dismissed from his job. As he reclined, he realized from his memories that he had been reborn over the vast ocean, not far from home. Rebirth is a rare fortune that most can only dream of. Little did he expect to encounter it himself. A surge of excitement coursed through him, his cheeks flushed. However, he inadvertently stepped on a banana peel he had carelessly discarded before his transmigration, and with a slip, he tumbled into the water with a splash. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Li Mingyi flailed in the water, soaked to the bone, before he clambered back onto the boat, gasping for breath. He expelled a mouthful of seawater and, exhausted, collapsed onto the deck, narrowly escaping drowning upon his rebirth. He chuckled and scolded himself for his own folly. His penchant for carelessly tossing banana peels nearly cost him dearly, reminding him not to litter while eating. Ding. Fishing radar bound to the host. Please explore on your own. Ding. Fishing radar bound to the host. Please explore on your own. Ding. Fishing radar bound to the host. Please explore on your own. Li Mingyi abruptly turned to survey his surroundings, the voice in his mind having repeated thrice, creating an eerie atmosphere amidst the boundless ocean. Could this be a reward for my rebirth, a golden finger? Having indulged in numerous novels and urged authors for updates, perhaps this year the gift of rebirth has finally graced me. Filled with exhilaration, he sat up as the concept of a system formed in his mind, revealing a radar. A message emerged, informing him that only by fishing could he gain experience and upgrade, thereby expanding the radar's range. The fishing radar would allow him to see the locations of all fish within a 10-kilometer radius, with real-time updates. Swim? Unless one ventured beyond the 10-kilometer range, there would merely be small change caught in my net. What a stroke of fortune! To think that bountiful fish lie just beneath my feet. Truly, the most perilous places can often be the safest. They know how to hide. Li Mingyi's eyes sparkled as he rubbed his hands together, occasionally licking his lips and mumbling about his newfound fortune. In his past life, he had achieved nothing, ultimately relying on his mother to dry fish for others to survive, leading a life of dire straits. But this time is different. With this golden finger, his aspirations remained simple, to ensure a prosperous life for his mother. As for the future, he preferred not to dwell on it. The immediate goal was to earn money and live well. With eager anticipation, Li Mingyi navigated his humble vessel several kilometers before coming to a halt, ready to cast his net and begin fishing. Fishing at sea demands an abundance of patience. Typically, it requires the companionship of at least two individuals, for solitude can lead to despair or even peril without anyone to call for help. However, Li Mingyi finds himself in a unique predicament. With only his mother, who is in her 40s, at home, he cannot possibly take her out to sea with him. Although he has companions, he harbors a significant secret that renders him averse to collaboration, fearing any inadvertent disclosure. Before dawn, Li Mingyi returns triumphantly, his boat laden with precious fish, yielding a fortune of no less than 300,000 yuan. Each fish is a wild and rare species, and once classified as wild, their value doubles. Had his vessel been larger, he might have surpassed 1 million. Upon docking, he encounters fellow villagers preparing to set out to sea. Their eyes brim with envy and admiration as they behold the bountiful catch aboard his boat. News of Li Mingyi's substantial earnings, 40,000 yuan from the sale of his fish, swiftly spreads throughout the fishing village. His achievements, however, do not reach Zhao Yunhai's ears. At this moment, Li Mingyi is not deemed worthy of Zhao's attention. In contrast to Zhao Yunhai's habitual tendency to linger in bed, Yang Hui rises early. Breakfast consists of steamed buns and porridge. After retrieving the food from outside, she places it aside and gently addresses him upon noticing he has awakened. Perhaps we should eat something else. Disregarding whether he is clothed, Zhao Yunhai pulls Yang Hui close, flashing a mischievous smile. Yang Hui remains silent, wrapping her arms around his neck and burying her face in his embrace. He can feel the warmth of her breath against him, while her long eyelashes brush against his skin. The woman in his arms is gentle and considerate, especially after the satisfying evening they shared. He does not require a partner of overwhelming strength, for he possesses that himself, nor does he desire a woman of similar temperament, as such similarities often lead to discord. He shuns those who chase love with reckless abandon, preferring a woman who is gentle, graceful, composed in the face of adversity, an adept at handling matters, much like the daughters of noble officials from ancient times. "I wish to cook for you," she suddenly declares, leaving Zhao Yunhai puzzled by her insistence on preparing meals for him. Nevertheless, he readily acquiesces to her wishes, eager to fulfill her desires. "Very well. Just instruct Si Jinyan to procure whatever ingredients you need." Yang Hui nestled closer, her face alight with a sweet smile. "My mother once told me that a woman may choose not to cook, but she must know how to and excel at it. If a man becomes accustomed to a woman's cooking, even if he strays, he will inevitably long for the comfort of home." Despite their brief time together, she has come to understand Yunhai's ambitious heart and grand aspirations. A meal prepared by oneself can alleviate his mental fatigue. Is this not the very essence of being his woman? In contrast, the previous sentence seems trivial. Zhao Yunhai has a penchant for fish, an ingredient that Yang Hui skillfully incorporates into her culinary repertoire. Si Jinyan rubbed his temples, aware that fresh fish is a rarity in Luoyang, typically transported from distant locales. Let us not argue. I am merely guiding the narrative. Among the fish feasts prepared by Yang Hui, several recipes have been lost to time. Some exquisite and rare deep-sea fish require a significant quantity to yield just a single dish. The delicacies consumed by the ancient aristocracy were not only visually and gastronomically pleasing, but also rare and expensive, suitable for entertaining esteemed guests. For Yang Hui, however, the notion of extravagance held little weight. The Yang family has never been impoverished and has always been well provided for. Yet, she is aware of the adage regarding the stench of wine and meat in wealthy households juxtaposed with the frozen bones of the poor. Nevertheless, since both families are affluent, there seems no need to feign poverty. One should indulge in quality fare naturally without ostentation. Si Jinyan, responsible for this endeavor, planned to travel to Haicheng to procure fresh ingredients personally and ensure their airlift for optimal freshness. Chapter 77. For the sake of money. The protagonist must serve the antagonist. Si Jinyan had only half a day to acquire fresh produce, as young Master Yun was expecting dinner and time was of the essence. Thus, he headed directly to the seaside, the docking area for returning fishing boats. "Hello, do you have these fish for sale?" Si Jinyan casually approached a villager from a nearby fishing community, consulting his phone list. "Wealthy gentlemen like you rarely manage to procure such expensive fish. Perhaps you should check the shore for the freshly returned fishing boats," the kind villager advised, pointing him in a direction. "By the way, a college student from our village just returned home, having caught a haul of precious fish overnight. He managed to sell them for quite a sum." The well-meaning villager gestured with 4 fingers, his expression bright and cheerful, making it seem as though he had personally caught them. 40,000? Si Jinyan questioned, skeptical. "No, it was 400,000. A humble little boat full of valuable fish." "That fellow must be blessed by fortune," the villager chuckled, his beard quivering before departing. 400,000 for a small boat brimming with expensive fish. Was it truly mere luck? Si Jinyan pondered, his mind racing, as he walked, finding the reported bounty somewhat dubious. He intended to meet this so-called fortunate individual. If they possessed the ability to procure such wealth, money would not be an issue. Li Mingyi, riding high on success, returned home to assure his mother not to worry about their future and was even planning to renovate their old house. "Brother, someone is looking for you," a child from next door suddenly shouted, leaning over the wall with a 100 yuan bill in hand. "Who is it?" Li Mingyi set aside his tasks and opened the door. "Are you Li Mingyi?" Si Jinyan scrutinized him. "Indeed, that is me. May I ask what you need?" Li Mingyi furrowed his brow as he regarded the unfamiliar face before him, uncertain of the purpose behind this unexpected visit. "I heard you sold 400,000 fish in one go today," Si Jinyan stated bluntly. "What do you want to know that for?" Li Mingyi's instincts immediately heightened. "There's no need for such caution. I harbor no interest in your money. My sole concern is whether you can procure the fish on my list. Money is not an issue. The real question is whether you can accomplish this within 6 hours." Seeing Li Mingyi's wariness, Si Jinyan smiled lightly and revealed the list on his phone. He had come in search of fortune. Otherwise, his fallback would be to pay a premium price in Haicheng for a similar catch, albeit not as fresh. Realizing that the visitor sought to place an order, Li Mingyi quickly composed himself, examining the types of fish on the order with a frown. Goodness, the wealthy truly are different. They desire only the finest and most expensive fish. However, this posed little challenge for him. Equipped with fish-finding radar, there was no catch he could not secure. If necessary, he could venture into deeper waters where the fish were larger and more succulent. That is feasible, but the price must be at least 5 times the usual, he declared. He did not quote an exorbitant amount, for the time-sensitive nature of the catch warranted such a figure, especially given the apparent wealth of his client. Taking advantage of the affluent, he felt no guilt whatsoever. In this unique circumstance, he believed himself to be the only one capable of fulfilling such a request. Thus, the price seemed reasonable. However, You must ensure the fish are alive and wild, with tender, succulent flesh. Do not attempt to deceive me with anything purchased covertly, Li Mingyi insisted. Si Jinyan readily agreed, leaving Li Mingyi with the impression that perhaps he had undervalued his offer. Money? For Si Jinyan, that was hardly a concern. His salary was cushioned by his position at Tiangong Company, supplemented by the bonuses from Yunxiao. Moreover, this was a business matter. The expenses could be reimbursed, sparing him any personal financial burden. Li Mingyi, a man of his word, despite his inner regret, acknowledged that since he had quoted a price and accepted the order, he was bound to fulfill his commitment. I am a man of integrity. I assure you the fish will be entirely wild. If even one is not, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall set sail now. Please provide me with your contact information, and I will call you upon my return. Noting the assurance from his counterpart, Si Jinyan chose not to press any further, contemplating why Li Mingyi had not requested a deposit. Since the matter was unspoken, he refrained from bringing it up. After Si Jinyan left his telephone number and departed, Li Mingyi suddenly smacked his forehead in frustration. Curse it! I completely forgot to ask for a deposit. This was his first foray into business, and he had not thought of such details initially. Oh well, he muttered to himself. Even if he absconds, I can still sell the fish. Shaking his head in self-reproach, Li Mingyi stepped outside, ready to set sail. After waiting for more than 5 hours, Li Mingyi called him. The exchange of money for goods was seamless. Witnessing such prompt payment from his client uplifted Li Mingyi's spirits, netting him an additional 500,000. The private jet swiftly transported the cargo, arriving in Luoyang and delivered into Yang Hui's hands. The sum of 100,000 yuan for the fish, upon reflection, is not exorbitant, considering Yang Hui meticulously extracts only the essence from each fish, ensuring that no part goes to waste, as she prepares the remainder for the 4 esteemed elders of her clan. Warriors, after all, possess hearty appetites. The table is adorned with an array of delectable seafood delicacies, fresh marinated seafood, exquisite slices of raw fish, and spicy grilled fish, all splendidly presented. A grand display takes center stage, where slices of fish are artistically arranged to resemble a dragon playfully amidst pearls, the fish appearing as lifelike as dragon scales. These are the finest portions from numerous precious fish, with each fish yielding but a singular piece for individual enjoyment. The remainder shall be shared with the 4 elders, ensuring that such exquisite ingredients are not squandered on so many. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Yang Hui beams with happiness as she sits beside Zhao Yunhai. You've worked hard, she remarks. Zhao Yunhai glances at the lavish spread before him and takes a tentative bite. Is it delicious? Yang Hui gazes at him with eager anticipation. Indeed, he replies, relishing the fish to the point of losing track of time. With a smile, Yang Hui served him more dishes, choosing to merely watch him eat with her chin resting on her hand. You should taste what you've prepared, she encourages. Zhao Yunhai responds by offering her an exquisitely fresh slice of sashimi, lightly dipped in wasabi, its flavor fresh yet devoid of any fishy taste. I want that one. Yang Hui points to the magnificent lobster she had meticulously cleaned, her eyes sparkling with expectation. Serve yourself. Zhao Yunhai gently taps her head, playfully chiding her. Si Jinyan had previously informed him that these were caught by a remarkable individual who spent 5 hours netting them from the ocean depths. Yang Hui touches her head in amazement, savoring a piece of shrimp while recounting how the fish came to be. 5 hours? How extraordinary! A glimmer of intrigue shines in Zhao Yunhai's eyes as he samples each dish, appreciating her efforts. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, the 4 clan elders and Xiao Lao gather for their feast. Miss Yang's culinary skills are nothing short of exceptional. Today, we are truly fortunate, one remarks. Pity we cannot indulge in wine. It would be a distraction. Ah, yes, quite right, another agrees. Si Jinyan discreetly glances at his phone, discovering that young Master Yun is inquiring about the fishing prodigy. Chapter 78. A meeting with the protagonist. The banquet of fish is savored with great delight. Zhao Yunhai, having gleaned information about this fishing virtuoso from the message sent by Si Jinyan, is now fully convinced that this individual is indeed a protagonist. There are various types of protagonists associated with the seaside. Some are involved in retrieving corpses, sonar equipment, submarines, or even mushroom eggs, yet refrain from fishing. Others evolve from fishing to upgrading their vessels, ultimately becoming cosmic battleships that dominate the universe. Countless protagonists captivate Zhao Yunhai's imagination, yet he remains uncertain which category this Li Mingyi belongs to. However, Zhao Yunhai believes it will be exceedingly simple to have Li Mingyi approach him. According to Si Jinyan, the individual seems to be in a phase of financial struggle, tirelessly striving for monetary gain. An advantageous situation indeed. Lacking money? Is this highest? After sending the message, Zhao Yunhai noticed a text from his cousin. Cousin, how did things go yesterday? I heard that the Azura Palace seems to have gone missing, and even the Azura Xiaolongyang is nowhere to be found. Cousin, I have already taken care of everything. There will be no more troubles from the Azura Palace concerning the Lin family. Rest assured. After replying to his cousin's message, Zhao Yunhai saw Yang Hui nestle beside him, peacefully asleep. She had exerted herself to prepare the grand meal, and after taking a shower, she had promptly lain down. Zhao Yunhai chose not to wake her, tossing his phone onto the bedside table before heading to the bathroom to wash up and prepare for bed. The matter concerning his cousin had been resolved, and as for her earlier request for assistance, he believed it had been silently addressed. With his familial ties to Lin Suyun, anyone daring to confront the Lin family would need to carefully consider the repercussions of their actions. As for Zhao Yunhai's current standing, it could only be described as towering. The Azura Palace was not merely comprised of a few individuals. Zhao Yunhai had already contacted the number on the business card his mother had given him, instructing them to deal with the minions of the Azura Palace. The leadership of the Azura Palace had been thoroughly dealt with by Zhao Yunhai, rendering the remaining minions inconsequential. The reason for the protagonist's influence rapidly growing is due to the strength derived from the protagonist himself. A force devoid of its leader is as fragile as tofu, easily broken. Such an entity is a distorted power. True power can only be sustained if it retains its capacity for intimidation, even in the absence of its captain. In Haicheng, a small fishing village, it was just past 6 in the morning. Hello, who is this? It's me. The person who spent hundreds of thousands yesterday to buy fish. Is it really that early? Are we fishing again? Li Mingyi glanced at the clock, realizing it was only 6 o'clock, and couldn't he help but rub the sleep from his eyes. Kid, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity awaits you. Hurry up, I'm already at your doorstep. The voice of Si Jinyan crackled through the phone. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Could it be that you need a large quantity this time? Upon hearing the prospect of making money, Li Mingyi instantly shook off his drowsiness. At that moment, his priority was to earn enough money to purchase a large boat, thereby increasing his profits. This was far more crucial than money itself. It was akin to money falling from the sky. In Si Jinyan's understanding, to earn the favor of young Master Yun was worth more than $1 billion. Money could be earned, but opportunities were rare and fleeting. Miss them, and they would be lost forever. What could be more important than money? Li Mingyi scratched his messy hair, hastily dressing and stepping outside. For someone like him, who had just grasped an opportunity, only wealth could liberate him from his impoverished state. Only money could afford him and his mother a comfortable life. Only money could earn him respect from others. Only money could secure his place in society. Thus, what could possibly surpass the significance of money? Li Mingyi genuinely could not conceive an answer. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a luxurious BMW parked before him. The individual from yesterday who had purchased fish leaning against the car door, smoking a cigarette. Get in. After extinguishing his cigarette, Si Jinyan immediately got into the car and turned the key in the ignition. Is there anything that cannot be said here? Li Mingyi hesitated outside the passenger door before speaking. He felt a twinge of cowardice about leaving with a stranger, for he was, after all, merely an ordinary individual. Even with his newfound advantages, he was still just a common person with a modest amount of money. Si Jinyan tilted his head, gesturing for him to enter the vehicle. My boss wishes to meet you. He likely recognizes your talent for fishing. Who's your boss? Li Mingyi remained hesitant, wanting clarity before making a decision to enter the car. Noticing the multitude of questions from a youth, Si Jinyan's patience grew slightly. The richest man in the 9 provinces is my boss's father. I wonder if this connection would persuade you. Upon hearing this, Li Mingyi inhaled sharply, astonished that such a prominent figure wished to meet him. In an instant, A sense of unease settled within him. The son of the richest man in the 9 provinces had summoned him. He could not discern whether this was a stroke of fortune or a portent of trouble. In truth, you need not deliberate for so long. If my intentions were hostile, would I require your consent? Si Jinyan chuckled lightly. After hearing this, Li Mingyi felt reassured enough to settle into the passenger seat. Though the remark had a hint of condescension, it was grounded in truth. If there were ill intentions, there would be no need for such pretense. Once aboard the private jet, Li Mingyi finally understood the essence of exceptional service. Previously, he had only associated private jets with those he owned, but now he comprehended what bespoke service truly entailed. The flight attendants were stunningly beautiful, akin to goddesses adored by many. They frequently approached him, inquiring if he required anything, adeptly shifting topics whenever he seemed disinterested. Li Mingyi sat upright, his eyes averted. This was someone else's private jet, and he could not afford to embarrass himself. This particular aircraft had been a gift from Zhao Yunhai's mother on his 18th birthday. All the flight attendants and the captain were trained by the Zhao family, their loyalty unquestionable. The man beside him appeared rather ordinary, his gaze reserved and cautious, revealing his inner nervousness through subtle movements. Recently dismissed from a company, he seemed to possess a maturity and demeanor far beyond his years. One of the flight attendants returned to the crew lounge and relayed her observations to Si Jinyan. He meticulously recorded Li Mingyi's information in his notebook. Although the Zhao intelligence network could have provided insights, first-hand interactions yielded more tangible results. Unbeknownst to Li Mingyi, the enchanting flight attendant, with whom he had exchanged pleasantries, had fully divulged his details. Chapter 79. The Multiplied Advantage in Luoyang. At the MOU Grand Hotel, Li Mingyi awaited Zhao Yunhai's summons in Si Jinyan's room. Does your boss always sleep in so late? After spending a few hours with Si Jinyan, Li Mingyi found himself less restrained. Comfortably seated on the sofa, engaging in casual conversation. I am merely an employee under the boss, he thought, recognizing that Si Jinyan would not entertain discussions about such matters, as uttering even a single word could inadvertently reveal the boss's confidential information. Accepting this, Li Mingyi chose not to pry further, understanding the stature of his superior. After all, this was the esteemed boss, a significant patron whose support might prove vital for the future of his own business. The wealthiest man in Jiuzhou was a household name, and products from the Moyu Group were ubiquitous across the region, even reaching international markets. Li Mingyi's household goods were predominantly sourced from the Moyu Group, which had seamlessly integrated into the daily lives of the Jiuzhou populace. Hence, the influence of such a formidable tycoon could not be compared to the transient nature of wealth that changed hands every few years. The prospect of receiving assistance from the son of the richest man in Jiuzhou filled Li Mingyi with a sense of optimism. Around 10:30 in the morning, Si Jinyan finally escorted Li Mingyi to meet young Master Yin. Zhao Yunhai, casually draping an arm around Yang Hui while savoring a ham sandwich crafted by her own hands, confirmed the identity of the protagonist. The activation of the super doubling panel was imminent. The multiplier surged to an astonishing 10,000, almost prompting Zhao Yunhai to rise from his seat in excitement. However, he was acutely aware that such an extraordinary multiplication surely harbored complications. Nonetheless, 10,000 remained 10,000, and even he could not suppress his exhilaration. As the fishing radar, this extraordinary tool, merged into his being in a 10,000-fold manner, Zhao Yunhai's expression turned peculiar. It was no wonder such an odd tool warranted such a multiplication. He felt foolish for his earlier excitement. Even if the fishing radar were to be enhanced 100,000 times, would it require him to plunge into the sea himself? The heir apparent of the Zhao family, the future scion of Jiuzhou's wealth, diving into the ocean? That was preposterous. Yet, every extraordinary tool had its utility. For him, however, this particular one seemed somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, it appeared that the protagonist endowed with such a golden opportunity was currently in a phase of financial need, lacking significant ambition, which could be advantageous. You must be Li Mingyi, Zhao Yunhai stated directly. I wish to discuss a business proposition with you. This venture offers you nothing but benefits. He spoke with sincerity. Should Li Mingyi refuse, it would be his destiny. But should he accept, fate would not forsake him. What kind of business? Li Mingyi inquired, now alert as the conversation shifted to the crux of the matter. Despite feeling the peculiar gaze of Zhao Yunhai upon him, he suppressed his discomfort for the sake of business. He even harbored doubts about Zhao Yunhai's intentions, speculating whether he was a wealthy heir who had grown weary of women and turned to men. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yunhai, Li Mingyi's thoughts were far from his own. Zhao Yunhai calmly replied, "First, tell me, can you truly catch wild, succulent, and precious seafood daily?" Li Mingyi rubbed his nose, his tone humble yet laced with pride. "Of course, while I cannot guarantee 100% success, I am confident that I can achieve it 90% of the time. I appreciate confident young individuals," Zhao Yunhai remarked, intentionally posing the question to allay any doubts. Upon hearing these words, Li Mingyi could not help but inwardly scoff, thinking that the speaker did not appear to be much older than himself. Zhao Yunhai's penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through the facade Li Mingyi wished to maintain, prompting him to hastily avert his eyes. "Each individual harbors their own secrets, and I have no interest in your methods of fishing. My intention is to invest in you, to establish a fishing company on your behalf, without interfering in your plans and decisions regarding it. The profit distribution will be 60 for me and 40 for you, with a dedicated team assigned to audit the accounts." Li Mingyi, upon hearing this, felt an urge to decline, believing firmly that he could independently establish a company without the need to work for someone else. "Do not be hasty in your rejection. Consider the substantial benefits my investment could bring you, as well as the potential challenges and setbacks you may face should you choose to decline my offer," Zhao Yunhai said, unfazed by the refusal, simply smiling as he gestured for Si Jinyan to proceed. Si Jinyan promptly retrieved a stack of documents from a briefcase and placed them before Li Mingyi. "Do you truly believe that after reviewing these, I would accept your proposal?" Li Mingyi asked, a hint of amusement in his voice, his resolve unwavering and absolutely unyielding. Zhao Yunhai remained silent, a smile gracing his lips as he gently patted Xiao Hui's shoulder. "Darling, please fetch me a glass of water." "Of course," Yang Hui replied, rising to leave. Li Mingyi cast a glance at Yang Hui, oblivious to the nature of their relationship and indifferent to it as well. "Mark my words, you will regret this." Si Jinyan kindly warned Li Mingyi. "Very well," Li Mingyi conceded, slowly perusing the extensive stack of materials. Initially, he dismissed the contents, as even the most appealing advantages merely represented working for another. However, as he delved into the simulated future of his own company, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. The obstacles presented were alarmingly realistic, particularly as this individual had even simulated strategies to undermine the company Li Mingyi intended to establish. Should events unfold according to this trajectory, he would find himself on the brink of financial ruin, unable to recover, and potentially facing legal troubles that could lead to imprisonment. Once ensnared, it would be impossible to clear his name, as such stains on one's record are indelible. He had not anticipated the complexities of starting a company. Although he believed he could overcome challenges, the targeted opposition posed by Zhao Yunhai was indeed lethal. Since when did the wealthiest man of Jiuzhou acquire such immense power? Li Mingyi scoffed, suppressing his astonishment and striving to maintain his composure. Zhao Yunhai, confident that Li Mingyi would not dare to walk away, took a sip of his hot tea. "You may certainly give it a try. My offer of 60 to your 40 is my utmost concession. Were you not the protagonist, I would not even consider granting you such a share." Nevertheless, recognizing Li Mingyi's status as the main character, Zhao Yunhai saw the wisdom in investing a modest sum to secure Li Mingyi's labor for himself, an endeavor with guaranteed returns. After all, protagonists are traditionally profitable, never at a loss. Should Li Mingyi truly fail to recognize this opportunity, he would simply fade away, becoming mere sustenance for the sea. Li Mingyi's expression conveyed his inner turmoil, a battle raging within his heart. In his mind, he had contemplated numerous strategies to counter the adversary's relentless pursuits, yet he found himself utterly powerless. Is this the formidable strength of capitalists? It is indeed disheartening. After all, He possesses a golden touch. Ah, how could I almost forget? It was given to him by Si Jinyan. Observing that the opponent's resolve was merely a straw away from capitulation, Zhao Yunhai spoke gently. Si Jinyan handed Li Mingyi a business card. This card belonged to the foremost orthopedic and neurological specialist in the 9 provinces. The ailment that plagued your mother, deemed incurable at the hospital, is under the care of my family's esteemed proprietor. Rest assured, healing is within reach, renowned and exceptional. I trust you can discern which is truly authoritative. Understand that such appointments are not merely attainable by wealth. They require influence. I have committed to this. The mother who raised him with immense sacrifice is Li Mingyi's greatest vulnerability. He grasped the card firmly and unequivocally agreed. After all, money is an endless pursuit, while power remains elusive. Managing a company is akin to being one's own boss. A pleasant collaboration, Zhao Yunhai said with a smile, extending his hand. A delightful partnership indeed. Li Mingyi released all his inner turmoil, inhaled deeply, and shook his hand. Chapter 80. The name of the martial arts manual for annihilating families and plundering wealth. Zhao Yunhai's recruitment of Li Mingyi was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was meticulously planned. The protagonist could not be eradicated entirely. From the outset, Zhao Yunhai envisioned bringing the protagonist under his wing to serve his interests. Unfortunately, prior encounters with protagonists had been met with obstinacy, coupled with formidable strength, self-interest, and overwhelming ambition. Such protagonists could never be of service. They were ultimately destined for elimination. In contrast, Li Mingyi was different. His golden touch did not lie in martial prowess, but leaned towards auxiliary means of leisure and profit. This was fortuitous. As such protagonists often face financial constraints, their ambitions merely to accumulate wealth. Zhao Yunhai, however, lacked for nothing, and granting Li Mingyi a 40 stake was hardly a loss. A modest investment for the acquisition of a protagonist was indeed a lucrative venture. Li Mingyi, too, stood to gain immensely. With Zhao Yunhai's assistance, his mother's ailment could be cured, and the well-funded company could flourish without hindrance, facing no opposition. The early stages of development could proceed safely and steadily, backed by Zhao Yunhai's influence. Who would dare to challenge him? Thus, Li Mingyi was also guaranteed considerable profit. Zhao Yunhai kept his promises, ensuring that even before Li Mingyi officially signed the contract, arrangements were made to bring his mother to Yinjing for the finest treatment. Upon receiving this news, Li Mingyi, despite realizing the intent behind Zhao Yunhai's actions to foster goodwill, could not help but feel a surge of admiration for him. Upon returning to Haicheng, Yumanlu promptly engaged with Li Mingyi, establishing the Longgong Ocean Company under the auspices of Tiangong, and signed a contract with him. After meticulously reviewing the contract and finding no discrepancies, Li Mingyi confidently proceeded to sign. Henceforth, under Tiangong, the Longgong Ocean Company would be steered by Li Mingyi, who would recruit as he deemed fit. The financial department of Longgong Ocean is under the supervision of personnel dispatched from the financial division of Tiangong to monitor the flow of funds. Li Mingyi did not voice any objections. After all, he conducted his affairs with utmost integrity and had nothing to conceal. He had no intention of manipulating the financials. Yumanlu found it curious why the chairman would assign such a young and seemingly inexperienced individual to oversee a company that had just received an investment of 100 million. Nevertheless, Yumanlu refrained from probing further, recognizing the chairman's astuteness and understanding that he would not engage in futile endeavors. Yet, Yumanlu kept a watchful eye on Longgong Ocean, wary of any reckless actions from Li Mingyi. However, over the course of the following week, Li Mingyi impressed Yumanlu. The fish catches at Longgong Ocean improved in both quality and quantity, with finances swelling from millions to tens of millions, promising a swift return on investment within half a month. The chairman's discernment indeed surpassed his own. Li Mingyi also experienced firsthand the advantages of financial clout, noting how people's attitudes shifted upon learning of his association with a Tiangong subsidiary. This exemplified true power and influence. Li Mingyi came to a profound understanding of the disparity between himself and individuals like Zhao Yunhai. However, he also sensed that Yumanlu, the president of Tiangong, seemed skeptical of his capabilities. Therefore, Li Mingyi dedicated a week to demonstrating his competence, proving to others that Zhao Yunhai had not erred in his judgment. The name Longgong Ocean resonated deeply with him, and he was determined to expand and fortify the company. Within a week, specialists from Yinjing appeared to have established a treatment plan for his mother's illness. Zhao Yunhai assured him that he need not worry about finances or medication and could visit whenever he wished. Standing on the deck of the fishing vessel, brimming with ambition, Li Mingyi silently reflected. As long as Zhao Yunhai upheld his end, he would not betray the trust placed in him. "Stop here and cast the nets," he commanded. Li Mingyi's fishing radar had undergone numerous upgrades, necessitating multiple vessels to operate simultaneously for effective harvesting. He marked the fishing routes in his notebook, tearing the page to hand it to his secretary. "Understood, boss," the secretary replied promptly, taking the paper and contacting the other fishing boats. Li Mingyi recalled those from the fishing village who had once looked down on him. Their expressions of dismay upon witnessing his success brought him immense satisfaction. Those who had once assisted him and his mother, along with childhood friends, were now well taken care of by him. "You give me a loaf of bread, and I shall return a bar of gold. A debt of gratitude must be repaid and grievances avenged." A month had passed since he brought the protagonist under his wing. During this time, Zhao Yunhai focused on honing the family's martial arts, specifically the core techniques of the Zhao lineage, the imperial court supreme canon. This name, in ancient times, could have led to the annihilation of families, yet the Zhao clan had never contemplated a name change. Clearly, their confidentiality measures were exceptionally effective. Or perhaps the Zhao family possessed the strength to withstand such threats without fear. Zhao Yunhai's cultivation site is located in the core retreat of the Zhao clan in Yinjing. Here, both safety and a plethora of cultivation resources are abundantly available. Suddenly, Zhao Yunhai opened his eyes, shimmering with brilliance, and exhaled a deep breath of turbid air. After a month of seclusion, he had finally integrated the abilities of all the protagonists into the Zhao clan's imperial supreme scripture. With mastery at the level of a grandmaster, Zhao Yunhai had achieved a state of perfection, just a step away from the pinnacle of grandmaster. Meanwhile, Yang Hui crossed a wooden bridge over a trickling stream, carrying a large bowl of seafood congee. She navigated through a bamboo grove and a sea of flowers before reaching Zhao Yunhai's secluded spot. "Have some seafood congee. I just made it," she offered. Yang Hui felt she could do little to assist Zhao Yunhai, but she was determined to support him in any way she could in his daily life. "Thank you for your hard work this month." Zhao Yunhai sat on a stone bench, savoring the steaming congee. "It hasn't been hard for me," Yang Hui replied quietly, gazing at him, finding solace in simply watching him. She had initially intended to assist at the Tiangong company, but Zhao Yunhai had firmly declined. The company was not short of personnel, and given her status, her presence would complicate decisions made at the human building. It was not only inconvenient, but also inappropriate. "After a month of effort, I have managed some gains. Tomorrow, we shall return together. I plan to find a place to settle down. It is time to finalize the headquarters of Tiangong," Zhao Yunhai remarked, also eager to see how Li Mingyi had developed the company over the past month, and whether the protagonist still bore the aura of a protagonist after serving him. "Good." Yang Hui smiled gently, filled with anticipation for their shared home. Meanwhile, the long-absent Ada, Air, and Asan had received substantial resources, indulging in million-dollar medicinal baths daily, guided personally by a master. The trio broke through the constraints of the run and do meridians, reaching the innate stage. With their strength surging without any side effects, their innate talent had allowed them to thrive despite previously dedicating their time to protect young Master Yin. Their current prowess was at the pinnacle of the innate level. This is the foundation, the powerful tip of the iceberg that is the Zhao clan. "Young Master." Upon reappearing before Zhao Yunhai, Ada and the others demonstrated their newfound strength, prompting a satisfied nod from him. "Continue to follow me. It feels quite unusual without the three of you." Chapter 81. The headquarters of Tiangong is confirmed. A floating corpse appears. During this time, the driving force behind the trio's relentless training had been the desire to serve alongside young Master Yin. With Ada and the others back, their responsibilities naturally returned to them. "Min Wihin, Gu Lao, Liu Lao, Ele Boyun, Zulu," and the four clan elders merely served to protect Zhao Yunhai as they continued to accompany him. Zhao Yunhai entered seclusion for another day, and the next day he returned home with Yang Hui. Upon arrival, he found his mother engrossed in a game of mahjong and casually placed the 4 cups of coffee he had just bought aside. Zhao Yunhai merely cast a fleeting glance at the 3 friends, but that single gaze startled them. To recall, Zhao Yunhai once lifted the table in confrontation upon seeing someone just once. But do not worry, my beloved son is now quite filial. Gulme, let us each have a cup. Qin Sivan effortlessly distributed coffee to the 3, her eyes sparkling with delight. That must be your future daughter-in-law, Sister Qin. Truly, the poise cultivated by a daughter of a Yang family is unmatched. Indeed, it is evident that your precious son is quite smitten, Sister Qin. Congratulations. Your wish to hold a grandchild will soon be fulfilled. Listening to the trio, Qin Sivan could hardly contain her laughter. It may still be early, but her eyes betrayed a growing eagerness. How wonderful it would be to hold a grandchild. If Zhao Yunhai were to learn of this, he might refrain from returning home for a while, as he currently does not desire children. I have some matters to attend to. You go watch my mother play mahjong. Zhao Yunhai casually remarked to Yang Hui before ascending the stairs to his room. Yumanlu, how is Mingyi faring recently? Zhao Yunhai inquired as he lay on his bed, dialing Yumanlu's number. Yumanlu responded with enthusiasm. Boss, your foresight is truly remarkable. In just a month, the revenue of Longgong Ocean Company has exceeded $1 billion. This investment has yielded tremendous returns. Yumanlu had not anticipated that such an ordinary individual would experience a remarkable turnaround after receiving the boss's investment. He had investigated the individual and found that their fishing skills were indeed exceptional, truly a talented person. However, mere ability does not suffice to manage a company. Yet this person consistently exceeded Yumanlu's expectations. Of course, if he requires assistance, I will do my utmost to help him. If that proves impossible, he can contact me directly. Zhao Yunhai thought, reminded of the protagonist's aura of mockery that often attracts adversaries. Such troubles were trivial and easily resolvable for him, as long as Li Mingyi remained loyal. Zhao Yunhai would consider him one of his own. Antagonists are not without their hearts. On the contrary, many are fiercely protective of their own, which is why they often bring in the old to deal with the new. Zhao Yunhai has always been generous to those he considers allies, never withholding his support. $1 billion is merely a number to Zhao Yunhai, stirring not a ripple in his heart. Understood, Chairman, Yumanlu replied. By the way, Tiangong Company can no longer be regarded as a mere company. It should be reclassified as a group. Please handle the necessary paperwork and submit it for my signature. I will come to assist in selecting a location for Tiangong Group. With that, Zhao Yunhai swiftly concluded the call. It appears that recruiting the protagonist as an ally has not diminished his exceptional aura. This approach is indeed viable. Countless thoughts raced through Zhao Yunhai's mind. Truth be told, he was not particularly skilled in scheming. While ideas often flowed, the finer details required someone to supplement them. In the future, dealing with the protagonist cannot rely solely on oneself. One can merely provide a broad direction. Many prominent figures have advisory groups surrounding them, akin to the ancient practice of maintaining guest scholars. The successful inclusion of Li Mingyi, the protagonist, into Zhao Yunhai's sphere has illuminated the potential for the Tiangong Group to swiftly establish a global presence. As long as he can integrate the key players from each industry, the Tiangong will not require his constant attention. A mere night's rest could lead to significant transformations. As he departed from Yanjing, Zhao Yunhai brought along Yang Hui. For how could a future residence be without a lady of the house? He bid a brief farewell to his companions in the group, engaging in light-hearted banter that revealed their recent accomplishments. Women of various backgrounds had brought them varying degrees of joy. Zhao Yunhai, being quite the connoisseur, indulged in playful exchanges within the group. After all, it was he, in his former life, who had guided them in such extravagant pursuits. The burdens of his past life may not be his to bear, yet he willingly accepted the responsibility for this one. When it came to revelry, Zhao Yunhai had experienced far more than they ever could. Upon arriving in Haizhou, Haicheng, he made a special visit to the Longgang Ocean Company, a subsidiary of the Tiangong Group. I haven't had the chance to personally thank you for my mother's successful surgery. Although she is still recuperating in the hospital, she will return to full health soon. Li Mingyi expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he welcomed Zhao Yunhai. Zhao Yunhai appreciated such gratitude from the protagonist and gently patted Li Mingyi's shoulder, imparting words of encouragement. The success of the surgery was expected, and you can now manage this company with peace of mind. If you wish to express your thanks, ensure that this company flourishes. You can rest assured. You have not misjudged me, Li Mingyi confidently assured, thumping his chest. After several exchanges, Zhao Yunhai left Longgang Ocean Company, satisfied. Regarding the site selection for the Tiangong Group, Zhao Yunhai and Yu Manlu confirmed repeatedly, ultimately deciding on Qianzhou. While Qianzhou is not part of an economically developed area, it remains a semi-developed region compared to Jingzhou, Zhongzhou, Haizhou, and Yunzhou. In the short term, investing in Qianzhou seems unwise. However, in the long run, Qianzhou, being located inland and adjacent to the four major continents of Yun, Hai, Qi, and Guang, holds great promise for the future. Then it shall be Qianzhou. It is the only area where the Zhao family maintains a relatively weak control, and I shall fill that gap, Zhao Yunhai resolved, which ultimately led to the decision for Qianzhou. During the time of the 9 provinces reorganization, opportunists who had once allied with the Zhao family attempted to sever ties. The Zhao family had focused its efforts on regions like Zhongzhou, Jingzhou, Haizhou, and Yunzhou, viewing the backward Qianzhou as a burden, allowing it to drift away naturally. However, those who betrayed the Zhao family were executed on the spot. This exemplifies the cost of betrayal. All who participated in the treachery faced complete eradication, along with their followers. The number of vanished individuals is alarmingly high, instilling fear in those who recklessly contemplate their own safety. The betrayal of that individual provided the Zhao family with the opportunity to eliminate numerous traitorous hearts that had remained concealed for years. Human nature is inscrutable. Despite the Zhao family's strength, they are unable to decipher the complexities of the human heart. After all, loyalty and betrayal are but a fleeting thought apart. Zhao Yunhai even speculated whether the family had orchestrated this incident to target certain individuals, ensuring that their actions left no trace of opportunity for others. That night, in a secluded coastal corner of Haicheng, a lifeless body was cast ashore by the waves. Chapter 82. One to protect, one to retrieve. Suddenly, the chest of this seemingly deceased figure began to rise and fall violently. In the next moment, water that had been lodged in its throat surged forth. With a cacophony of coughs, the figure's eyes snapped open. In a state of panic, it gasped for air, expelling the remaining seawater. "I'm not dead. Ha. I'm not dead." Lin Tian's face was filled with relief, realizing that survival often begets fortune, and he couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, there are always struggling individuals, and Lin Tian epitomizes those who toil at the bottom, devoid of hope. Orphaned and leading a life where one person's meal suffices for the entire family, he found solace in the simple pleasure of night swimming, a rare hobby that required no expenditure. However, fate was unkind. A sudden cramp in his leg plunged him into despair as he sank beneath the waves. Perhaps only through the trials of life and death can one truly appreciate the value of existence. In the past, he had lamented that death would be preferable. Reflecting now, he found such thoughts utterly absurd. Death meant the end of everything. Suddenly, a faint golden light, accompanied by the sea tide, approached Lin Tian. "What is this?" he wondered, picking up a small orb emanating a weak golden glow, inspecting it closely. Surviving a great calamity only to receive a trinket from the ocean? Lin Tian chuckled bitterly. It was merely a glowing bead. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it back into the sea. However, an unexpected wave surged forth, crashing against him and returning the bead, striking him squarely. "Ugh, what the—" Lin Tian staggered from the blow, clutching his forehead, only to discover blood on his hand. Realizing he had been injured. What kind of misfortune is this? Is today my cursed day? He felt so unlucky that merely drinking water could choke him. Defiantly, he grasped the bead and cast it once more into the depths. A mere bead dares to bully me? I refused to believe it. Yet, when he saw the waves rising ominously, swirling around the bead and rushing toward him, Lin Tian panicked and ran backward. Ow! What are you doing? The bead struck the back of his head, leaving him dazed, and as a wave pushed him, he slipped and fell to the ground. The bead, absorbing his blood, transformed into a stream of light that surged into his mind. When Lin Tian awoke, he found the bead he had discarded twice now residing within his consciousness. What on earth is happening? Lin Tian found it incomprehensible that such bizarre occurrences could transpire in his life. Shortly thereafter, a message was sent to him by the pearl. It was then that Lin Tian realized this was no ordinary pearl, but rather the pearl of the ocean god. The pearl would gradually enhance his physical form, allowing his body to adapt to the sea. Ultimately, he would merge with the ocean, becoming one with it, immortal and indestructible as long as the sea existed. In the initial stages, he could merely manipulate the ocean and live freely within it. Most importantly, he could communicate with marine creatures. Feeling as if he were destined for greatness, Lin Tian reveled in the possession of such formidable power, envisioning himself as invincible in this world. With 70% of the world covered in ocean, he foresaw a future where he would reign over the seas, becoming the sovereign of the world. His fate was his own, unbound by the whims of fate. Those who had wronged him would not escape his wrath. Suddenly endowed with power, Lin Tian looked down upon humanity. Surviving great tribulations surely brings fortune. He laughed heartily, plunging into the sea with a splash. Underwater, Lin Tian opened his eyes wide, feeling more at ease in the depths than he ever did on land. He was uncertain of where to swim, yet he felt an inexplicable affinity for the ocean, a comforting sensation that made him reluctant to leave. However, a sense of sorrow loomed ahead, piquing Lin Tian's curiosity. He altered his course towards the source of this melancholic aura. Upon arrival, he discovered a massive net ensnaring a school of fish. The fish, radiating despair, seemed to sense kindness emanating from Lin Tian, urgently calling out for help. Save us! Save us! Why can I bring myself to dislike this human? Never mind. Just save me. This net is painfully tight. Lin Tian's emotions surged, enveloped by an inexplicable sadness, and he resolved to rescue them. A towering wave surged forth. Although he lacked a knife to cut the net, his ability to command the ocean, even in its nascent form, was sufficient to overturn the fishing vessel. On the water, he was the emperor of the sea. The medium-sized fishing boat bore the insignia of the Dragon Palace Ocean Company, and the sudden onslaught of the colossal wave capsized it. Fortunately, the boat was equipped with excellent emergency measures, and the crew scrambled to escape. The boat, now at its tipping point, began to sink, creating a vast whirlpool that spun relentlessly, as if intent on devouring those fleeing the scene. Get out! This is insane! How could a giant wave appear so suddenly? I've fished for decades and never encountered anything like this. One shouted. Did anyone send a distress signal to the company? Another inquired. Yes. Hurry, leave the whirlpool area. Don't get sucked in. The employees, clad in the uniform of Dragon Palace Ocean Company, shouted in unison. The calamity was utterly unforeseen. Even seasoned veterans of decades were left reeling. Lin Tian was indifferent to the chaos above, after liberating the fish from the net. The gratitude expressed by these creatures filled him with profound satisfaction. Be gone now, and refrain from foolishly entangling yourselves in nets again. Steer clear of this place. It is a fishing ground. Seek a more distant sanctuary to dwell in. Lin Tian waved goodbye to the fish still flapping their tails in appreciation, urging them to escape this tumultuous realm. Human hearts are inscrutable, yet the thoughts of marine life remain untainted in their simplicity. With a heavy sigh, Lin Tian continued his voyage across the vast ocean. Suddenly, he spotted a golden ring nestled on the seabed. As he held it, a thought struck him. The ocean harbors countless treasures. Such riches could elevate him to affluence, transforming him into one of the elite. For everything beneath the waves was rightfully his. Fortune awaits. With his unique ability to communicate with fish, Lin Tian journeyed westward, where he gleaned from a shark the whereabouts of a sunken ship. The capsizing incident had not warranted excessive concern from Li Mingyi. After distributing consolation funds, he granted the crew a reprieve. However, in the subsequent 3 days, as he reviewed the documents presented by his secretary, a frown marred his countenance. It was evident that someone was conspiring against him. The rogue waves could not merely be a coincidence. In just 3 short days, the number of capsized vessels had exceeded 20, instilling dread among the company's staff, who now hesitated to venture out to sea. I shall personally investigate this matter, Li Mingyi resolved, determined to unearth the true culprit behind the turmoil. Chapter 83. If you cannot fight. Call for help. Li Mingyi discovered that most of the incidents occurred within a specific area. After delineating this zone, he departed from the company. Fortunately, there had been no casualties. The fishing vessels were equipped with comprehensive first aid measures. Otherwise, Longgong Ocean Company might have faced suspension. He suppressed the news, ensuring ample compensation to prevent any leaks, and instituted confidentiality agreements. If this issue remained unresolved, it would not only jeopardize the company, but also rob Li Mingyi of his peace. Not long after leaving the office, Li Mingyi received a call from President Yu of Yuman Lu. President Yu, what brings you to contact me? Upon answering, he recognized the call pertained to the capsizing incidents. Can you manage this situation? Why did you not address it after the second occurrence? President Yu queried, suggesting that if Li Mingyi lacked the capacity to handle the matter, he might consider sending assistance. Such an arrangement would undoubtedly make Li Mingyi feel as though his authority was being undermined, which would be detrimental for both parties and the company. Confronted with the inquiry, Li Mingyi inhaled deeply and responded, "This issue stems from my oversight. I dispatched personnel to investigate following the second incident, yet no abnormalities were detected. However, I have now narrowed down the area of concern and will personally oversee the investigation. Rest assured, the chairman will not be misled. That is for the best." With that, President Yu ended the call. Li Mingyi grimaced. Had he not been at fault, he would have terminated the conversation long before. In the span of 3 days, Lin Tian underwent a complete transformation. He had located the sunken ship, but being alone, he could not extract it entirely. Thus, he took only a small portion of its treasure. Once he turned the treasure into cash, Lin Tian began to spend extravagantly, even delivering a resounding slap to his miserly manager on his last day of work, departing the company amidst the astonished and admiring gazes of his colleagues. Lin Tian did not intend to halt all fishing vessels from their endeavors. However, whenever he encountered them, he could not simply stand by and do nothing. Strangely, he consistently crossed paths with ships from the Dragon Palace Ocean Company, a phenomenon he found perplexing. Perhaps the name of the company resonated with his own, as he would capsize their vessels with powerful waves whenever they appeared. Possessing such formidable strength, Lin Tian disregarded the consequences, aside from refraining from taking lives. He had begun to act with reckless abandon, unafraid of anyone or anything. Today marked another day of revisiting the sunken ship's remnants, and Lin Tian felt blissful, relishing what he perceived to be a life akin to that of a deity. Meanwhile, at the port of Haicheng, Li Mingyi was being dissuaded by an employee in his 40s as he prepared to set sail. "Boss, it's too perilous to venture out recently. I suspect we may have overfished, provoking the wrath of the sea god." Li Mingyi scoffed at the notion. The thought of someone plotting against him made him feel as uneasy as a cat scratching at his insides. Enough with these superstitions. I tell you, it's likely someone is sabotaging us. What sea god? My fate is in my own hands, not dictated by any deity. Set sail, with no other recourse. The crew complied with their boss's orders and embarked on their journey. Once at sea, Li Mingyi activated the fishing radar in his mind. He had not been out recently, and the fishing spots he had marked were yet to be fully depleted. There was an abundance of fish in the ocean, and he had made it a rule to release smaller ones to allow them to grow for future catches. The area where trouble had arisen was one he had visited before, teeming with large, robust fish. However, he noticed something unusual on the radar, a group of sharks congregating with a pod of dolphins, a rare occurrence indeed. The fishing radar was designed to detect only marine life, incapable of perceiving anything else. Arm yourselves with bows and spear guns. We are going beneath the waves. Li Mingyi felt an instinctive urge that there was a secret lurking below, perhaps holding the key to the recent events. Understood, boss. The crew, seasoned to life at sea, regarded diving as routine. Lin Tian intended to enlist the dolphins and sharks to assist in transporting boxes from the sunken ship. Let us put in some effort, and when I return, I'll buy you all some fish feed. Just tell me what you want. Lin Tian lifted a box and placed it onto the backs of two sharks, which were supported by two others beneath them. Previously, he would have struggled to lift such a weight, but now he felt imbued with immense strength. Just then, a deep-sea harpoon pierced through one of the outer sharks, the sudden bloodshed inciting chaos among the others. Sharks are inherently aggressive, and thus, Li Mingyi realized he must eliminate the clustered sharks before he could venture further inside. As for those dolphins, they can simply be driven away. Accompanied by the demise of a shark, deep-sea crossbows were unleashed from the hands of those surrounding Li Mingyi. Sharks were pierced through their brains, meeting instant death. The lethality of these deep-sea crossbows is formidable. Once embedded in flesh, the arrowheads blossom instantaneously. Blood spread rapidly, staining the seabed crimson. The dolphins fled at the sound, initially intending to take Lin Tian with them, but Lin Tian declined, unable to fathom the betrayal of his own kind before him. Indeed, Lin Tian had come to regard these fish as kin. As the emperor of the deep sea, they were his subjects. A murderer must be dealt with. He resolved to leave these individuals behind, for accidents in the ocean are not uncommon. Ingeniously, Lin Tian utilized the dolphin's cover to conceal himself in the shadows. Boss, there's a sunken ship. We are about to strike it rich, the group exclaimed, their faces alight with glee upon discovering the treasures aboard the wreck. A sunken ship? Li Mingyi gasped in astonishment, especially upon noticing two slain sharks adorned with a chest on their heads. A glimmer of insight flickered in Li Mingyi's eyes. He understood the implications. Someone had unearthed a sunken ship here, creating waves to mask their discovery. Li Mingyi surmised that the creation of such waves could only be achieved by a powerful martial artist wielding internal energy. Clearly, the individual had not yet departed. But why would they flee if no martial artists were present on their side? He had learned a martial artist from Yumanlu. Initially, Li Mingyi was taken aback, but ultimately realized he had surpassed the age for martial training. Yet, Yumanlu assured him that with diligence, becoming a martial artist was still within reach, contingent upon the chairman's wishes. This revelation left Li Mingyi with lingering thoughts of martial arts, and he was astonished to encounter them now. Without hesitation, Li Mingyi contacted Yumanlu, informing him of the martial artist and the sunken ship's existence. Yumanlu urged caution, promising swift reinforcements. Let's depart. The rewards will not disappoint you. Salvaging requires professionals and the right tools. Li Mingyi intervened, halting his colleagues from seizing the treasures and under the promise of rewards. They reluctantly followed him to leave. For prudence's sake, Li Mingyi deemed it wise to retreat without claiming any treasures, sensing something amiss. A cold smirk crept across Lin Tian's lips as he manipulated the surrounding waters to form whirlpools, encircling these individuals. Once the oxygen was depleted, they would succumb to asphyxiation. Chapter 84. Another protagonist is about to fall into the net. Boss, save me. What is happening? Hurry, we must escape. Help! It's over, it's over. What do we do? We are trapped. How coincidental that, as we leave, a whirlpool emerges in the depths. The sea god is furious. I should have prevented the boss from proceeding. Thankfully, I purchased insurance early, or else what would happen to my family if I perish? Li Mingyi's headset was filled with the desperate cries of his employees, overwhelming his mind. Silence, everyone. What is there to panic about? Our oxygen tanks can sustain us for 3 hours. If we conserve our breathing, we can last even longer. I have already notified the authorities, and fortunately, the headquarters has not yet evacuated. Assistance should arrive shortly. Upon hearing their boss's words, the group hurriedly moderated their breathing, fearful that each additional breath might cost them another precious minute of life. The underwater currents and whirlpools seemed to intensify, causing their collective spinning to accelerate further. It appeared that they had indeed alerted the outside world. Lin Tian's expression soured. He had once thought he could keep his secrets well guarded, But now it seemed the others had found a way to communicate with the surface without his knowledge. How had they called for help with just an oxygen mask and a tank? Lin Tian struggled to comprehend, as he had previously been just an ordinary person, preoccupied with basic survival. Moreover, at a depth of 50 meters underwater, the ability to communicate seemed to be a privilege only the military possessed. Li Mingyi and his team were equipped with the finest diving gear available, and he took pride in having the best equipment. He was grateful for his connections, as securing such specialized gear would have been impossible without them. Lin Tian felt a surge of power and a growing urge to eliminate the threat. He could not afford to wait for assistance to arrive. The mouths of the dead would be the most reliable. If he allowed these individuals to be rescued, even a few whispers could jeopardize his concealment. He summoned a shark to his side, beckoning it to gather nearby predatory fish, lured by the promise of a feast. Lin Tian dared not reveal himself, fearing that a single glance could lead to his image being transmitted. He realized he must acquire a mask to shield his identity in the future. The weapons of these individuals had already sunk to the ocean floor, and coupled with the chaotic currents, the group would be consumed by the sharks, leaving no trace behind. Yet, Lin Tian failed to consider the repercussions of sharks consuming humans. If word got out, the local shark population would be hunted to extinction. Humanity might tolerate sharks, but it would never accept those that had tasted human flesh. Li Mingyi's call for assistance had stirred the interest of Yumanlu. A school of sharks, turbulent currents, and martial practitioners were not to be trifled with, especially the sharks, which might very well involve practitioners of alternative mental manipulation techniques. These unconventional martial artists, though perhaps lacking in raw physical power, could possess extraordinary mental prowess, mastering techniques that enhance mental strength, such as hypnosis through sound. A moment's carelessness could lead even the most skilled masters to disastrous ends. While such practitioners were rare, the world was vast, and their existence had not yet faded into oblivion. The formidable warriors are poised for action, yet the authority of Yumanlu falls short. Chairman Zhao Yunhai remains at the Tiangong Group, and upon hearing this news, a glimmer of amusement flickers in his eyes. The predicament of Li Mingyi could only arise from either the emergence of a formidable antagonist or the birth of a new protagonist clashing with him. Regardless of the scenario, Zhao Yunhai feels compelled to intervene. If it is indeed the protagonist, the potential for exponential benefits increases. Meanwhile, Li Mingyi finds himself in an exceedingly perilous situation. Lin Tian has summoned the sharks and their countless smaller counterparts to aid him. Li Mingyi, contemplative, gazes in a particular direction, aware of the foe's concealment, yet dares not make a move. The shark lingered there for quite some time before summoning its brethren and the multitude of smaller fish. The fishing radar displays the grim reality. Li Mingyi can only hope for swift reinforcements, believing he still has a fighting chance. However, the employees remain blissfully unaware, caught off guard without any psychological preparation. Upon sighting the swarm of sharks, their faces turn ashen. Damn it, the sharks are back. What should we do, boss? Our support hasn't arrived yet. We're doomed. It's barely been half an hour, and we'll be left in pieces. Just moments ago, armed, they were hunters. Now, they are mere bait in the depths of the ocean. Freshly caught human fillets? Everyone, remain calm and watch me. Li Mingyi strives to instill a sense of calm, leveraging his personal charisma and protagonist aura, which brings a semblance of quiet to the pale faces around him. At this juncture, Zhao Yunhai's voice crackles through Li Mingyi's earpiece. Under the expectant gazes of his colleagues, Li Mingyi performs an astonishing act. He lies down, surrendering resistance. Let us all lie down together and take a nap. When we wake, we shall be fine. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Lin Tian witnesses the sharks assaulting the group, a cold smirk forming on his lips as he envisions their dismemberment. Bullets pierce through the shark horde, mercilessly shredding the once fearsome creatures. Clad in an engine-equipped diving suit, Zhao Yunhai discards a spent firearm and employs his propulsion device to swiftly approach Li Mingyi. The swirling undercurrents visibly intensify. Xiaohai, be cautious. The four clan elders swiftly join Zhao Yunhai, unleashing their formidable inner strength to dissipate the dark currents, restoring calm to the surrounding waters. Observing this scene, Lin Tian is further deterred from revealing himself. Hidden among the seaweed and coral, he is seized by trepidation. This world is far from ordinary, and he is not the only one endowed with power. This realization sends a chilling wave through his previously inflated ego. Boss, that direction, there is someone hiding there. Li Mingyi refrains from directly indicating the location, instead articulating the details verbally. I'll leave this to you. Zhao Yunhai refrains from direct involvement, turning his gaze towards Si Jinyan, Du Lai, and Elbyun. In the underwater world, the martial prowess of warriors is significantly diminished, making it unsuitable for Qiu Lao and his companions to venture forth. However, Si Jinyan is a different case altogether. He and his subordinates are equipped with elite weaponry. Du Lu and Elbyun primarily serve to protect Si Jinyan. Must martial artists be deployed? Who asserts such a notion? Zhao Yunhai would personally deliver a bullet, allowing them to experience its sting firsthand. Chapter 85. Supercharged by 100-fold. Locked in a small dark room at this moment, Lin Tian remains oblivious to the fact that his location has been compromised. Concerned about this revelation, he dares not move. For the distance is neither too close nor too far, especially since he is a living being, conspicuously so. He is yet unaware of the capabilities his adversaries possess. After this encounter, Lin Tian intends to conceal himself, awaiting the moment when he can merge with the sea. Once submerged, he will be invincible, emerging without fear of anyone. Quickly, humans are coming. We must leave at once. You must escape. A school of small fish, upon spotting Lin Tian, immediately alerts him to flee. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian hesitates not for a moment. He instructs the small fish to shield him in the middle and swiftly retreats. Humans may deceive, but marine creatures do not. Zhao Yunhai, observing the individual concealed among the school of fish, experiences a flicker of insight. After all, they have yet to confront one another, and the supercharge has not been activated, which is only natural. However, Zhao Yunhai has an inkling that this individual is the protagonist. After all, a villain would not be without their minions. He refrains from warning Si Jinyan and the others not to kill the target. If this person is indeed the protagonist, they cannot be easily vanquished. Clear the fish school and force the target out. Si Jinyan commands with remarkable composure. While he may not be able to confront a warrior one-on-one, he excels in other areas where the warriors do not. This time, he has brought along over 20 subordinates, more than sufficient for the task. Bullets tear through the school of fish, exposing Lin Tian's back. Hearing the anguished cries of the fish, Lin Tian grits his teeth and charges to the forefront, using the fish as cover. Do not blame me. If I perish, the ocean will truly be left unprotected. I must survive to avenge everyone. This fellow is intriguing. Si Jinyan affixes a barrel to his firearm and then aims directly at the target, launching a homing torpedo. Once locked on, the torpedo, trailing countless bubbles, speeds towards its mark. Lin Tian seems to sense something amiss, abruptly turning to look and swiftly manipulating the water flow to reverse direction. The torpedo spirals within the vortex, its red light flashing increasingly rapidly. Unfazed, Si Jinyan leads his group around the vortex's current. Indeed, the torpedo is timed, but it can be remotely disabled to avoid harming their own. With the propulsion system at full throttle, since Yun Xiao did not specify they should be taken alive, they shall eliminate the target instead. Following Si Jinyan's command, the group accelerates in pursuit. Bullets rain down as if they were free, a concentrated barrage of firepower that scatters the school of fish in mere seconds. Blood spreading through the water. Lin Tian found himself completely exposed to Si Jinyan's gaze. Without hesitation, Si Jinyan fired at the figure behind him. The underwater firearms, having undergone numerous experiments, were now comparable in power to some conventional weapons on land. Lin Tian was taken aback by the reckless abandon with which this group wielded their firearms. However, he was no pushover. As long as his opponent was not of the same formidable caliber as the earlier assailant, facing them would be relatively simple, for the sea was his domain. A massive vortex appeared behind Lin Tian, serving as a protective barrier, causing the bullets to lose their velocity amidst the turbulent currents. Yin Xiao. The opponent possesses the ability to manipulate water currents, though their strength remains unknown. Nevertheless, they seem wary of us. It is likely that the intervention of the four clan elders has instilled fear in them, prompting their retreat. Si Jinyin, seeing this, promptly called for reinforcements. If they could not prevail, they would summon aid. What did he care for appearances? At this moment, Zhao Yunhai had returned to the ship. After learning about the opponent's abilities from Si Jinyin, he resolved to take matters into his own hands. The protagonist's powers were peculiar and ominous, and Zhao Yunhai, typically cautious, would not confront him without a thorough understanding of his capabilities. Should the protagonist possess a lethal technique, it would be a grave misfortune for Zhao Yunhai to face him unprepared. The four clan elders, upon realizing that Xiao Hai intended to descend personally once more, hastily donned their diving gear. Although their combat effectiveness would diminish underwater, their internal energy could still be unleashed without hindrance. Each of the four clan elders was a grandmaster, their formidable internal energy potent enough to obliterate innate beings. Ada and the others, including Lu Lao and Xiu Lao, naturally sought to protect Yun Xiao and accompanied him. Zhao Yunhai led the group with all their might towards the coordinates provided by Si Jinyin, not diving directly into the sea, but rather taking the boat to encircle the protagonist and execute a counter-surrounding maneuver. Boom, boom, boom. The underwater vortex and the myriad of fish obstructed Si Jinyin and his companions, while the explosive currents sought to restore calm. Lin Tian remained preoccupied with his own safety, reassured by the abundance of fish in the sea, willing to sacrifice themselves to shield him. He vowed that as he grew stronger, he would repay their sacrifice one day. These pursuers were relentless, and he felt his current capabilities lacked the lethality necessary. If only he could manipulate water pressure, but alas, he had yet to attain such strength. Suddenly, Lin Tian noticed a group descending from above. It was the very same adversaries, attempting to encircle him. How infuriating! He cursed inwardly. Under Zhao Yunhai's command, the four clan elders swiftly activated their thrusters and surged forward. The underwater turbulence posed little challenge to them, while Lin Tian's power still fell short against grandmasters. Si Jinyin and his men were closing in behind Lin Tian, their weapons aimed directly at him. In the depths of the sea, Zhao Yunhai could not communicate verbally with the enemy, but once they were face to face, his formidable technique would be activated. A vision of a pearl appeared in Zhao Yunhai's mind, the Sea God Pearl. Subsequently, the protagonist's power seamlessly melded into Zhao Yunhai's body, and he felt as though he could merge with the ocean itself. The manipulation of currents, the control of water pressure, and the ability to communicate with marine life surged within him. Lin Tian could scarcely withstand the assault from the four clan elders. After a few evasive maneuvers, he was forcefully captured, his face a mask of defiance and stubbornness. If it weren't for his current developmental stage, those individuals would hardly be his match. He was indignant. Take him away. Zhao Yunhai cast a deep glance at him and chuckled softly. The presence of the Ocean Divine Pearl in the opponent's mind was crucial. Should the adversary perish, it would be lost. If the Ocean Divine Pearl were to merge with Li Mingyi's abilities, Zhao Yunhai would possess a formidable protagonist at his disposal. The stipulation was that Li Mingyi had to be deemed trustworthy, so he would need to strive diligently. This individual's powers were effective in the sea, yet on land, the situation was altogether different. Thus, Zhao Yunhai resolved to confine him in a small, waterless chamber until he could extract the Ocean Divine Pearl from his mind. This is the elixir you have long desired. Consume it, and you shall be able to cultivate martial arts. However, it may sting a bit, so bear with it. This time, Li Mingyi had successfully found a protagonist for himself, thus earning Zhao Yunhai's gratitude in the form of the coveted elixir. Thank you, boss. I fear no pain. Li Mingyi cheerfully swallowed the elixir in one go. Chapter 86. The Method of Tempering the Protagonist's Pain. An unimaginable agony, a torment that rendered one almost lifeless. Li Mingyi writhed on the ground, overwhelmed by pain, while Zhao Yunhai settled himself in a comfortable position, capturing the scene of Li Mingyi's distress on his phone. This moment was precious. Once Li Mingyi gained fame, it could undoubtedly fetch a handsome sum at auction. Zhao Yunhai teased, "What a sight!" upon hearing his boss's jest. Li Mingyi suddenly felt the pain lessen and promptly sat up, feigning concentration on his cultivation. All right, I've got it recorded. Zhao Yunhai purposefully lowered his phone, and Li Mingyi instantly returned to rolling on the ground in agony. However, upon seeing his boss raise the phone again, Li Mingyi felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Boss, is this really fair play? The effects of the elixir were indeed formidable, yet its success rate was rather low, merely a 30% chance of success, with a 70% mortality rate. This made the Zhao family exceedingly reluctant to utilize such a potion, unless one was genuinely determined to become a martial artist. Few would dare to risk consuming it. Yet, Zhao Yunhai refrained from disclosing this to Li Mingyi, for he was, after all, the protagonist. Even with a mere 1% success rate, a protagonist would prevail. Moments later, Li Mingyi lay on the ground, reeking and utterly exhausted, appearing as though he had been drained of all vitality. From this moment forth, you are now a martial artist at the initial stage of the Mingjin realm, having bypassed the unremarkable levels, a benefit of successfully consuming the elixir. Zhao Yunhai nudged Li Mingyi, signaling him to take a bath. What are the consequences if it fails? Li Mingyi seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and hurriedly inquired, Are you not still alive? As for the cultivation techniques, I can provide you with them, or you may seek them out yourself. Should you find yourself unable to locate them, feel free to come to me. Zhao Yunhai left behind this profound statement and departed with Ada and the others. The protagonist, unable to acquire the techniques? It is laughable, as if they are merely waiting for him to die to inherit his fortune. Forget it. I have succeeded regardless. Li Mingyi was too apathetic to dwell on the consequences of failure. He intended to seek out the techniques himself and gamble on his luck. Have the audacity to release me. What is a group assault but a display of cowardice? Dare to face me one-on-one. Lin Tian shouted in the suffocating darkness of his confinement, a room devoid of light. Inside, there was nothing akin to being trapped within a shadowy coffin. Initially, he paid little heed to the darkness. What was there to fear? However, as time passed without any external sounds, the isolation soon became unbearable. In just a day, he could no longer endure the crushing solitude. How long has it been? Zhao Yunhai stood outside, gazing at the iron door, his curiosity piqued. It has been a full day in a state of fasting. We can hear him shouting on the surveillance. He is likely reaching his limit, Si Jinyan quickly replied, checking the time on his watch. This dark room was once a disused detention facility of the Zhao family, located in an underground passage on the outskirts. Now repurposed by Zhao Yunhai, the facility still retained its original features, though it had become somewhat outdated compared to contemporary standards. Nonetheless, it was sufficient to test the protagonist's endurance. Having only gone a day without sustenance, Zhao Yunhai was not concerned about the individual inside perishing. With the gradual transformation of his body due to the sea god pearl, it would take a week for the occupant to starve without food or water. Let us keep him for a week, denying him any water and slowly wear him down. Will he die from hunger? Si Jinyan worried that if the individual perished, young Master Yun might hold him accountable. If he dies, then so be it, Zhao Yunhai chuckled, patting Si Jinyan on the shoulder as he left. After Zhao Yunhai departed, Si Jinyan instructed his subordinates, keep a close watch on him. If he manages to escape, activate the self-destruct mechanism immediately. Rest assured, team leader. One of the squad leaders replied as he and two others took their positions to guard the area. To torment an eagle is to deprive it of sleep. There are many methods to ensure Lin Tian remains awake in his confinement, such as electric therapy or specially designed noises. While Lin Tian contemplated his revenge upon escaping, he remained oblivious to the trials that lay ahead. Zhao Yunhai was determined to break this Lin Tian, compelling him to plead for his own demise. Only through the protagonist's initiative could the sea god pearl be extracted. Otherwise, it would be a tremendous waste. Until the very end, Zhao Yunhai would not relinquish his ambition to obtain the sea god pearl. After all, it was a precious item that he had no reason to forego. Zhao Yunhai had also informed his father about the relocation to Qianzhou, and the family expressed their support for his actions. Should he require assistance, they would readily provide their full backing. After stabilizing regions such as Jingzhou and Haizhou, It is only natural for the Zhao clan to harbor ambitions for Qianzhou. The latent value of Qianzhou lies in its future potential, and long-term investments are what the Zhao family cherishes most. However, the current state of chaos in Qianzhou poses a challenge. Any significant intervention by the Zhao family could easily provoke backlash from certain factions. Although the Zhao clan attempted to enter Qianzhou through legitimate corporate channels, their efforts quickly led to bankruptcy. It can be said that the inhabitants of Qianzhou are resolute in their rejection of the Zhao family's encroachment on their territory. Typically, the Zhao clan refrains from employing extreme measures to address such issues. Thus, they have been subtly infiltrating Qianzhou and unbeknownst to its residents. Some of their agents have successfully embedded themselves. Were it not for the modern ethos prioritizing peace and the harmonious construction of a civilized society, the Zhao family would have acted decisively long ago. Zhao Yunhai's purpose for entering Qianzhou is well understood by those harboring animosity towards the Zhao clan. Attempts to establish a foothold in Qianzhou through corporate means have already met with failure on multiple occasions, and this time will undoubtedly be no exception, even with Zhao Yunhai, the heir of the Zhao family, personally involved. Meanwhile, Yu Manlu has already made his way to the southern city of Qianzhou, accompanied by a group of personnel. The southern city is the most prosperous area of Qianzhou and is currently the only location capable of supporting a corporate headquarters. Relocating a company headquarters is not a trivial matter, as it involves numerous considerations, the most crucial being the livelihoods of its employees. In this respect, all employees who accompany the headquarters to Qianzhou will be provided with housing, the size and quality of which will correspond to their abilities and positions. 1 week later, Zhao Yunhai returned to the small, dark room where Lin Tian was held captive. "Open the door," he commanded. Zhao Yunhai gazed at Lin Tian through the surveillance monitor. At that moment, Lin Tian slumped against the wall, his eyes devoid of light. His lips were parched and cracked, his body weak, and dark circles under his eyes made him resemble a panda, bloodshot and weary. After a week without food or water, Lin Tian had reached his limit. Chapter 87. The Song Mother is the best resounds wait outside. Turn off the surveillance. I need to speak with him. Before entering, Zhao Yunhai instructed Ada and the others to remain outside. "Be careful, young Master Yun." Ada and his companions obediently halted, their faces etched with concern. Once inside, Zhao Yunhai closed the door behind him, and the lights flickered to life. Lin Tian shielded his eyes, unable to bear the sudden brightness. The harsh illumination was overwhelming for someone who had not seen the light for a week. At that moment, he struggled to open his eyes. "Do you know? I admire ambitious individuals," Zhao Yunhai remarked, crouching in front of Lin Tian and studying him with curiosity. Lin Tian, with great difficulty, managed to lift his eyelids to meet Zhao Yunhai's gaze. The man before him was the leader of these individuals, and his life rested in the balance of Zhao Yunhai's whims. "I can agree to assist you," Lin Tian uttered weakly. At this moment, he cast aside notions of dignity, focused solely on ensuring his survival, leaving thoughts of vengeance for another time. "However, I have no fondness for those whose aspirations exceed their capabilities." Zhao Yunhai shook his head in refusal. Even if he pretended to acquiesce to Lin Tian, the latter would never willingly relinquish the sea god pearl. There was no need for such superfluous gestures. He merely wished to test whether he could coax the secret from the other's lips. "I have investigated you. You were once an ordinary person who suddenly amassed wealth overnight. I sense there is a mystery surrounding you." Zhao Yunhai's gaze pierced through Lin Tian's eyes like a sharp sword, delving into his very soul. Lin Tian felt as though he had been completely seen through, prompting him to fall silent. He desired sleep, yearning to close his eyes and drift off. In the next moment, the sound of his snoring filled the air. For an entire week, Lin Tian's spirit had teetered on the brink of collapse. Once he saw Lin Tian asleep, Zhao Yunhai stepped outside, instructing Si Jinyan to administer electrotherapy to Lin Tian. This therapy was designed to stimulate the mind, forcing one to stay awake even in the depths of exhaustion. "Let me sleep," Lin Tian shouted weakly upon seeing the other re-enter, his voice resembling the mewl of a kitten. Yet, he lacked the strength to resist. "Hand over your secret, and I shall grant you the rest you crave," a sleep unbroken by any disturbance. Zhao Yunhai's voice whispered into Lin Tian's ears like that of a demon. Impossible. Lin Tian's frustration began to mount. However, surrendering the sea god pearl was an unequivocal impossibility. It was the sole means by which he could alter his fate. To part with it would extinguish any chance of resurgence. In that moment, Lin Tian's mind sharpened. But you cannot escape. You are confined here. What use is your secret if you remain trapped? Perhaps you believe this secret is yours alone in this world. Zhao Yunhai was resolute in his pursuit of the sea god pearl. Lin Tian watched as the other transformed before him into a puddle of seawater, revealing a face that smiled back at him. Do you see? This is the secret you fight so desperately to protect. One I have long possessed. Zhao Yunhai taunted Lin Tian. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Lin Tian struggled to accept this reality, his twisted face reflecting his inner turmoil. His secret, he had always believed, was one of a kind, and only now did he realize he resembled a fool. Zhao Yunhai could freely morph into seawater, rendering him impervious to physical barriers. However, he had one weakness, a fear of fire, of heat that might evaporate him. Yet, as long as Zhao Yunhai remained in the ocean, these concerns were trivial. This was the power of the sea god pearl, amplifying strength 100-fold, allowing Zhao Yunhai to conjure colossal waves upon the sea. He even entertained new thoughts regarding Fusang, for he had learned to control tsunamis. Zhao Yunhai would not forget the ambush he endured in Haicheng. He chuckled coldly. Believe it or not, that is your choice. Surrender the sea god pearl. Such an artifact is beyond the worth of someone like you. You know everything, do you? Lin Tian felt a chill wash over him upon hearing the mention of the sea god pearl. The opponent possesses an extensive understanding and clearly wields the power of the sea god pearl, which has evidently fortified their abilities for a far longer duration than my own. I am utterly incapable of matching their pace of growth and shall forever remain overshadowed by them. Regardless of the circumstances, I cannot relinquish my hold. To do so would obliterate any chance of resurgence I might have. Lin Tian's resolve crystallized in an instant, as a refreshing wave of clarity surged through his mind. Courtesy of the sea god pearl. Zhao Yunhai, observing the sudden awakening of determination in Lin Tian, narrowed his eyes and exited the dim room. Professional intervention was warranted. It was best for Lin Tian to divulge his secrets voluntarily. Zhao Yunhai issued a command to Si Jinyan. As you command, Si Jinyan replied, gesturing for the individual behind him to enter and execute the tasks entrusted by young Master Yun. This individual had been secretly cultivated by the Zhao family and had recently been assigned to Si Jinyan's squad as a unique martial artist. Zhao Yunhai relinquished his verbal tactics, acknowledging the futility of such strategies against a villain. Truly, matters of expertise require the touch of professionals. The individual, named Wang Jin, stood as a peak innate martial artist at the age of 32. His innate talents were rather mediocre, yet his mental fortitude was formidable, and his peak prowess had been achieved through the Zhao family's extensive resources and medicinal enhancements, while further advancement in martial prowess seemed unattainable. With continued training utilizing certain advanced technologies, his mental capabilities could still flourish. Young Master Yun, I can handle this person in under a minute, Wang Jin declared, stepping forward with utmost respect before Zhao Yunhai. Very well, follow me, Zhao Yunhai responded, casting a glance at him before leading him into the room and shutting the door behind them. The fewer who were privy to certain matters, the better. Here we go again. It matters not whom you summon. I assure you, your hopes are but a delusion. Cease your dreams, Lin Tian declared, experiencing an unprecedented clarity aided by the sea god pearl. I leave him to you. Zhao Yunhai disregarded Lin Tian's words, directing his attention to Wang Jin. Utilize your full capabilities. Understood, Wang Jin replied, his voice brimming with excitement. His enthusiasm was entirely warranted. Zhao Yunhai's intentions were exceedingly clear. In truth, Zhao Yunhai harbored two thoughts. Firstly, Lin Tian was the protagonist, and employing full force was the most prudent course. Secondly, should Wang Jin's abilities prove exceptional, Zhao Yunhai intended to recruit him. Huh, just him? Lin Tian scoffed mockingly, his expression rife with derision. He found the opponent's naivete astonishing. Even if they subjected him to unspeakable torment, as long as he remained alive, he would eventually see the light of day again. The sea god Pearl continuously transformed his body, and with a bit more time, he too would achieve a state of fluidity, albeit not as instantaneous as his adversary. Lin Tian's mind screamed for time, lamenting the injustice of the heavens. Why was he not granted the opportunity to develop? Wang Jin produced a green leaf, placing it to his lips and gently blowing. The opening notes of the song Only Mother is Good in This World began to play softly. Chapter 88. The more one despises kinship, the more one yearns for it. Only mother is good in this world? Apologies, but if you believe that I, as an orphan, can be swayed by such sentiments, you are woefully misguided. Lin Tian initially harbored a sense of vigilance, but upon hearing the other party perform a nursery rhyme before him, he was momentarily taken aback, soon breaking into derisive laughter. Orphaned, born and raised by the heavens, is this all there is? Zhao Yunhai remained silent, refraining from interrupting Wang Jin as he showcased his abilities, sealing his auditory acupoints with inner force to avoid being disturbed by the opponent's illusion. It would be rather unfortunate to suffer embarrassment due to such tricks. Wang Jin maintained his composure. He had obtained a psychology certificate and could easily assume a professorial role within the academic circles of psychology. An orphan? The yearning for familial affection is perpetual. Even if time dulls the feelings, fostering aversion, rejection, and revulsion towards kinship, there remains a deep-seated desire for familial connection. This is not the innate goodness of humanity. Rather, it is human nature to covet what one cannot attain, to long for that which eludes grasp. Having thoroughly reviewed Lin Tian's dossier, Wang Jin was already confident in his approach. He merely needed to perform well before young Master Yun, and he could secure a position by his side, elevating his own status substantially. In that case, even those once looked up to by him would show him deference due to his association with young Master Yin. As a master of illusion through musical expression, Wang Jin was exceptionally skilled in this art. Proficiency in diverse skills only serves to enhance one's capabilities. At first, Lin Tian's expression was one of disdain, occasionally sneering. However, it wasn't long before he found himself ensnared within the illusion, which was entirely under Wang Jin's control. By exploiting Lin Tian's experiences of growing up without parents, Wang Jin crafted a scenario that transported Lin Tian back to his childhood. He relived the memories of school, faced with ridicule for being parentless, an experience of profound loneliness and an urgent desire to understand the absence of his parents. Such anguish can only be truly understood by those who have experienced the depths of orphanhood. At that moment, Lin Tian's expression in the real world suddenly darkened. What is happening? Zhao Yunhai, sensing the shift, could not help but feel puzzled and decided to release his auditory acupoints. The situation was becoming intricate. It seemed a force was continuously adjusting his visual nerves, destabilizing Wang Jin's illusion. Wang Jin, feeling the pressure, quickly reassured, "Young master, rest assured there will be no issues." Would Zhao Xiao like to know the details of the dream process? I have documented the entire illusion here. Wang Jin handed a notebook to young Master Yun, who flipped through its pages while keeping an eye on Lin Tian as he began to awaken. Zhao Yunhai understood that this was undoubtedly the sea god Pearl, sensing Lin Tian's peril, attempting to rouse him from the illusion. Utilizing his inner strength, he directed the power of the sea god Pearl within him to counteract the interference from Lin Tian's own Pearl. With the disturbance eliminated, the illusion surrounding Lin Tian transformed. His mother had found him, and the joyous moments they shared over the years caused Lin Tian to completely forget his identity, becoming ensnared in the bliss. The longing for parental figures during his childhood was matched by the disdain he felt for that very self he once was, so laughable, so naive. In truth, the illusion was but a fleeting moment in the reality of time. In the realm of illusion, Lin Tian presented the pearl he had just found by the seaside to his mother, earning her praise. In reality, he retrieved the ocean divine pearl from his mind and personally handed it to Zhao Yunhai. Once completed, Zhao Yunhai placed the pearl into a pre-prepared box and addressed Wang Jin. "At your command." Wang Jin promptly ceased the illusion. When Lin Tian awakened, he remained oblivious to the events that transpired, his expression clouded with confusion, as if he had merely experienced a dream. Farewell, this dream can continue indefinitely, but alas, I must ensure your awakening leads to your demise. Zhao Yunhai rested a hand on Lin Tian's shoulder, leaning close to whisper in his ear, "This pearl is truly exquisite. My obedient son, why you?" Lin Tian abruptly lifted his gaze, staring intently at him. Those words mirrored exactly what his mother had said in his dream. Crack! With his heart laden with doubt, Lin Tian found his neck mercilessly snapped by Zhao Yunhai. Turning to Wang Jin, Zhao Yunhai instructed, "I do not wish for a third party to be aware of this matter. As you command." Wang Jin was taken aback by the scene he had just witnessed. Yet he chose to heed Yun Xiao's command, burying the secret deep within. "You performed commendably this time. Henceforth, remain by my side." Zhao Yunhai recognized his capabilities, deeming him a valuable asset, cultivated within his own family and thus trustworthy. Otherwise, he would have eliminated him without hesitation. However, retaining such talent close at hand would prove advantageous in the future. "Thank you for your guidance, Yin Xiao." Wang Jin's face illuminated with excitement. Following the resolution of this affair, the small dark room was permanently opened by Zhao Yunhai, who also upgraded the equipment. The Ocean Divine Pearl was a remarkable treasure, destined to accompany him to Qianzhou. Upon learning that the boss had dealt with Lin Tian, Li Mingyi personally proposed to scatter Lin Tian's ashes. "Here, this is for you." Si Jinyan decided to fulfill this wish. He adored the sea. "This time, I will personally release him over the desert, allowing him to bask in the sun and wind daily." Li Mingyi, filled with a sense of schadenfreude, clutched the urn of ashes, contemplating various methods of scattering them. Observing Li Mingyi's mischievous demeanor, Zhao Yunhai couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha!" Following Zhao Yunhai's laughter, the others joined in, amused. Hee hee. Li Mingyi felt no shame. Rather, he laughed along with everyone, fostering a sense of camaraderie. Although the boss was ruthless in his dealings, he was exceedingly kind to his own. "Then, I shall entrust his ashes to you. Consider today a day off. I have arranged for your private jet through the Mayu Group. It is ready and will be directly assigned to you. Today, we shall use my private jet for this task." Zhao Yunhai never allowed the protagonist's belongings to remain overnight, fearing prolonged dreams. As for the private jet, Yumanlu also had one in the process of being ordered. His father's Mayu Group possessed a legitimate and certified private aircraft manufacturing industry, encompassing various sectors. Currently, Tiangong was no match for Moyu, but in the future, Zhao Yunhai was confident he would surpass his father. "Thank you, boss." Li Mingyi was pleasantly surprised to discover